Born as the heir to the Chen Group, he possesses a staggering fortune of 30 trillion. Konither, priced at 12 million? Purchase it. The grand mansion of Tang, Chen, he. Acquire it. What? There are over 30 commercial office buildings under my ownership, generating rental income? Chen Yang, with leisure time on his hands, indulges in fishing at sea and occasionally strolls through the streets with his campus belle girlfriend, leading a life of richness and comfort. Chapter 1. The nonchalant second generation of the wealthy. Astonishing. At a highway exit, a limited edition sports car valued at 20 million collides with a Wuling vehicle, and the owner remains unfazed, casually engrossed in his phone. Today, a piece of news surged to the top of trending topics, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. In this day and age, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. A 20 million sports car totaled, and there isn't a hint of remorse. Damn it, that is a Windwalker Pagani. There is absolutely no other limited edition sports car like it in the country. Whose extravagant display is this? Truly excessive. I genuinely envy. 20 million. Even if I abstain from eating and drinking my entire life, I could never amass such wealth. Sigh, when will I find such a wealthy boyfriend? At the scene of the accident, Chen Yang remained remarkably composed regarding the incident unfolding before him. Young master, are you unharmed? At this moment, a limited edition Rolls-Royce halted at the intersection, and the figure of Butler Chen appeared before Chen Yang, his face etched with concern. Butler Chen, I'm fine. I simply wasn't attentive while driving and accidentally collided with another vehicle. The damage to my car may be quite severe. It seems I will have to purchase a new car. Chen Yang shook his head, feeling somewhat troubled. After all, he had acquired this Windwalker Pagani less than 2 months ago and had grown quite fond of it. Before he had a chance to cherish it, he was already faced with saying goodbye, which truly saddened him. I apologize, young master. I truly did not intend to cause you trouble. The Wuling owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, never anticipated he would find himself in such a predicament. Observing the opulence of the vehicle, it was undoubtedly of considerable value. Regardless of who was at fault, the issue of compensation alone would likely exceed his entire fortune. At that moment, the middle-aged man was on the verge of collapse, a grown man openly weeping, his heart filled with injustice. All right, sir, this matter is not your fault. It was my own carelessness while driving. Butler Chen, please retrieve my briefcase from the trunk. Certainly. Butler Chen nodded and promptly took action. Chen Yang was surprised by the Wuling owner's reaction, which was unexpectedly intense. However, upon reflection, he could somewhat empathize with the man's feelings. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yang's sports car was of significant worth. Should compensation be required, it would amount to an astronomical figure for him. You mean I don't have to compensate? Upon hearing this, the Wuling owner's expression froze, gazing incredulously at Chen Yang. Are you serious? What would I gain from deceiving you? Even if you were to compensate, you could not afford it. It's merely a sports car to me. It is just a toy. If it's damaged, I will simply buy another. Do not place such immense pressure on yourself. Young master, this is for you. Mr. Chen handed over Chen Yang's briefcase. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement and effortlessly took it. He then unzipped the bag, revealing it to be stuffed with cash. Upon inspection, it was evident that there were at least 1 million in cash. Chen Yang extracted a stack, then another. A total of over 200,000 in 100 yuan bills, gesturing for Mr. Chen to deliver it directly to the middle-aged man. Due to my improper handling, your car has also been rendered inoperable, and you have experienced quite a shock. Consider this sum as the purchase price for your vehicle, with the excess serving as compensation for your distress. The owner of the Wuling vehicle appeared utterly astonished. Such a maneuver? Not only was he absolved from compensating for the sports car's damages, but he was also being gifted over 200,000. Bewildered, at a loss. Is such a transaction even possible? The Wuling car was worth scarcely a few tens of thousands. He had undeniably struck a remarkable deal. No, I cannot accept this money. Although it seemed to be a windfall, the middle-aged man felt an unsettling disquiet about such ill-gotten gains. Your decision not to pursue my responsibility is already the greatest act of leniency towards me. How could I then accept your money? The middle-aged gentleman resolutely refused. Mr. Chen, I entrust the remaining matters to you. With that, Chen Yang grasped the briefcase and slowly approached the Rolls-Royce, opening the door and settling inside. Take it, for the young master possesses a kind heart and a benevolent spirit. He has never sought to reclaim the money he has given away. This sum is a trifle for him, yet a significant amount for you, serving as compensation for your personal financial losses. Mr. Chen patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and spoke gently. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Chen Yang's actions had shattered his preconceived notions of the wealthy. It became clear that a person's character is independent of their wealth. Thank you, young master. As he watched the Rolls-Royce depart, the middle-aged man called out hastily. At that moment, inside the Rolls-Royce, "Young master, it would be wise for you to lay low for a while. You may not realize that your recent escapade has already made headlines on social media. If the old master sees this, he may admonish you for being frivolous." Mr. Chen drove, occasionally glancing at Chen Yang's reaction through the rearview mirror. Chen Yang, the sole heir of the Chen lineage, is the 18th generation descendant and the only successor of the Chen Corporation. His father, Chen Zhong, the wealthiest man in Asia and a top 10 mogul on the Forbes list, boasts assets that span the globe with an estimated value exceeding 30 trillion. Consequently, Chen Yang's status is of the utmost nobility. That old man is all work and no play. Where would he find the time to concern himself with me? Chen Yang shrugged, displaying a demeanor of disdain. One cannot speak so lightly. As the head of the Chen Corporation, the old master invests tremendous effort into ensuring the family's prosperity, and I am certain you have witnessed his endeavors. It is precisely because he wishes for the young master to lead a better life that he remains perpetually occupied with work, often neglecting to spend time with the young master. Mr. Chen has been with the Chen family for decades, having essentially watched Chen Yang grow up, thus holding a significant place in his heart. All right, Mr. Chen, you always resort to this same rhetoric, defending that old fellow. I have heard it countless times throughout my life. Isn't it tiresome? Chen Yang's expression gradually shifted to one of impatience upon hearing this. Very well, very well. If the young master does not wish to hear it, I shall refrain from speaking. However, today is the old master's birthday. He specifically requested that I cancel all his appointments and take you home for dinner. Young master, please do not make it difficult for the old master. Mr. Chen was well aware of the strained relationship between the father and son, and he felt a twinge of headache at that moment. All right, I understand. Please take me back. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing to yield. What choice does he have? The money spent is earned by the old man. A birthday only comes once a year, and this semblance of respect must be upheld. Furthermore, it has been some time since Chen Yang last saw his father. He found himself oddly yearning for that connection. Despite their somewhat strained relationship, it does not equate to Chen Yang harboring animosity towards his father. As an entrepreneur and a business magnate, he is either in meetings or en route to meetings, his schedule perpetually filled to the brim. Thus, from a young age, Chen Yang had little opportunity to bond with his father, inevitably leading to a sense of conflict between them. Chapter 2. Heir of the Chen family. Due to his demanding work schedule, Chen Zhong adopted a hands-off approach to Chen Yang's upbringing. His mother, Li Shi, a gentle and nurturing figure from a scholarly family, indulged Chen Yang with affection. Thus, although Chen Yang's childhood lacked paternal presence, it was still filled with happiness. His mother's companionship occupied a significant portion of his early years. As he matured, he held no apprehensions towards his father, Chen Zhong. Yulong Mountain Villa, the most opulent residential area in the bustling metropolis, was enveloped by vast expanses of land owned by the Chen family, stretching endlessly in every direction. Born with a proverbial silver spoon, Chen Yang was the quintessential second-generation rich kid, an heir to trillions in assets. Standing atop the pinnacle of life without the need for struggle, the garage housed no fewer than 100 sports cars, each valued at around 10 million, with some exceeding $500 million. Thus, losing a single car was of little consequence to Chen Yang. A Rolls-Royce gracefully entered Yulong Mountain Villa. Ever since Chen Yang reached adulthood, he had purchased a villa of his own due to his studies, returning home only occasionally. Were it not for Uncle Chen's personal intervention, it is likely that Chen Yang would not have attended his father's birthday celebration today. Upon exiting the car, Chen Yang found himself holding two exquisite gift boxes, perhaps acquired earlier. Uncle Chen did not inquire further. Walking ahead, Chen Yang was closely followed by Uncle Chen as they entered the grand hall. "Chen Yang, you're back. Come here and let mommy see if you've lost weight recently," Li Lan exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon catching sight of her precious son. Her excitement palpable. "Mommy, how could I possibly lose weight when I eat and drink well? It's you who seems to have grown younger and more beautiful lately." I suspect you've been indulging in beauty treatments with Aunt Song. Chen Yang teased. When we stroll through the mall, those unaware might even mistake us for siblings. At just over 40, Lilan exhibited few wrinkles, her skin smooth and radiant, embodying the grace of her cultured upbringing. She was a striking figure among the affluent. Admired for her elegance, Chen Yang, inheriting her genes, was equally handsome and charming, leading outsiders to occasionally mistake their relationship for that of siblings. You're such a smooth talker, always saying what mommy loves to hear, Lilan playfully chided, though a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. It is only natural for anyone to feel elated upon receiving compliments about their youth and beauty, especially from one's own child. I merely speak the truth. Alas, it seems one must endure scorn even for honesty these days, Chen Yang sighed, feigning a look of dismay as he naturally approached Lilan for a heartfelt embrace. Their deep bond was unmistakable. Ah, my little rascal has grown up and reached the age for romance. With your usual carefree demeanor, it is high time you found someone to keep you in check. Do you remember Aunt Song's daughter, Song Xiaoxiao? She is of a similar age, quite beautiful, and possesses an admirable demeanor. I've done some inquiries, and she is currently single. Aunt Song is quite supportive of the idea of you two dating. I'll arrange for you both to meet soon. You should have a good chat. A mother knows her child best. Lilan had even considered such matters in advance for Chen Yang. Mommy, why meddle in this? With my looks, finding a girlfriend should be a breeze. Chen Yang replied, feeling somewhat displeased by his mother's plans. I am only thinking of you. Aunt Song and I are good friends, and we know each other's family backgrounds. Song Xiaoxiao is genuinely outstanding. What is wrong with her being your girlfriend? Lilan expressed her frustration, bewildered by Chen Yang's strong reaction. To be frank, I have seen Song Xiaoxiao. In terms of figure and temperament, she is indeed remarkable, yet she is not my ideal type. I seek someone like you, gentle, kind, and well-educated, not a domineering woman like Song Xiaoxiao. I refuse to be henpecked in marriage. It would be a disaster for my future, Chen Yang exclaimed, fearing that a marriage to such a woman would stifle his aspirations. You are the heir of the Chen family, and the vast empire will eventually rest in your hands. A woman as exceptional as Xiaoxiao will undoubtedly aid you in your career. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Instead of idling about, you should strive for something meaningful, Lilan insisted, determined to guide Chen Yang, who had been spoiled since childhood. Mommy, I'm only 22. This is the prime of my youth, and I have yet to truly savor my freedom. Must I already be thinking about marriage and a career? At the very least, let me enjoy my university years. Chen Yang's expression was one of sheer innocence, filled with a sense of grievance. Goodness, you're still so young. You haven't even experienced a proper relationship, and you're already being pushed towards marriage? Isn't that a bit hasty? Lilan responded, unconvinced. What does that matter? Your father and I were already together at your age. We even got married before finishing university, and it didn't hinder my academic pursuits, she countered, unfazed by Chen Yang's objections. Mommy, in this day and age, marriage should be a matter of personal choice. My partner must be someone I genuinely like. Please refrain from interfering in my private life. If you continue, I might just become displeased. Chen Yang released his mother's hand, his expression shifting to one of resignation as he moved to a nearby sofa, grabbing fruit from the table to munch on in silence. Dear child, I'm merely considering your future. What is wrong with Aunt Song's daughter? Look at how popular Xiaoxiao is. She is the school belle, a goddess in many hearts. Why do you reject her so vehemently? Lilan lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Given her understanding of her son, she realized that this matter would not be easily resolved. Mommy, please don't be so pedestrian. You keep bringing up money. With our current circumstances, even if I don't strive, I can live comfortably for a lifetime. Life is but a fleeting century. Please don't confine me within the shackles of materialism. I simply wish to find a woman I love, marry, have children, and live a tranquil, happy life. I do not want to become like my father, spending half my life consumed by work, missing out on the joys of life. Chen Yang felt a surge of frustration at this thought. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Zhong was a formidable business magnate, yet to Chen Yang, he was far from being a competent father. Chen Yang despised this aspect and vowed never to become like his father. Chapter 3. 3 Conditions Child. Your father has dedicated his entire life to the success of the family business. How can you speak of him in such a manner? Lilan felt a twinge of displeasure at her son's reaction. Her husband toiled tirelessly. How could it be that in their son's eyes he appeared so pitiful? Had Chen Yang returned? Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, Chen Zhong descended the stairs. At 45, he had entered middle age. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded the aura of a businessman. His demeanor and actions radiated an extraordinary presence. The child knows it's your birthday and has specifically returned to celebrate with you. Look, he even brought gifts. Aware of the strained relationship between father and son, Lilan quickly took on the role of peacemaker, offering kind words from the sidelines. It's thoughtful of you. Since you're back, let us have dinner together. Aunt Wang, please serve the meal. Before long, in the opulently adorned hall, a table of exquisite crystal worth millions was set, and after taking their seats, Aunt Wang and the servants began to present an array of delectable dishes. Each dish was crafted from premium ingredients, and paired with Aunt Wang's ancestral culinary skills, the flavors rivaled those of a Michelin star restaurant. Just the Chen family's meal outside likely cost no less than 500,000. On this day, being the birthday of the venerable Mr. Chen, Aunt Wang had prepared several exquisite desserts, each meticulously presented, symbolizing auspicious meanings. Chen Zhong picked up his chopsticks and savored the dishes, nodding in approval. Aunt Wang's skills seemed to have improved. The flavors were indeed delightful. In stark contrast, Chen Yang curled his lip in disdain, failing to reflect on how long it had been since he had dined at home. Eating out, even at five-star establishments, could not compare to Aunt Wang's culinary artistry. Chen Yang's words dripped with sarcasm, yet they held a kernel of truth. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Your father is merely busy with work. Why can't you understand him? Li Lan's expression soured immediately, launching into a lecture directed at Chen Yang. Enough, he's still just a child. Don't be too harsh on him. Chen Yang, I understand that these past years, your father has been preoccupied with work and hasn't shown you enough care. It's only natural for you to feel resentment towards me, but at that time, the company was in a critical growth phase. Now, thanks to my relentless efforts, we have entered a stage of steady development. Can't you at least give your father a chance to make amends? At this moment, Chen Zhong felt a pang of regret. Despite his professional success and renown as a business magnate, in his son's eyes, he was merely an inadequate father. This realization weighed heavily on him. In recent years, as his career stabilized, he had gradually reduced his work commitments to spend more time with his wife and child. Yet, Chen Yang harbored a grudge and seldom stayed home, always seeking to escape. Today, on his birthday, Chen Zhong felt it was necessary to clarify matters and ease the tension between them. I can forgive you, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Chen Yang observed his father's transformation keenly. The animosity between them was not insurmountable, and besides, Chen Yang had not been devoid of financial indulgences derived from his father's hard work. His heart bore no significant hatred. Furthermore, with Chen Zhong adopting a conciliatory stance, Chen Yang was intrigued. All right, as long as you are willing to forgive me, not just 3 conditions, even 300, if you can fulfill them, I will comply. A look of delight illuminated Chen Zhong's face, radiating excitement akin to sealing a monumental deal. Firstly, you must spend every weekend at home with the family. Secondly, you shall no longer interfere with my romantic life. I am of age and have my own standards for choosing a partner. Thirdly, do not compel me to inherit the Chen Group until I turn 30. Chen Yang, with a playful spirit, yearned for freedom. The notion of being the heir to the Chen family was, in his eyes, more of a burden than an honor. Although he understood he could not evade his fate, he wished to prolong his years of unrestrained living. Alas, being the sole descendant of the Chen lineage left him with little choice but to hope for a delay in that inevitable day. The conditions Chen Yang presented left Chen Zhong deep in contemplation. The first 2 stipulations could be agreed upon without hesitation. However, the third condition posed a challenge. The Chen Group, valued in the trillions, boasted an extensive industrial chain. Chen Zhong had initially intended for his son to gain experience and broaden his horizons by working for the company after graduation, but Chen Yang's demands disrupted this plan entirely. All right, father agrees to your terms. After much deliberation, in the interest of mending their fractured relationship, Chen Zhong ultimately nodded in agreement. Chen Yang smiled, a victorious grin gracing his lips. Mother, did you hear what father just said? My relationship with Song Ai's daughter might disappoint you. Li Lan looked at her son, a mix of anger and amusement bubbling within her. She was irked by this obstinate boy who seemed to disregard her judgment. Yet she found it humorous how easily the years of estrangement between father and son appeared to dissolve, leaving her utterly astonished. Fine, I shall not interfere. However, do not lead a chaotic romantic life. Don't think just because we have wealth, you can play around recklessly with women. If you dare tarnish our family's reputation, I will instruct your father to freeze all your accounts, leaving you with not a single penny to spend. Li Lan's message was unmistakable. Dating was acceptable, but promiscuity was out of the question. Aspiring to be a rogue? Not on her watch. Humph, do you think I am the sort to have low standards? Chen Yang retorted, I have no interest in the common and superficial. Do you comprehend the idea of being drawn in by looks, loyal to talent, and ensnared by character? If our values don't align, can that truly be called love? I am not foolish. I can discern who is genuinely interested in me versus those who covet my wealth. Since elementary school, Chen Yang had been dubbed the school heartthrob, with countless admirers surrounding him. Yet, he held lofty standards and never cared for those who threw themselves at him. Life, after all, would grant one the vision to recognize beauty. Chen Yang believed that amidst the vast sea of humanity, he would eventually encounter a woman who would capture his heart. As for Song Xiaoxiao, he had decided to pass. Despite her impressive looks and commendable figure, her personality left much to be desired. Marrying such a woman would jeopardize his standing in the family. A woman he couldn't manage was best left alone. It was a mutually beneficial decision. It seems our son has matured, developing an independent perspective on love. Chen Zhong mused. Chen Yang, regardless of the background of your future girlfriend, I have but one requirement. She must be gentle, virtuous, and respectful to her parents. As for social status, I have never considered it. Given the Chen family's wealth and business, finding a woman of equal standing is exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, as long as she possesses good character, I have no stringent prerequisites. Chapter 4. One person ignites the restaurant business. At the prestigious Moda University, for a young heir like Chen Yang, attending classes was merely a pastime, a way to pass the time. However, on campus, he maintained a significantly lower profile. His mode of transport was a modestly priced Mercedes, valued at a mere $1.2 million. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, it may be considered a luxury vehicle, yet to those who are truly affluent, it hardly ranks among the elite. Still a considerable distance from the genuine limited edition sports cars. What a strikingly handsome young man. Is he from our school as well? I feel as though spring has arrived. I fell for him at first glance. His looks are certainly on par with the male celebrities favored by my dormitory sisters. As Chen Yang strolled down the street, numerous girls cast longing glances his way, their eyes shimmering with admiration, instantly adopting a lovesick demeanor. He is, after all, the heartthrob of the finance department, Chen Yang. To encounter him here, my luck must be extraordinarily good. Who? Chen Yang? Has my idol reappeared? It has been 34 days since our last encounter. Within the school, Chen Yang is undoubtedly the most prominent figure, adored by countless girls, while simultaneously being the #1 rival of his male peers. The reason is simple. Chen Yang possesses striking looks, a charming personality, and comes from a well-off family, making him the universally acknowledged heartthrob among female students. However, he is also regarded as a problematic student by teachers. This is due to his carefree attitude. He attends classes solely based on his mood and can vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Rumor has it that he has an extraordinary background, with a major stakeholder in the school supporting him, which over time has led teachers to cease pursuing him for his absences. Essentially, apart from skipping classes, he has never committed any egregious acts, much to the relief of the faculty. In dormitory 320, several of Chen Yang's close friends were just about to head out when they noticed an unexpected figure in their midst. What the hell? Chen Yang? You little rascal. You actually came back? Exclaimed one. Bro, you've finally returned. I missed you terribly. During your absence, I couldn't even enjoy my meals. Just look at how much weight I've lost. Li Mu, who slept next to Chen Yang and shared the best relationship with him, expressed his heartfelt longing for the times when Chen Yang was around during the past half-month. Everyone, the prodigal son has returned, Chen Yang announced, stepping forward to embrace his friends. So, Chen Yang, where have you been gallivanting off to for the past half-month? The Maldives, perhaps, or Guinea? I saw the pictures you posted on social media, stunning scenery and a plethora of beautiful women. You didn't think to invite us? Zhao Tian chimed in, a mischievous grin on his face, tinged with envy. If you dare to skip class again, I'll whisk you away for some fun. Chen Yang shot him a glare. Exasperated. Never mind then, I can't compete with you. Zhao Tian knew better than to compare himself to someone as privileged as Chen Yang. By the way, how did you simply decide to go on vacation? Our class monitor, Lu, has been nagging about you for ages, constantly asking where you've been. Li Mu inquired curiously. It was just my cousin's birthday. She insisted I accompany her for a little getaway. I couldn't be bothered to request leave, so I made my escape. To me, it was quite normal. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. No wonder. I noticed you had a stunningly beautiful girl by your side, with an enviable figure. Turns out she is your cousin. Chen Yang, you know your brothers well. We have good character, and we're all single. What do you say about introducing us to your cousin? Li Mu suggested, his eyes gleaming with hope. She is the genuine article, a wealthy beauty. If we catch her eye, it would be a breeze to ease 20 years of struggle, he added. Her? I advise you all to reconsider. She is not someone you could handle. Just the daily expenses alone, and her personality? I doubt you could manage it. As a brother, I wouldn't recommend you seek such torment. Of course, if you insist on ignoring my counsel and wish to run headlong into a wall, I wouldn't mind. I could invite her to the school and introduce you, Chen Yang remarked, well aware of his friend's capabilities and emotional fortitude, which were ill-suited for his cousin, Chen Lin. I think I shall heed Chen Yang's advice. In the dormitory, Chen Yang was regarded as a veritable encyclopedia of women. He could accurately predict the personalities of various types of beauties. At the beginning of the semester, when Li Mu had a crush on a girl from the English department, he sought Chen Yang's advice. Chen Yang had discerned that she was not suitable for Li Mu, but Li Mu refused to heed his warning, only to later discover he had become her backup choice, which left him despondent for an entire week. From that moment on, Chen Yang's status soared to legendary heights, with every word he spoke becoming a nugget of wisdom. Disregarding Chen Yang's advice leads to immediate regret. Let us go grab breakfast together. Chen Yang had risen early, having driven over from home, and was now feeling quite hungry. The group made their way outside. The campus boasted several cafeterias, each varying in price and ambience. According to Chen Yang's preference, the group decided to head to Tianxiang Garden. Not only was the environment pleasant, but the breakfast was also quite distinctive, although slightly pricier. The taste and quality were undeniably commendable. Moreover, the place was frequented by numerous beautiful women. Unfortunately, Li Mu and Zhao Tian remained single, unlike Chen Yang, who attracted attention effortlessly. They were not as favored, and while Li Mu possessed a certain rugged charm, he was more of the understated type. Not quite enough to send women into a frenzy. Zhao Tian, on the other hand, was the kind who spoke boldly yet lacked the courage to engage with women alone. He would tremble at the thought. Only in Chen Yang's company did they experience the sensation of being the center of attention, pursued by countless admirers. "Oh my goodness, it's Chen Yang, my idol," exclaimed one girl, her eyes wide with excitement. "Where is he? I haven't seen him in ages. I've missed him so much." Following one girl's gaze, another remarked, "Indeed, it's the familiar handsome trio. How come I never noticed that the friends in my idol's dorm also possess a decent level of attractiveness?" A particularly observant girl pointed out. Instantly, the previously orderly line became a flurry of excitement. With a sun-kissed smile, Chen Yang radiated confidence and ease, basking in the attention of the crowd. "Auntie, I'll have a sandwich, a cup of hot milk, and 2 eggs, please." A nutritious breakfast was essential, and these items comprised Chen Yang's typical morning fare at school. "Chen Yang, it's been a while. Where have you been?" the aunt inquired, recognizing him well. Their rapport had grown over time, as Chen Yang's striking looks always caused a stir in the restaurant, drawing in customers and boosting business. "Oh, not much. Just enjoying the pleasant weather while celebrating a family birthday and taking a little trip abroad. I didn't expect your business to be thriving so well." This restaurant had only recently been re-established at the end of the last semester, and initially, business had not been as brisk. Thanks to Chen Yang's fondness for the decor and cuisine, he frequented the place often, occasionally bringing along a gaggle of admirers. It could be said that Chen Yang single-handedly elevated the restaurant's patronage, and now, business was flourishing. "It's all thanks to your support. I've noticed how many girls come here daily just to see you, constantly whispering your name," the aunt remarked, her fondness for Chen Yang evident. Were she to be a few decades younger, she might well have become one of Chen Yang's devoted admirers. "Haha. It's not my fault that I inherited good looks from my parents." Chen Yang chuckled sheepishly. Chapter 5. The beautiful class monitor, Lu Fei. In response to Chen Yang's remarks, the aunt showed no signs of dissent. Thanks to Chen Yang's influence, they didn't have to queue amongst the crowd. Li Mu and Zhao Tian quickly finished preparing their breakfast. Upon noticing the almost fully occupied dining area, they felt a bit bewildered. The business here was indeed thriving. It seemed that even securing a seat for breakfast had become a challenge. Chen Yang couldn't help but display a wry smile. "Chen Yang, over here." Just as they were contemplating their seating predicament, a sudden voice captured their attention. Not far from them, a striking figure waved, her face beaming with a smile. It was Lu Fei, Chen Yang's class monitor. Tall and exuding a fresh, sweet charm, she stood at 1.7 meters with a commendable figure. Dressed casually in a white shirt and black jeans, she radiated vitality. What a serendipitous encounter. Li Mu couldn't suppress a mischievous grin, exchanging knowing glances with Chen Yang. "I dare say this has nothing to do with fate. It seems she comes here every day for breakfast, perhaps just to await this chance of a serendipitous meeting." Zhao Tian chimed in, finding the situation amusing. "All right, you two, must you chatter so? Since there's a seat available, let's hasten over rather than stand here like monkeys for everyone to gawk at." Chen Yang dismissed their unfounded speculations, and the trio strolled over. Lu Fei's table was indeed spacious enough to accommodate 4. "Chen Yang, you've finally returned. Teacher Liao inquires about your whereabouts daily. It's truly vexing. Please, next time, inform me in advance if you plan to be absent or formally request leave, all right?" As the class monitor, she was responsible for maintaining classroom discipline and attendance, and while the rest of the class complied, only Chen Yang frequently vanished, causing her considerable distress. "No problem. I shall fully cooperate with our class monitor, Lu." Chen Yang replied, surprised at how dedicated Lu Fei was, inadvertently causing her much trouble. Their breakfast was brief, lasting no more than 15 minutes. During this time, Lu Fei's gaze often drifted towards Chen Yang's direction. In university, there are poems and distant horizons, dreams and fields, and the promise of beautiful romances. Many would find themselves developing affections during this period. Lu Fei considered herself neither infatuated nor superficial. However, having spent time with Chen Yang, she found his amiable nature and high emotional intelligence made conversations effortless, as if he possessed a touch of understanding in every topic. Gradually, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Although her feelings had blossomed, she had never voiced them. Now, observing Chen Yang from such close proximity, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Li Mu, did you see that? Our class monitor is looking at Chen Yang with that kind of gaze. Do you dare say she harbors no thoughts at all? Under the table, Zhao Tian gently nudged Li Mu, leaning closer and whispering, Come now. You should know what kind of person Chen Yang is. The paragon of men, renowned for his emotional intelligence and discerning taste. I've known him long enough to see no woman has ever caught his eye. Having spent much time with Chen Yang, Li Mu had seen plenty of beautiful women around him, yet none had stirred his heart. He was like a flower surrounded by blossoms, untouched by any of them. Perhaps it was his high standards, or simply a lack of suitable matches. Chen Yang remained proudly single, yet his allure to female friends was undeniable. Standing at 183 meters with handsome features akin to a Korean star, his refined looks and unassuming demeanor made him quite agreeable to be around. Coupled with a wealthy background and a humble approach, such a man was irresistibly captivating to women. It's no wonder that over 70% of the female population at the university found it difficult to resist Chen Yang's multifaceted charm. Indeed, we've known Chen Yang for 2 years, yet we've never heard of him being linked with any woman, especially in our university, which is teeming with beauties. Isn't that astonishing? Stop right there. I know what you're implying. Don't doubt Chen Yang's orientation. Personally, I believe he simply doesn't want to be a cad, pursuing every beautiful woman he encounters to test the waters. Otherwise, at school, with just a beckon, countless women would scramble to be his girlfriend. Li Mu shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Tian, who seemed to have a rather low opinion of Chen Yang. Well, why should we two single men concern ourselves with Chen Yang's happy life? He doesn't want to find someone, while we yearn but can't seem to. The disparity between us is quite comical. Zhao Tian expressed a hint of melancholy, sighing repeatedly. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. Chen Yang, this weekend, our class is planning to gather at the Little Bay. Everyone must attend, and you can't miss it. With the semester newly begun, there were plenty of activities ahead. Previously, Chen Yang had missed class gatherings due to not receiving notifications or being drawn into other activities. Now that Lu Fei brought it up, he felt intrigued. Yes, Chen Yang, you must join us. Not only our class, but also friends from the neighboring class will be there. It's bound to be lively. Zhao Tian was eager, having heard that the class beauty from next door was on par with Lu Fei in terms of looks. In university, relationships are typically not sought within one's class. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty. One shouldn't graze where they nest. To facilitate his singlehood, Zhao Tian planned to start with the neighboring class. All right, I'm quite free lately, so I'll go. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly, indicating his agreement. Yes, Chen Yang has agreed to attend. Once I spread this news to the girls from other colleges, I'll charter a few buses and sell tickets at a 15% markup. With Chen Yang's influence, tickets will surely be in high demand. I could easily make several $1,000s this month. Although Li Mu's emotional intelligence was lacking, his financial acumen was undoubtedly exceptional. Leveraging the interest of female students in Chen Yang to orchestrate a series of events to generate funds was a foolproof venture. Besides, this wasn't his first rodeo. Bro, you are definitely my brother. With so many quality female resources, if by chance one of them has poor eyesight and falls for me, wouldn't that be delightful? Enough. Go look in the mirror and see just how great the disparity is between you and Chen Yang. He is aiming for high standards, at the very least. I should be the first choice. How could it possibly come to you? Dream on. Li Mu scoffed dismissively. What a pair of lively characters, engaged in a playful banter. Chen Yang, accustomed to the eccentricities of his roommates, simply smiled at the unfolding spectacle. In Chapter 6, Teacher Mu, Lu Fei had long prepared herself for rejection. As Chen Yang's previous behavior suggested, he was not particularly fond of attending group gatherings. To her surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, he agreed. This is truly an unexpected delight, isn't it? How wonderful. A rosy blush suddenly appeared on the fair and flawless cheeks of Lu Fei, unmistakably reflecting her particularly joyous mood. The glances exchanged between Li Mu and Zhao Tian towards Lu Fei grew increasingly peculiar. Noticing this, Lu Fei, feeling bashful, quickly lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with them. Let us go, for today is Teacher Mu's class. If we don't hurry, our seats will be snatched by others, Zhao Tian exclaimed with an air of excitement. As a premier institution, MOD University hires only those whose qualifications begin at the postgraduate level. Among all the instructors present, there is no shortage of young and beautiful female teachers. Mu Shui, undoubtedly, ranks among the most stunning on the university's list of beautiful educators. Coincidentally, She is also Chen Yang's homeroom teacher. How could I almost forget? Chen Yang, let us hurry and secure our seats, Li Mu exclaimed, slapping his forehead, suddenly enlightened, and tugged at Chen Yang, pretending to dash off. A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Yang's face. Indeed, despite having seen countless beauties, the mature and sophisticated allure of Teacher Mu still captivated him significantly. Beside them, Lu Fei, witnessing the trio's discussion about Teacher Mu, couldn't he help but feel a surge of indignation as a mischievous smile crossed her face. After all, she considered herself quite the beauty, sitting right in front of them. Yet they remained expressionless and indifferent. However, when the topic shifted to another woman, their expressions changed dramatically, which felt like a profound insult to her personal charm. Humph. Men are all such oafs. Lu Fei scoffed disdainfully, her heart swelling with frustration. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang and his companions had already distanced themselves. Lu Fei disregarded her anger and hurriedly chased after them. Hey, wait for me, she called out, not wishing to walk alone to the classroom. The lecture hall 502 in Wenxin building, on a typical day, would hardly be filled to half capacity. However, today, it was teeming with students. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a particularly intriguing phenomenon. Over 70% of the attendees were male. It was evident what their intentions were in attending this class. Ding ding ding. At last, the bell rang for class. At the entrance, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonated. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared at the classroom door. Dressed in a flowing white gauze dress that seemed almost ethereal, standing at a height of 1.7 meters with an exquisitely curvaceous figure, she possessed lustrous black hair, elegantly arched brows, a regal nose, and sparkling eyes. Her features were strikingly beautiful, accentuating her mature and refined aura. Teacher Mu Shui, merely standing there, transformed the atmosphere into a picturesque scene. Countless men were left in awe, their minds seemingly frozen, utterly captivated by Teacher Mu's charm. Indeed, Teacher Mu was among the top 3 most beautiful female teachers in the entire school. With such a stunning educator present, the focus of the classroom sharpened remarkably. Many boys whispered among themselves, mostly expressing their admiration for Teacher Mu. Class is starting. Please take your seats and maintain order. Teacher Mu's voice was sweet, akin to that of a professional broadcaster, enveloping everyone in a warm, spring-like embrace. Li Mu, Zhao Tian, and Chen Yang arrived just in time, settling into the middle of the classroom, where their view was decent. Following the customary roll call, Chen Yang. Soon enough, it was Chen Yang's turn. Here, he stood up confidently, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. I never expected our esteemed Chen Yang would grace us with his presence today. It appears the teacher's luck is quite favorable. At least she need not worry about you. Teacher Mu remarked with a slight smile, her tone steady. Rest assured, teacher. I will make every effort to attend your classes, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, displaying no hint of trepidation. Skipping class was merely a routine for him. After all, having a beautiful teacher was certainly a pleasant sight. Then I must thank you, Chen Yang, for your acknowledgement, Teacher Mu responded, moving on without dwelling on the matter. She was well aware of Chen Yang's formidable background. During faculty meetings, it had been repeatedly emphasized that one should never provoke him. Over time, nearly no one dared to risk their jobs by antagonizing him. The university's schedule consisted of merely 2 classes in the morning, each lasting nearly 80 minutes. Chen Yang had little interest in academics. He merely enjoyed experiencing campus life. Finally, after enduring a long morning, the long-awaited bell for the end of class rang. Chen Yang, to celebrate your return, you must treat your friends to a meal, Li Mu declared, genuinely feeling the pinch in his finances after splurging on the latest iPhone model a few days prior, spending 8,000 yuan on an installment plan. Now, he was tightening his budget and lowering his dining standards substantially. With Chen Yang back, Li Mu felt elated, ready to indulge in the luxurious lifestyle of dining like a wealthy patron once again. All right, I know you well. You're such a foodie that you can't go a day without a feast, Li Mu joked. Isn't there a new restaurant opened by the school? The decor looks decent, and the foot traffic seems promising. Shall we give it a try for lunch? Chen Yang was more than willing to treat his friends, as it wouldn't cost him much. Typically, whenever they dined out or sang karaoke, it was Chen Yang who picked up the tab. Among the 3, only Chen Yang came from such affluent means. Li Mu managed to live on 3,000 yuan a month, while Zhao Tian had 5,000. After accounting for clothes and shoes, their expenses were modest, barely scraping by. However, upon discovering that Chen Yang was a bona fide rich heir, they transitioned from initial embarrassment to complete acceptance. Clearly, a meal would cost only a few hundred yuan, and there was no need to target high-end restaurants. All right then. We're not picky, as long as there's food. We're content, Li Mu chuckled sheepishly, feeling slightly embarrassed to bring up the idea, despite Chen Yang not minding. Let us go. With that, the trio set off. Chen Yang first retrieved his car from the school garage, driving a Mercedes to pick up Li Mu and Zhao Tian. Chapter 7. The Campus Belle and Ku Xin. The Chi Yuan restaurant, located near the university, experiences a tremendous flow of customers, particularly bustling during the after-school hours. Not only is the restaurant exquisitely decorated with a beautiful ambience and delectable meals, but the highlight that captures everyone's attention is its waitstaff. And Ku Xin, one of the campus belles at Mo Du University, possesses a pure and enchanting beauty. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, her smooth and lustrous hair is elegantly tied up with a hairband, revealing her fair neck. Her skin is as delicate as cream, her eyes shimmer like autumn waters, and her facial features are perfectly harmonious, marking her as a goddess in the eyes of the entire school. And Ku Xin hails from a humble background, and aside from attending classes, she spends her days working part-time at a nearby restaurant. To her surprise, numerous men flock to catch a glimpse of her enchanting visage. Is that truly Ku Xin? Indeed, she is the undisputed campus belle. Her figure and beauty are enough to render the other women present pale in comparison. At first glance, she exudes an ethereal quality, as if untouched by the mundane world, utterly breathtaking. Women adorn themselves for those who admire them. Being in the presence of such a beauty seems to make even the food taste more delectable. In this era, which woman does not leverage her looks to ensnare wealthy boyfriends, treating them as lifelong meal tickets? Yet, Ku Xin stands apart, a rarity in character. Diligently balancing her studies with work, many patrons are students from the prestigious Shanghai University. Their gaze is filled with admiration and appreciation. To them, Ku Xin is not only beautiful, but possesses exceptional qualities, setting her apart from ordinary women. Chen Yang, Li Mu, and Zhao Tian entered the restaurant in succession. Arriving promptly, they secured a prime spot with a sweeping view of the establishment. Goodness, is that not our campus belle, Ku Xin? Chen Yang exclaimed. He recalled a post on their school forum about her family facing a grave illness, necessitating substantial funds, prompting the school to organize a fundraising effort, which she had declined. He was astonished to see her working here. Following Li Mu's gaze, he noticed a striking beauty, dressed like a waitress, gracefully approaching them. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. May I take your order?" Ku Xin inquired, pausing before the trio, a notepad and the restaurant's menu in hand, her voice gentle and soothing, akin to a warm spring breeze. For a moment, both Li Mu and Zhao Tian were captivated. "Soup rice, stir-fried beef, kung pao chicken, spicy duck," Chen Yang stated, displaying a composed demeanor as he accepted the menu from Ku Xion's hands. He gazed at her for a few seconds, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before shifting his attention back to the menu and ordering several appealing dishes. Having encountered beauties of Ku Xion's caliber before, Chen Yang was taken aback but not ensnared by infatuation. After all, given his background, he was accustomed to the company of numerous attractive women, with Song Xiao being a prime example. "Thank you, gentlemen. Your meals will be ready shortly," Ku Xian replied, her gaze lingering on Chen Yang, inexplicably feeling a strong affinity towards him. His appreciative eyes lacked any invasive intent, a rarity that intrigued her. With her looks and figure, it was uncommon for anyone to remain indifferent. Yet Chen Yang seemed somewhat immune to the allure of a campus belle. Within moments of Ku Xian leaving, Li Mu and Zhao Tian were visibly excited. "Chen, that S in Ku Xin, our school S belle. How fortunate we are to see her in person," exclaimed Li Mu. "She is indeed, as the rumors suggest, ethereal and otherworldly. Such a goddess can only be admired from afar. She would never look twice at you." Zhao Tian, observing Li Mu's starry-eyed expression, couldn't help but interject. "I know I lack the qualifications, but our handsome Chen does not. With his charm, wealth, and amiable nature, he and Ku Xin would make a perfect match." While Li Mu harbored feelings of admiration, he understood that it was merely a fantasy. Given his circumstances, Ku Xin would hardly give him a second glance, and he was self-aware enough to acknowledge this reality. "Have you two never encountered a beauty before? You're all acting like lovesick fools. Can't you behave yourselves?" Chen Yang remarked, bemused by his friend's antics. While external appearance is indeed significant, losing composure at the sight of a pretty face reveals a lack of worldly experience. If they were to face a grander spectacle, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. "Brother Chen, your background is exceptional, and your standards are high. We cannot be compared to you. Surrounded by beautiful women, you should consider our feelings. This is the first time we've seen the campus belle in person. Is it not natural for us to be awestruck?" Li Mu defended, gesturing toward the other male patrons, who exhibited similar expressions of admiration. Chen Yang shrugged in response, acknowledging their perspective. "True, each of us comes from different environments. Your narrow worldview is not entirely your fault." He then realized that Li Mu and Zhao Tian's reactions were understandable given their experiences. Nevertheless, Ku Xin was undeniably stunning. with flawless skin and features that required no embellishment to emanate remarkable allure. It was no wonder she garnered such affection. Chen Yang nodded appreciatively towards Nku Xin. You may not be aware, but among the 4 campus belles at our school, Nku Xin is the most relatable. A true goddess in the eyes of the common male student. Additionally, she is a top scholar, possessing both talent and beauty. Among all the campus belles, she undoubtedly has the most admirers. Li Mu felt a burgeoning admiration for Nku Xin as well, yet it remained a cherished secret, buried deep within, unspoken. It was evident that her beauty and grace, coupled with her resilience and humility, made her a rare find, particularly in Chen Yang's experience. In most cases, those deemed campus belles at Shanghai University not only excelled in looks, but also boasted significant social standing. Nku Xion's ability to rise above countless beauties speaks volumes of her exceptional character. Alas, such beauty often bears misfortune, Zhao Tian remarked with a glimmer of sympathy. What do you mean? Chen Yang asked, curious about Zhao Tian's sudden shift in tone. Chapter 8. Deplorable Tactics. Chen Yang. You may not be aware that Nku Xion's mother is gravely ill, having been hospitalized for quite some time. The exorbitant surgical costs are a catastrophe for an ordinary family. Recently, rumors circulated about her potential withdrawal from school, prompting faculty to intervene. Realizing that Nku Xian is an exemplary student and a recipient of the National First-Class Scholarship, if she were to abandon her studies due to this situation, it could ruin her future. In response, the school organized a charitable event to assist Nku Xian's mother in raising funds, yet before the event could even commence, Nku Xian herself declined the offer. She insisted on earning her own way and refused to accept pity from others. The campus belle, proud and self-reliant, could not accept the goodwill of the school. Consider this. While we, at this age, live carefree lives, enjoying the luxuries of life, Nku Xian, a brilliant student and the idol of countless boys, toils for survival, burdened by her mother's overwhelming medical expenses. The pressure she faces must be immense. As Li Mu spoke, admiration rather than pity shone in his eyes. All this while, Nku Xian has endured silently. No one can fathom the weight she carries beneath her delicate exterior. Dating? Studying? It appears that everything has morphed into a luxury, and the true predicament she faces in life is indeed monumental. So that is the case. It is no wonder that a mere school beauty would attract such a multitude of admirers. She is undeniably exceptional. Chen Yang couldn't help but regard Nkursin with newfound admiration. A beautiful exterior without commendable qualities or a virtuous heart is ultimately just a decorative vase. Such women are easily replaceable and fail to leave a lasting impression on Chen Yang. Yet today, it is solely Nkursin who has etched herself into his memory. Chen Yang, I believe Nkursin is quite compatible with you. One is inherently stubborn, while the other flits through the flowers without attachment. Should they embark on a romantic journey, it could ignite a passionate and unwavering connection, Zhao Tian remarked, well acquainted with Chen Yang's character. Though Chen Yang hailed from a distinguished background, he lacked the arrogance typically found in the affluent second generation. Naturally carefree and yearning for freedom, he held his own ideals about love, devoted and never frivolous. He truly is a breath of fresh air among the wealthy elite. Having known this fellow for several years, he had never seen Chen Yang embroiled in any scandal with a girl. I concur, and furthermore, Nkursin possesses commendable attributes across the board. Her only flaw is her modest family background. However, if you, Chen Yang, were to be with Nkursin, you could entirely compensate for her sole deficiency. Truly, it would be perfection. Chen Yang's expression darkened. To think that while merely dining in this restaurant, encountering a school beauty as a waitress could lead these two to conspire to sell him off, and even propose a match between them. Were they aiming for the heavens? Scram, spare me your empty words. I am not a shallow man who desires mere physical beauty. My affection begins with appearance, remains with talent, and is ensnared by character. The woman I, Chen Yang, fancy must be unparalleled, and as of now, Nkursin does seem to meet that standard. Upon further contemplation, Chen Yang found that Nkursin truly aligned with his criteria. In terms of outward appearance, as the campus belle of Magic City University, she undoubtedly embodied breathtaking beauty. Regarding intellect, she was an exemplary scholar, having received a national first-class scholarship that surpassed many women. And in terms of character, facing such adversity with grace and a smile, she remained unmaterialistic and unready, cherishing her parents. Her values were a perfect match with Chen Yang's own. How had he never noticed such an outstanding woman existed in their school before? Chen Yang never considered himself to have high standards for choosing a girlfriend, given his status. Many women pursued him merely to gain financial benefits. He was uncertain if he could discern the true intentions of those women who sought his affection. Thus, even upon reaching university, he had refrained from casually dating. With high standards and strict filtering, He was not frivolous or fickle, a testament to his respect for true love. Yet today, he felt an undeniable flutter in his heart, a sensation so peculiar it defied description. Clatter. A soup bowl crashed to the floor, creating a chaotic scene. And Curson, have you lost your mind? Did you just throw hot soup at me? Yang Ming's face flushed with rage, his clothes utterly drenched by the scalding liquid, rendering him a picture of utter disarray. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. And Curson's face was one of distress, seemingly startled by Yang Ming's loud outburst. Moreover, she remained oblivious as to why her feet slipped, causing her to spill the hot soup onto him. Do you realize this outfit of mine is the latest from Versace, worth 30,000 in the market? And now it's ruined because of you? What's more critical is, if I were to get burned, can you afford the medical expenses? Yang Ming's voice was laced with fury, yet a peculiar smile crept at the corners of his mouth. This entire scene unfolded before Chen Yang's attentive gaze from a prime vantage point, his extraordinary eyesight allowing him to witness every detail. Shameless. To employ such despicable tactics against a vulnerable woman. How utterly disgraceful. Yet, what was Yang Ming's true motive for extorting in Curson? Chen Yang's curiosity was piqued, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The sound of the fallen soup bowl had attracted the attention of many within the restaurant, and Yang Ming fanned the flames, displaying an expression of outrage. The $30,000 Versace outfit, and potentially his own injury, pointed all accusations towards Curson. Yet the facts were evident, making it difficult for her to deny her responsibility. Forgive me, sir, I truly did not intend for this to happen. The floor was too slippery, and I accidentally slipped. Please don't be angry. I will have your clothes cleaned, and I will accompany you to the hospital. If there are any injuries, I will certainly cover your medical expenses. Faced with such circumstances, and Curson bit her lip and spoke resolutely. Regardless of the situation, she bore some responsibility and could not shirk it. Compensation? What could you possibly offer? And Curson, this outfit is worth 30,000. Do you even have that kind of money? I've heard that your mother is still lying in the hospital, and the medical bills have yet to be paid. Yang Ming was fully aware of Curson's plight, for his uncle was the head of the cardiology department at the hospital in Magic City, and acquiring information was a mere trifle for him. How do you know so much? And Curson's face reflected disbelief, shock written all over her features. Chapter 9. The Vast Divide Among the Affluent. Since her mother fell gravely ill, and Curson's life had undergone a complete upheaval. Not only did she have to attend classes, but she also needed to work part-time to earn money, spending her nights caring for her mother in the hospital. The school wished to offer assistance, yet Curson, prideful, had declined their help with a smile. This was a matter she had never voluntarily disclosed to anyone. How did this person before her come to know? Who are you? Why do you know about my mother? And Curson's gaze sharpened, sensing that Yang Ming harbored ill intentions, even suspecting that the accident she had just experienced was all part of his scheme. My name is Yang Ming. You should have heard of my reputation. Yang Ming was a well-known scion of wealth at Magic City University, notorious for his flamboyance and arrogance. It was said that many beautiful girls from various departments had been entangled with him, some willingly, others coerced, leaving a trail of ruined female reputations in his wake, much to the disdain of his male peers. Although Curson did not keep up with gossip, Yang Ming's infamous name was too prominent to ignore. Yang Ming, what do you want? And Curson felt an instinctive wariness, sensing that his intentions were far from noble. What do I want? You've not only ruined my clothing, but nearly scalded me. Do you not think you owe me an explanation? A playful smirk crossed Yang Ming's face, his smile growing increasingly sinister, unsettling Curson profoundly. And Curson, you stand before two choices. Either you reimburse me 30,000 yuan, or you consent to be my girlfriend. In doing so, I shall not only refrain from pursuing this matter further, but I will also assist in covering your mother's medical expenses. What say you? Ultimately, Yang Ming harbors desires for Curson's physique. At the prestigious Moda University, surrounded by countless beauties, only 4 have managed to ascend to the title of campus flower, which attests to Curson's exceptional allure and figure. Despite Yang Ming's numerous romantic conquests, he has never crossed paths with any of the campus flowers. The other 3 are of remarkable lineage and status, far beyond Yang Ming's reach. Thus, he has set his sights on Curson. This scheme has been meticulously crafted by Yang Ming, unorthodox yet undeniably effective. He is confident that Curson cannot muster the required funds, and her mother's urgent medical needs loom large. Failure to pay could result in her being expelled from the hospital. You are shameless. I will never acquiesce to your terms. Abandon such thoughts. And Curson retorted, her face aflame with indignation. That matters not to you. If you fail to provide an explanation today, not only will you lose your job, but I will also alert the authorities to have you arrested. Do not forget, with my capabilities, it would be a simple task to ensure you spend a few days in the police station. And should your mother remain in the hospital unattended, Her sudden decline could be a very real possibility. Yang Ming grinned, yet the scene was profoundly frightening to Incursion. With Yang Ming's influence, achieving such a feat would be effortless. However, Incursion found herself utterly disgusted by such a man. How could she possibly agree to be Yang Ming's girlfriend? If you comply, I shall be in a better mood and will not pursue this matter any further. Besides, what is the harm in being my girlfriend? You would enjoy a life of luxury and comfort, and I would assist you with your mother's medical bills, an advantageous arrangement for both parties. Yang Ming reiterated his enticing proposition, brimming with confidence that he could persuade Incursion to acquiesce. In the current predicament, Incursion had no alternatives, unless she wished to forsake her mother's life. Humph. To threaten a woman with such despicable tactics, do you not feel any shame? At that moment, Chen Yang's figure had quietly materialized beside Incursion. His gaze was piercing, a playful smirk gracing his lips, laced with sarcasm. Who the hell are you? Dare to interfere with Yang Ming's affairs? You must not know how to write the word death. Yang Ming was taken aback. At such a crucial juncture, someone had the audacity to intervene. I have heard your name, Yang Ming, though your reputation is far from admirable. It is truly embarrassing for a wealthy heir to descend to such depths, Chen Yang replied, unimpressed by Yang Ming's actions. A quintessential scoundrel. He employed coercive tactics to obtain women. Chen Yang held him in utter disdain. Who are you exactly? Knowing my identity, yet still daring to disrupt my plans. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Incursion, the campus flower? Yang Ming's gaze narrowed, a hint of menace emanating from him. This individual appeared rather distinguished, and his tone suggested he was not to be trifled with. Incursion was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. As she tilted her head slightly, her eyes landed on Chen Yang, and she was taken aback. It was he, the handsome stranger from earlier. She felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with Chen Yang compared to others. Is he here to assist me? My name is Chen Yang. With Chen from the east and Yang meaning sunlight. And campus flower, may we become friends? To her surprise, Chen Yang cast a disdainful glance at Yang Ming before smiling warmly at Incursion. His demeanor in stark contrast to that of Yang Ming. The former was as cold as frost, while the latter radiated warmth. Certainly, I am Incursion, she responded, somewhat bewildered by Chen Yang's actions. This man was peculiar, yet intriguingly captivating. Compared to Yang Ming, he was the absolute antithesis. The difference was like night and day. Chen Yang, is it? You would do well to walk away quickly. This does not concern you. Do not seek unnecessary trouble. Yang Ming, sensing victory within his grasp, believed that Incursion would soon capitulate, as she had no alternatives. After all, Incursion was a friend of mine, and I cannot simply stand by while she is in distress. You mentioned that your outfit is worth 30,000 yuan, correct? Chen Yang, undeterred by Yang Ming's threats, remained impassive. That is indeed a new Versace piece, valued at 30,000 yuan. Why do you wish to defend her? Yang Ming sneered, filled with disdain. What is wrong with that? Since you have openly priced it, I shall not hesitate. Chen Yang turned slowly towards Li Mu's location and called out, Li Mu, please hand me my bag from my seat. Li Mu, curious, retrieved the black bag from Chen Yang's seat and approached him, offering it. With a flourish, Chen Yang opened the zipper of the bag, revealing stacks of crisp red 100 yuan bills nestled inside. Incursion caught a glimpse, her heart racing at the sight. With a swift motion, Chen Yang extracted 5 bundles of 100 yuan notes, totaling 50,000 yuan. Here is 50,000 yuan, aside from your designer attire. The remainder shall serve as your medical expenses. The payment has been made, which means this outfit now belongs to me, Chen Yang. I require you to remove it immediately. His tone was authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. At that moment, numerous onlookers witnessed the unfolding drama. Yang Ming, a prominent figure at Moda University and notorious for his debauchery, had ensnared countless beauties, yet few dared to challenge him due to his affluent background. No one could have anticipated that he would set his sights on Incursion. What appeared to be a clumsy tactic was merely an attempt to force Incursion into submission. The crowd was filled with indignation, yet remained silent. Just as everyone feared for Incursion's plight, Chen Yang emerged as her unexpected savior. So what if he wears designer clothes? It is not as if nobody can afford them. Chen Yang boldly offered 30,000 yuan, publicly demanding Yang Ming strip off his outfit. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression soured. Are you jesting with me? You know exactly who I am, and yet you seek to humiliate me, deliberately provoking me? Is there something wrong with that? Since I have purchased your clothing, it is now my personal property. Requesting its return seems entirely reasonable, Chen Yang responded with a smile. While his words held truth, the act of demanding Yang Ming disrobe in front of everyone was bound to provoke a reaction. I see now. You are intent on defending Incursion. However, you should consider the consequences of crossing me, Yang Ming warned, a menacing tone lacing his words. For an ordinary individual, intervening in Yang Ming's affairs would certainly be daunting. Yet, would Chen Yang, with his stature, be swayed by such threats? I, Chen Yang, cannot abide by the despicable tactics employed by others to threaten individuals, especially when it concerns my friends. The fact that I have chosen not to pursue this matter with you is a courtesy in itself. Should you continue to act shamelessly, I would not hesitate to engage in a more serious conversation with you. Chen Yang shrugged, fully aware of Yang Ming's scheming. Such methods to woo women are indeed profoundly lowly, and I hold them in utter contempt. This is somewhat intriguing. You dare to meddle in matters concerning me. Chen Yang, your audacity is commendable. Chen Yang wields considerable influence within the school. Even the board of directors harbors apprehension towards him. Yang Ming would be unwise to engage in a confrontation over this issue. However, given their previous lack of animosity, it seems that a rift will undoubtedly form from this day forth. Your reputation is already tarnished beyond repair. I certainly would not mind should you choose to engage in even more disgraceful actions. Nevertheless, before you proceed, I suggest you weigh the potential consequences you may face. Chen Yang is not one to instigate trouble, yet neither does he shy away from it. To him, Yang Ming is merely a minor character, inconsequential. And Xin, I urge you to reconsider my previous words. I await your response. With that, Yang Ming donned his jacket and made his exit, until he uncovers Chen Yang's true background. He is reluctant to provoke a conflict with him. Yet, this matter is far from over. As long as Xion's mother remains hospitalized, Yang Ming has ample means to coerce Xion into acquiescing to his demands. Once Yang Ming departed, Xion exhaled in relief, finally liberated from that awkward predicament. Yet, her demeanor still appeared rather dismal. As Yang Ming had alluded, her mother was still in the hospital, necessitating a substantial sum for medical expenses. If she failed to procure the funds within the next couple of days, they would likely be expelled from the hospital. But where could she possibly find such money at this time? It seems you are encountering difficulties. Do you require my assistance? Chen Yang did not return to his seat immediately. Observing Xion's troubled expression, he discerned that a significant portion of her distress stemmed from her mother's medical expenses. Thank you for coming to my aid just now. Without you, I truly would not have known how to navigate that situation. Xion's impression of Chen Yang was quite favorable, and his gallant intervention only enhanced her regard for him. It was nothing. I have always held a disdain for Yang Ming, who relies on his family's wealth and power to bully others. This opportunity to deflate his arrogance is rather fortuitous. Chen Yang smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting no desire to boast before Xion. Yang Ming seems to regard you with a degree of trepidation. Whatever could be the reason? Xion inquired, her curiosity piqued. According to rumors, Yang Ming possesses a notoriously fiery temper. How is it that he was so easily humbled by Chen Yang, leaving in such a disheveled state? It is indeed rather peculiar. Guess. Chen Yang did not provide Xion with a direct answer. His ambiguous response struck a playful tone. Xion chuckled, since Chen Yang was unwilling to elaborate. She chose not to press further. After all, they were still strangers, and she was already grateful for his willingness to assist her. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Yang noticed the glimmer in the eyes of Li Mu and Zhao Tian. Well, just moments ago, you were acting all righteous. And now you've linked up with the campus beauty, even staging a heroic rescue. Truly, you are remarkable, Chen Yang. I told you they were a perfect match. See, even fate seems to be aiding them. At this very moment, the campus beauty must be filled with fondness for Chen Yang. If he capitalizes on this momentum, success may indeed be within reach. Chen Yang, why did you come back? Zhao Tian was genuinely perplexed by Chen Yang's actions. Shouldn't one pursue victory relentlessly? When courting a girl, isn't it essential to adapt to her personality and rhythm? Do you truly believe that a girl like Xion could be easily swayed? Chen Yang shook his head, finally comprehending why these two remained perpetually single. If one clings like a stubborn adhesive, even the initial fondness established during their first encounter may be squandered. What newness could possibly arise during their next meeting? I understand now. This is the strategy of desire tempered by restraint. Chen Yang, you never cease to enlighten me. The unattainable forever stirs the soul, and the more enigmatic it is, the more it captivates. This is the nature of women. Li Mu finally discerned the reason behind Chen Yang's enduring appeal to the opposite sex, a mind capable of learning. Chen Yang nodded and replied, however, do not let that little brat Yang Ming seek revenge. He won't cause you any trouble, will he? Zhao Tian, clearly aware of Yang Ming's background, expressed concern. No worries. If he keeps his head down, all will be well. Should he dare to trouble me, it would be nothing short of self-sabotage. Chen Yang smiled confidently, having never regarded Yang Ming as a serious threat. Having known Chen Yang for this length of time, although he had never spoken of his familial background, it was evident that it was anything but trivial. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Li Mu and Zhao Tian realized there was unlikely to be any significant upheaval. That's a relief. Shortly thereafter, Xion returned with a tray of dishes to the table where Chen Yang and his companions sat. Without delay, Li Mu and Zhao Tian eagerly assisted her, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Campus beauty, allow us to help you. These two are my roommates, Li Mu and Zhao Tian, Chen Yang said, gesturing towards his companions. Greetings. I am Nku Xin. Nku Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. Faced with the current situation, she felt inexplicably nervous. The campus beauty is truly captivating. Seeing her up close reveals an astonishing allure. Li Mu could not help but exhibit a hint of infatuation. Chapter 11, The Golden Trio. Thank you for your assistance earlier. I would like to treat you to this drink. Nku Xin now held a bottle of ice water. Though it appeared inexpensive, this detail reflected her gratitude towards Chen Yang. It was nothing, merely a trivial act. Chen Yang smiled as he accepted the drink. Here is my phone number. Should Yang Ming dare to cause you any trouble, simply give me a call. Given Yang Ming's penchant for troublemaking, this matter will undoubtedly not conclude so easily. Nku Xin would likely face further complications, and Chen Yang's gesture stemmed from goodwill. Very well. Nku Xin initially intended to decline, but reconsidered after reflecting on Yang Ming's nature, ultimately accepting it. Nku Xin returned to her work, though her mind was somewhat elsewhere, frequently glancing at the table occupied by Chen Yang and his friends. However, Chen Yang remained oblivious to this. Remarkably, the food at this restaurant was quite delectable, and the three of them thoroughly enjoyed their meal. It seems we have no classes this afternoon, right? Li Mu suddenly turned to Zhao Tian and asked. None at all. What do you ask? Are you looking to engage in some activities? Zhao Tian replied, curiosity evident in his voice. Certainly. It's a rare occasion for Chen Yang to return. We must take the opportunity to unwind. In that case, let us head to the playground this afternoon. It has been some time since we played basketball, and I suspect our skills have grown a bit rusty. Suddenly, Chen Yang proposed to the two. Basketball is also one of Chen Yang's favorite pursuits. Not only does it possess a competitive thrill, but it is also undeniably stylish. Excellent suggestion. I wholeheartedly endorse it. Speaking of which, it has been ages since the three of us played together. The legend of the three basketball boys must be nearing obscurity. Li Mu clapped his hands, his excitement palpable. Very well, let us depart. Return to change into a fresh set of attire, and prepare ourselves accordingly. With that, Chen Yang and his companions made their way back to the school dormitory. In the afternoon, clad in basketball attire, Chen Yang and his friends exuded a masculine charm, effortlessly drawing the attention of numerous female students. Within the university, one must either possess striking good looks or exceptional skills. Typically, those who excel in basketball enjoy a significant advantage, especially members of the school's basketball team, who bask in unparalleled glory. Upon their arrival at the basketball court, they were fortunate to find an available space. After engaging in some warm-up activities, Chen Yang, standing at an impressive height of over 1.8 meters, showcased a robust physique honed from regular exercise. Beneath his tank top lay a well-defined silhouette, complemented by his inherently handsome features, which inadvertently attracted a throng of female admirers. Who is that guy? He seems rather full of himself. Just look at how many girls he is drawing in. Could he possibly be a campus celebrity? Seriously, you don't even know Chen Yang? You must be a freshman. Right, what's the issue with that? Well, that explains it. Chen Yang is not only recognized as the male idol among our female colleagues, but is also notorious for his penchant for skipping classes. Throughout an entire semester, he scarcely attends lectures, and yet remains unscathed by expulsion rumors, as it is said that he has influential connections within the school, so much so that even the shareholders dare not cross him. The whispers continued, and the girls nearby were practically starry-eyed. A figure like Chen Yang, embodying the trifecta of wealth, looks, and charisma, was undoubtedly a social media sensation within the campus. Chen Yang, I have feelings for you. Suddenly, one girl boldly confessed her admiration in front of the crowd. To this, Chen Yang merely smiled in response. Accustomed as he was to such declarations. Comparatively, when we play basketball, only a handful of girls watch, and they all happen to have boyfriends. Yet, the moment Chen Yang arrives, the number of girls skyrockets tenfold. It's utterly demoralizing. Hey, don't mention it. My roommate's girlfriend is contemplating breaking up with him to join Chen Yang's fan club. That is how crazy these girls are? Some were envious, while others were filled with jealousy. However, Chen Yang remained unfazed by the commotion around him. It seems I haven't practiced basketball in quite some time. I wonder if I've lost my touch. After executing a few crossover moves and showcasing some flashy skills, Chen Yang took a step back, halted abruptly, and leapt for a jump shot. Suspended in midair, he exhibited impeccable hang time in a textbook shooting form. Swish. The basketball sailed cleanly through the net, producing a crisp sound. One word, impressive. 3 words, absolutely stunning. The girls were filled with excitement. Watching Chen Yang play was an absolute delight. Captain, our court has been commandeered. Sun Jia, a member of the school's basketball team, approached with a group of 7 or 8 teammates. They had intended to practice, but were dismayed to find their usual court occupied. There exists an unwritten rule in university sports. The basketball team typically enjoys certain privileges, including exclusive access to designated courts. Chen Yang and Li Mu, having not graced the court in quite some time, were unaware of these conventions. Let us go see who dares to disregard the basketball team. Guo Rui, the captain of the basketball team and a towering 195 meters tall, strode forward. It took them merely a minute to reach the court where Chen Yang was situated. Look, aren't those members of our school's basketball team? This should be entertaining. That show-off is really in for a surprise. The commotion Chen Yang caused on the adjacent court inspired envy among his peers. Upon spotting Guo Rui and his crew, their expressions morphed into those of schadenfreude. Which department are you from? Are you not aware that this court is reserved for our basketball team? If you have any sense, vacate immediately. Don't hinder our practice. Sun Jie glared at Chen Yang, Li Mu, and Zhao Tian, his displeasure evident. The school basketball team? Huh, quite the arrogance. Speaking to us in such a tone, Li Mu remarked, amused. Seems like we're truly getting old. These young ones clearly don't regard us highly anymore. Zhao Tian chuckled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Back in the day, Zhao Tian, Li Mu, and Chen Yang were a formidable trio, basking in glory and attention. How could they possibly regard a mere school team with any seriousness? Wait, isn't that Chen Yang, Li Mu, and Zhao Tian? They were once dubbed the Golden Trio at our school, unmatched in strength. The basketball team was no match for them. Indeed, Chen Yang, the strongest freshman of the class of 18, renowned for his one-on-one prowess, is unparalleled. Captain, do you recognize these fellows? They seem to carry a certain reputation. Sun Jie, having only joined the team last year, was curious about the unfolding scene. Chen Yang, the name rings a bell, but I don't recognize their faces. Guo Rui pondered, shaking his head. They are seniors from previous years. When I first joined the team, I heard others speak of their exploits, especially Chen Yang, a figure of renown at Magic City University, not only for his looks, but also for his exceptional skills. One of the team members interjected solemnly. Guo Rui, a newcomer this year, was unaware of the legends surrounding them. He had proven himself in the team, recognized for his talent and potential, and had been appointed as the captain of the newly formed second team comprised entirely of freshmen, aimed at nurturing future talent. Yet, even this second team should not be underestimated. Their prowess was hardly inferior to the first team. Is that so? This could be interesting. It's not every day we encounter seniors. We should engage in a friendly match. Guo Rui's interest was piqued. Esteemed seniors, we are members of the second team. We've heard of your formidable skills. How about a friendly game? If you win, you can have this court for the afternoon. If you lose, it will remain ours for practice. What do you say? Guo Rui stepped forward, addressing Chen Yang and his companions. Now that sounds intriguing. Li Mu smirked, his eyes glinting with excitement. Since when was a second team formed? They seem to be all freshmen, and they don't even recognize us. Regardless, it's clear they are brimming with confidence, and it's time to teach them a lesson. Chen Yang, since we have some idle time, shall we indulge in a match? Zhao Tian also felt tempted. After all, they were still part of the school team, and it would be gratifying to best these newcomers. How delightful it is to witness such enthusiasm among you all. Let us put it to the test, shall we? Young man, should you lose, may I suggest that you treat your fellow classmates to water? At this moment, the basketball court is bustling with roughly 200 individuals, and the number of onlookers riveted by the unfolding scene exceeds 100. Providing water is a mere expenditure of a few hundred yuan, which is hardly significant. This wager is quite appealing. Not only do the spectators get to enjoy the match, but they also have refreshments, showcasing Chen Yang's thoughtful nature. Beside him, a girl gazes at Chen Yang with admiration, exclaiming, truly my idol, handsome and so considerate. Chen Yang's proposal garnered unanimous approval from the audience. Very well, no objections here. Guo Rui, undeterred, recognized the rare opportunity before him. To forego a friendly competition would indeed invite ridicule. Moreover, Guo Rui held confidence in his abilities. Are we to compete in a 3-on-3 or a 1-on-1? You may choose. He then inquired of Chen Yang, exuding an air of self-assurance, youthful vigor brimming within him. It seemed only fitting to impart a lesson and temper his exuberance. A 3-on-3 it is. It's rare for us brothers to have some time to play together. However, since it's been quite a while since we last played, perhaps you could warm up first, allowing us to reacquaint ourselves with the game. Yes? Chen Yang spoke earnestly. After all, it had been a good 6 months since he last touched a basketball, and it was only prudent to regain his rhythm. Otherwise, an embarrassing defeat might ensue. Agreed, proceed as you wish. Guo Rui directed his teammates, Sun Jie, Xiao Tao. You two will join me in facing these 3 upperclassmen. Understood, Captain. Sun Jie and Xiao Tao eagerly responded, their excitement palpable. It was evident that their prowess had earned Guo Rui's trust, allowing them to stand out among the crowd. Chen Yang cast a glance at Li Mu, urging him to warm up. Let us not embarrass ourselves. No problem. The crisp sound of the basketball striking the floor echoed as Li Mu dribbled beyond the three-point line, executing a graceful fadeaway jump shot. His astonishing vertical leap elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air. Swish! The ball effortlessly found its way through the net, producing a delightful sound. So impressive. Captain, this individual's jumping ability is remarkable. His form and technique are extraordinary. We may truly be facing a master. Guo Rui, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of insecurity within. The elegance of the move was something he could not replicate. The level of difficulty was exceedingly high, demanding exceptional verticality, core strength, and wrist control. While outsiders reveled in the spectacle, seasoned players recognized the intricacies involved. Despite their self-assuredness, executing such moves with effortless grace was no small feat. Luck seems to be on our side. The first shot went in, indicating that my touch is still intact. Li Mu chuckled. Pass me the ball. Zhao Tian called out to Chen Yang, who held the basketball. Swish. Chen Yang delivered a swift, precise pass. What speed! The force of that pass is almost overwhelming. How could an ordinary person hope to catch it? Just as everyone expected the ball to slip away, Zhao Tian extended his hand, snatching the basketball with one hand, swiftly securing it with the other. His movements were fluid and commanding. Incredible. Zhao Tian began a dazzling display of dribbling, performing between the legs and behind-the-back maneuvers with remarkable finesse. In the next instant, a shoulder fake led into a retreating step, his actions so convincing that nearly everyone was deceived. Following that, he gathered the ball with both hands, took 3 steps, and leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree spin before executing a powerful one-handed layup. The vigor of youth returns. I remember watching those 3 play back in the day. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Indeed, it was not just Li Mu's impressive three-point shooting or Zhao Tian's exquisite skills. Chen Yang was a legendary all-around point guard. When they played, the school gymnasium nearly overflowed with spectators. In recent years, however, they had kept a low profile otherwise. The current team would not have had a chance at recognition. Reflecting on the past, the other upperclassmen felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, what talent! This is astonishing. Guo Rui and his teammates were left speechless. Their abilities were formidable, rivaling those of first-team players, perhaps even surpassing them. Li Mu and Zhao Tian had already made a strong impression, and it seemed that Chen Yang led the trio. How formidable must his prowess be? As the basketball bounced on the floor, it eventually landed in Chen Yang's hands. He bent slightly, preparing to shoot, launching the ball in a graceful arc. Yet, the force was evidently lacking. It might not even touch the rim. Was this individual truly so lacking in skill? Just as curiosity mounted, the scene that unfolded next was nothing short of breathtaking. Chapter 13. A form as beautiful as a painting. The basketball descended, seemingly destined for the ground. Yet its rebound hinted at an extraordinary height. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang took off, his movements explosive. With arms pumping, he accelerated, springing off the ground like a soaring eagle, defying gravity. He seized the airborne basketball with one hand, his body fully extended. With a thunderous slam, he executed a ferocious one-handed dunk, gripping the rim with an air of supremacy, radiating an aura that commanded attention, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. My goodness, this is simply unbelievable. A thunderous dunk. And what explosive power. His legs must be equipped with springs. That leap exceeded a meter, easily surpassing the rim. Indeed, Chen Yang had risen to prominence through sheer strength. It was rumored that he could leap high enough to strike the backboard with his head. This spectacle left the crowd in awe, their excitement palpable. Chen Yang, as anticipated, had made a grand entrance, showcasing prowess that left the second team daunted. Li Mu shook his head in exasperation at Chen Yang's display. Meanwhile, Guo Rui and his fellow second-team members wore expressions that were a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Dunking was within their reach, given their height and jumping ability, yet they could not match the effortless power exhibited by Chen Yang. This is simply too formidable. Captain, should we even continue to play against them? Their strength seems overwhelming. We might just be obliterated. Sun Jie and Xiao Tao, previously brimming with confidence, now found their enthusiasm waning. One stood at 183 meters and the other at 186 meters. They possessed speed and strength, yet now felt dwarfed by the competition. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the sight of these 3 individuals instills an undeniable premonition of impending humiliation. As it turns out, their expectations were not misplaced. I remarked to the 2 timid souls, "What's the fuss? It's merely a loss. It's not as if you've never experienced defeat before. When faced with such formidable seniors, shouldn't you seize the opportunity to learn from them? Warm up quickly, steady your minds, and ensure you perform admirably when your turn comes." Internally, Guo Rui lamented. However, as the captain, he must not surrender before the battle has even begun. Apologies, Captain, it was our lapse in composure. Indeed, encountering such a powerful expert warrants an earnest desire to learn. How could one entertain thoughts of retreat? 10 minutes later, the three-man match commenced. One team comprised Chen Yang, Li Mu, and Zhao Tian. The other, Guo Rui, Sun Jie, and Xiao Tao. The competition was set to 10 points. The first team to reach that threshold would be declared the victor, with each basket worth 1 point, while a 3-point shot would yield 2 points. Chen Yang, give it your all. Sun Jie, you too. It was evident that both sides boasted their own cheer squads, creating a balanced atmosphere of competition. You may serve first. Li Mu casually tossed the ball to Sun Jie. Thank you. Then I shall not hold back. Fully aware of the opposing team's prowess, Sun Jie was eager to seize the initiative. Without hesitation, he stood beyond the 3-point line and launched the ball directly into Guo Rui's hands. Standing at a height of 1.9 meters with an impressive wingspan, Guo Rui secured the ball with ease. Zhao Tian swiftly matched his pace. Thump, thump, thump. Although Guo Rui was the tallest among the trio, his dribbling skills were equally commendable. He feigned a breakthrough to mislead Zhao Tian. However, Zhao Tian remained unfazed by such tricks. With a slight grunt, Guo Rui accelerated and, leveraging his height and long legs, executed a jump shot. Swish. The ball found its mark, earning them 1 point. Not bad. Quite impressive, he mused. Despite Zhao Tian's diligent defense, Guo Rui's height and reach granted him an undeniable advantage. The score now stood at 1-0, with the second team in the lead. Naturally, as a member of the school team, one must possess a certain level of skill to remain within its ranks. Chen Yang smiled, unfazed by the single point lost. It was merely a trivial matter. Li Mu received the ball. Just as Sun Jie and Xiao Tao rejoiced over their captain's successful shot, the basketball was swiftly passed from Chen Yang to Li Mu. All right, watch this. Xiao Tao, eager to prevent any further 3-point attempts, closely shadowed him. Remembering Li Mu's previous precision from beyond the arc, Guo Rui shouted, Xiao Tao, get in position. Realizing the urgency, Xiao Tao lunged forward. Alas, he was still a moment too late. Li Mu casually received the ball from Chen Yang, dribbled briefly, and executed a backward step, both feet landing beyond the 3-point line. He leaned back for a jump shot, embodying the elegance of a Mamba-like pose. A sight to behold. Not on my watch. Xiao Tao, his expression steely, advanced to block the shot, aiming to send Li Mu's attempt back with a resounding rejection. Yet, despite having the height and reach, he could not threaten Li Mu's release. Swish. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, perfectly swishing through the net. The score shifted to 1-2, with Chen Yang's team surging ahead. Quite commendable. You have not disappointed my expectations. The synergy between Chen Yang and Li Mu was remarkable. Almost immediately after the pass, Li Mu positioned himself for a rebound, ensuring an over 80% chance of securing it should the 3-pointer miss. Fortunately, Li Mu did not let him down. Of course, my shooting touch is on point today. If I keep this up, the game will be over in no time. Li Mu shrugged, brimming with confidence. But it won't be so simple. They will undoubtedly keep a close watch on you. To find the right moment to shoot, you'll need Zhao Tian's cooperation. Chen Yang shook his head, recognizing that Guo Rui had begun to strategize against Li Mu's 3-point shots. Finding another opportunity to shoot would require effort. No worries, if I can't score 3 points, you and Zhao Tian can take over. I'm perfectly content to sit back. However, the maximum score being only 10 points. If Li Mu were allowed to shoot 3-pointers freely, the game would end swiftly, and even victory could feel somewhat tedious. True competition ought to revolve around skill and physicality, which would create a more exhilarating experience. In these aspects, Li Mu was not as adept as Zhao Tian and Chen Yang, so he felt comfortable entrusting them with the responsibility. After all, losing was not an option. They could take their time. Zhao Tian, rarely participating in a game, felt an invigorating thrill. His blood surged, his heart raced, he was exhilarated. Incredible. The skills of these players are astonishing. Such vertical leap, such graceful jump shots. My admiration knows no bounds. Many boys in the crowd marveled at the display. The graceful jump shot was a favorite among basketball enthusiasts, yet its complexity and required precision had deterred many. The combination of leaping ability and core strength was simply extraordinary. Even if one could replicate it, they could never quite compare to Li Mu. Chapter 14. Exquisite Coordination in Airborne Relay. Everyone, stay focused. You have witnessed the prowess of the opposing team, which is undoubtedly on par with the first team. Xiao Tao, keep a sharp eye on Li Mu. Do not allow him another opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Guo Rui's expression was serious as he hurriedly outlined the strategy to Xiao Tao. Understood, Captain. I want to let him have an easy shot next time. Had he not momentarily lost focus and been a fraction slower, he might have successfully blocked that last shot. Sun Jie, you must also be cautious. That player named Zhao Tian is your responsibility. You saw how proficient he is at dribbling and breaking through defenses. Particularly with his deceptive moves, remain vigilant. Guo Rui did not neglect to remind Sun Jie. Rest assured, Captain, I will give it my all. Guo Rui then turned his gaze to Chen Yang. Among the three, it was Chen Yang whose abilities he found most formidable. His exceptional leaping ability and explosive power had left a profound impact on Guo Rui's psyche, lingering long after witnessing that previous dunk. Among the trio, Chen Yang commanded respect, indicating that his true capabilities were likely still concealed. Yet, it was Chen Yang whom he was tasked with guarding. The game commenced. Xiao Tao swiftly passed the ball to Sun Jie. Standing beyond the three-point line, Sun Jie skillfully switched the ball between his hands, displaying adept dribbling skills. A low-post isolation? Zhao Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This was intriguing, as it suggested a one-on-one confrontation. He quickly closed the distance, blocking Sun Jie's path to the basket. Senior, allow me to witness your true strength. Sun Jie let out a cold snort, executing a dazzling spin while dribbling the ball, his footwork a spectacle, his speed astonishingly swift. Yet, could such a rudimentary maneuver truly outpace Zhao Tian? Surely, that would be far too naive. Such trivial antics were well within Zhao Tian's capabilities. Even with his eyes closed, as Sun Jie attempted to bypass him, Zhao Tian swiftly intervened. In the blink of an eye, with a deft flick of his hand, he effortlessly dislodged the basketball from Sun Jie's grip, subsequently making a decisive dunk. The player may have passed, but the ball remained, snatched away with an unparalleled finesse. As if Sun Jie's intentions had been laid bare. Panic surged through Guo Rui's expression. He had not anticipated that Sun Jie, with his seemingly polished skills, would be so easily intercepted. It was a considerable surprise. Chen Yang, receive the pass. Zhao Tian, after advancing the ball beyond the three-point line, suddenly accelerated past Sun Jie, aiming for a three-step layup. Guo Rui, stationed in the paint, rushed forward to block the shot. It was precisely this momentary lapse that left Chen Yang completely unguarded. Seeing this, a smirk crept onto Zhao Tian's lips. His strategy had indeed succeeded. He then tossed the basketball into the air with one hand. The arc of its flight resembled a shot, yet it was not directed toward the hoop, but rather set the stage for an aerial relay. As expected, with a powerful shout from Zhao Tian, Chen Yang seized the golden opportunity. Leaping into the air, his body soared like an eagle unfurling its wings. He reached over the rim, grasping the basketball, and executed a thunderous dunk. The resounding slam echoed through the arena, a flawless assist, a masterful collaboration. They had orchestrated an aerial relay in the heat of battle, and their opponents were none other than the school's second team. The former Golden Trio truly exhibited formidable prowess. The score moved to 1-3, with the second team trailing by 2 points. What an impressive play. Zhao Tian's steal was pivotal, feigning a breakthrough that drew Guo Rui out of position, allowing Chen Yang to be left unmarked. Culminating in their exquisite teamwork, an aerial relay topped with a powerful dunk that was exhilarating. This was what a match should be, igniting my fervor. So cool. Chen Yang, you're the best. Chen Yang, I love you. The crowd buzzed with excitement, utterly captivated by the exquisite synergy displayed by Chen Yang and Zhao Tian. Faced with such coordination, Guo Rui, Sun Jie, and Xiao Tao felt the pressure mount. These three individuals exhibited impressive individual strength, and their seamless teamwork elevated their combat effectiveness to an entirely new level. Incredible. One must not underestimate them. A mere slip could lead to a complete downfall. Guo Rui finally grasped the true strength of the trio before him. However, the stronger the opponent, the more fervently they would fight back. They all steeled themselves, after all. Losing a few points was not the end. The match was far from over, and until the final whistle, one should never concede defeat. It was clear that Sun Jie had underestimated his opponent, failing to showcase his true capabilities, resulting in the interception. Regardless, maintaining a positive mindset was crucial as they prepared for the ensuing contest. Understood, Captain. Sun Jie had no time for self-reproach. It was not a matter of his inadequacy. Rather, the opponent was undeniably formidable. Thus, he resolved to exercise even greater caution. Xiao Tao held the ball and passed it back to Sun Jie. As the team's exceptional attacker, Sun Jie's prowess should not be underestimated. Employing a deceptive dribble, he maneuvered laterally, attempting to unbalance Zhao Tian. Yet, Zhao Tian remained unfazed by such rudimentary tricks. Seeing this, Sun Jie gritted his teeth and accelerated forward. Zhao Tian closely shadowed him. At that moment, Sun Jie executed a between-the-legs dribble followed by a retreat, instantly creating space. He then leaped, executing a jump shot. Swish, with a flick of his wrist. His form was impeccable. The basketball followed a beautiful parabolic arc, finding its mark with precision. Yes, Sun Jie exclaimed, a look of elation on his face. Not bad at all. His rhythm and footwork were quite adept. Zhao Tian felt a twinge of surprise. This kid possessed some genuine talent. Of course, it was primarily because Zhao Tian had not pressed him closely earlier, wanting to gauge whether Sun Jie could indeed score. Now it was evident that the second team was competent, at least in terms of shooting accuracy. The score shifted to 2-3, with the second team trailing by just 1 point. If they could withstand this defensive onslaught, there was a chance to equalize. But would it be that simple? Give me the ball, clear out, and let me have some fun with this kid. Zhao Tian suddenly felt an eagerness to engage in a one-on-one duel with Sun Jie. Li Mu, no need to assist. Let Zhao Tian handle this. I've got the boards covered, Chen Yang signaled, as Li Mu, who was about to set a screen for Zhao Tian, chuckled and moved to the three-point line, clearing the paint entirely. Observing this, Sun Jie's fighting spirit intensified. Bring it on. I was careless earlier. This time, I will defend with all my might. A strong offensive capability alone does not qualify one to be an exceptional basketball player. A true expert must possess both offensive and defensive skills, with defense being paramount in a match. Zhao Tian and Li Mu were markedly different from Chen Yang. The former two excelled in aggressive offense, wielding it as a formidable weapon during the game. In contrast, Chen Yang was an all-around player, proficient in both offense and defense, capable of filling all 5 positions on the court, often referred to as a freelance player. He could showcase his true prowess from any position. Chapter 15, A Dominant Onslaught. The basketball, now in Zhao Tian's hands, seemed infused with a soul of its own. With left and right dribbles, his array of flashy maneuvers dazzled the spectators. His dribbling and catching techniques were indistinguishable, showcasing Zhao Tian's exceptional feel for the ball. In that fleeting moment, Sun Jie felt an immense pressure. With a magician's finesse, Zhao Tian exhibited his remarkable skills, brimming with confidence in his abilities. He surged forward, his body slicing through the air like a drawn sword. Suddenly, he broke past Sun Jie, leaving him in the dust. Seeing this, Sun Jie could not remain passive. You think you can get past me that easily? He made a swift arm swing to accelerate and quickly turned to defend, his reflexes sharp. But at that moment, a sly smile crept across Zhao Tian's face, hinting at something devious. Holding the ball in his right hand, he abruptly yanked it back, maneuvering it between his right leg and switching it to his left hand. Shifting his weight back, Sun Jie rushed to keep pace, but was met with Zhao Tian's sudden crouch and a deceptive motion that left him bewildered. Attempting to follow, Sun Jie lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Zhao Tian had, astonishingly, left Sun Jie sprawled on the floor before the crowd. The feint was more convincing than ever. The audience erupted in astonishment, their cheers echoing through the arena. Meanwhile, Guo Rui and Xiao Tao exchanged awkward glances, both recognizing that Sun Jie had truly given his all, yet still could not halt Zhao Tian's offensive advance. The disparity in skill was evident. Zhao Tian glided past Sun Jie as if traversing an unguarded path. Within the 2-point zone, he executed a jump shot. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Scoring once again, the score stood at 2-4, with the second team trailing by 2 points. Such prowess, especially that recent series of feints, seamlessly executed. Even the most skilled might be deceived unwittingly. Goodness, this is what true mastery looks like, a soul of a playmaker. If I possessed even half of this individual's talent, I could easily dominate my teammates. No, this is a rare opportunity to witness a duel of experts. I must summon my dorm mates to witness this spectacle. There's no rush. I have professional video recording equipment on hand, and I shall upload this footage to the school forum later. Its views will undoubtedly soar. Bro, are you from the photography club? This equipment must cost tens of thousands. You're quite the affluent one. The crowd began to realize that, although these 3 individuals bore unfamiliar faces, their abilities were extraordinarily formidable. The moment when Zhao Chong had deftly left Sun Jie off balance was particularly exhilarating, igniting a fervor within the spectators. Sun Jie, stay focused. Observe their rhythm and the intricacies of their ball handling. This is an exceptional learning opportunity. Sun Jie was a point guard highly regarded by Guo Rui, a core player of the second team and a key figure for development. If he could glean even a fraction of knowledge from this match, it could catalyze profound transformation. I understand, Captain. Sun Jie thought to himself that claiming he wasn't disheartened would be disingenuous. Yet, at this moment, a fire flickered in his eyes, an embodiment of competitive spirit and a yearning to grow stronger. In the realm of competition, the spirit of perseverance and determination is ever present. The stronger the adversary, the more it ignites one's fighting spirit, fostering continuous improvement. Senior, your skills are undeniably impressive, but we won't concede easily. Guo Rui remarked as he turned to face Chen Yang. Indeed, young ones should possess such vigor. I look forward to your performance. In Chen Yang's eyes, the outcome of this match had already been predetermined. The second team was destined to lose. The only question was by how much. Chen Yang held a certain admiration for Guo Rui. At the very least, he was a competent leader and would make a commendable captain. Let us go again. Guo Rui beckoned, positioning Chen Yang behind him, extending his arm to signal for the ball. If the perimeter could not be breached, then perhaps an interior assault would suffice. Standing over 6 feet tall, Guo Rui towered half a head above Chen Yang, thus securing a significant advantage in the paint. As the ball was swiftly passed to Guo Rui, he smiled faintly. His formidable presence in the paint was undeniable. With his capabilities, scoring would be a mere formality. Young man, do not underestimate. You must realize that Chen Yang's prowess far surpasses ours, Zhao Tian cautioned. What of the interior? He is a free agent. Once dubbed the strongest player in the basketball realm of Magic City University. Scoring against him will not be a trivial endeavor. Seeing Sun Jie so optimistic, Zhao Tian refrained from dispelling his enthusiasm. Chen Yang, having grown up in a privileged environment, was well nourished. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing a lean 140 pounds, not a trace of excess flesh could be found on him. With 6 perfectly defined abdominal muscles lying quietly beneath his shirt, his passion for basketball led his family to hire a professional trainer. During high school summers, he diligently practiced fundamental skills and various athletic training. It could be said that his prowess stemmed not only from innate talent, but also from the advantages afforded by his background. The coaches were all highly paid private instructors, with fees starting in the 6-figure range, teaching him under the guidance of esteemed mentors. Furthermore, he had participated in youth training camps in America. His skill level, one could assert without exaggeration, was on par with national standards. Compared to the skills of typical college students, the disparity was monumental. Zhao Tian and Li Mu dared not compare themselves to him. It was simply disheartening. Although Guo Rui enjoyed a height advantage, it mattered little. Chen Yang was known as the impenetrable wall of defense. Sun Jie scoffed, maintaining great confidence in Guo Rui. At that moment, Guo Rui held the ball, positioned at a 45-degree angle, 3 to 4 meters from the hoop, preparing for a low-post isolation play. Was he attempting a forceful drive? How naive. Guo Rui, with his robust physique, exerted pressure with his shoulders, intending to push Chen Yang aside and execute a 3-step layup for an easy score. Yet, his initial shove met with resistance. Chen Yang stood his ground without budging an inch. Such remarkable physicality? A single test revealed the formidable nature of Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang exhibited textbook defensive posture. Guo Rui's attempts to back him down proved utterly futile. Reluctantly, Guo Rui resorted to alternative tactics, a spin move, a feigned shoulder shimmy, attempting to bait Chen Yang into jumping. In the next instant, to Guo Rui's surprise, Chen Yang indeed leapt. Gotcha! Guo Rui rejoiced internally, satisfied with Chen Yang's reaction, just as he had anticipated. As Chen Yang descended, Guo Rui executed a fading jump shot, his wrist flicking as he envisioned the ball kissing the backboard on its way to the basket. The ball left his hands, adhering perfectly to Guo Rui's script. However, to everyone's astonishment, the moment Chen Yang landed, he leapt again, his right hand swatting the basketball from the air, catching it effortlessly in his embrace. The crowd stood agape, astonished by the display. Chapter 16, Experience Prevails. The power Chen Yang exhibited left the audience in awe. His explosive athleticism and remarkable leaping ability created a visual spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. Guo Rui's shot had been swatted away cleanly. A towering figure over 6 feet tall had been thwarted by a man standing just 6'3", and in such a fashion, utterly humiliating. Incredible. What astonishing talent. When did our school welcome such a prodigy? A smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips. I'm afraid. But scoring against me with such methods will not be so simple. Guo Rui's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Had he underestimated his opponent? Guo Rui had already recognized Chen Yang's exceptional skill and approached the offense with caution, yet he had not anticipated Chen Yang's speed and explosive response, intercepting the ball with a remarkable vertical leap. At that moment, Guo Rui felt a significant blow to his confidence. Captain, Sun Jie and Xiao Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm fine. Guo Rui waved them off, quickly signaling for them to continue. Li Mu and Zhao Tian exchanged knowing glances. While others may have been oblivious to Chen Yang's prowess, they were well aware of it. With such skill, scoring against Chen Yang would indeed be a formidable challenge. The match had just begun, and the second team found themselves thoroughly suppressed, unable to gain even a slight advantage. Moreover, this was still before Chen Yang and his companions had truly exerted themselves. It has been quite some time since I last played basketball, and today, with rare enthusiasm, I shall use you all to practice my skills. Chen Yang, with the ball in hand, advances beyond the three-point line. Li Mu and Zhao Tian positioned themselves at the left and right corners beyond the arc, seemingly intent on allowing Chen Yang to engage in a 1-on-3 showdown. One can only wonder about their confidence. Do Do they truly believe he can take them all on single-handedly? Perhaps it is plausible. After all, if the younger brother is so formidable, it is only natural for the leader to possess greater strength. Chen Yang, give it your all. You are the best. In response, Chen Yang reveals a charming, mischievous smile. In the next moment, his gaze sharpens, turning serious. With his right hand dribbling and his left hand securely guarding the ball, his movements are exceptionally skillful. I shall grant you 3 an opportunity. If you can defend against me, I will cover your drink expenses. What do you say? It is evident that Chen Yang possesses considerable confidence in his abilities. Very well, I am curious to see just how strong the senior truly is. Such audacity in his words is remarkable. Although Chen Yang is indeed skilled, breaching the defenses of 3 opponents is no trivial feat. Perhaps he is overly confident. You better be prepared. I'm coming in hot. No sooner had he spoken, Chen Yang accelerated, his pace quickening. At that moment, Guo Rui retreated into the paint to defend, while Sun Jie and Xiao Tao employed a double-team strategy. Did they truly believe this would ensnare Chen Yang? They are sorely mistaken. With a sudden change of direction and acceleration, the basketball swiftly transitions from Chen Yang's right hand to his left. Sun Jie follows closely behind. At that precise moment, Chen Yang seems to have anticipated his opponent's movements, using his left hand to perform a spin and effortlessly leaving Sun Jie behind. Confronted by Xiao Tao's defense, Chen Yang executes a low-back dribble, the basketball tapping rhythmically behind him for just an instant before he delivers a pass that bounces off the floor, gliding through Xiao Tao's legs. The entire sequence is seamless, fluid, and executed with grace. Goodness, is this even possible? Dribbling past them is as easy as crossing the street. With breathtaking agility, Chen Yang glides past 2 opponents with remarkable finesse. Guo Rui's expression shifts to one of seriousness. Chen Yang's prowess truly opens his eyes. It feels as though they are operating on entirely different levels. Nevertheless, attempting to score against me will not be so simple. Guo Rui steadies himself, silently reminding himself to remain calm. He must not let Chen Yang's feints deceive him. As long as he maintains his center of gravity and refrains from jumping too easily, Chen Yang will find no opportunity to shoot. Even if he does eventually take a shot, success is not guaranteed. This, indeed, is their best chance to turn the tide. And Chen Yang must face the consequences of his arrogance. But will events unfold as Guo Rui anticipates? As Chen Yang drives forward, he performs a remarkably lifelike retreat and fake, causing Guo Rui to take a step forward, leveraging his height advantage to apply pressure without jumping. This alone is sufficient. Chen Yang crouches, his footwork accelerating suddenly, like a gust of wind, as he breaches Guo Rui's right side with the ball. Panic. Guo Rui had not expected Chen Yang's speed to be so formidable. He quickly adjusts his center of gravity to keep pace, but remains a step behind. The onlookers can only watch in awe as Chen Yang effortlessly glides past 3 defenders, as though traversing an unoccupied realm. Chen Yang, with the ball, takes 3 steps and leaps, his body soaring into the air. It seems he is destined to be blocked. Guo Rui's height grants him a significant advantage. And even with impressive verticality, the current situation remains precarious. Just as everyone assumes Guo Rui will deliver a monumental rejection upon Chen Yang's release, a stunning scene unfolds. Chen Yang leaps, executing a full 360-degree spin in midair. Guo Rui, aiming to block, clearly misses, colliding with Chen Yang instead, an obvious foul. Yet, Chen Yang continues to ascend. With a resounding thud, he slams the ball down with one hand, sending it into the net. A 360-degree, one-handed dunk. And a foul is drawn. Has Guo Rui just been made a fool of? Incredible, truly astonishing. Even the star player of the first team, Lian Peng, would struggle to achieve such a feat. The captain of the second team, Guo Rui, has been utterly dominated. I am genuinely impressed by such dominance. Everyone is left in awe of Chen Yang's remarkable display. Simultaneously, they gain a clearer understanding of his abilities. From that moment on, the competition lost all suspense. The prowess of Chen Yang, Li Mu, and Zhao Tian is evident to all, further amplified by their remarkable teamwork. Even without relying solely on individual strength, their collaboration is enough to outmaneuver the second team. 10 minutes later, the match concludes with a score of 5-10, an undeniable defeat for the second team. The outcome was never in doubt. Since you have lost, this court is ours for the afternoon, and as promised, I will buy drinks for the spectators. Chen Yang has not forgotten this pledge. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my word. Xiao Tao, take my wallet and fetch a few cases of water from the nearby shop for everyone. Guo Rui, coming from a decent background, finds no issue with this minor expense. Senior, may I be so bold as to inquire your names? Guo Rui, curious, quickly asks. Chapter 17, Dormitory Socialization. The previous reputation of the 3 on the basketball court resonates throughout the school. As the new generation emerges, it is only natural that Guo Rui and his companions are unfamiliar with the names of Chen Yang and his friends. I am Chen Yang, the most popular figure among the girls at Moda University, hailing from a prominent family. Li Mu interjects before Chen Yang can respond. I am Li Mu, and this is Zhao Tian. Junior, your skills are quite commendable. However, it is unfortunate that you happened to encounter us three. Li Mu's words ring true. To make it onto the second team, one must possess solid skills, and their defeat can be attributed to the extraordinary abilities of Chen Yang and his companions. Guo Rui indeed faces a stroke of bad luck in crossing paths with them. I see. I have heard whispers about you. It is a stroke of fortune to meet seniors like you today. Guo Rui, despite losing, is not disheartened. After all, the strength of Chen Yang and his friends is indisputable. The second team still has a considerable journey ahead to reach such heights. Well then, given your amiable demeanor, I shall call over your teammates later to offer some guidance. It is a rare coincidence that Li Mu and Zhao Tian cannot resist the urge to impart their wisdom to the juniors. Is that truly the case? I am immensely grateful, senior. Receiving guidance from masters is an extraordinary opportunity. That afternoon, both Li Mu and Zhao Tian relished the experience. Subsequently, Chen Yang returned to the dormitory, drenched in sweat. After towel drying his body, he sought out a fresh outfit and stepped into the shower for a refreshing wash. Hurry up and wash up. We have a dinner invitation from some lovely ladies tonight. Zhao Tian's cheerful laughter echoed from outside the bathroom, revealing his evident delight. What on earth is happening? Who would invite us to dinner without reason? Chen Yang remarked, visibly perplexed in the bathroom. Who else could it be but the enchanting Zhao Qianqian from my family? Chen Yang, I beg you, as a brother. She has made it clear that if you do not attend tonight, she will hold me accountable. Is it Zhao Qianqian again? Why can't she take a hint? I've already told her that she's simply not my type. It is utterly impossible for her to become my girlfriend. The mere mention of Zhao Qianqian's name gave Chen Yang a headache. You must help me out. You are surrounded by admirers, yet you must also consider our feelings. Zhao Tian and Li Mu viewed this as a rare opportunity. If all went well, they could escape the clutches of singlehood. Is it really necessary to sell me out over a mere dormitory gathering? Am I, Chen Yang, so cheap in your eyes? The very thought of it irked Chen Yang. You who are satiated cannot fathom the hunger of the starving. You are surrounded by beauties, yet you cannot understand our plight. It's settled then. Hurry and wash up. We shall head over together later, Li Mu declared, not granting Chen Yang a chance to refuse. Chen Yang felt utterly helpless in the presence of these friends who were blinded by beauty. Zhao Qianqian, you truly are a persistent specter. His previously cheerful mood was now dampened. As night fell, cloaking the vast expanse of the sky, Li Mu and Zhao Tian had meticulously prepared themselves, applying hair gel to achieve a strikingly cool hairstyle. Their already handsome faces now exuded an even greater charm. Yet Chen Yang had done nothing but wash his face, and he still managed to outshine them. You too, enough with the frivolities. What need does a grown man have for such ostentatious displays? Chen Yang had waited an exasperating half hour for Li Mu and Zhao Tian's elaborate grooming. All right, we're done. Chen Yang, are you so eager to see Miss Zhao? Zhao Tian smirked, a hint of mischief in his voice. If I were fond of Zhao Qianqian, I would have been with her long ago. Why would I wait until now? Zhao Tian, if you utter another word, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Yang wished nothing more than for this meddlesome friend to meet with an unfortunate accident. Let's hurry out. We should still make it in time. The three of them exited together. Chen Yang drove his Mercedes, and the roads were surprisingly clear. In just 20 minutes, they arrived at a sophisticated seafood buffet nearby, where a single meal cost 599 yuan, a price most ordinary individuals could hardly afford. Chen Yang, Zhao Tian, over here. Upon entering, they immediately heard Zhao Qianqian's voice. Glancing ahead, they spotted four stunning young women seated less than 10 meters away, all Zhao Qianqian's dorm mates. Some were tall and graceful with flowing hair, while others were pure and adorable, bringing a sense of delight. Goodness, Li Mu and Zhao Tian gazed in awe, realizing they had made the right choice in coming. Don't embarrass me, mind your image. This was precisely why Chen Yang preferred not to venture out with these two eccentric roommates. They had little worldly experience and became utterly spellbound in the presence of beauty, making them unsuitable companions. Understood, we will be on our best behavior. Li Mu and Zhao Tian hastily adjusted their attire and followed Chen Yang toward the table. Long time no see, handsome Chen. Zhao Qianqian and her roommates greeted him warmly. Indeed, it's been a while. You all seem even more beautiful than before. Chen Yang was never stingy with compliments for beautiful women. With his striking looks, affluent background, and charming demeanor, it was no wonder that not only Zhao Qianqian but also her friends were quite taken with him. Chu Xue, Mu Qing, Shu Yan greetings. Li Mu and Zhao Tian were equally eager to greet the ladies. Come, take a seat. By the way, Li Mu, Zhao Tian, did you both dress up for today? Normally, I wouldn't have noticed, but you both look rather dashing. Zhao Qianqian smiled brightly. We've always been handsome. They replied, Yet Zhao Qianqian retorted, "Your eyes only see Chen Yang. How could you possibly notice us?" "Exactly." Even Zhao Qianqian's dorm mates nodded in agreement. "Humph, who said I don't like him? I simply prefer not to like you too," Zhao Qianqian boldly admitted, her captivating gaze fixed firmly on Chen Yang. "I'm starving. Let us get something to eat." Chen Yang, wishing to escape their conversation, grabbed a plate and headed to the food station to grab a bite. Chapter 18. The Unfortunate Pursuit. Why does Chen Yang always avoid me? What am I lacking? Zhao Qianqian felt quite disheartened. 3 months prior, she had encountered Chen Yang and was instantly captivated by his extraordinary looks. Later, she learned that he was the campus heartthrob, exceptional at basketball, with a well-off family background, and a genuinely amiable disposition. He bore none of the flaws commonly associated with spoiled rich kids. Since then, Zhao Qianqian had schemed to connect with Chen Yang through his roommates. After a series of maneuvers, she finally established contact with him. Initially, she believed that a blissful relationship would blossom, only to find that Chen Yang regarded her as merely a friend, showing no signs of romantic interest whatsoever. He even rejected her confession. Zhao Qianqian believed her beauty and figure were commendable, and her personality was not abrasive. While many boys pursued her on campus, she found it bewildering that she could not captivate Chen Yang in the slightest. "Qianqian, are you all right?" Mu Qing, sitting beside her, noticed her lost in thought and expressed concern. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit hungry. I'll go get some food." With that, she carried her plate towards Chen Yang's table. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. "Don't worry too much. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. It's all about fate," Chu Xue remarked. "What would you like to eat?" "I will fetch it for you," Zhao Tian said, casting a charming glance at Chu Xue, clearly eager to please. With 3 beauties present, he only inquired about Chu Xue, making it evident he was truly smitten. "Oh, Zhao Tian, your eyes only have room for Chu Xue, huh? We're hungry too. Why not ask us what we want?" Shu Yin and Mu Qing expressed their dissatisfaction. "But Li Mu is here. I wouldn't dare steal his thunder." Zhao Tian had already prepared his retort and handled the situation with ease. Upon hearing this, Li Mu offered a calm smile. "Indeed, a true brother. Mu Qing, Shu Ya, what would you like to eat? I shall fetch something for you." "Humph, to flatter without reason is either deceitful or malicious. Li Mu, you should focus your affections on Mu Qing. I, after all, have a boyfriend." Shuya glared at Li Mu, her tone laced with irritation. Among the dormitory, only Shuya had a boyfriend. Among the remaining trio, Zhao Qianqian harbored unrequited feelings for Chen Yang, while both Li Mu and Zhao Tian had evidently set their sights on Chu Xue and Mu Qing. To be honest, Shuya had a rather favorable impression of both Li Mu and Zhao Tian, but Chen Yang's charm was simply too overwhelming, causing their merits to be overlooked. Presently, the trajectory of relationships seemed promising. One could only hope that her sisters would eventually find their suitable partners. "Hey, don't speak so clearly. It makes me feel somewhat embarrassed," Li Mu said, scratching his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Chen Yang held a plate, delicately selecting some fresh shrimp and fish. When he noticed Zhao Qianqian approaching him with a determined expression, "Chen Yang, why are you avoiding me? Do I truly disgust you?" Zhao Qianqian questioned, her demeanor serious. "Do I? You're overthinking it. I'm merely hungry. I played basketball with Li Mu and the others in the afternoon, and after exhausting my energy, they dragged me here right after my shower." Chen Yang would certainly not confess his true feelings, for he felt guilty at that moment. "Qianqian, I believe I've mentioned before that I don't have feelings for you. There is no need for you to waste your time and energy on me. I see you purely as a good friend. We are not meant to be. You are exceptional, and there are countless suitors for you. You need not persist with me." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang decided to clarify his stance, even though he knew it would likely provoke Zhao Qianqian's anger. "But I have the right to like you, and you cannot stop me." "Chen Yang, I will not give up," Zhao Qianqian retorted, her determination unwavering. Moreover, at present, she still held significant hope. There were no women closely associated with Chen Yang, and he remained single, which indicated that Zhao Qianqian still had a chance. "Suit yourself. I've already warned you. When I end up dating someone else, don't call me a scoundrel," Chen Yang said, shaking his head, unwilling to dwell on the matter. If he were to consider a romantic partner, he did indeed have someone in mind, the campus beauty and Curson. In terms of physique, beauty, and personality, she was undoubtedly the closest match to Chen Yang's ideal type. A group of handsome men and beautiful women indulged in a lavish feast at a high-end buffet restaurant. A scene of sheer delight. "Qianqian, let me take a picture of you." With delectable food and handsome company, Shuya seized the opportunity and addressed Zhao Qianqian. "Sure." Zhao Qianqian unconsciously leaned closer to Chen Yang, creating an illusion of intimacy in the frame. Zhao Qianqian was unbothered, while Chen Yang furrowed his brow in discomfort. Boys should be cautious when out in public, avoiding encounters with someone like Zhao Qianqian, who shamelessly takes liberties without hesitation. Chen Yang sighed, feeling exasperated. "Shuya, Remember to send me that photo later. Zhao Qianqian said joyfully to Shuya. No problem. Shuya had already planned to do so and promptly transferred the original image to Zhao Qianqian's phone. Li Mu and Zhao Tian cast envious glances at Chen Yang. The disparity in treatment was stark, leaving them feeling disheartened. After charmingly showcasing his appeal, Chen Yang felt a sense of helplessness as he paid the bill. It was only natural for him, being the financially strongest among the group of boys. Li Mu and Zhao Tian wished to join. But upon seeing the bill of over 4,000 yuan, nearly a month's worth of food expenses, they immediately halted in their tracks. So, are we going to wander nearby and then head to KTV for some singing? Shuya inquired of Chen Yang and the others. Of course. Li Mu and Zhao Tian were eager not to miss such a splendid opportunity. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be joining. You all go ahead, Li Mu said. Here, take my secondary card. It has a limit of 30,000 yuan. And the password is the last 6 digits of the account number. You take them out, and be sure to bring them back safely to school afterward. Chen Yang, hoping to avoid further awkward situations, found an excuse to leave. However, he was quite generous, providing Li Mu with a secondary card as a means to support their endeavors with the ladies. After all, it was rather inappropriate to be out with girls without some funds at hand. In an instant, Li Mu and Zhao Tian's eyes gleamed with gratitude. Truly, a good brother, thinking of everything so thoroughly. Chapter 19, An Unexpected Encounter. Such a considerate gesture caused the nearby girls to exchange glances filled with intrigue. Chen Yang certainly possessed a remarkable demeanor. It was no wonder Zhao Qianqian was so intent on being his girlfriend. Should they truly become a couple, she would undoubtedly be spoiled beyond measure. As Chen Yang approached his Mercedes and opened the door, he contemplated that had it not been for the lifelong happiness of Zhao Tian and Li Mu, he genuinely would not have wanted to come. Zhao Qianqian's attitude clearly indicated that she was not ready to relent. This is troublesome, very troublesome indeed. The Zhao and Chen families had some cooperative ties, which compelled Chen Yang to avoid causing Zhao Qianqian any harm. Yet, who could have predicted that this woman was so stubborn and unyielding? As Chen Yang was about to drive away in his Mercedes, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. Teacher Mu. What a coincidence to encounter her here. Chen Yang pondered whether to approach her and say hello. Just then, a motorcycle zipped past Teacher Mu at an alarming speed. In that fleeting moment, a man clad in a black trench coat reached out and snatched her handbag. The motorcycle sped off, disappearing into the street in a heartbeat. My wallet. Teacher Mu's expression turned frantic upon realizing the theft. She stumbled, almost scraping her knee. How audacious. To rob in broad daylight. And of my teacher's wallet no less. Do they seek death? Chen Yang could no longer contain himself. He exited the car and rushed over to Teacher Mu. Are you all right? Chen Yang inquired with genuine concern. Chen Yang, what are you doing here? You saw that guy steal my wallet, right? My phone, my ID, and my bank card are all gone. Teacher Mu's face was filled with anger. To be robbed in public and have her student witness, it was beyond unfortunate. The most critical issue was the loss of her identification, which would require considerable time and effort to replace, further fueling her indignation. I noticed their technique was remarkably proficient. They must not be novices at this. Even if we call the police, it's unlikely they'll be apprehended anytime soon. If Teacher Mu believes in me, I possess a method to help you retrieve your wallet. Observing Teacher Mu's despondent expression, Chen Yang could not bear it any longer and suddenly spoke with a smile. What? You claim you can assist the teacher in recovering the wallet? Chen Yang, this is hardly the time for jokes, Mu Shui replied, her disbelief palpable. She found it implausible that Chen Yang could possibly retrieve his own wallet. Teacher, I assure you I am not jesting. Although my academic performance may not be exemplary, it does not imply that I am one to boast unnecessarily. I, Chen Yang, am not a frivolous young master devoid of skills. My confidence in this matter signifies that I genuinely possess the ability. Of course, should I succeed in recovering your wallet, you must not record my absence from your class in the future. Chen Yang stated with unwavering confidence and a calm demeanor. Initially, Mu Shui suspected Chen Yang was merely jesting. However, upon reflection, she recognized that he was no ordinary individual, and with his capabilities, he might indeed have a solution. Very well, teacher agrees to your terms. If you manage to retrieve my wallet, ensuring that nothing is lost, you may attend my classes as you wish, and I shall not mark you absent. How does that sound? To Mu Shui, this arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous. After all, whether or not she marked Chen Yang absent would not affect his academic pursuits, as even the principal would grant him a measure of leniency. Expelling him would be utterly ludicrous. Agreed, it's settled then. Chen Yang's face lit up with joy, a smile breaking across his features. Teacher, please follow me to the car. I will take you to a place to gather information. Mu Shui was somewhat taken aback, uncertain of Chen Yang's intentions. Obliviously, she found herself led to the vehicle. What a splendid car. A Mercedes-Benz, worth no less than 2 million. Given Mu Shui's salary, It would take her 3 or 4 years of frugal living to afford such a luxury. It was evident that Chen Yang came from affluence, a veritable second-generation rich kid. Do not worry, teacher. I will handle this matter. Although Mu Shui was unaware of Chen Yang's unwavering confidence, her curiosity was piqued. At Nightshade Bar, after a 20-minute drive, they reached their destination. Chen Yang found a parking spot and alighted, opening the door for Teacher Mu. Teacher, we have arrived. Please step out. Upon seeing that Chen Yang had brought her to a bar, Mu Shui's expression morphed into one of confusion and mild anger. What is the meaning of this? You brought me to a bar at such a time? Mu Shui was incredulous, her face betraying a mix of surprise and indignation. My wallet has been stolen, and you bring me here for leisure? This is utterly unreasonable. Teacher, please do not misunderstand. The owner of this bar is an old acquaintance of mine, someone with significant connections in this area. I merely intend to ask for his assistance in this minor matter. It will not take long. Chen Yang quickly clarified, sensing Mu Shui's rising anger. Believe me just this once. I, Chen Yang, am not so frivolous as to overlook the gravity of the situation. Really? Mu Shui was skeptical, yet inwardly inclined to believe him. In today's society, connections often mattered greatly. And to manage a bar of such scale in a bustling location without facing disturbances suggested an impressive background. Let us enter and see if I have deceived you. Chen Yang replied confidently. Lead the way. I shall follow you. Teacher, Mu Shui stated, placing her trust in him. As evening approached, Nightshade Bar began to buzz with activity. The pulsating music and dazzling lights attracted a crowd of professionals with decent incomes. Chen Yang guided Mu Shui directly to the bar counter, where a young bartender was polishing glasses while another mixed drinks with impressive flair. Chen Yang halted, calling out, Wei Zi, is Xiao Ge here? Young Master Chen, what brings you here? The bartender's surprise morphed into respect upon spotting Chen Yang. Xiao Ge is in the private room. I will inform him right away. With that, he hurried upstairs. Teacher, allow me to introduce you to the prominent figure of this area, Xiao Shan. Under Chen Yang's guidance, Mu Shui followed him to the second-floor private room. Inside the room, a middle-aged man exuded an aura of authority as he lounged on the sofa, his demeanor suggesting he was no ordinary person. You came. Please, sit down, Xiao Shan said, his tone humble. A man of his stature, commanding hundreds of subordinates, displayed such deference to Chen Yang. It is indeed him, Xiao Shan. Mu Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Having spent considerable time at the school, she had heard tales of this man, dominant in the region. He was the undisputed local power. Yet, the rapport between Chen Yang and Xiao Shan seemed deep, with the latter displaying a hint of deference, even apprehension, towards Chen Yang. Xiao Ge, I have come seeking your assistance. Chen Yang pulled Mu Shui close and settled onto the sofa opposite Xiao Shan. Young Master Chen, do not hesitate. Whatever you need, just command it, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Xiao Shan's delight was evident. Such an opportunity was rare and not to be squandered. Let us not exaggerate. This is a mere trifling matter for you. Just earlier, my friend had her wallet snatched by a man on a motorcycle on Dong'an Road. His swift movements suggest he is no novice. I hope you can inquire and help us locate that individual to retrieve my friend's wallet. It contains not only money but also a phone, ID, and other important items. Mu Shui glanced at Chen Yang, realizing that the mischievous student she once knew now radiated a formidable aura. Even in the presence of someone like Xiao Shan, he exhibited no signs of fear and spoke confidently. Is that all? Such a trivial matter. Rest assured, young Master Chen. In this area, no information escapes my grasp. Give me an hour, and I shall personally return with the wallet. Wei Zi, do not delay. Quickly bring drinks and snacks for young Master Chen. Xiao Shan's face lit up with a smile as he waved, summoning the bartender to serve refreshments, showing great respect for Chen Yang. I appreciate it, Xiao Ge. Rest assured, I will instruct my men to handle this matter immediately. Young Master Chen, please take a moment to relax. With that, Xiao Shan exited the private room, presumably to assign tasks to his subordinates. Within the room, only Chen Yang and teacher Mu Shui remained. Chen Yang, it seems your background is quite substantial. Considering you have connections with such individuals, and from what I observe, he appears to hold you in high regard. Pray, do enlighten me about your true identity. Previously, Mu Shui merely presumed that Chen Yang was a carefree second-generation rich kid with a bit of family wealth. However, it now appears that his true identity is likely far more intricate. His demeanor and social skills are far too polished to belong to an ordinary student. Teacher, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential. I would hate for my classmates to discover it, as I fear it may impose an undue psychological burden upon them, making our interactions somewhat awkward. This is not merely Chen Yang's desire for secrecy. Rather, once the dormitory brothers and surrounding classmates learn of his true identity, it will undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Yang is reluctant to disclose this information. It is preferable to maintain the current state. perceiving Chen Yang as just an ordinary second-generation affluent individual, which alleviates considerable psychological pressure. Since you have assisted the teacher significantly, I shall refrain from exposing your identity. However, do answer me honestly. What exactly is your relationship with Xiao Shan, and why does he display such deference towards you? Had it not been for my own eyes witnessing this, even I, Mu Shui, would find it hard to believe that a prominent figure such as a gang leader would show such respect, almost humility, towards Chen Yang. With just a few words, Chen Yang can command others to act on his behalf. Such ability is indeed extraordinary. Oh, it's nothing too remarkable. Simply put, the land along this street belongs to my family, making me something of a landlord to Xiao Ge. Moreover, I hold a 50% stake in this bar, making Xiao Ge my business partner. But please do not misunderstand. I am not involved in any illicit activities, and all my dealings are entirely legitimate. It is precisely due to this connection that my association with Xiao Shan is so intimate. It appears your family possesses considerable wealth. The establishment of this bar alone likely cost no less than 10 million, and the land in the city center is immensely valuable. Chen Yang, what exactly does your family do to amass such wealth? Mu Shui could not help but feel curiosity piqued. The investment in the bar pales in comparison to the value of the prime real estate. With nearly 100,000 per square meter, the rent for a single storefront on this street amounts to tens of thousands monthly. Just from rental income alone, one could earn over 1 million a month. It is no wonder Chen Yang appears indifferent towards classes. With such wealth, one could live comfortably for several lifetimes without striving for more. As for this, I have not inquired much. It is my father who manages it all. Chen Yang shrugged, not intending to delve deeper into this topic. Regardless, he has resolved not to involve himself in the family business until he is at least 30. For now, he is content with collecting rents, engaging in minor endeavors, and earning enough pocket money to sustain himself. The world of the wealthy truly eludes my understanding. Now I comprehend why you frequently skip classes. With such resources, one could indeed forego relentless pursuit. Fortunately, your parents are accomplished individuals, ensuring you do not become an arrogant, hedonistic scion, preoccupied with seducing women. At the very least, your character is commendable. Mu Shui silently acknowledged this aspect of Chen Yang. He possessed no significant flaws and was, overall, quite exceptional. You have remarkable discernment, teacher. Please remember to keep this confidential, as I wish to spare my friends from undue psychological burdens. After all, my friendships are not predicated on wealth, certainly. None could match the affluence of my family. Chen Yang spoke with confidence. After all, he is the future heir of the Chen family, poised to inherit the Chen Group. Valued at 30 trillion. Yet, with privilege comes responsibility. At this youthful stage, such matters do not occupy Chen Yang's plans. For now, he seeks to enjoy life and relish freedom. In his view, happiness is the paramount pursuit. Impressive. Mu Shui found herself at a loss for rebuttal. Chen Yang's confidence stemmed from his own merits, leaving her with no grounds to contest. Chapter 21. The Ways of the World. The entire school is aware that Chen Yang is a second-generation rich kid, arriving in a Mercedes, youthful and affluent. Yet, none are privy to the true depths of his background. Merely the valuation of this street's land exceeds 100 million. And this is but a fraction of Chen Yang's family investments. At this moment, Mu Shui could not help but feel a twinge of envy. No matter how hard she worked, she could not rival Chen Yang's advantageous background. Teacher, please refrain from regarding me with such eyes, while I recognize my own allure. A relationship between us is simply unattainable. Chen Yang sensed a certain meaning in Mu Shui's gaze directed at him. I regard you as my teacher, and yet you harbor inappropriate thoughts about me. Such a notion is unacceptable. How presumptuous. Where do your thoughts wander? I am over 5 years your senior and have no inclination towards youthful charms. Little did I know my student possesses such remarkable connections. Mu Shui shot Chen Yang a glare. What sort of words are these coming from someone so young? Do you truly consider me that sort of person? Had I been of similar age, perhaps such thoughts might arise, but it is utterly impossible now. Well, that is a relief. Teacher, you may be unaware that I am currently bearing pressures far beyond my years. Every female acquaintance seems enamored, each more beautiful than the last. Yet I cannot afford to be a scoundrel. Do you not think finding a girlfriend is more challenging for me than for the average person? Given Chen Yang's attributes, attracting a girlfriend is undoubtedly not an arduous task. However, should he casually accept the affections of those around him and subsequently part ways if the relationship falters, he risks being labeled a scoundrel. Therefore, it is prudent to choose wisely, seeking the most suitable partner to embark upon a romantic journey. Otherwise, within mere months, frequent changes in partners might lead to parental disapproval and tarnished reputation. Indeed, the world is filled with temptations, and each day, Chen Yang endures considerable torment. It is unfortunate that beauty can only be admired from afar, a predicament that must weigh heavily on you. Mu Shui, with her keen understanding, instantly grasped the awkwardness of Chen Yang's current situation. Nevertheless, our school harbors many admirable young women. Take your time, and you shall surely find a fitting match. At least, in Mu Xue's eyes, Chen Yang possesses numerous commendable qualities. Of course, immense wealth is his most significant advantage, a factor that cannot be overlooked. I understand this well. I believe that when the time is right, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Chen Yang was not overly concerned with this matter. Lifting the beverage from the table, he took a gentle sip, relishing the pleasant flavor. Although Xiao Gu possesses numerous channels for information, it is unlikely he would have immediate updates. Let us enjoy some fruit while we wait. Teacher, you should help yourself. Mu Xue was taken aback, surprised at Chen Yang's thoughtfulness as he personally peeled the fruit. It undeniably caused her heart to race. This child is indeed quite exceptional. Very well. Chen Yang, with practiced skill, sliced the fruit into pieces and presented them to Mu Xue. Weizi, please prepare a glass of lemonade for my friend. The bartender promptly nodded and, within a minute, reverently presented a glass of lemonade. Indeed, he exhibited the demeanor befitting a young master. Chen Yang, it seems, was not mistaken about him. To be fair, at this moment, Chen Yang truly embodied the essence of a proprietor. His eloquence and conduct were commendable. Those unaware of his status would hardly suspect that he was merely a student. This was, after all, a product of his upbringing, having been immersed in such an environment at home. This assertion held no fallacy. From a young age, Chen Yang had observed his father in various professional settings, gaining invaluable experience. Furthermore, he had dabbled in investments, which were mere fundamental operations for him. Chen Yang and teacher Mu Xue were engaged in light-hearted conversation within the private room, enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. After Qiao Shan exited the room, he immediately summoned his subordinates, dispatching them to gather intelligence. With nearly 100 individuals involved, their presence was formidable. Coupled with various channels for information gathering, it took less than half an hour to apprehend the motorcycle thief. It turned out that this individual, named Ma Tong, was a notorious petty criminal in the area. When Xiao Shan's men arrived, they found him attempting to dispose of the stolen goods, his ill-gotten mobile phone. They swiftly apprehended him, bringing both him and the evidence back to the Nightshade Bar. Chen Xiao, we have retrieved what you requested, and we have apprehended the culprit. How shall we proceed? Xiao Shan knocked and entered, addressing Chen Yang. Such efficiency. Chen Yang was taken aback. It had only been half an hour. Naturally, when Chen Xiao makes a rare request, I, Xiao Shan, shall exert every effort, he replied, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features at Chen Yang's reaction. Let us go and take a look, Chen Yang said. Following Xiao Shan and teacher Mu Xue, in the back courtyard, Ma Tong was already bound. Before him lay teacher Mu Xue's wallet, various identification documents, and his mobile phone, all neatly arranged. Teacher Mu, could you please check if anything is missing from your wallet? Chen Yang inquired, turning to her. Upon hearing this, Mu Xue took a few steps forward, crouched down, and opened the wallet to scrutinize its contents. The phone, identification, and some personal items were all intact, and not a single cent was missing. Everything is here, Chen Yang. I truly owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss for what to do, Mu Xue expressed, her face radiating appreciation. Ah, it was but a trifling matter. There is no need for you to dwell on it, teacher Mu, since I have upheld my end of our agreement by retrieving your wallet. It is only fair that you fulfill your obligation as well. Please do not make things difficult for me in class henceforth. Chen Yang downplayed his efforts, acknowledging that he had not exerted much energy in this endeavor. The favor was primarily due to Qiao Shan's goodwill, a gesture of significant weight. Rest assured, I am not one to renege on my promises. I shall take full responsibility for this matter, Mu Xue replied with a charming smile. That is reassuring. How shall we deal with this individual? Qiao Shan inquired. Let the police handle it. It is prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Yang shrugged casually. You all heard Chen Xiao's instructions, right? Take him to the police station, Qiao Shan commanded, displaying an eagerness that made him appear rather sycophantic. Xiao Gu, this incident will count as a personal favor owed to you. Just let me know if you need anything in the future. Chen Yang's approach was to reciprocate respect. Chen Xiao, you honor me. It is my privilege to assist you, Qiao Shan replied, beaming with delight at Chen Yang's words. Though his outward demeanor remained one of feigned humility, truly, he was a master of appearances. Chapter 22. Encountering beauty at the bar. Teacher Mu, where do you reside? Would you like me to escort you home? As the evening drew to a close, Chen Yang felt a twinge of concern and posed the question. After all, with Mu Xue's striking beauty and mature, captivating aura, it was only natural to worry about her returning home alone. That won't be necessary. You have already done so much for me. How could I impose further? I shall treat you to dinner on a future weekend instead. So I won't take up more of your time now, Mu Xue replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having troubled Chen Yang. Very well, since you insist. I shall not insist on accompanying you. Please be cautious on your way home. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call. I will certainly oblige, he offered, holding Mu Shui in high regard. Her beauty, figure, and reputation endeared her to many students at the school. Your words are truly sweet. I am curious about what kind of girl could capture your heart, Chen Yang, Mu Shui remarked with a playful smile as she prepared to leave. Just wait and see. Once I find her, I shall introduce you. Chen Yang responded with a calm smile, confidently ready to share any significant news. Once Mu Shui departed, Chen Yang intended to leave as well, but was unexpectedly halted by Qiao Shan. Chen Xiao, I had intended to seek you out, and fortuitously, you have arrived. In your presence, I shall call on the finance officer to brief you on the current status of Nightshade Bar. After all, you are a major stakeholder, and clarity is essential, Qiao Shan said, grinning as he sat before Chen Yang with a glass in hand. Very well, I have no pressing matters at the moment, Chen Yang replied, acquiescing after a moment's reflection. In less than 3 minutes, the finance officer arrived, impeccably dressed in professional attire, her appearance striking and physique commendable. Indeed, she matched Qiao Shan's taste. Chen Xiao, here is the financial report I compiled. This quarter, Nightshade Bar's total revenue reached 53 million. After deducting staff salaries, taxes, and various operational expenses, the total profit amounts to 32 million. The finance officer presented the report, detailing the figures to Chen Yang. Such an impressive sum. Xiao Gu, it appears that your business is thriving, Chen Yang remarked, astonished that a mere bar could yield such substantial profits, equating to a net income of 10 million per month. Indeed, the prime location and our effective marketing strategies have attracted a clientele of professionals and affluent individuals with considerable purchasing power, Qiao Shan replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke with an air of satisfaction. Of course, it is also thanks to your support, Chen Xiao. Without your assistance, this bar would never have come to fruition, Qiao Shan acknowledged, and Chen Yang nodded, recognizing the truth in his words. Had it not been for Chen Yang's investment in the land, Qiao Shan's bar would not have materialized. A mere 20 million in capital, and the majority has already been expended on acquiring land, where then lies the remaining funds for construction. Of course, Qiao Shan is a clever man. Although this method may appear to be a loss, it inadvertently binds Chen Yang and him together. The land, though valuable, is registered under Chen Yang's name. If he cultivates a good relationship with Chen Yang, the opportunities for wealth in the future will undoubtedly multiply. A wily old fox, Chen Yang harbors his own judgments regarding Qiao Shan. The art of kings, the way of subduing others. If someone like Qiao Shan is nurtured well, he could naturally become a formidable assistant by Chen Yang's side. Brother Qiao, you are too modest. This business is inherently mutually beneficial. I extend you a convenience, and in return, you will undoubtedly bring me rewards. The facts also affirm that this transaction is indeed profitable. Chen Yang estimates that this parcel of land could fetch 30 million. However, considering the current profits from the Nightshade Bar, he will recoup his investment within 3 months. After all, Chen Yang possesses 40% of the shares in the Nightshade Bar. Young Master Chen is truly a straightforward person, should there be good business in the future. Do remember me, Qiao. Although unaware of Chen Yang's true background, it is clear that he is not someone one can afford to offend. To thrive in this place, Chen Yang is undoubtedly a key ally. A momentary setback, yet it yields long-term benefits. Qiao Shan believes he has profited from this deal. Certainly, Chen Yang smiled and nodded. Miss Su, please transfer young Master Chen's profits directly into his account. Qiao Shan instructed the beautiful accountant. No problem, Brother Qiao. Chen Yang's mood remained largely unaffected. A little over 10 million is not a significant sum in his eyes. At most, it equates to a limited edition Pagani sports car. Thank you. Chen Yang felt the need for a touch of courtesy. After concluding their discussion, he had no desire to linger in the private room. Rising, he intended to leave. At this moment, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The Nightshade Bar was about to showcase its splendid performance. The dazzling light show, coupled with the pulsating rhythm of the music, created an unparalleled sanctuary for releasing stress. Inside the bar, the crowd was overflowing. Chen Yang then understood why this bar thrived. It appears that Qiao Shan indeed possesses a talent for business. Shrugging, Chen Yang stepped towards the entrance. Sir, I don't drink. And Ku Xian furrowed her brow, repeatedly refusing the persistent advances of the customer before her. If I want you to drink, then you shall drink. Spare me the chatter. If you finish this cup, I will take all those bottles from you. How about that? Peng Lei grasped in Ku Xian's delicate hand, his gaze revealing a hint of obsession. To his surprise, encountering such a beautiful waitress in the Nightshade Bar ignited his nefarious intentions. I'm truly sorry, sir. I really don't drink. Please don't make this difficult for me. And Ku Xian struggled, attempting to break free from his grasp. Were it not for her mother's severe illness and the urgent need for money, she would never have taken a part-time job here. Regret surged within her. It's all right. Just drink a few more glasses, and you'll get the hang of it. Look at those bottles in your hands. They're worth a pretty penny. Just the commission alone is around 5,000. Isn't it worth it to trade a glass of wine for 5,000? Such women were not unfamiliar to Peng Lei. It was merely a matter of whether the price was sufficient. He was not short on cash. If he could persuade Nku Xin to share a drink with him, spending 10 or 20,000 was trivial. No, sir, please don't make this hard for me. Nku Xin stood up, using her strength to shake off Peng Lei's hand. This scene left him utterly astonished. Really daring to resist? Beauty, do you think my offer is insufficient? If not, I can certainly sweeten the deal. Peng Lei rose, attempting to seize Nku Xin's arm. Slap. A large hand suddenly intervened, thwarting Peng Lei's intentions. Chapter 23, Rest assured. I am here. Nku Xin turned around, eager to escape, only to collide with another person. Apologetically lifting her gaze, her expression froze in shock. How could it be him? What a coincidence. To encounter him twice in a single day? What do you intend to do with my friend? Chen Yang's demeanor turned cold, exuding an air of fierce authority. Oh, there's a savior? Beauty, it's just a drink. Down it, and 5,000 is yours. What is not to like? If you feel uncomfortable, I can increase the payment. Peng Lei merely glanced at Chen Yang, his face contorted with disdain, then turned his gaze back to Nku Xin, mocking her. Sir, I don't drink. Please stop pressuring me. Chen Yang, let us go. Nku Xin, sensing that these individuals might not be easily dealt with, was apprehensive about provoking trouble and tugged at Chen Yang, hoping to leave. Stop. Who said you could leave? It was rare to encounter such a beauty. Peng Lei would not let Nku Xin depart so easily. He suddenly shouted loudly, his expression oozing arrogance. What a grand display. My friend wishes to leave. And you dare obstruct him? Chen Yang tightened his grip slightly. In an instant, Peng Lei felt a jolt of pain radiate from his hand. Kid, do you wish for death, daring to lay hands on me? Peng Lei's fury was palpable, his face twisted in anger. Who was this Chen Yang to meddle in his affairs, utterly oblivious to the consequences? Humph, with someone like you, I can hardly be bothered to retaliate. I fear that striking you might sully my hands. A hint of disdain flickered across Chen Yang's face as he spoke coldly. However, your current demeanor is quite displeasing to me. Henceforth, you shall pay the price for your actions. As his words fell, Chen Yang stepped forward, crouched low, and with a swift, decisive motion, sent Peng Lei crashing to the ground. He then placed his foot firmly upon Peng Lei. So 5,000 for a drink, is it? Following this, Chen Yang rummaged through his pocket and produced a stack of 100 yuan bills, slamming them onto Peng Lei's face. Slap. The sound was resoundingly crisp. Drink heartily. You won't be able to finish these bottles, and I assure you, you'll be left with a hefty burden. At this moment, Chen Yang's actions were nothing short of domineering. To the side, Nku Xin stood in stunned silence. Chen Yang, for her sake, had resorted to violence. Damn you, do you have any idea who I am? Not only do you dare to lay hands on me, but you also humiliate me in public. You are courting death. Peng Lei seethed with rage, his eyes filled with hatred as he spat venomous words at Chen Yang. How bold. I'll give you a chance. Call for help. Scream as loud as you can. If I, Chen Yang, am afraid, I'll take your surname as a disgrace. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Aside from his parents, no one had ever bullied him. Then, Chen Yang withdrew his foot from Peng Lei and regarded him with a playful expression. Chen Yang, let it go. Let us not stir up trouble. We should leave quickly. In such a chaotic place as the bar, provoking someone beyond one's means would lead to dire consequences. Nku Xin approached Chen Yang, her concern evident in her voice. Nku Xin, it's all right. I'll handle this. I know what I'm doing. This fellow not only sought to harass you, but also aimed to take advantage. I'm curious to see just what he is capable of. Chen Yang broke into a smile, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had never regarded Peng Lei as a threat. Just you wait, Peng Lei muttered angrily, clutching his chest as he clumsily rose to his feet. Without delay, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number, evidently summoning reinforcements. What brings you to this chaotic bar, Nku Xin? Chen Yang inquired, turning his attention to Nku Xin with genuine curiosity. I didn't expect this situation to unfold, she replied, her voice tinged with distress. A friend mentioned that the pay here is quite lucrative, so I thought I would give it a try. I truly didn't intend to cause you any trouble. As she spoke, a hint of vulnerability crept into her demeanor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Please, don't cry. I'm not blaming you. I merely wish to ensure your safety. This place is fraught with dangers, and a girl as beautiful as you should not venture here alone. The peril of being a young woman in a bar was heightened for someone like Nku Xin, a campus beauty. And Chen Yang felt a surge of relief for having intervened at such a critical moment. Otherwise, given the previous scene, she might have fallen prey to dire circumstances. I understand. I won't come here again, Nku Xin admitted, feeling a pang of guilt. If not for her mother's urgent need for money, This obedient daughter would never have considered working in such a place. Once Chen Yang regained his composure, he chided himself internally. Li Mu had mentioned that Ko Xian's mother was hospitalized and in poor health, which necessitated her seeking work in such a venue. It was truly inappropriate for Chen Yang to cast blame upon her in this context. I harbor no intention of reproaching you. I called you this morning, didn't I? If you need financial assistance, just let me know, and I can lend you some money. I could even help you find a job that pays better and offers more stability. Chen Yang understood that within Ko Xian's proud character, she would likely reject a straightforward offer of money. A more subtle approach might be more acceptable to her. I don't want to trouble you, she replied. Despite harboring a soft spot for him, their relationship was still in its infancy, and she was reluctant to impose on him. Although Ko Xian could easily find numerous wealthy suitors willing to assist her, she was determined not to owe anyone favors, adhering steadfastly to her principles. It's no trouble at all. Such a minor matter is hardly an inconvenience for me, Chen Yang replied, waving his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Peng Lei had summoned help, and within 20 minutes, a van appeared outside the bar. From it emerged 7 or 8 burly men, marching in with an intimidating demeanor. Which fool dares to lay a hand on my brother? Peng Lei exclaimed with evident glee, beckoning to the group. Fortunately, the music had quieted, or his shouts would have gone unheard. The leader of the group, known as Brother Leopard, approached Peng Lei with authority. What's going on? Who's been bullying you? He demanded. His muscular arms adorned with tattoos, exuding an aura of menace. And Ko Xian's expression turned to one of concern at the sight, while Chen Yang positioned himself protectively behind her, offering a reassuring glance. Fear not. As long as I'm here, no one will harm you, I promise. For reasons unknown. And Ko Xian felt a sense of security in his words, as if they possessed an enchanting power. Brother Leopard, you've arrived. It's this impertinent fool who dared to insult me. Peng Lei's demeanor shifted dramatically, emboldened by the presence of his allies. Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard's gaze hardened, radiating a menacing intensity. To offend a brother of Black Leopard, you must have a death wish. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize. Perhaps I might spare you. His tone was commanding, yet Chen Yang remained unfazed. With an air of tranquility, he retorted, And who might you be to speak so brazenly? How can you not recognize Brother Leopard's name? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Peng Lei sneered, his contempt evident. Listen well. He is the leader of the Eastern District, commanding dozens of followers. If you cross him, you won't survive in this area. If you're wise, you'll kneel and apologize. Then send that beauty behind you to drink with me, he added, his smug expression causing unease in Ko Xian. Chen Yang, she whispered, her concern mounting as Brother Leopard and his entourage loomed menacingly. She tugged gently at his sleeve, fearing for his safety. Rest assured, I told you. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you, he reassured her, grasping her hand in a gesture of comfort. How stubborn you are, even when facing your demise. You truly are oblivious to the danger you're in, Peng Lei sneered, his irritation growing as he observed the closeness between Chen Yang and Ko Xian. Quickly, kneel and apologize, or else don't blame me for unleashing my brothers upon you. Brother Leopard's gaze swept the room, his impatience palpable. Throughout this exchange, Chen Yang remained resolute, unimpressed by the threats looming over him. Such bravado. Do you dare to cause a ruckus in my territory, showing such utter disregard for my authority? Just as tensions escalated, a figure named Xiao Shan emerged, walking calmly to Chen Yang's side. My apologies, Chen Xiao, for my tardiness, he said respectfully. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. This ruffian here threatened me earlier, and you know how to handle such matters, Chen Yang replied, his tone chilling as he glanced at Brother Leopard, anger simmering beneath the surface. To threaten Chen Xiao is a grave mistake. Do not worry. I will take care of this, Xiao Shan declared, internally reveling in the unexpected opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Brother Xiao, what brings you here? Brother Leopard, who had previously exuded arrogance, now quivered in fear at Xiao Shan's presence, his demeanor shifting entirely. Black Leopard, did you dare to threaten Chen Xiao? Xiao Shan's expression darkened, his voice edged with menace. You bring your gang to my territory to cause trouble for Chen Xiao? Do you have a death wish? I was merely following orders. This fool provoked Chen Xiao, and I was caught in the crossfire, Peng Lei stammered, panic evident in his voice. Brother Leopard never anticipated that Peng Lei would be so treacherous. Ignorant of the other party's identity and background, he had rashly brought his brothers to confront him. Now, Black Panther found himself in a most precarious situation. Damn it, what a troublesome affair. Turning around, Black Panther delivered a resounding slap to Peng Lei's face, sending him flying. Despite this, the fury etched on Black Panther's visage remained unabated. Why are you hitting me, Brother Leopard? Peng Lei, slightly intoxicated, was dazed by the force of the slap. I wanted to kill you. Of all people to offend. Why must it be a friend of Brother Xiao? Are you trying to set me up? All right, a lesson is sufficient. Let's not escalate this to the point of disaster. Chen Yang, utterly disinterested in the farce, had already foreseen Peng Lei's downfall from the outset. This was Chen Yang's territory. If he could be bullied here, how could he survive in the outside world? With Chen Yang's directive, Xiao Shan could not remain silent. Enough. Did you hear what Chen Xiao said? Bring a few people and drag this kid out for a little lesson. Xiao Shan spoke in a low, commanding tone. A few subordinates acted swiftly, seizing Peng Lei and dragging him towards the entrance of the bar for a reckoning. Black Panther, regardless of the circumstances, you have offended Chen Xiao. Apologize to him with a slap to your own face, and we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say? Xiao Shan exuded an aura of authority, his words laden with warning. Faced with such pressure, Black Panther dared not refuse. Slap. A resounding self-inflicted blow echoed, revealing Black Panther's reluctant compliance. Chen Xiao, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against a mere fool like me. He exhibited a remarkable ability to adapt, particularly in the present situation, clearly recognizing Xiao Shan's apprehension towards Chen Yang. Very well, let this matter be settled. Xiao Shan remarked. Brother Xiao, I leave the rest to you. I must take my leave now. With that, Chen Yang grasped Kerson's hand, and the two made their way towards the bar's exit. After a moment's pause, Black Panther finally exhaled in relief, casting a curious glance at Xiao Shan. Brother Xiao, who exactly is this Chen Xiao? It was evident that Black Panther was intrigued by Chen Yang's identity. Given Xiao Shan's respect towards him, it was clear that Chen Xiao must hold considerable significance. Knowing too much will not serve you well. Just remember this. When you encounter Chen Xiao, ensure you treat him with utmost respect. He is not someone you can afford to offend. A note of caution glimmered in Xiao Shan's eyes. Even Xiao Shan himself had limited knowledge of Chen Yang, but the little he knew was enough to leave him astounded. Of course, Black Panther forced an awkward smile, committing Chen Yang's image to memory. Such a person must not be crossed. Otherwise, one might not even realize how they met their demise. At the entrance of the bar, as the night fell and a gentle breeze swept through, the streets bustled with hurried pedestrians. Chen Yang, having released Kerson's hand, turned to her and spoke with a soft gaze. Everything is fine now. Thank you, Chen Yang. I am sorry for the trouble, Kerson replied, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Their first encounter had been at a restaurant where she worked part-time, where Chen Yang had gallantly come to her aid against Yang Ming's harassment. To her surprise, the very same day, they met again at the bar, and once more. He had stood by her side in a crucial moment. It's nothing, as long as you're safe, Chen Yang assured her. It's quite late, and it wouldn't be safe for you to head home alone. Allow me to drive you back. The events of the night had indeed been perilous. Had Chen Yang not fortuitously come to the Nightshade Bar to seek Xiao Shan's assistance, he would not have coincidentally encountered Kerson in such a troubling situation. All right. Kerson consented, grateful for his offer. After all, this ordeal had left her quite shaken. The bar was indeed chaotic, and it was dangerous for a girl to venture there alone, especially one as strikingly beautiful as Kerson. At the car, Chen Yang helped Kerson into the passenger seat before returning to the driver's side. Buckle up, and please share your home address with me. Throughout the drive, Chen Yang stole glances at Kerson. From this angle, she radiated a unique charm. By the way, how is your mother in the hospital? He inquired, unable to suppress his concern. Not well. The doctor mentioned she may need surgery soon, Kerson replied, a hint of sorrow shadowing her features. You mustn't overexert yourself. I've seen you juggling several part-time jobs while attending school. This pace will surely wear you down. Regarding your mother's medical expenses, let me lend you some money to help you through this tough time, all right? Chen Yang turned towards her, his gaze earnest. No, I cannot accept your money. Kerson shook her head, swiftly rejecting the offer. Kerson, at this point, why hesitate? I can lend you this money for emergencies. Once your mother recovers, you can repay me at your own pace. Otherwise, the speed at which you are currently earning will not only hinder your studies, but also delay your mother's treatment. Just look at this car I drive. I certainly have no shortage of funds and can easily spare tens of thousands. Chen Yang explained, determined to extend his kindness. He feared that if Kerson returned to the bar for work and encountered more trouble, it would be a regret too heavy to bear. Just trust me on this. Let us agree on it. Tomorrow, take me to the hospital where your mother is staying, and I will help you cover the medical expenses. Kerson felt a surge of gratitude wash over her. Thank you, she responded, uncertain of Chen Yang's motives, but convinced that he was unlike anyone else. In the Benhai district, a poverty-stricken area with dilapidated housing, Chen Yang parked his Mercedes at the intersection. It was then that he realized Kerson resided in such an environment. Chen Yang, thank you for bringing me back, and I am truly grateful for your help today. Stepping out of the car, Kerson expressed her heartfelt appreciation. It's nothing, just a small favor. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Now head back. It's quite windy out, and you're underdressed, Chen Yang replied, nodding and waving her off. Drive safely on your way back. Of course. As Chen Yang watched Carson walk into the community, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. Carson, like a lotus emerging from the mud, was breathtakingly beautiful. Even amidst such harsh conditions, her character remained unblemished. Her beauty, talent, and values were all remarkably exceptional, further stirring Chen Yang's heart. At that moment, a hint of a flirtatious smile graced his lips. Back home, Carson reflected on the day's extraordinary events, marveling at the twists of fate that had unfolded. To her astonishment, the serendipity between her and Chen Yang was remarkable. Encountering him twice in a single day, particularly during her moment of distress, seemed nothing short of a coincidence. Her fondness for Chen Yang deepened profoundly. The following day dawned clear and bright, with the sun casting a gentle warmth. Upon waking, she noticed that her two dormitory companions had yet to return, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Chen Yang swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Li Mu's number. Li Mu, where are you two? You didn't come back last night. Chen Yang. We stayed out too late, and by the time we returned to campus, the gates were locked. We found a hotel to spend the night, Li Mu replied, still drowsy. How did it go? Did you end up sharing a room with a girl? Chen Yang teased. Get lost. My mind is not filled with such sordid thoughts. I, Li Mu, am a man of integrity. I shared a room with Zhao Tian, while the other girls each had their own room next door. All right, just be cautious. I'm hanging up now, Chen Yang said, terminating the call before rising from his bed. He made his way to the washroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. 10 minutes later, he donned a casual outfit, grabbed his phone, and prepared to head out. After enjoying a breakfast in the dining hall, he decided to buy a few more egg tarts and some milk. Have you had breakfast? I'll bring you something, he texted Carson. In less than a minute, Carson replied. I've already eaten and I'm about to head to the hospital to visit my mother. It was the weekend, and Carson intended to care for her mother. Chen Yang's message caught her by surprise, bringing a smile to her face. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll come find you. With that, Chen Yang drove over. In the coastal district, after half an hour, he finally arrived. I'm at the entrance of your community. Where are you? He texted Carson. Right here. Suddenly, he heard her sweet voice nearby. Turning around, he saw Carson waving at him from a short distance away. You've been waiting for me all this time? Chen Yang asked, a hint of surprise on his face. I was worried you might have trouble finding your way. Thankfully, you arrived quickly. I only waited for about 10 minutes, she replied with a smile. What a disgrace. I made the campus beauty wait for me. If this were to get out, those jealous folks at school would have a field day, Chen Yang jested. I'm not a campus beauty. It's just the hype created by those people. Carson shook her head, dismissing the title. Let us get in the car. The weather is quite pleasant today. Thankfully, the sun isn't too strong. Otherwise, I'd have to worry about you getting sunburned. Carson's skin was fair and luminous, a sight that could evoke envy in many women. A little tin wouldn't hurt. It would make one look healthier, Chen Yang remarked with a casual smile, relishing the inexplicable ease he felt in Carson's company. This sensation was rather delightful. Starting the engine, he pressed the accelerator, making his way toward the hospital in the bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, within the hospital, a series of events were unfolding in Mrs. N's ward. Chapter 26, Yang Ming's Threat. Mrs. N, having toiled for many years and now past middle age, had inevitably seen a decline in her immunity, leading to a severe illness that required surgery. To cover the medical expenses, Carson's family had nearly exhausted their savings, dwindling even the funds her mother had set aside for her tuition. Has the medical fee for the patient in bed 305 not been paid yet? Director Yang inquired sharply at the nurse's station. Yes, Director, a nurse promptly nodded after checking the records. Hurry up and urge the patient's family to make the payment. We are a hospital, not a charity organization. If they cannot afford the fees, they have no business lingering here. We need to free up the room for those in need, Director Yang said with a serious gaze. Understood, the head nurse replied, albeit puzzled about why Director Yang was concerned with such a trivial matter. Nevertheless, she complied, recognizing the hospital's protocols were justifiable. Stepping into the corridor, Director Yang picked up his phone to make a call. Yang Ming, I'll handle this matter. Carson is overdue on her payment, and the hospital is within its rights to evict them. Seize this opportunity. The person on the other end was Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Ling, the director of the hospital, a figure wielding considerable influence. Thanks, uncle. I'll treat you to drinks another day, Yang Ming replied, his laughter echoing through the phone. It's a minor issue. No need for such formality, Yang Ling responded. At that moment, Carson's phone vibrated unexpectedly, revealing an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued. She answered the call. Carson, it's Yang Ming. Upon hearing his name, her expression turned tense. Yang Ming, how do you have my number? She questioned, her voice laced with apprehension. Yang Ming chuckled derisively. With my capabilities, acquiring your phone number is hardly a challenge. Right now, you should be more concerned about the fact that I just received news from the hospital. If you don't pay your mother's medical fees today, she may be kicked out. Her surgery is scheduled for next week, and it's likely to be cancelled. You must realize that you need my assistance, he continued, his tone dripping with condescension. Yang Ming, I warn you not to mess around. If you dare harm my mother, I will ensure you pay for it, and Carson retorted, her gaze burning with fury. All you need to do is agree to be my girlfriend, and all these issues will be resolved. Not only that, but I will also cover your mother's medical costs. What reason do you have to refuse me? Yang Ming declared, brimming with confidence. It appeared that he had the situation firmly in his grasp from the outset, ensuring Carson could not escape his clutches. Absolutely not. I will never be your girlfriend. And Carson scoffed. The mere thought of aligning herself with such a vile person was abhorrent to her. Even now, you refuse to concede? Let me remind you, your mother's medical and surgical fees together amount to at least 300,000 yuan. Where do you intend to find that sum? No one besides me would be willing to help you. You have no choice but to accept my terms unless you wish to watch your mother suffer and perish. Yang Ming taunted, a malicious grin plastered on his face. Given Carson's family background and financial situation, this indeed posed a significant dilemma. However, his overconfidence was palpable. Yang Ming, you're truly something else. You still haven't given up and continue to use your tricks to coerce Carson, Chen Yang remarked derisively. Observing Carson's exasperated expression and surmising that Yang Ming was employing the same old tactics. Is that Chen Yang? Yang Ming sneered. And Carson, didn't you claim to be a paragon of purity, untouched by worldly affairs? When did you become so close to this guy? Upon hearing a contemptuous laugh from Carson's side, Yang Ming's brow furrowed tightly, his mood growing increasingly irritable. He had not forgotten the events of the previous day. He had yet to settle accounts with Chen Yang, and now this fellow was getting uncomfortably close to Carson. Yang Ming, I have no obligation to report my relationships to you. Please refrain from calling me in the future. I will categorically refuse your demands. With that, a flicker of annoyance crossed Carson's face as she terminated the call, promptly adding his number to her blacklist. This man was truly shameless. Relentlessly pursuing her with various tactics, he was nothing short of a disgrace. Chen Yang held Yang Ming's methods and demeanor in utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a spoiled rich heir, wholly unworthy of a goddess like Carson. Is he threatening you again? Chen Yang inquired. Yes, Chen Yang. Please drive faster. I can't shake the feeling that something might happen to my mother in the hospital. Earlier, Yang Ming had mentioned that his uncle was the hospital director. Wielding significant power, knowing that she had not paid the medical fees, he would undoubtedly make things difficult for her mother. Yang Ming's recent call, reiterating this threat, only deepened Carson's worry. All right, hold on. I will get there as swiftly as possible. You need not fret. I am here to assist you, Chen Yang reassured her, sensing her anxiety. As the scion of the Chen family, his capabilities were formidable. Yang Ming's schemes paled in comparison to Chen Yang's prowess. The journey took approximately 20 minutes. And fortunately, traffic was light, allowing them to arrive at the hospital promptly. Carson led the way as they walked towards her mother's hospital room. Just then, her phone rang. It was the nurse's station, urging her to settle the medical expenses, including her mother's upcoming surgery fee, totaling 300,000 yuan, exactly as Yang Ming had stated. What is happening? Chen Yang asked, noticing Carson halt, her face filled with hesitation. The hospital is pressing me for payment. If I do not settle the full amount today, they will discharge my mother from the ward. Carson bit her lip. 300,000 yuan was astronomical for her. At that moment, her bank account held less than 10,000, which consisted of her scholarship and part-time savings. Barely enough to cover a fraction of her mother's medical expenses. A sense of helplessness washed over her. While money is indeed materialistic, it remains indispensable. Seeing the helpless expression on Carson's face stirred an inexplicable pang of sympathy within Chen Yang. He stepped closer, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Do not worry about the finances. I will take care of it, he said softly. Chapter 27, The VIP Ward. As Carson passed by, the nurse at the station immediately recognized her as the family member of the patient. Miss, I trust you have received our hospital's notification. If you do not settle the fees today, your mother will be unable to continue her treatment here. Carson nodded in acknowledgement, but Chen Yang had already stepped forward. 300,000, is it? I'll cover it for her. As he spoke, he produced a black card from his wallet and handed it to the nurse. The nurse was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Her priority was to ensure the medical fees were settled. With a beep, the black card was swiped through the machine. Chen Yang nonchalantly entered his password, and the bill was promptly displayed, confirming the payment was complete. Sir, here is the payment receipt. Please keep it safe, the nurse said respectfully as she handed over the black card and receipt. Chen Yang maintained a calm demeanor throughout. For him, 300,000 was not a significant sum, and parting with it caused him no distress. However, Carson observed this scene with deep gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. In her moment of greatest need, it was Chen Yang who extended a helping hand, a kindness she would forever remember. You should go check on your mother's condition. I have some matters to attend to here, and I will find you shortly, Chen Yang said gently. And Curson nodded, trusting him completely as she walked slowly into her mother's hospital room. Meanwhile, Chen Yang retrieved his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Found it, he murmured with a smile. Dialing the number, expecting the call to go unanswered, he was pleasantly surprised when it connected after about half a minute. Old Zhong, are you at the hospital? Indeed. How could young Master Chen take the trouble to call me? Has something happened? Old Zhong's voice resonated with the weight of experience, and he recognized Chen Yang's background, responding with utmost respect. Indeed, I require your assistance with something. Could you come to the third-floor nurse's station? I'm here, Chen Yang replied with a smile, concealing any hint of urgency. Of course, give me a moment to tidy up, and I will be right there, Old Zhong agreed without hesitation. After ending the call, Chen Yang cast a warm glance toward Incurson's mother's room. Nurse, are there any VIP wards available? I would like to transfer the patient. The cost of a VIP ward was 5 times that of a regular one, with nurses available around the clock, ensuring a tranquil environment conducive to treatment. Chen Yang contemplated arranging a better room for Incurson's mother. Which patient would you like to transfer? The nurse inquired cautiously, sensing Chen Yang's remarkable demeanor and the substantial payment he had just made. The mother of my friend, the patient for whom I just paid. Please arrange the transfer immediately, and I will cover the costs up front. If there is any surplus, you may refund it later. Chen Yang's thoughtfulness was evident. Understood. This transaction amounted to tens of thousands of yuan, yet Chen Yang felt no regret. Incurson's mother had awakened, looking frail and pale, devoid of any color. Mother, how are you feeling? Are you better? Incurson approached her mother's bed, concern etched on her face. I'm fine, just need to rest for a few days. The hospital fees are exorbitant. We cannot afford this. It would be better to go home, her mother lamented, fully aware of their financial situation and insisting on discharge. Unwilling to continue treatment. Please don't. Your condition hasn't stabilized yet. Leaving now will only exacerbate your illness. Moreover, I have already settled your medical expenses, so you can rest assured and accept the doctor's treatment, and Curson gently urged her mother. Curson, where did you acquire the funds? Upon hearing that Incurson had covered her hospitalization and medical costs, and Mu's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. You mustn't engage in any unscrupulous deeds on my behalf. A mother knows her daughter well. With Incurson's beauty, she possessed ample capital. Wealth is but a transient matter. And Mu did not want her daughter to descend into depravity because of her. Mother, where are your thoughts wandering? Incurson replied. To be frank, a classmate of mine assisted in paying these medical fees as a loan. I intend to repay him gradually when I have the means. He accompanied me today to visit you, but he only lingered outside for a moment. I shall introduce you to him shortly. And Mu's expression softened slightly, yet she still displayed a measure of curiosity. Why would a stranger offer you such assistance? Is he your boyfriend? And Mu's inquiry instantly flushed Incurson's cheeks with a tinge of crimson. Mother, how could you say such a thing? I would never engage in a relationship with someone so affluent. Our families are worlds apart. If his family were to discover this, they would undoubtedly look down upon me. I possess enough self-awareness to understand this. A flicker of melancholy crossed Incurson's eyes. Although she harbored a slight fondness for Chen Yang, she never entertained the thought of becoming his girlfriend. After all, Chen Yang had been born into wealth and privilege, and Incurson inherently felt inferior, believing herself unworthy of him. Thus, she had never harbored such notions. Alas, it is my inadequacy as a mother that has caused you this distress. And Mu was well aware of her daughter's sentiments. However, given the current dire circumstances, she felt utterly powerless. It matters not, as long as you are well. Everything is worthwhile. Just focus on cooperating with the doctors for your treatment. You need not concern yourself with anything else, and Curson quickly reassured her mother. You have borne much hardship, Curson. It was at this moment that the ward door swung open. In the spacious ward, aside from Incurson's mother, there were 3 other beds, each occupied by seriously ill patients. The environment was not particularly noisy, but it certainly could not be described as pleasant. Miss, we need to transfer your mother to a VIP room. Please lend us your assistance. At these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. A VIP room was a place reserved for the affluent, a stark contrast to the current ward. Only Incurson quickly realized that this was all arranged by Chen Yang. No problem. Incurson nodded in agreement and assisted the nurses in transferring her mother to the VIP room. Indeed, the VIP room was spacious and tranquil, equipped with state-of-the-art medical facilities, creating an optimal environment for recovery. Chapter 28, Whispers of Information. Incurson did not refuse Chen Yang's kindness. Having already received his assistance in covering the medical expenses amounting to hundreds of thousands, how could she possibly decline the mere upgrade to a VIP room? This favor was etched in her heart, and she vowed to repay Chen Yang in the future. Who authorized you to move the patient here? Did I not specify that if the hospitalization and medical fees were not fully paid today, they must be discharged? Director Yang, striding down the corridor, wore an expression of displeasure as he reprimanded the nurses. Director Yang, we were merely following the head nurse's orders to assist in the transfer. We were not privy to the specifics, one of the older nurses replied solemnly. I intend to see what is transpiring here. With that, Director Yang marched directly towards the nurse's station. Head nurse Sue, has the fee for bed 305 been settled? Why have you not expelled that patient, yet instead facilitated their transfer to a VIP room? Upon arriving, Director Yang confronted her with an aggressive query. Director Yang, someone has indeed covered the patient's fees in full, including the costs for the VIP room. I followed hospital protocols. There should be no issue here. What is your intent in questioning me so? Head nurse Sue, being seasoned, was not intimidated by Director Yang's scrutiny. With payment receipts and a multitude of witnesses, she remained unconvinced that Director Yang could impose any consequences upon her. How could this occur? Director Yang, having calculated every detail, never anticipated that someone would assist in person in clearing the expenses. This sum amounted to 300,000, a considerable amount. It was that gentleman, Mr. Chen, who settled the fees for the patient, a nurse pointed out as Chen Yang strolled by. Director Yang turned to observe Chen Yang, whose demeanor exuded an air of nobility and affluence. He promptly stepped around the corner and dialed his nephew's number. Yang Ming. There has been an unexpected turn of events. Someone has assisted Incurson's mother with the medical expenses. It is a young man named Chen, who seems to be quite close to Incurson, even facilitating her transfer to a VIP room. A young man named Chen? Yang Ming's expression darkened further. It must be him, Chen Yang. After a brief silence, Yang Ming finally spat out a name, his voice laced with fury. Uncle, keep an eye on them. I am on my way. Whoever dares to compete with me for a woman, I shall ensure they pay a hefty price, regardless of their background. It was evident that Yang Ming was genuinely enraged. In the short span of a single day, the relationship between Chen Yang and Incurson had progressed significantly. Incurson had initially rejected Yang Ming's assistance, yet after only one day of knowing Chen Yang, she willingly accepted his kindness. In comparison, how could Yang Ming possibly remain calm? Director Yang, what brings you here? Just as Yang Ming ended the call, a deep voice resonated from behind him. Director Yang turned around, astonished to find the hospital's esteemed Director Zhong, a man of great authority, who rarely appeared due to his busy schedule. What brings you here? Director Yang inquired, astonished. I have a distinguished guest to attend to personally. Why are you standing here instead of inspecting the wards? Director Zhong asked with a hint of curiosity. Having heard numerous rumors regarding Director Yang's negligence, he was intrigued to see for himself if the tales held any truth. I was just conducting my rounds when I received a call regarding a family matter and serendipitously encountered you, Director. May I inquire who the esteemed guest is? Would you require my company? Director Yang, sensing an opportunity, feigned curiosity. To ingratiate himself with influential figures was his forte. Perhaps he could reap some benefits from this encounter. Since we have crossed paths, let us proceed together and introduce you, lest you inadvertently offend anyone, Director Zhong replied, shaking his head as he dismissed his thoughts. Having already delayed for some time, he needed to hurry to avoid displeasing Chen Yang. Of course, Director Yang nodded slightly. His curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the individual who could command such solemnity from the hospital director. Subsequently, the two of them made their way towards the VIP ward, one following the other. Knock, knock. Inside the ward, Incurson was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a knock at the door, prompting her to rise and approach the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Chen Yang, who appeared with a fresh fruit basket, a broad smile gracing his face. You ventured out just to buy fruit? Incurson inquired, somewhat taken aback. Not entirely. I also took the opportunity to transfer your mother to a better ward for her recovery, where she will have dedicated care. This should alleviate some of your worries and be more conducive to her health, Chen Yang replied, demonstrating his thoughtful consideration. Come in. I was just mentioning you to my mother, and she wishes to see you, she said, reaching out to take the fruit basket from Chen Yang and pulling him into the room by the sleeve of his shirt. Sheena, who is it? Anne's mother asked curiously, noting the delay at the door. Annie, my name is Chen Yang, a classmate of Incurson. I heard you were unwell, so I came to visit. He introduced himself warmly, standing no more than 2 meters away from Anne's mother. Oh, it's you. Thank you for covering my medical expenses, Anne's mother exclaimed, surprised at the handsome young man before her. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. She had not anticipated that her daughter's classmate would be such a striking young man, with wealth and good looks. It was no wonder her daughter felt such a way about him. Please, Auntie, you are too kind. Curson and I are classmates, and I would never stand by idly when I can lend a hand, Chen Yang replied, his demeanor gentle and his smile sincere, instantly leaving a positive impression on Anne's mother, unlike some arrogant signs of privilege. Sheena, why are you standing there? Quickly pour a glass of water for Chen Yang. Anne's mother urged her daughter, noticing her customary grace had faltered. There's no need, Auntie, you are far too polite, Chen Yang interjected, appreciating the amiable nature of Anne's mother, which surely influenced Enkerson's admirable character. At that moment, Enkerson had prepared a glass of water and presented it to Chen Yang, making it difficult for him to decline. Auntie, with Kerson and me here, you need only focus on your recovery. There is no need for you to worry about anything else, he said, observing Anne's mother's pale complexion, which revealed her frailty. Having a friend like you in my daughter's life is truly a blessing, Anne's mother expressed with gratitude, visibly delighted for her daughter. Oh, please do not say that. Kerson is quite popular at school. It is indeed my fortune to be her friend, Chen Yang affirmed, truthfully. The title of school belle was well-deserved. And it was no secret that many wealthy young men would fall for Enkerson if she so wished. That is quite an exaggeration. Enkerson blushed at Chen Yang's compliment, a charming hue gracing her cheeks. In terms of beauty, Enkerson was undoubtedly worthy of her title. However, what Chen Yang admired most was not merely her outward appearance, but her pure, lotus-like aura and firm adherence to her principles. She was a woman of strong character, refusing to yield to materialism or superficial allure, making her a refreshing presence among the beautiful women Chen Yang had encountered thus far. While he felt a flicker of attraction, his earnest desire at that moment was to assist Enkerson in overcoming her difficulties. Do not be modest. Yang Ming is the best proof of your charm. If you weren't so captivating, why would he persistently harass you and resort to such despicable tactics to threaten you? Chen Yang remarked with a smile. Who is Yang Ming? Anne's mother inquired, her curiosity piqued. A suitor of Kerson S., a wealthy young man with questionable morals. He previously attempted to harass Kerson. But I intervened, Chen Yang reassured her. Rest assured, Auntie, with me around, no one will harm Kerson. Anne's mother felt a sense of relief, observing Chen Yang's genuine concern for her daughter, which suggested he harbored feelings for her. How could that be? Just then, another knock echoed at the ward door. Who could that be? And Kerson wondered aloud. I'll handle it. It's likely an old friend of mine. Allow me to introduce you, Chen Yang said, rising to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found Elder Zhong and Director Yang standing at the entrance, their expressions serious. Elder Zhong, long time no see. Chen Yang greeted, a smile breaking across his face at the sight of a familiar figure. Chen Xiao, what brings you here? Are you unwell? Elder Zhong asked, his tone grave. Not at all. I'm perfectly fine. I'm here visiting my friend's mother, who is hospitalized in your esteemed facility, and thought I'd seek your guidance. Chen Yang responded, aware of Elder Zhong's exceptional medical prowess and confident that his intervention would ensure Anne's mother's recovery. Oh, I see. Elder Zhong released a sigh of relief. Please, come in. He motioned for both himself and Director Yang to enter. Auntie, Kerson, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Zhong, the director of the hospital. His medical skills are extraordinary, and with his assistance, any ailment can be healed, Chen Yang proclaimed, eliciting a wave of excitement from both Anne's mother and Kerson. It's not as miraculous as Chen Xiao describes. I only possess a basic understanding. Elder Zhong downplayed his abilities. Director Yang, please retrieve the patient's medical records for me, he instructed, clearly intending to personally examine Anne's mother, likely due to Chen Yang's influence. Of course, I will do that right away, Director Yang replied, his expression somewhat perplexed. He had never imagined that Chen Yang was the same person who had paid Kerson's medical expenses. Moreover, how did he come to know Elder Zhong? It was apparent that Chen Yang was no ordinary individual, especially given Elder Zhong's respectful demeanor towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Director Yang intended to step out and inform Yang Ming, but he was unable to reach him by phone. Reluctantly, he had to forego that plan and proceeded to retrieve Anne's mother's medical records. Inside the ward, Anne's mother and Kerson exchanged astonished glances, realizing the immense respect Elder Zhong held for Chen Yang, the director of the hospital. Just how significant is Chen Yang? I apologize for the trouble, Elder Zhong. I will bring over some fine wine for you to sample another day, Chen Yang acknowledged, recognizing the honor of Elder Zhong's visit. Chen Xiao is being overly courteous. Your father donates generously to our hospital each year, aiding in numerous matters. This is but a trifling concern, Elder Zhong replied, noting Chen Yang's family connections to the hospital. As the heir of the Chen family, Chen Yang undoubtedly deserved some respect from Elder Zhong. Moreover, Chen Yang's courteous demeanor had endeared him to Elder Zhong. Nonetheless, that matter would be discussed later. For now, it was imperative to assess the condition of the lady in question. Just as these words left his lips, Director Yang appeared at the doorway, holding the medical records, which he then promptly handed to Elder Zhong. After a meticulous review, Elder Zhong, with his vast experience, grasped Mrs. Anne's condition within mere minutes. Rest assured, young Master Chen, this lady's ailment is not severe. According to our plan, next week's surgery poses minimal risk. following the operation, with a fortnight of restful recuperation. She will be back to her former self. I will also remind the surgeon to exercise utmost caution. Elder Zhong remarked as he closed the medical file and turned to Chen Yang. That is splendid news, Chen Yang replied with a serene smile. Both Mrs. and Kersen felt a sense of excitement swell within them. If even the hospital director spoke in such reassuring terms, it indicated that the situation was not dire. Young Master Chen, I have a meeting to attend. Unless there are pressing matters, I shall take my leave now. I will have Director Yang relay any necessary updates from the doctors, so you need not worry, Elder Zhong stated, clearly having his own agenda, which he would handle adeptly. Thank you, Elder Zhong, Chen Yang replied respectfully, acknowledging the elder's busy schedule. Not at all. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me, Elder Zhong said before departing with Director Yang after giving him some instructions. Meanwhile, Mrs. In and Kersen felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. Kersen, you have heard the news. Your mother's condition is stable. After next week's surgery and a period of proper rest, she will recover. Therefore, during this time, focus on taking care of your aunt and refrain from seeking part-time work, Chen Yang advised as he glanced at Kersen. I understand. Thank you, Chen Yang. Kersen replied, astonished by Chen Yang's generosity. Not only had he contributed 300,000 for her mother's medical expenses, but he had also arranged for her transfer to a premium hospital room and even summoned the director to personally oversee her condition. Such kindness was indeed profound. There is no need to keep expressing your gratitude. These are merely trifles, not worthy of any fuss. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, smiling. In Kersen's eyes, Chen Yang's grand gestures were remarkable, yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the true extent of his capabilities. The advantages of a premium hospital room included dedicated nursing staff to attend to Mrs. An's needs, which greatly alleviated Kersen's worries. As evening approached, Chen Yang and Kersen made their way out of the hospital. However, they had scarcely reached the parking garage when a group of figures materialized before them. At the forefront stood someone familiar to both Kersen and Chen Yang. Yang Ming, what do you want? Kersen inquired, her voice laced with apprehension as she noticed Yang Ming leading a menacing ensemble. Instinctively, she edged closer to Chen Yang, seeking his protective presence. What do I want? Yang Ming scoffed, a sinister smile curling his lips. You, Kersen, I once thought you were a pure goddess, so prim and proper. It's fine if you refuse my assistance, but after knowing Chen Yang for only a day, you've already become so close. Humph. You're all cut from the same cloth. His eyes glinted with anger as he directed his ire at both Chen Yang and Kersen. Yang Ming, you would do well to swallow those words. I know exactly what kind of woman Kersen is, far better than you do. Meanwhile, you, shameless and desperate, resort to vile tactics to force her compliance. How pitiful you are, surrounded by women who only care for your wealth. Without it, I doubt anyone would even glance your way. Chen Yang retorted coldly, disdain evident in his tone. He held a profound contempt for individuals who, lacking ability, resorted to arrogance due to their family wealth, believing they could act with impunity. Chen Yang, you're courting death. I might have once been cautious of your background, but that is no longer the case. I care not for your origins. Time and again, you disrupt my affairs and dare to insult me. You will pay a heavy price for this. Yang Ming's eyes glinted with malice, his desire to eliminate Chen Yang palpable. Get him. Break his legs. I want him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Yang Ming commanded, gesturing for his 10 or so henchmen armed with steel pipes to advance menacingly. Do you really dare to lay a hand on me, Yang Ming? Chen Yang's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with intensity, emanating an overwhelming aura. Why would I not? Even if you were the king of heaven, I would still take you down, Yang Ming seethed, his rage boiling over. Go ahead, then. I dare you to try. Chen Yang replied defiantly, turning to Kersen and instructing her, stay back and maintain your distance. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. He then shed his outer coat, revealing his well-defined arms, honed and devoid of any excess flesh. Desperate struggles. I can hardly believe you possess the prowess to take down 10 formidable fighters, Yang Ming mocked, observing Chen Yang's fearless demeanor with amusement. Chen Yang disregarded Yang Ming's taunts. His gaze fixed ahead as he surveyed his adversaries. Since you have chosen to oppose me, be prepared to be crushed. Brothers, charge, shouted the leading man, swinging his steel pipe towards Chen Yang's arm. The others followed suit, eager to land their blows with fierce, powerful strikes. Should they connect, it was likely that Chen Yang's ribs would suffer serious damage. However, Chen Yang displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he advanced into the fray with remarkable agility, dodging seamlessly before delivering a powerful punch to one man's abdomen. Without hesitation, he then landed a swift kick to the opponent's vital area, incapacitating him instantly. With a clatter, the steel pipe slipped from the man's grasp, clattering to the ground. Yet, Chen Yang showed no sign of triumph. His swift movements were relentless as he picked up the fallen weapon, exuding an extraordinary presence. Damn it, this kid actually has some skill, Yang Ming thought, incensed as he witnessed Chen Yang dispatch one of his men and seize their weapon. What are you waiting for? Get him. After we deal with him, I'll reward you each with 200,000. The prospect of such a reward sent a wave of excitement through the thugs, their gazes toward Chen Yang growing increasingly hostile. While the bounty was substantial, they would need to be alive to enjoy it. Chen Yang snorted derisively, positioning the steel pipe defensively in front of him. In the next moment, he accelerated towards the group, launching an aggressive charge. Seeking death, a throng of individuals surged forth, encircling Chen Yang with an unyielding grip. In the ensuing chaos, a cacophony of clashing metal reverberated through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere moments, Chen Yang showcased his formidable prowess, effortlessly incapacitating 5 adversaries, leaving only 3 quaking in terror before him. Do you truly perceive me as a mere soft persimmon, easily manipulated? Would I dare exhibit such audacity without the requisite strength? Yang Ming, is this all you can muster, summoning a band of miscreants to intimidate me? Despite the presence of a dozen individuals surrounding Chen Yang, the ultimate outcome remained firmly within his dominion. Engaging 10 foes was akin to traversing an uninhabited realm. Such feeble opponents dared to inflict harm upon him. They truly underestimated his capabilities. What is happening? Why do you linger in stupor? Hurry and come at me. Yang Ming, in a fit of frustration, had not anticipated Chen Yang's astonishing combat skills. Even with reinforcements, they were no match for him. Overestimating their own abilities, they miscalculated. With a disdainful snort, Chen Yang quickened his pace, advancing with remarkable speed. In a mere few strides, his movements were swift and decisive, dispatching the remaining 3 adversaries with brutal efficiency, leaving them sprawled upon the ground in defeat. The multitude of assailants lay incapacitated, some nursing broken ribs, others severely injured, their wails echoing in the air. Yang Ming stumbled, a flicker of uncertainty dawning upon him. The tide had turned, and the situation was now gravely unfavorable for him. He turned to flee. Chen Yang swung the steel pipe in his grasp, striking Yang Ming squarely in the back. Clang! The impact resonated as Yang Ming doubled over in pain, tears streaming down his face. Just a moment ago, he had boasted of crippling me. Yet now he fled with such swiftness. Chen Yang let out a cold scoff, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Do not overreach yourself, Yang Ming. I am the scion of the Yang family. Should you dare lay a hand on me, my father will not let you off lightly. At that moment, Yang Ming was genuinely afraid, terrified of what reckless actions Chen Yang might undertake. Chapter 31. A Beast and a Gentleman. Yang Ming was merely a pampered young master, accustomed to arrogance, unprepared for such an ordeal. He had marched into the hospital garage with a dozen men to corner Chen Yang, intending to cripple him. Yet, who could have imagined that Chen Yang possessed such hidden strength, capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly? His underlings were defeated in mere minutes at Chen Yang's hands. Regret coursed through Yang Ming. He should have brought more men, having drastically underestimated Chen Yang's prowess. Threatening me with your lineage? Yang Ming, do you not find that absurd? When reason fails, you resort to brute force, yet your henchmen are no match for me. Do you truly believe I, Chen Yang, am so easily cowed? Chen Yang regarded Yang Ming's actions with disdain. Such childlike naivety, so utterly inconsequential. What I speak is truth. As a legitimate heir of the Yang family, acquiring the affection of a woman is a trivial pursuit. Had you not obstructed my efforts, and Curson would have long been mine. I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of the Yang family. At this juncture, Yang Ming could not afford to concern himself with Chen Yang's background. The humiliation he suffered and the haughty demeanor of Chen Yang ignited his fury. The Yang family. I am eager to witness the extent of your power that allows you to act with such impunity. Today, our enmity is irrevocably sealed. If you wish to cripple my legs, I shall repay in kind and shatter yours instead. Let us see what your family can do about it. Chen Yang's voice bore an icy edge. He bent down to retrieve the steel pipe from the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The metal scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound. At that moment, Yang Ming was gripped by profound terror. No, you cannot do this to me. Yang Ming was truly panicking. In his current predicament, he dared not engage in verbal sparring. With all his might, he struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding the excruciating pain in his back, desperately attempting to flee. Alas, Chen Yang would not grant him such an escape. Chen Yang seized Yang Ming's clothing, yanking him upward with such force that he was lifted off the ground, crashing heavily back to the earth. In the next heartbeat, Chen Yang wielded the steel pipe with lethal intent, targeting Yang Ming's legs. With a sudden surge of power, crack, the sound of shattering bones pierced the air, sharp and clear. Yang Ming emitted a harrowing scream, veins bulging as the searing pain coursed through his nerves, overwhelming his senses. Moments later, unable to withstand the agony, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Yang had indeed rendered Yang Ming's legs useless. The onlookers, a gathering of ruffians, gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. This individual was far too ruthless. Clang. The steel pipe slipped from Chen Yang's grasp, clattering to the ground. He maintained an air of nonchalance, as if the tumultuous events had scarcely affected him. Dusting off his hands, he approached in person, then turned to address the thugs with a single word, scram. That utterance boomed like thunder, shocking the miscreants into a state of disbelief, each one braving their injuries as they fled in a panic. In Curson's beautiful eyes, a glimmer of astonishment shone. This Chen Yang. Who would have thought his skills were so formidable? He had effortlessly dispatched a dozen opponents, handling them with remarkable ease. Were you frightened? Suddenly, Chen Yang turned back to meet Curson's gaze, softly inquiring. Not at all. I simply did not expect your abilities to be so extraordinary. Capable of taking on 10 foes, akin to an action star. Observing Chen Yang's physique, which was not particularly imposing, she was astounded by the ferocity he could unleash. Oh, this is merely the result of honing my skills during idle moments, a means of ensuring my own self-defense. Otherwise, my family would insist on assigning me bodyguards. Indeed, given Chen Yang's status, it was inconceivable that his family would neglect his safety without a modicum of self-defense capability. Bodyguards were a certainty. This was precisely why Chen Yang had chosen to learn martial arts. True, Curson mused, recalling Chen Yang's distinguished background, no longer surprised. Let us go? I shall treat you to a meal. With that, she led Curson to a Mercedes-Benz, driving away. On Shifang Street, a vibrant food avenue, a myriad of culinary delights awaited in the bustling night market. Curson's beautiful eyes reflected surprise. She had not anticipated that someone of Chen Yang's wealth would dine in such a place. It was evident that Chen Yang did not embody the aloofness often associated with the affluent, making interactions with him remarkably comfortable. Who would have thought that a wealthy second-generation heir like you would indulge in such humble fare? It truly surprises me, Curson remarked, unable to suppress her curiosity as she gazed at Chen Yang. Five-star hotels and Michelin-starred restaurants may offer exquisite cuisine, yet the flavors of street food are equally delightful. I have a genuine passion for food. Why would I not frequent such places? Chen Yang shook his head and chuckled, never having anticipated such a question from Curson. The two of them walked side by side along the narrow paths of the night market. The tantalizing aromas of takoyaki, odin, and stir-fried squid beckoned them, igniting their appetites. By the time they had traversed half the street, their hands were already brimming with delectable treats, relishing each bite with delight. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, Yang Ming had spent a considerable time before gradually regaining consciousness. An excruciating pain radiated through his lower body, jarring every nerve ending. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he fumbled for his phone and painstakingly dialed his uncle's number. After approximately 10 minutes, Director Yang arrived, accompanied by medical personnel. Upon witnessing Yang Ming's dire state, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. Yang Ming, how did you end up like this? Uncle, please, no time for questions. Quickly, get me to the hospital to see if my leg can be saved. The slightest movement sent a jolt of pain through Yang Ming's legs, causing him to gasp involuntarily. You lot, hurry and fetch a stretcher. Be careful as you carry him to the hospital. Given the unusual circumstances, Director Yang wasted no time in directing the medical staff around him. What had begun as an act of revenge had instead led Yang Ming to invite calamity upon himself, resulting in unexpected consequences. Yet, it was evident that this chapter was far from closed. In fact, the true entanglement was just beginning. In the night market, Chen Yang and Curson indulged in their culinary escapades. Having traversed less than 2/3 of the street, they found themselves too full to continue. Ultimately, Chen Yang purchased 2 cups of milk tea, carefully inserting the straws before presenting one to Curson. Chapter 32. The Role of a Rescuer. For the first time, Curson felt a hint of warmth from a male companion. Her father had passed away from a serious illness when she was very young, leaving her childhood devoid of paternal affection. Yet, Curson bore no grievances, understanding that her mother single-handedly supported the family under immense pressure. Consequently, she had always been well-behaved and excelled academically. In previous encounters, other men pursued Curson for superficial reasons, enamored solely by her beauty and the prestige of being the school's belle. However, having known Chen Yang for less than 2 days, she found their interactions refreshingly comfortable, unlike the insufferable antics of other privileged youths. As she accepted the milk tea from Chen Yang, her heart was deeply moved. The sweetness of the drink enveloped her taste buds, seeping into her very soul. Amidst the vibrancy and clamor of the night market, as they admired the dazzling nightscape, their bond unconsciously grew closer. As night fell, Chen Yang drove Curson home. Just before parting, he handed her a stack of 100 yuan bills. Please, don't misunderstand. I mean no ulterior motives. Since you're no longer working part-time, it's prudent to have some money on hand for emergencies. This amount is not substantial. Take it for your urgent needs. Chen Yang hurriedly clarified, anxious that his gesture might be misconstrued by Incursion. Chen Yang, I truly appreciate your concern, but rest assured, I still have some savings, which are sufficient for my current needs. If I find myself in dire straits, you will be the first I approach for assistance. Incursion smiled gently, graciously declining his kindness. Nevertheless, Chen Yang's careful demeanor warmed her heart. Very well, I shan't press you to accept. If anything arises, remember to call me immediately. Watching Chen Yang's departing figure, Incursion couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a delightful expression. As the sun rose, casting gentle rays of light, another splendid weekend began. The memories of the previous night with Incursion made Chen Yang's smile involuntarily widen. Indeed, Incursion possessed a unique quality that made their time together exceptionally pleasant. While surrounded by many beautiful women, it was only Incursion with whom Chen Yang felt an innate desire to be close and protective. Her innocence, unmarred by the world's corruption, evoked an instinctive urge to shield her. Patience was essential. Maintaining their current pace and progressing gradually was key. Chen Yang resolutely affirmed his intentions. After a 10-minute grooming session, Chen Yang departed for a nearby dim sum restaurant. After spending some time savoring breakfast, he found himself growing somewhat bored. Chen Xiao, you're back in the country? Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang unexpectedly. Curiosity piqued. He picked it up to find it was his good friend Yi Chun. Wow, you're quite the informant. I've only been back for 2 days, and you're already calling. Chen Yang chuckled. That is fantastic. Chen Xiao, I'm in dire straits and urgently need your assistance. In mere moments, Yi Chen's voice came through the phone, sounding rather distressed. What is going on? Have you been bullied again? Chen Yang, intrigued, pressed for details. I'll send you an address. You need to come quickly. Yi Chen's request left Chen Yang puzzled. At that moment, he received a message containing an address. Kata Supercar Club. This guy, is he racing again and lost big time? Based on Chen Yang's understanding of Yi Chun, this was indeed a possibility. Rising from the table, Chen Yang left several hundred-yuan bills on the restaurant counter and made his way out. Driving his Mercedes at top speed, he headed towards the scene. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the destination. Yi Xiao, a bet is a bet. This 3 million yuan Ferrari is now mine. Shui Kai wore a smug expression, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Such a display naturally irked Yi Chun. What is there to gloat about? You merely got lucky and won one round. It's just a Ferrari. I have plenty in my garage. Suppressing his anger, Yi Chun shot a glare at him. Yi Xiao's family is wealthy, so he certainly doesn't care about a mere Ferrari. But I earned it through my own skill. The significance is entirely different. Seeing Yi Chun in such a predicament brought Shui Kai immense satisfaction. Humph. Yi Chun scoffed, struggling to contain his frustration, unwilling to concede. Shui Kai, do you dare to wager a race against my brother? Brother? Which one are you referring to? Shui Kai's lips curled into a grin, clearly intrigued. He'll be here shortly. Just say, do you dare or not? The thought of Chen Yang stepping in reassured Yi Chun. His driving skills were far superior to his own. Had it not been for Shui Kai's persistent provocations, Yi Chun would not have rashly accepted the race, resulting in the loss of his Ferrari. Rare to see Yi Xiao showing such interest, I'd be delighted to oblige. Shui Kai was a seasoned member of the club. Given Yi Chen's driving abilities, he held him in utter disdain. This was precisely why he had repeatedly provoked him into racing, seizing the opportunity to claim Yi Chen's Ferrari. Acquiring a 3 million yuan sports car so effortlessly was a lucrative deal indeed. As for the brother that Yi Chen mentioned, Shui Kai had never considered him a threat. With Yi Chen's driving skills, how formidable could the other expert be? In the end, wouldn't he just be obediently delivering money to him? With a soft purr, the Mercedes-Benz came to a halt at the entrance of the club. At that moment, Yi Chen received a call from Chen Yang, who informed him that he had arrived at the door. Yi Chen turned and sprinted out, exclaiming, Chen Xiao, you finally arrived. If you were any later, I would have been utterly humiliated. A look of grievance was plastered across Yi Chen's face as he poured out his frustrations to Chen Yang. What on earth happened? Why the urgency in summoning me? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. There's this guy in the club who has been at odds with me. He challenged me to a race. This fellow took advantage of my inferior skills, won a Ferrari from me, and now he struts around, gloating in my face. I cannot swallow this insult. Upon hearing that you were back in the country, I immediately thought of asking you to help me reclaim my honor. You know, among the people I know, your racing skills are unparalleled. If you can't assist me, who else can I turn to? Yi Chen said, his face flushed with indignation. So, all this time, you were simply outmatched and lost a Ferrari? Chen Yang chuckled, finally grasping the situation. If your father finds out, he will surely break your legs. Chen Xiao, please keep this a secret. Losing a Ferrari is minor. The real issue is the humiliation of losing the race. I, Yi Chun, care deeply about my reputation. If this spreads, how will I ever navigate this circle again? Yi Chun lamented, a hint of desperation in his voice. Humph, you lost the race and still wish to silence others? You are quite naive. So, who exactly did you bet against? Chen Yang shook his head, bemused by Yi Chun's plight. However, curiosity piqued. He pressed on to discover the identity of Yi Chen's opponent. Damn it. If it weren't for that little punk, Shui Kai using psychological tactics against me, this wouldn't have happened. Yi Chen seethed, his frustration evident. Shui Kai? I don't recall that name. Chen Yang pondered, realizing he had no memory of such a person. He's a second-generation rich kid in the club, rumored to have a mine in his family, with considerable assets. He has been insufferably arrogant, and I've never liked him. I thought my driving skills were sufficient to defeat him, yet who would have imagined he had a trick up his sleeve, overtaking me at the last moment? It truly infuriated me. Upon mentioning it, Yi Chen's agitation only intensified. How can you be so naive? He clearly had you in his sights when he challenged you to a bet. You cannot claim to be wronged. Chen Yang smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Chen Xiao, given the circumstances, must you rub salt in my wounds? That is hardly chivalrous. Yi Chen retorted, visibly displeased. All right, I'll assist you. Lead the way. I am curious to see what kind of person Shui Kai is, daring to set a trap for my brother Chen Yang. The bond between Chen Yang and Yi Chun was solid, so he felt compelled to help. Seeing this, Yi Chen's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly ushered Chen Yang into the Supercar Club. Ah, I didn't expect Yi Xiao's reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. It's quite a surprise. Shui Kai had not anticipated that, so little time had passed, and Yi Chen would show up with someone of similar age. A broad grin spread across his face. Shui Kai, my brother's driving skills are tenfold better than mine. If I lost to you, it would be due to my deficiency in skill, and I accept that. However, today, you will certainly lose this race against him. It was clear that Yi Chun had unwavering confidence in Chen Yang. Oh, since Yi Xiao holds your brother in such high esteem, I wonder what the stakes will be this time. The race was inherently a gamble. In the previous round, Yi Chen lost, wagering his vehicle, a Ferrari valued at 3 million, 5 million in cash. Should I lose, I will transfer it to you immediately. Conversely, if you lose, you must pay me 5 million. What do you say? Chen Yang scrutinized Shui Kai, assessing him. He appeared quite refined, but given his previous actions, it was likely he was cunning. Remarkable. I didn't expect your friend Yi Xiao to be so extravagant. Very well, 5 million it is. One could not deny that Shui Kai was financially audacious. 5 million was no trivial sum, yet he agreed without hesitation. Naturally, there was also the possibility that Shui Kai had complete confidence in his own driving skills, believing he would undoubtedly triumph in this race. Yi Chun was overjoyed. He had previously worried that Shui Kai might back down, but now events were unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Chen Yang shrugged, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Hold on, Yi Chun interjected, advancing towards Chen Yang and whispering. Chen Xiao, Shui Kai frequents this club. He is undoubtedly familiar with the track. To ensure a solid victory, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the course first. What do you think? There's no need. I have confidence in my skills. Even if Shui Kai knows the track well, it does not intimidate me in the slightest, Chen Yang replied with a smile, clearly misunderstanding Yi Chen's concern. Are you certain? You really don't want to? Yi Chen asked, uncertainty creeping into his tone. Since you call me for help, you must have faith in my abilities. I would never joke about such matters, Chen Yang said with a soft smile. Very well, then. Yi Chen conceded. Shui Kai, although you hold an advantage on the track, your skills still pale in comparison to Chen Xiao's. Prepare to concede. Not so fast. The race has yet to commence. And to declare victory this soon is overly optimistic. Shui Kai remained unfazed, casting a discerning eye over Chen Yang. Humph, this time, you are destined for defeat. Soon. The staff completed clearing the track. My car isn't suitable. I will borrow your sports car for this race. Chen Yang gestured to Yi Chen's Ferrari, though his gaze was directed at Shui Kai. Feel free. Shui Kai replied with a dispassionate smile, clearly unbothered. Everything seemed to be under his control. Acknowledging this, Chen Yang nodded, climbed into the vehicle, started the engine, and adjusted his seat, fully prepared. Meanwhile, numerous young gentlemen in the club gathered, eager to witness yet another race, murmuring about the audacity of anyone daring to challenge young Master Shui. Indeed, young Master Shui's driving skills are unparalleled within our club. While he may not have reached a professional level, his prowess is certainly comparable to that of a seasoned expert. Many cast glances filled with schadenfreude towards Chen Yang. I have heard that the wager stands at an extravagant 5 million in cash, a truly lavish display. Such an amount could easily procure a luxury sports car, a fiery red Ferrari, or a meticulously modified Lamborghini. Thus, an epic showdown is set to unfold. Come on, Chen Xiao. Give this fellow a thorough drubbing. Chen shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines. His disdain for Shui Kai was palpable. Vroom vroom. The engines of the two sports cars roared to life, akin to ferocious beasts awakening from slumber, emitting a deep growl. With a flourish, the red flag was waved in the air. The Ferrari and Lamborghini shot forth like cannonballs, unleashing their full potential and showcasing astonishing speed. In an instant, they were a blur. The scene was breathtaking, igniting the fervor among the onlookers. Chapter 34. When serious, even the taillights vanish. Spectators could scarcely comprehend the dazzling display before them, as the Ferrari and Lamborghini raced neck and neck, each vying for dominance. Shui Kai pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini surged ahead, leaving the Ferrari in its wake. I don't care who you are, if you wish to defeat me. It won't be an easy feat, Chen Yang remarked, a smirk gracing his lips, unfazed by the unfolding drama. With a swift press of the gas pedal, the Ferrari growled in response, accelerating to keep pace. Humph, just a fleeting lead. What is there to be smug about? Shui Kai, you're destined to lose this time. Chen scoffed, his expression turning contemptuous as he observed the Lamborghini. Look, young Master Shui has seized the early advantage. Victory seems within his grasp. I wonder who is foolish enough to challenge him, the other young masters murmured amongst themselves. The club's racetrack was a lavishly constructed arena, boasting top-tier facilities. As Shui Kai surged ahead, leaving Chen Yang choking on his exhaust fumes, the Lamborghini swayed provocatively in front of him, a blatant act of taunting. Chen Yang, who had worn a calm demeanor, felt his expression grow increasingly icy. This fellow was crossing the line. It was unclear where he had found such a companion, but it appeared that this individual was far from exceptional. Chen, do you truly believe my abilities are limited to this? Clearly, Chen had underestimated Shui Kai's capabilities. The victory was seemingly assured for Shui Kai. Yet, would everything unfold as he anticipated? To Chen Yang, a sports car, often regarded as a luxury item by most, was akin to a mere toy. In terms of driving skills, his expertise rivaled that of professionals. Faced with someone as inconsequential as Shui Kai, defeat was simply out of the question. He immediately accelerated, his movements fluid and seamless. The Ferrari, as if awakened from a deep slumber, was imbued with spirit. With a dramatic surge in speed, Chen Yang seized a momentary gap ahead. With a deft maneuver of the steering wheel and a press of the accelerator, he executed a perfect drift, gliding into the turn with grace, leaving behind a trail of smoke as the tires screeched against the pavement. What? Shui Kai, who had initially dismissed Chen Yang, was taken aback as he saw this audacious maneuver, accelerating through the bend with the intent to overtake. Was this man insane? The curve was too narrow to accommodate two cars, and continuing forward could lead to a catastrophic collision. To his astonishment, Chen Yang exhibited remarkable audacity, maintaining speed and daring to overtake. Yet, one could not deny that his drifting technique was nothing short of exemplary, executed with precision. In the shortest time possible and the most extreme manner, he sought to surpass himself. But would Shui Kai concede so easily? Certainly not. Just as the Ferrari edged past the Lamborghini, gaining a half-car length advantage, Shui Kai wasted no time, flooring the accelerator as they approached the straightaway. The roar of the engine echoed, and the two luxury vehicles raced side by side, evenly matched. What a reckless individual. The brief exchange had bestowed upon Shui Kai a clear understanding of Chen Yang's prowess. Yet, at this moment, he could not help but curse inwardly. Chen Yang's method of overtaking was excessively reckless. A minor miscalculation could lead to a collision with dire consequences. But Chen Yang was indifferent to such risks. The Ferrari's performance was reaching its zenith under his command. With his exceptional driving skills, he began to shine in this race. The spectators were left in awe. Goodness! How could he dare to be so reckless? Doesn't he fear an accident? Chen Yang paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his focus unwavering as he propelled forward at breakneck speed. Ahead lay another S-curve. With increasing speed, Chen Yang's movements became a blur, as if he had conjured an afterimage in midair. In a textbook-perfect drift, he left the Lamborghini far behind, and his speed continued to escalate. The prowess he exhibited was almost supernatural. He navigated the bend without a hint of deceleration. Among the crowd, only Chen wore a knowing smile, reminiscent of his own experiences racing against Chen Yang. Had it not been for his admiration of Chen Yang's skills, how could he be so certain of Shui Kai's impending defeat? Meanwhile, Shui Kai, who had been tailing the Lamborghini closely, found himself unable to even catch a glimpse of the Ferrari's taillights after merely one turn. A sense of foreboding washed over him. No, this cannot be possible. How on earth did he manage to distance himself so dramatically? According to Shui Kai's calculations, Chen Yang had already established a lead of over 100 meters. With less than a third of the race completed, such an insurmountable gap seemed insidious. The prospect of the remaining race was now shrouded in uncertainty. Panic surged within him as he pressed the accelerator, striving to close the distance to Chen Yang's figure. From an omniscient perspective, the onlookers could not help but feel sympathy for Shui Kai. However, their awe was predominantly directed towards Chen Yang's extraordinary driving skills. This individual navigated the bends without reducing speed, executing one flawless drift after another, employing the most efficient techniques to advance. Gradually, the distance between the two cars widened, rendering any suspense in the race virtually non-existent. Finally, as they approached the final straight, the Ferrari entered the sprinting phase, unleashing a thunderous roar as it surged across the finish line. The victor was clear. Shui Kai had been utterly overwhelmed by Chen Yang, with no chance of resistance. How could this be? I have actually lost. From the very beginning of the race, once Shui Kai took the lead, he never caught sight of Chen Yang's taillights after that bend. This was something Shui Kai found utterly unacceptable. What had transpired during the race? And how had Chen Yang managed to achieve such a feat? Shui Kai, I had warned you. Racing against Chen Xiao was a certain path to defeat. Now you finally comprehend the chasm that lies between you. Unable even to glimpse his taillights. How lamentable. With such a rare opportunity to mock Shui Kai. How could Yi Chun let it slip away? Who exactly are you? And how did you acquire such formidable driving skills? Shui Kai felt a deep sense of unwillingness. It is well known that he, Shui Kai, possesses driving skills that rival those of professional racers. Yet in the hands of Chen Yang, he found himself utterly powerless. The disparity in their abilities was vast. Chapter 35, The Wayward Young Master Yi Chun. Just moments ago, Shui Kai had worn a face full of arrogance. Now he must recognize the prowess of Chen Xiao. In the presence of Chen Xiao, Shui Kai can only resign himself to defeat. Observing Shui Kai's current expression of frustration, Yi Chun felt an immense sense of satisfaction, as though he had finally exhaled a long-held grievance. You. Shui Kai's face flushed with anger as he glared furiously at Yi Chun. What? Am I mistaken in my words? Yi Chun replied smugly. Shui Kai, remember. To bet is to accept the outcome. 5 million in cash. Do not forget to settle up. Chen Yang, on the other hand, appeared remarkably unperturbed. From the outset, he had anticipated this outcome. Ever since he delved into the world of racing, he had displayed extraordinary talent. Having once enlisted the guidance of international racing champions for hands-on instruction. With such innate ability and professional mentorship, his skills were far beyond the reach of mere amateurs. Shui Kai indeed possessed some skill, yet it was only commendable among casual supercar enthusiasts. In Chen Yang's eyes, he was simply no match. Merely a few bends had sufficed for Chen Yang to leave him far behind, to the point where even the taillights of a Ferrari were out of sight. Humph. Young Master Yi is indeed resourceful to have enlisted such a remarkable ally. I cannot help but admire that, Shui Kai scoffed. Although Yi Chen's driving skills were mediocre, his network was not to be underestimated. In such a short span, he had managed to elevate his skills to those comparable to professional experts. Shui Kai had truly underestimated his opponent, resulting in this significant loss. Originally, he had believed he would win a $3 million Ferrari from Yi Chun and subsequently gain an additional $5 million from Chen Yang. Now, not only had he gained nothing, but he was also on the verge of losing several million. Despite Shui Kai's affluent background, several million was still a substantial sum, and parting with it willingly was naturally disheartening. However, given the stature of those present, it was inconceivable that anyone would default on their debts. Chen Xiao, please provide me with your account details. I shall arrange for the transfer immediately. Though he felt somewhat uneasy, he understood that such were the terms of the wager, and there was no escaping it. All right, just transfer it to this card. Suddenly, Chen Yang produced a gold card from his wallet and presented it to Shui Kai. After all, 5 million was a considerable amount, a generous sum for discretionary spending. No problem, Shui Kai nodded. Moments later, Chen Yang's phone buzzed with a notification. 5 million had been transferred. Yi Chun, unbeknownst to him, had already approached Chen Yang with a fawning expression. Chen Xiao, look at how much you've just earned. I, on the other hand, have lost a $3 million Ferrari. Shouldn't you show a little appreciation to your brother? Yi Chun was genuinely tempted. Recently, he had been experiencing financial strain, and losing a luxury sports car was certainly adding insult to injury. Unavoidably, he began to focus his attention on Chen Yang. In such a short time, 5 million had been credited, faster than robbing a bank. You are the young master of the Yi family. Is it necessary to put on a facade of poverty? Do you really need this little money? Chen Yang looked at Yi Chun with disdain and retorted with a light chuckle. Chen Xiao, times have changed. In the past, I would not have regarded this sum lightly. But you are unaware that I recently had a falling out with my family, and my allowance has been cut off. You know me. I'm accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, and my savings were never substantial to begin with. Now, having lost a Ferrari, if I don't receive some support, my future days will hardly be as carefree. Yi Chun sighed helplessly and continued. A falling out? What happened? Chen Yang, intrigued, inquired further. In the world of the affluent, one is often not free. My father wants me to take over the family business and undergo some training. You know how I value my freedom. I cannot tolerate such constraints, so I naturally refused, leading to a quarrel. At the mention of this matter, Yi Chun felt a twinge of irritation. Indeed, for those of our status, choices become limited as we reach a certain age. Well, seeing you in such a pitiful state, I'll lend you a hand. But do not get too carried away. If your father finds out I secretly assisted you, he may very well come looking for trouble. With that, Chen Yang pulled out his phone and transferred 2 million to Yi Chen's account. To Chen Yang, money was of little consequence, in his eyes. It was merely a string of numbers. Upon receiving the 2 million, Yi Chen's spirits lifted, and he appeared instantly rejuvenated. Chen Xiao, your generosity is greatly appreciated. This kindness will not be forgotten. Should I be able to assist you in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Yi Chen looked at Chen Yang, deeply touched. All right, enough of that. Do not be overly courteous. It is evident you regard me as a stranger. The camaraderie between Chen Yang and Yi Chun was quite solid, and the favor granted was merely a small one. Yet, Yi Chen's reaction was surprisingly profound. At this moment, Shui Kai, fully aware that he had suffered a significant loss, refrained from confronting either Yi Chun or Chen Yang. There was no point in arguing when one was simply outmatched. Fortuitously, his wealthy background softened the blow. Otherwise, 5 million would have been an astronomical figure. Yi Chun was elated. Not only had Chen Yang avenged him, but he had also resolved his current financial predicament. Chen Xiao, tonight I shall treat you to drinks. Given your good intentions, I cannot refuse. Chen Yang nodded in agreement without hesitation. Subsequently, Yi Chen accompanied Chen Yang as they exited the club, leaving Shui Kai and the other young masters filled with curiosity about Chen Yang's identity. At the entrance, Yi Chen had expected Chen Yang to arrive in his previously owned limited edition Bugatti Veyron. To his surprise, it was merely an ordinary Mercedes-Benz, prompting him to ask in confusion. Chen Xiao, after a few days apart, why have you opted for such a low-key luxury vehicle? While attending classes, one should not draw excessive attention. It reflects poorly. Chen Yang replied. If he were to drive one of the limited edition cars from his garage to school, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir before he even stepped through the gates. Indeed, that makes sense. However, I find it rather odd, given your family background and circumstances. Do you truly need to attend school? Yi Chen mused. Could it be that your intentions lie not in education, but rather in pursuing the campus belle? Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Yi Chen's face, as if recalling certain thoughts. Nonsense. My personal life is not as chaotic as yours, constantly switching from one beauty to another, flitting about in a sea of flowers as if in one's element. Chen Yang shot Yi Chen a glare, clearly displeased, and then replied, Fine, fine. I was being too talkative. Indeed, you are a breath of fresh air among the rich second generation. Untangled from frivolity, yet remarkably talented, a truly exceptional man. One can only wonder which fortunate woman will one day become Chen Xiao's confidant. Comparing himself to Chen Yang, Yi Chun felt the vast chasm between them, not only in terms of capability, but also in their understanding of the world. Chapter 36, Junhua Hotel. Junhua Hotel, allow me to treat you to a drink. Yi Chen draped his arm over Chen Yang's shoulder, their camaraderie evident. All right, let's go, Chen Yang agreed without hesitation. Junhua Hotel, a veritable star-rated establishment, exuded an air of opulence from its decor to its layout. Typically, it welcomed affluent entrepreneurs and elite individuals, a space where Chen Yang was no stranger. It was a rarity for Yi Chun to be so generous as to invite him to dine at Junhua Hotel, and Chen Yang had no objections. As the two got into the car, a Mercedes-Benz whisked them away to the hotel. Approaching noon, the hotel was bustling with activity. Gentlemen, do you have a reservation? As they stepped through the entrance, a beautiful waitress approached them respectfully. We don't have a reservation, we just wish to dine here. Is there truly no space available? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Unfortunately, today a distinguished guest is hosting a banquet, and the main hall is unable to accommodate any more patrons unless a private room was reserved in advance. It will be quite difficult for us to make arrangements otherwise. The waitress replied, her expression turning awkward. With her keen insight, she could discern that Yi Chun and Chen Yang were both sons of affluent families. At that moment, she feared that refusing them could lead to considerable trouble if they were to react poorly. What nonsense. It's just a meal. How could we stumble upon a private event? I would like to see who has such a grand occasion, Yi Chen declared, preparing to bypass the waitress and enter the hotel. Sir, you cannot enter without an invitation. The waitress, alarmed by Yi Chen's actions, swiftly stepped in front of him, urging him to reconsider. What a joke. In this vast world, is there anywhere I, Yi Chun, cannot go? Today, I am treating Chen Xiao to a meal here. I wonder who would dare disrespect me. Yi Chen's temper flared. He was resolute about dining at Junhua Hotel, and despite the circumstances, he was determined. That's enough, Yi Chun. Being able to host a banquet at Junhua Hotel indicates they possess considerable wealth. The city is not that large. It could even be an old acquaintance. Let's not make this situation more awkward than it needs to be. Just as the waitress appeared flustered, Chen Yang finally spoke up, calming Yi Chen down. Chen Xiao, you make a fair point. Miss, could you arrange a private room for us? We shall not occupy the main hall. Since Chen Yang had taken the initiative, Yi Chen naturally obliged, realizing that today was meant for treating his friend. It would be unwise to create an unpleasant atmosphere. Please wait a moment. I will have the manager come to discuss this with you, the waitress replied, her expression filled with regret as she hurried off to find the hall manager. What a hassle. I rarely treat Chen Xiao to a meal, and yet it's proving so troublesome. Yi Chen lamented, caught off guard by the unexpected complications. No worries. Hotels have their own rules. It's indeed a bit challenging without a reservation. However, I believe we will find a solution soon enough. Let us be patient. Chen Yang responded nonchalantly. You truly have a good temperament, treating others with such humility. In comparison, I realize the gulf that separates us, Yi Chen mused, reflecting on the stark differences between him and Chen Yang. After a moment, he understood the reasoning behind it. As the heir to the Chen Group, Chen Yang had been in the spotlight since childhood, surrounded by admiration. With high expectations from his parents and strict upbringing, his every action exuded the elegance of a noble lineage. In contrast, Yi Chen resembled a reckless scion of a wealthy family, indulging in pleasure without a care for responsibilities. Yi Chen shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the matter further, lest he feel overwhelming shame. The disparity between them as rich second-generation heirs was indeed striking. Within 3 minutes, a middle-aged man approached the two young men, dressed formally and exuding a unique charm. Hua Hao, the hall manager of Junhua Hotel, greeted them. Gentlemen, my apologies for keeping you waiting, he said, bowing slightly with respect. Manager, I came here to treat Chen Xiao to a meal. Since there is no space in the main hall, I presume you have some private rooms available? Yi Chen stepped forward to inquire. I sincerely apologize. But due to the hotel's booming business today, both the main hall and most private rooms have been reserved. Hua Hao explained promptly and respectfully. Xiaoli, please assist these gentlemen in checking for any available private rooms, he instructed. Yi Chen, feeling a bit disgruntled, muttered under his breath about his unfortunate luck that day. It's all right, I understand. Next time you visit, please remember to call ahead for a reservation, so you're not left waiting at the door, Chen Yang remarked, his calm demeanor slightly easing the tension. Sir, I truly apologize. The main hall is hosting a birthday banquet for the esteemed Mr. Liu, and it was reserved days in advance. Given the hotel's usual high demand, it would be quite difficult to free up a private room without prior reservation. As expected, the beautiful waitress returned, shaking her head at the manager, indicating that there were indeed no extra rooms available. What is this? Who dares block my path? Are you not aware that this hotel has been reserved by my Liu family? If you wish to dine, go elsewhere. Do not linger here and obstruct our view. Just as Yi Chen's frustration boiled, a sharply dressed young man with a stylish hairstyle approached, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the airs of a privileged youth. Yet his demeanor was far from courteous. His words were jarring. Who the hell are you? I'm dining here. What business is it of yours? Yi Chen turned, his eyes filled with displeasure as he glared at the bespectacled youth, who was undeniably asking for trouble. How dare you? Today is Mr. Liu's birthday. This hotel is exclusively reserved for invited guests. You two should have chosen a better time to dine unless you intend to curry favor with the Liu family. Liu Ziki said, his expression arrogant, believing he had discerned their true intentions at a glance. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, the Liu family stands as a formidable power, attracting numerous aspirants eager to curry favor. However, to seek entry into the birthday celebration of the patriarch of the Liu family through such a rudimentary approach seems rather beneath the dignity of the occasion. Chapter 37. A heated dispute ensues. Who is this Liu family, anyway? I, Yi Chen, have no need to ingratiate myself with the likes of them. How utterly ridiculous. Yi Chen harbored considerable disdain for Liu Ziki's words at that moment, his expression betraying his scorn as he retorted coolly. What kind of fool are you? Who dares to speak such ignorance, having never even heard of the Liu family? Liu Ziki, as the young master of the Liu family, indulged in luxury and enjoyed a superior status, surrounded by countless sycophants, including various CEOs of publicly traded companies. When had he ever encountered such arrogance? Especially from someone so brazenly foolish? I advise you to choose your words wisely. Otherwise, I shall have someone tear your mouth apart. Yi Chen felt a surge of anger at Liu Ziki's audacity. Who did this person think he was, daring to act so boldly in front of him and Chen Xiao? Was he courting disaster? Am I mistaken? The Liu family is indeed a prominent power in this region, managing multiple enterprises. And you dare to act so brazenly without even knowing of our existence. Liu Ziki sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Yang and Yi Chen. Gentlemen, I strongly advise against provoking this individual. He is Lu Ziki, the most cherished grandson of the old Master Lu, and a likely heir to the Lu family. He is known within the elite circles of the wealthy. Few would dare to cross him. Gua Hao, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt compelled to caution Chen Yang and Yi Chun. Yi Chun, do not seek trouble, but I am certainly not afraid of it. It is this fellow who spoke out of turn, openly challenging Chen Xiao and me. Today, I shall see just how formidable the Lu family truly is. Yi Chun scoffed, showing no regard for Lu Ziki's background. Chen Yang, on the other hand, observed the scene with a calm demeanor. At this juncture, he could easily intervene to prevent Yi Chun from escalating matters further. However, Lu Ziki's earlier remarks had distinctly displeased him. Lu Ziki adopted a condescending posture, his gaze dripping with contempt as it swept over Chen Yang and Yi Chun. Chen Yang, the heir of the Chen Group, held a prestigious status that could hardly be compared to someone like Lu Ziki. Furthermore, the so-called Lu family registered no impression in Chen Yang's mind. When had a family of such renown emerged in Magic City? Manager, are you not aware that this hotel has been exclusively reserved by the Lu family today, and no other guests are being accommodated? Hurry and have these two interlopers removed, lest I be forced to take action myself. Lu Ziki's eyes gleamed with intensity, akin to a hawk's, as he fixed his gaze on Gua Hao. Lu Gongzi, please do not be angered. I will have them leave immediately. Gua Hao, fully aware of the Lu family's influence, dared not offend Lu Ziki. He then turned to Yi Chun and Chen Yang. My sincerest apologies, gentlemen. As you can see, the hotel is fully booked for a banquet by the Lu family, so I regret that your visit has been in vain. However, as a token of appreciation for your support of the Junhua Hotel, here are 2 platinum cards for you, offering a 30% discount on all future visits. This was the best solution Gua Hao could propose. Yet, considering the status of Chen Yang and Yi Chun, would they truly be swayed by such triviality? What good are these platinum cards to us? Chen Xiao and I have no interest in them. This is not merely about a meal. It is about the disrespect shown by this individual, which I find intolerable. I declare now that unless you apologize to both me and Chen Xiao, I shall disrupt your Lu family's banquet. Yi Chun coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Lu Ziki. Presumptuous. You 2 young brats truly believe yourselves to be significant figures? Lu Ziki's irritation was palpable as he commanded, away, Ollie, come forth. Noticing that Yi Chun and Chen Yang showed no inclination to leave, and that they bore expressions of utter defiance, his displeasure deepened. Moments later, 2 burly bodyguards emerged from within. Lu Xiao, what are your orders? I do not wish to see these 2 disrupt my mood. Throw them out. Lu Ziki's disdain was evident as he pointed at Chen Yang and Yi Chun. The guards, imposing figures, exuded an intimidating presence. Chen Xiao, what shall we do? This guy truly deserves a beating, but I have no bodyguards with me and fear I may not prevail. Yi Chun offered a rueful smile. While he could handle the bravado and posturing, engaging with such agile and formidable bodyguards would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Shall we wait by the entrance while I fetch some reinforcements? There's no need for such trouble. Chen Yang shook his head, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Chen Xiao, do you have a brilliant plan? Yi Chun inquired, curiosity piqued. Follow me. Suddenly, Chen Yang pointed at Gua Hao, the hotel manager, and strode toward the front desk. Gua Hao, taken aback, hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Yi Chun, puzzled yet unwilling to lag behind, hurried to catch up. Lu Xiao, they have left. Do we still need to take action? The guards asked in bewilderment. Let them be. They have shown some sense. If it were not for my grandfather's birthday today, I would have taught them a lesson, especially that Yi Chun, who carries himself with such arrogance, is a source of great irritation for Lu Ziki. With that, Lu Ziki and his bodyguards turned to leave. At the front desk, Gua Hao felt bewildered, unsure of Chen Yang's intentions in summoning him. Manager, I believe you must have your boss's contact number. I need you to reach out to him immediately and have him come here at the earliest possible convenience. Chen Yang's tone was serious, leaving Gua Hao somewhat perplexed. What is your intention, young master? Gua Hao asked, puzzled. I intend to purchase this hotel, and you need only relay this to your boss. What? Young Master Chen, you wish to buy the Junhua Hotel? Shock and disbelief washed over Gua Hao, while Yi Chun gasped in astonishment. In this prime location, the land alone was worth a fortune, not to mention the thriving business of the Junhua Hotel, which raked in millions in profit annually. Chen Yang, are you jesting? If not, simply provide me with your boss's number, and I shall call him myself. Chen Yang's demeanor suggested he was entirely serious. Suddenly, Gua Hao realized the gravity of the situation and quickly retrieved his boss's number, handing it over to Chen Yang. Shen Luo, the mastermind behind the Junhua Hotel. Chapter 38. A grand gesture unfolds. As Chen Yang dialed Shen Luo's number, he happened to be en route to the hotel. It is essential to recognize that today marks the birthday celebration of the esteemed patriarch of the Lu family. As the proprietor of the hotel, It is only fitting that I pay my respects, fully aware of the Liu family's significant background. Just at that moment, I received an unexpected call from the hotel manager. Could it be that there is an issue concerning the banquet? I noticed my eyelids involuntarily twitching, a sign of my growing concern. Xiaogua, has there been a mishap with the banquet? Before I could voice my thoughts, the manager on the other end of the line, Chen Yang, hastily inquired, clearly apprehensive about the Liu family celebration. Mr. Shun, I apologize for the interruption. My name is Chen Yang, and I am using Manager Gua's phone to contact you. After a brief moment, a voice unfamiliar to me resonated through Gua's device. Not Manager Gua? Chen Yang? Who is this individual? Judging by his tone, he seemed to be younger than myself. Mr. Chun, may I inquire about the nature of your business? I swiftly regained my composure and posed the question. I wonder if Mr. Shun would be amenable to a face-to-face meeting. I have a substantial business proposition for you. Chen Yang replied with a calm smile. Please hold on. I shall arrive at the hotel in 10 minutes. That would be most advantageous, Chen Yang remarked, seemingly relieved as it would save him considerable time. Mr. Chun, please hand the phone back to Manager Gua. I wish to speak with him for a moment. Certainly. Manager Gua promptly took the phone and answered. Mr. Shun, what is happening? I felt an unsettling premonition and urgently inquired. Two young gentlemen intended to dine at our hotel, but coincidentally arrived during the celebration of Mr. Liu's birthday. I had managed the situation. However, a dispute arose between them and the Liu family, leading to an altercation. In a fit of rage, Mr. Chen expressed his desire to purchase the Junhua Hotel, which prompted my call to you. The unfolding events sounded rather theatrical, yet they were witnessed firsthand by Gua. With no embellishment. How is this possible? Who exactly is this Mr. Chen? I pondered. The Junhua Hotel, currently valued at no less than 500 million, seemed an extravagant endeavor for a mere disagreement. The surprise coursed through me, prompting me to accelerate my vehicle as I made my way. Finally, 10 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of the Junhua Hotel. No one anticipated that the hotel's enigmatic owner would appear so youthful, merely a few years my senior. Mr. Shun, this is the young Mr. Chun who wishes to meet you, was said respectfully as he stepped forward. Young Master Chen, are you truly considering purchasing the Junhua Hotel? I asked, still in disbelief. Is Mr. Shun concerned that I cannot afford it? Chen Yang replied with a charming smile, exuding a hint of mischief. Not at all. Though I claimed otherwise, my bewilderment was evident on my face. I chuckled softly, unsure how to respond. Mr. Shun, name your price. I intend to have the Junhua Hotel in my name by the end of the day. Chen Yang's gaze conveyed unwavering resolve, unmistakably serious in his intentions. 500 million. The initial investment in the Junhua Hotel, including land and construction costs, amounted to 300 million. Currently, the hotel generates several tens of millions in profit annually, but recovering the investment will take years. If young Master Chun is earnest about the purchase, I will have the contract drafted and the transfer agreement processed immediately. Business is driven by profit. Although I was unaware of Chen Yang's true intentions, the offered price compelled me to comply without hesitation. Given the hotel's current operation, profitability could take another 3 to 4 years. However, selling would not only recover my investment, but also yield nearly 200 million in profit. With this capital, I could pursue further investments, a most prudent course of action. Very well, I agree to 500 million. Chen Yang nodded in response to my declaration, readily accepting the offer. Have you truly thought this through, young Master Chen? I realized with sudden urgency that I was breathing somewhat erratically. This transaction was worth several hundred million. Why would this young man make such a hasty decision? What is there to ponder? 500 million is a trifling sum for me. Chen Yang asserted confidently. Have someone draft the transfer agreement. Once the signing is complete, I will transfer the funds to your designated account. His statement left both Gua and me in shock. You two are merely being overly cautious. For someone of young Master Chen's stature, parting with 500 million is a mere trifle. Mr. Shun, please expedite the transfer agreement process. I sensed that Chen Yang was about to embark on a plan that would turn the tables. At that moment, I realized the underlying motive behind Chen Yang's intention to purchase the Junhua Hotel. It seemed that the Liu family's banquet would not proceed smoothly. Gua and I exchanged glances, astonished at the audacity of this young man, whose grand gesture appeared to stem from a desire for retribution. Manager Gua, please draft a transfer agreement as swiftly as possible. With such fortuitous circumstances presenting themselves to me, I could hardly contain my excitement. Yes, Mr. Shun. Gua nodded eagerly before departing. I then took a moment to scrutinize both Chen Yang and Yi Chun. Their attire was adorned with international luxury brands, worth several tens of thousands. Their demeanor and conduct hinted at noble upbringing, likely heirs of prominent families. The Liu family's young scion had clearly underestimated the consequences of his actions, and I surmised that today's banquet would not be tranquil. I began to comprehend Chen Yang's rationale behind his urgent desire to acquire the Junhua Hotel. Nevertheless, this realization would not deter my transaction. Once the agreement was finalized, I would fully recover my prior investments and secure nearly 200 million in profit, a golden opportunity one could not afford to miss. 10 minutes later, Manager Guo returned, holding 2 copies of the transfer agreement, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Mr. Shun, here are the documents you requested. I accepted one and handed it to Chen Yang. He casually reviewed the agreement and remarked, "All seems in order. Let us proceed with the signing." A smile spread across my face at his approval. Since young Master Chen has no objections, let us formalize the agreement. The contracts were prepared in duplicate, with both parties exchanging copies before signing. Chen Yang produced a black card from his wallet. "You have a POS machine, I presume? Just swipe the card. The password is 6 zeros. He handed the card to Manager Guo, who took it without suspicion and walked to the front desk, expertly initiating the transaction. With a swift motion, Guo entered the password. Ding! Payment successful. The moment he turned to the computer screen, his expression shifted from curiosity to sheer astonishment. The entire countenance was one of sheer astonishment. At that moment, the computer screen displayed a lengthy string of numbers for the bank card balance, an astonishing 11 digits. The black card contained a staggering sum exceeding 100 billion. In his lifetime, Manager Guo had never beheld such a fortune. Yi Chun, catching a glimpse of Manager Guo's incredulous expression, couldn't help but find it amusing. Yet another soul struck by the harsh realities of life. Xiao Guo. After approximately a minute, Shen Luo's gaze shifted towards Manager Guo. He was eager to confirm whether Chen Yang's card indeed held such a substantial amount. Mr. Shun, 500 million has been successfully transferred and should shortly reflect in your account. Manager Guo finally emerged from his stupor, his eyes now brimming with reverence as he regarded Chen Yang. This was a true titan, a figure worthy of admiration, worth over 100 billion, with a formidable background, yet remaining inconspicuous. Had he not witnessed the wealth within Chen Yang's card with his own eyes, he would have never believed that the young man before him possessed such immense financial resources. It was no wonder that Yi Chun and Chen Yang exhibited no trepidation towards the Liu family. Young Master Chen, the contract has been signed. Once the funds are received, the Junhua Hotel shall belong to you, Shen Luo expressed, a look of relief washing over his face, accompanied by a faint smile. In the brief span of time it took to finalize the transaction, Shen Luo had directly profited by 200 million, rendering his mood exceptionally buoyant. I must thank you, Mr. Shun, for your generosity, Chen Yang replied with a serene smile, as if spending 500 million were a trifling matter to him. How could I dare? I am grateful for your magnanimity, young Master Chen. Given that he had earned a significant sum from Chen Yang, Shen Luo's demeanor was one of utmost respect. Mr. Shun, please do not leave just yet. You shall enjoy a splendid performance free of charge. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Yang's lips, as if he had already devised a plan in his mind. Manager Guo, you will now oversee the operations of the hotel. Your salary will be increased by 30% from the current rate. Chen Yang held a favorable impression of Guo Hao and was inclined to offer him some benefits. Thank you, young Master Chen. I assure you, I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. Guo Hao's heart surged with joy, nearly propelling him to leap from his seat. Originally, Shen Luo had granted him a monthly salary of 50,000. Now, with the 30% raise, he would earn an additional 15,000 each month. Coupled with commissions and bonuses, his annual income would soar to over 1 million, an undeniably substantial sum. Young Master Chen, truly magnanimous, Shen Luo gasped, astonished by Chen Yang's generosity. Such audacity was indeed rare among individuals. Now that the hotel is under my ownership, I am curious to see how the Liu family's banquet will unfold, Chen Yang declared. Manager Guo, instruct the kitchen to replace all the pre-ordered dishes with plain boiled tofu. The exquisite foreign wines should be substituted with cola mixed with chili water, and the baijiu replaced with plain boiled water. Act swiftly and execute my instructions. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the expressions of those present became exceptionally vivid. As expected of the young Master Chen, I know, both courageous and cunning. I am eager to witness how the Liu family's banquet will proceed. Young Master, your prowess is remarkable. Such an act of retribution could only be orchestrated by Chen Yang himself. Is this appropriate? Guo Hao hesitated, voicing his concerns. There is nothing inappropriate. I am the owner of this hotel now, and it is wise to heed my commands, Chen Yang replied, a smile gracing his lips. Clearly, he had intended from the start to ensure that the Liu family celebration would be thoroughly spoiled. Anyone daring to provoke Chen Yang would find themselves in disarray. Very well. I shall proceed immediately. Recognizing that Chen Yang was now his superior, with a formidable background, Guo Hao felt no hesitation as he turned to relay the orders to the kitchen. It was evident that the Liu family had gravely underestimated their position by antagonizing young Master Chen. Chen Luo internally mourned for the Lu family. Though they held considerable influence in the city, facing the wrath of Chen Yang would undoubtedly lead to a loss of face. Meanwhile, the Lu family's birthday banquet was in full swing, attended by luminaries from the business sector and elites from various fields, a veritable gathering of the upper echelons of society. Grandfather, knowing your fondness for tea, I have procured this exquisite tea for you, Lu Ziki said respectfully, presenting a beautifully crafted gift box to the elder Lu. Excellent. My grandson is thoughtful, the elder Lu replied, his spirits lifted. As guests continued to present their gifts, expressing well wishes to the elder, the banquet commenced. Prior to this, the kitchen at Junhua Hotel had already prepared a selection of delectable dishes, featuring desserts, meats, and fresh fruits. However, when the waitstaff returned with the next course, the guests' expressions turned peculiarly perplexed. The once vibrant atmosphere dampened significantly in an instant. What is this? Plain boiled tofu. And it was of the lowest quality. Such a dish dared to appear at the elder's birthday banquet. Surely a mistake. How disgraceful. What was the Lu family's intention? As the dish was placed before the elder Lu, his countenance darkened ominously. What on earth is happening? Who is responsible for this? Lu Ziki stood up, glaring at the server. What audacity to serve such vulgar fare at such an important occasion. Do you intend to humiliate my Lu family? Hearing this, the attention of all present turned towards Lu Ziki. How could such a blunder occur at such a significant event? Do you not fear becoming a laughingstock? Young Master Lu, this is precisely what our boss instructed us to serve, the female server replied, her expression calm. Moreover, the drinks are equally problematic. This is not fine wine, but merely cola mixed with chili water. Clearly, someone is looking to provoke us. Several guests at different tables wore expressions of discontent, their faces turning ashen. Your boss displays remarkable audacity, causing a scene at my grandfather's birthday banquet. He should promptly come and apologize. In this situation, the audacity displayed was nothing short of an affront to all present. The owner must be out of their mind. The crowd was well aware of the formidable influence of the Lu family. They had never anticipated that anyone would dare disrupt the elder Lu's celebration. The owner of Junhua Hotel was indeed showing no respect for the Lu family whatsoever. Plain boiled tofu, cola with chili water, plain boiled water instead of baijiu. For the Lu family, this was nothing short of a tremendous humiliation. Surely, the Lu family would erupt in fury. An entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. The Lu family truly wielded great power. How dare they instigate trouble on my territory? At this moment, a voice emerged, capturing the attention of everyone present. Chen Yang and Yi Chen walked at the forefront, followed closely by Boss Shun and Manager Gua. The four of them formed a striking procession, drawing all eyes to their presence. Lu Ziki, what exactly do you mean? How dare you stir trouble at my Lu family's birthday banquet? It was evident that Lu Ziki recognized Chen Luo. He had personally overseen the details of this banquet, yet the situation had devolved into chaos, far from his expectations. Immediately, Lu Ziki's face turned ashen, filled with fury as he fixed a piercing gaze on Chen Luo. I sincerely apologize, young Master Lu. I am no longer the proprietor of the Junhua Hotel, and I am not fully informed about the relevant matters. I beg your pardon for any inconvenience caused. Chen Luo internally lamented. He had not anticipated being embroiled in this issue. However, with Chen Yang personally speaking out, Chen Luo found it difficult to refuse. The Lu family held considerable authority in Modu, and while Chen Yang could completely disregard it, Chen Luo could not afford to act so nonchalantly. Thus, he maintained a respectful demeanor and responded truthfully. What? You are no longer the owner of the Junhua Hotel? Are you jesting? Lu Ziki was momentarily taken aback. He never imagined that Chen Luo would stoop so low as to utter such words to evade responsibility. I assure you, I am not joking, young Master Lu. Just half an hour ago, the Junhua Hotel was directly acquired by young Master Chen. Legally speaking, the hotel is now his private property, and thus, it is no longer my concern. Chen Luo nodded lightly, speaking in a subdued tone. Is this the work of you scoundrel? Suddenly, Lu Ziki's gaze shifted to Yi Chun and Chen Yang. These two individuals were the same ones he had just expelled from the hotel lobby. And now they had transformed into the owners of the establishment. How utterly ludicrous. The Lu family certainly wielded significant influence. Lu Ziki, you have provoked my brother. Today, I shall ensure that your Lu family faces discomfort as well. Chen Yang stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lu Ziki, then mockingly remarked. It was evident to all that a conflict had arisen between Lu Ziki and Chen Yang. This was all part of Chen Yang's intricate scheme. What a nefarious tactic. The Lu family's banquet, which hosted no fewer than 100 prominent figures, had descended into such disarray. Truly a monumental embarrassment. It was certain that the tale of the disruption and public humiliation would spread far and wide, leading to a loss of face for the Lu family. You audacious wretch! How dare you target my Lu family? Do you seek death? Lu Ziki glared fiercely, his anger boiling within him as he shouted at Chen Yang. Humph, do you think I would fear you? Let me be frank. I am indeed the owner of this hotel, and whether you leave or not is entirely at my discretion. I am rather curious as to what you plan to do about it. Chen Yang's methods were undeniably sharp. Thus, the control of the situation was firmly grasped in his hands. What an arrogant young man. Who are you to create a ruckus at my grandfather's birthday celebration? Finally, Lu Ziki's father, Lu Zhong, could no longer contain himself and sternly questioned Chen Yang. Lu Zhong, the backbone of the Lu family, exuded an invisible aura of authority. The guests present, witnessing Lu Zhong's inquiry, dared not utter a word. Everyone understood that Lu Zhong was brimming with indignation. I had no intention of meddling with your Lu family, but Lu Ziki dared to provoke my brother. Were we not attempting to curry favor with your family? Now, look at yourselves. What qualifications do you possess for us to seek your favor? Chen Yang chuckled at the thought of Lu Ziki's earlier threats. The heir of the Chen Group and the young master of the Yi family held such esteemed positions. Why would they ever seek to ingratiate themselves with a Lu family they had never even heard of? It was utterly laughable. Preposterous. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and we have invited hundreds of influential figures from various circles. You dare to play tricks here? As if you hold us in contempt? Lu Zhong's words rang true. Chen Yang's actions not only offended the Lu family, but also disregarded the esteemed guests present, akin to a prank aimed at them. Instantly, the gazes of those around turned toward Chen Yang, tinged with resentment. Yet did Chen Yang care? Who grants you the audacity to look down upon us? Whatever I, Chen Yang, wish to do, who can obstruct me? As the owner of this hotel, I declare that this banquet is hereby cancelled. Chen Yang stood tall, his words resonating powerfully, completely dismissing the Lu family's influence. What audacity this young man possessed. He had brazenly torn the facade and thoroughly offended the Lu family. What kind of background did he possess to exhibit such formidable courage? The crowd was puzzled, their eyes filled with curiosity as they observed Chen Yang. When had such a reckless young individual emerged in Modu? Regrettably, among the 100 or so attendees, none recognized the identities of Yi Chun and Chen Yang. This was understandable, as they were not part of the same social circles and thus were unfamiliar with one another. Away, Ollie, what are you two waiting for? Go, teach this insufferable brat a lesson, Lu Ziki scoffed, clicking his tongue, then waved his hand commanding the two bodyguards behind him to severely discipline Chen Yang and Yi Chun. Even a mud doll has some dignity. Lu Ziki, as a young master of the Lu family, held a lofty status and immense power. The crowd could not help but smirk, as it seemed Chen Yang would soon pay a painful price for his actions. In this region, the Lu family's influence was indeed formidable, to say the least. In an instant, 20 or so security personnel surged into the crowd. The atmosphere escalated dramatically. Ladies and gentlemen, you may leave. But the Lu family must provide me with an explanation. Either the Lu family apologizes to my brother and me today, or I will ensure you enter standing and exit horizontally. Chen Yang, shedding his usual gentlemanly demeanor, now wielded the blade of authority firmly in his grasp. Everything was under his control. Chapter 41. Who dares to harm my young master? Yi Chen was filled with astonishment. He had never expected that Chen Yang would be so righteous, just because of Lu Ziki's earlier mockery of the two. Chen Yang had spent a staggering 500 million to acquire the Junhua Hotel, solely to deliver a resounding slap to the Lu family's face at this moment. His current demeanor radiated a spirited confidence. Indeed, Chen Yang was meticulous and possessed profound wisdom. The guests were left in disbelief, staring at the unfolding events with astonishment. Who exactly was this individual? In a bid to vent his frustrations and thwart the Lu family, an exorbitant sum was spent to acquire the entire hotel, a manifestation of audacious resolve. The Lu family has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. It seems the Lu family's young master is not a paragon of virtue either, perpetually leveraging his family's influential background to intimidate others. Now, confronted with a tenacious rival, he finds himself humiliated beyond measure. Whispers of various opinions circulated among the onlookers, each harboring their own thoughts. How dare you disrupt my venerable grandfather Lu's birthday celebration? Do you truly wish for your own demise? Do not assume that by purchasing this hotel and assuming the role of proprietor, you can act with impunity. The Lu family's influence in this region is beyond your imagination. Lu Zhong's gaze turned piercing, exuding a chilling aura, as he yearned to rend Chen Yang to shreds immediately. What are you waiting for? Attack! With a single command, the Lu family's bodyguards surged forward. Most of them were seasoned veterans, possessing remarkable physique and skills. The Lu family, having expended a significant fortune to hire these bodyguards, would not be employing the ordinary. The hotel security stood no chance against these formidable protectors. Young Master Chen, the situation is rather dire, one of Chen Yang's companions remarked. We may have the numbers, but none possess the ability to fight. If this continues, Only misfortune awaits us both. Enmity had already been established, yet Yi Chun exhibited no fear in confronting the Lu family. However, the current circumstances were not particularly favorable for them. Fear not. I, Chen Yang, do not engage in battles without confidence. Remain calm. Today, I shall see just how formidable the Lu family truly is. If you dare to defy me, I shall compel you to submit. A subtle smile graced Chen Yang's lips, exuding a palpable confidence. Observing this, Yi Chun nodded earnestly, fully assured of Chen Yang's capabilities. Let the spectacle unfold. He exclaimed, Huh, what does it matter if there are many of you? You shall still only know the taste of defeat. I am eager to see what means you possess to contend with the Lu family. Lu Ziki had not anticipated the situation to escalate in such a manner. Initially, he believed that Yi Chun and Chen Yang were merely scheming to attend the old master's birthday banquet. A momentary lapse of frustration had led him to insult them. Who could have foreseen that these two bore significant backing? If this matter were to reach his father's ears, a scolding was undoubtedly imminent. Humph, just wait until I deal with you two rascals. In the blink of an eye, within less than 5 minutes, the hotel security lay scattered on the ground, utterly overpowered by the Lu family's bodyguards. The tables had turned dramatically, placing Yi Chun and Chen Yang in a precarious predicament. Young Master Chen, how shall we respond? Yi Chun inquired, finding it hard to comprehend Chen Yang's composure amidst such chaos. Not only Yi Chun, but also Shen Luo and manager Gua exhibited unease, their expressions betraying a hint of panic, fearful of possible retribution from the Lu family. Bring that fellow over here, and make him kneel before my grandfather to confess his wrongdoings. Lu Ziki commanded, clearly fixating on Chen Yang. Everything seemed to be orchestrated by Chen Yang, and it was imperative that the instigator pay the price. Otherwise, how could the Lu family swallow this humiliation? Yes, young master, the bodyguards replied, nodding in acknowledgement. In mere strides, they advanced, poised to inflict harm upon Chen Yang. Suddenly, several luxurious black cars appeared at the entrance of the hotel, followed by a dozen men clad in black. Leading them was a figure in a dark trench coat, emanating an imposing presence. His brow conveyed an unmistakable strength, causing all who beheld him to sense his extraordinary nature. This group moved with remarkable speed, their footsteps silent, and their demeanor composed, indicating exceptional prowess. Just as the Lu family's bodyguards were about to strike Chen Yang, a resonant voice thundered, Whoever dares to lay a finger on my young master shall find their limbs severed and their lives rendered unbearable. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The man in the black trench coat approached Chen Yang, kneeling on one knee. Forgive me, young master, Long Han has arrived late and caused you alarm. Behind him, the other black-clad men also knelt. The scene was utterly astonishing. It's all right. It's not too late. Your timing is impeccable. Chen Yang replied with a calm smile, reaching out to assist Long Han to his feet. You all may rise as well. Once he finished speaking, the remaining men nodded and swiftly arranged themselves into neat rows. Their movements were practiced and efficient, reflecting rigorous training. An air of tension permeated the atmosphere, as if a fierce confrontation were imminent. I did not expect you to have allies, Lu Ziki remarked, his expression darkening. What exactly is this fellow's background? The aura of this group is far from ordinary. Silence. What manner of person do you think you are to speak to my young master in such a tone? Do you wish for your demise? Long Han stepped forward. Displeasure etched upon his features. His gaze turned icy, sending a chill down Lu Ziki's spine. You, a mere subordinate, have no right to address me. Lu Ziki huffed defiantly, striving to maintain his composure. What are you waiting for? Seize them. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Ziki commanded his bodyguards to advance menacingly towards Chen Yang, clearly intent on attacking. You seek death. Long Han's eyes glinted coldly. In the next instant, he dashed forward, executing a swift leg sweep. His movements epitomized speed, precision, and ferocity. With a resounding thud, one of the Lu family's bodyguards was sent hurtling through the air, his body arched painfully. A grimace of agony on his face as he crashed into a table laden with food and drink. This speed and force were far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Such formidable strength. The onlookers gasped, witnessing Long Han's rapid and ruthless retaliation, their eyes wide with astonishment. They now regarded Chen Yang with newfound apprehension. It was no wonder he dared to cause a ruckus at the Lu family's patriarch's birthday banquet. Such capable subordinates hinted at an extraordinary backing. The Lu family, it seemed, was genuinely in peril this time. How could this be? Lu Ziki was taken aback, unable to fathom the astonishing prowess of Long Han. Just one move had left the crowd in awe, rendering them unable to discern his actions. One strike had shaken everyone present. The situation had turned decidedly unfavorable for the Lu family. Chapter 42. How much is your face worth? Young master, your subordinate's strength is indeed formidable. effortlessly bringing down the Liu family's bodyguards in mere moments. Just look at how smug Liu Ziki was a moment ago. Now, he appears utterly terrified. Yi Chen exclaimed, approaching Chen Yang with a gleeful expression. It became evident why Chen Yang had remained so unflustered earlier. He had discreetly summoned reinforcements. However, Long Han's prowess had truly opened Yi Chen's eyes. With a single move, he could repel foes, his skills seemingly unfathomable. The kind of coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I have encountered many such individuals. In response, Chen Yang merely smiled, though his gaze towards Liu Ziki was laced with a hint of disdain. Who grants you the audacity to lay hands on my young master? Long Han's eyes revealed a flicker of solemnity, and he then swept his gaze forward. In that instant, the Liu family's bodyguards appeared as if their feet were glued to the floor, rendered immobile. Such an overwhelming aura left their faces etched with shock and trepidation. Subdue them, Long Han commanded with a sweeping gesture of his hand. The dozen or so men in black behind him moved with remarkable swiftness, akin to agile monkeys. One punch, then another, they surged directly towards the Liu family bodyguards. What are you standing there for? Attack! Liu Ziki shouted in fury, his expression twisted with rage as he watched his bodyguards frozen in disbelief. Bang! 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 Alas, while the Liu family bodyguards were indeed formidable, before this group of men in black, they were utterly devoid of combat prowess. The skirmish was exceedingly brief, within mere moments. All the Liu family bodyguards lay on the ground, with not a single one spared. Like a withered tree uprooted, a single force can shatter a multitude. How is this possible? Liu Ziki's face was a mask of astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. It is worth noting that these bodyguards were highly trained mercenaries, hired at great cost by the Liu family, capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. Yet, in the presence of these men in black, they were as powerless as ants. Such formidable strength. Who are these individuals? The Liu family is surely in for a dire calamity today. What a tragic farce this banquet has become. Indeed, it is said that Liu Ziki offended that young master, provoking such retaliation. Truly, a case of ineptitude. He only brings trouble to the Liu family. If I had such a son, I would surely break his legs. The guests murmured amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief at the unfolding scene. Young Master Chen, how impressive. Yi Chen's face lit up with delight. The tide of the situation had suddenly turned, all under Chen Yang's control. Now, can the Liu family maintain their defiance in such a setting? Do you still possess the audacity to be arrogant? The Liu family bodyguards now lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Behind Chen Yang stood over a dozen men in black, each possessing exceptional skills. With a mere wave of his hand, the fate of the Liu family members would be exceedingly grim. Liu Ziki seethed with anger, his face betraying his discontent. But what could he do? Young man, my Liu family bears no enmity towards you. Why must you subject us to such humiliation? The previously silent elder of the Liu family cast a profound glance at Chen Yang and then spoke slowly. Since the elder had now spoken and even shown a willingness to concede, it was evident he did not wish to pursue the matter further. Was it not enough to create a scene here and become a laughingstock for outsiders? Old sir, it is not I who am being unreasonable. This situation arose because your grandson provoked me first. I merely seek an explanation and an apology. Yet, he, relying on the Liu family's influence, has treated me with disrespect. As you can see, I have only acted in self-defense. Chen Yang squinted, his gaze sweeping over the elder of the Liu family. A slight smile graced his lips as he spoke. Ziki, is this matter truly as this young man has described? The elder's voice grew tinged with anger. If Yi Chen and Chen Yang had no background, it would have been one thing to be bullied, but now, Chen Yang's status was anything but trivial. Moreover, his relentless pursuit would surely bring trouble, perhaps even disaster, to the Liu family. Grandfather, faced with the elder's inquiry, Liu Ziki found himself at a loss for words. Enough, do not utter another word. The elder, seeing his grandson's hesitance, understood the gravity of the situation and coldly reprimanded him. He then turned his gaze back to Chen Yang and said, Young sir, although my grandson bears responsibility for this incident, your actions have also caused me great embarrassment. Why not let bygones be bygones? The elder had already lowered himself significantly. Everyone anticipated Chen Yang would seize the opportunity to withdraw. Instead, he stepped forward 2 paces, his expression tranquil. Old sir, I believe you may not have fully comprehended my previous words. Today, unless your grandson apologizes to my brother, I'm afraid he will have to leave through that door on a stretcher. I, Chen Yang, am a man of my word. I do not jest. Every word rang out with resounding clarity, akin to thunder, leaving the assembled guests in profound shock. The esteemed leader of the Liu family was being so brazenly disregarded by a mere youth. Such audacity alone was enough to leave everyone in awe. Audacious. The elder has chosen not to stoop to your level. Yet you dare to be so ungrateful. Lu Zhong stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang and reprimanding him sternly. To him, this young upstart was utterly reckless, showing no regard for the Lu family whatsoever. Before the eyes of many, he had brought shame upon himself. Face. The Lu family's reputation holds little worth in my eyes. Chen Yang had never heard of the Lu family, a so-called noble house of such low standing. How could he possibly regard them with any respect? I will give you 3 minutes to deliberate. Lu Ziki, you can either kneel and apologize, or I will shatter your legs and have you carried out. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed, radiating an icy resolve that indicated he was not jesting in the slightest. At that moment, Lu Ziki was engulfed by profound regret. What a misfortune! How had he attracted such a person? His grandfather's banquet had been disrupted, and the Lu family's dignity was in tatters. The worst part was that he was being subjected to such humiliation. Who were these 2 young men to be so brazen? Grandfather, save me. Lu Ziki rushed to his grandfather's side, his face a picture of despair, seeking assistance. Ziki, do you not see? You have been reckless in your antics before. But today is your grandfather's birthday banquet, and you have attracted such immense trouble. The other party's demeanor is fierce, and they have many allies. How do you expect your grandfather to assist you? Lu Zhong, filled with frustration, shot Lu Ziki a glance of disappointment, his voice laced with reprimand. Chapter 43. Kneel before me. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Lu Ziki had always relied on the Lu family's background and strength, growing accustomed to arrogance. Now that he had run into a formidable opponent, he truly did not know how to respond. Grandfather, you absolutely cannot agree to this. This young man is simply overstepping. He shows no regard for the Lu family. If I kneel and apologize to him, what if he makes even more excessive demands afterward? Lu Ziki was filled with resentment. When had he ever been so insulted, especially in front of so many people? No, he absolutely could not kneel before this young man. Young sir, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? This was not just for Lu Ziki, but also to protect the Lu family's dignity. Moreover, the esteemed Mr. Lu has lived for the better part of his life, yet he has never encountered such audacious descendants. Who, indeed, is this Chen Yang, that he dares to exhibit such brazen confidence, completely disregarding the Lu family? 3 minutes may not be an extensive duration, yet half of it has already elapsed. I have articulated my position with utmost clarity. The venerable elder should weigh the matter himself. Chen Yang's voice remained as unvarnished as ever. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that he harbored no intention of yielding. Should Lu Ziki refuse to kneel and apologize today, it seems this matter shall not reach a swift resolution. Well, I have repeatedly retreated, granting you ample courtesy, yet you persistently press forward, truly underestimating this old man. Mr. Lu's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of coldness. What sort of gaze was that? It resembled a venomous serpent fixated on its prey, indifferent and commanding. As their eyes locked, Chen Yang remained entirely unperturbed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the face of Mr. Lu's formidable pressure, he exhibited not the slightest trace of trepidation. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mr. Lu's eyes. This young man is indeed remarkable. Time is up. Lu Ziki, since you refuse to kneel and admit your fault, allow me to assist you. Long Han, bring him here and compel him to kneel before me. Chen Yang yawned, stretching lazily, his demeanor exuding a sense of languor. Yet, his words bore an undeniable air of authority that brooked no dissent. Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it at once. Long Han nodded, stepping forward. 1 step. 2 steps, advancing relentlessly. Stop. Don't come any closer. Lu Ziki exclaimed, panic-stricken, his expression betraying profound fear. He had just witnessed the astonishing combat prowess of this individual. Glancing around, he found no bodyguard standing firm. Without anyone to shield him, how could his frail form possibly contend with Long Han? A hint of mockery flickered in Long Han's eyes. The young master's commands are absolute. No one may defy them. As soon as the words left his lips, Long Han extended his hand, transforming it into a claw in midair, swiftly seizing Lu Ziki's shoulder. With a slight application of pressure, the latter winced in pain. Feeling his body lifted from the ground, struggling in vain against this restraint, he was then gradually escorted before Chen Yang. Cease this at once. Lu Zhong, witnessing the treatment of his son at the hands of Long Han, was instantly consumed by rage, his chest ablaze with fury. He glared at Long Han, his voice cutting like a knife. Yet, could he truly command Long Han? Such a notion was utterly delusional. With a crack, Long Han tightened his grip, forcing Lu Ziki down to the ground. His knees collided with the floor, producing a sharp, resonant sound. A cry of agony escaped Lu Ziki's lips involuntarily. The scene unfolded with a brutal intensity, sending shivers through the onlookers. Gasps echoed throughout the room. Such merciless tactics were indeed ruthless. Lu Zhong and Mr. Lu's expressions darkened. their eyes filled with animosity, wishing fervently to rend Chen Yang into pieces. Yet, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly, devoid of any means to retaliate. In terms of martial prowess, they were no match. In terms of financial clout, with Chen Yang's palpable ferocity, how could he be swayed by such trivialities? Lu Ziki had undoubtedly crossed paths with a formidable adversary. Young Master Lu, how does it feel? Quite sour, I presume? Chen Yang inquired with a devilish grin. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Lu Ziki gritted his teeth, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he roared at Chen Yang. Ha! It seems you remain unrepentant. Excellent. I admire your resolute spirit, Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. Young Master Yi, given the current circumstances, shouldn't you take this opportunity to impart some wisdom? Chen Yang shrugged, his body tilting slightly as he directed his gaze toward Yi Chun. Of course, one must not let such an opportunity slip by. It is imperative to educate him thoroughly. Otherwise, how could we justify all the trouble we've gone through? Yi Chun smiled, stepping forward to where Lu Ziki knelt. Young Master Lu, is it? Not long ago, you were perched high atop your pedestal, looking down upon us with disdain. You even claimed we were unworthy of dining here. With your exalted status, did you ever consider kneeling to apologize? Yi Chun grinned, his expression triumphant and full of pride. The sheer audacity of this confrontation was beyond description. Curse you both, may you die a miserable death. I will repay this debt in full. Lu Ziki's face contorted in anguish. His knees were beginning to lose sensation, his entire being engulfed in excruciating pain, gradually succumbing to numbness. Yet, despite this, his mind remained acutely aware. The humiliation and treatment he endured ignited a seething hatred within him. If looks could kill, Chen Yang and Yi Chun would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Well, you exhibit remarkable fortitude. I truly appreciate your stance. However, I regret to inform you that such an occurrence will never transpire, even unto your last breath. Yi Chun responded, his smile unwavering, dismissing Lu Ziki's threats entirely. Elder, you must discipline your grandson properly. When out and about, he ought not to adopt such an arrogant demeanor, should he offend the wrong person. He will find himself in a dire predicament with naught to gain. Ah, I nearly forgot. Today is your grand celebration. I have no gift to offer. Since your grandson has already knelt to apologize, let us consider this matter resolved, as I always honor my word, Chen Yang stated, his gaze sharp, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Mr. Lu, before continuing to speak. Excellent. A most fitting greeting. I, Lu Zhong, shall remember this, Mr. Lu declared, his eyes wide with fury, visibly trembling with rage. The crowd was equally astonished. Chen Yang was indeed brimming with youthful audacity, provoking ire without regard for consequences. Such a farce could only be orchestrated by him. Yi Chun gazed at him with admiration, affirming that this was indeed the Chen Yang he knew, extraordinarily formidable and unassailable. Chapter 44, Youthful Audacity. The Junyue Hotel, once a lively banquet, had devolved into a tragedy. The story began inexplicably, culminating in Lu Ziki's disgraceful exit. The guests' gazes had firmly fixed upon Chen Yang and Yi Chun, their faces etched into memory. Although unaware of the backgrounds of these two young masters, the events of today had sufficiently demonstrated their audacious influence over the Lu family. In the future, encounters with them would necessitate a wide berth. These two were nothing short of lunatics. When did such arrogant youth emerge in our city? They seemed utterly unconcerned even for the Lu family. Hush, do you court death? Speaking so loudly, should they hear you, you may find yourself following in Lu Ziki's footsteps. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the crowd, their gazes toward Chen Yang filled with dread. His actions had left an indelible mark on their minds. He was not to be trifled with. Ladies and gentlemen, today's banquet concludes here. I extend my gratitude for your time amidst your busy schedules. Lu Zhong, take Ziqi, we shall depart. The old master Lu trembled with rage. The Lu family's dignity has been utterly tarnished at today's banquet. This farce was entirely orchestrated by Chen Yang. It seems this matter will not be resolved so easily. As the old master Lu and his grandson exited, the remaining guests had no reason to linger any longer. They cautiously made their way towards the hotel entrance, leaving the once grand hall nearly empty, with only Chen Yang and his entourage remaining. Boss Shun and manager Guo stood silently behind Chen Yang, their breaths held in awe. Their emotions transitioned from astonishment to shock, ultimately settling into numbness. They could scarcely fathom the origins of Chen Yang, who so brazenly disdained the Lu family, publicly humiliating them while they were left powerless to retaliate. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with my method of handling things? Chen Yang turned, his gaze fixed on Yi Chun, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. How can I ever repay such kindness from you? Chen Xiao? Yi Chun admitted candidly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. There is no need for such formality between us, Chen Yang replied. I find myself a bit peckish. Manager Gua, please have someone tidy up the hall and set up a few tables with fine food and drink. Boss Shun, you should join us for a meal as well. Chen Yang rubbed his belly, having exerted considerable energy earlier and now in need of replenishment. Thank you, Chen Xiao. Boss Shen nodded, his curiosity about Chen Yang piqued. Of course, Chen Xiao. I will have it arranged immediately, Manager Guo responded, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Chen Yang's actions and the formidable aura he had just displayed were clear indicators of his capabilities. Working under him, as long as one devoted their efforts, the future promised to be bright. With a benefactor to support him, Manager Guo felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Shortly, a dozen servers moved briskly, discarding all remnants of the earlier feast and tidying up the dining area. Chen Yang approached and seated himself, washing a fresh teacup before pouring tea for everyone. Young Master Yi, what are your plans moving forward? Chen Yang inquired, raising an eyebrow and offering a cup of tea to Yi Chen. I haven't quite figured it out yet. My allowance has been cut off at home, leaving me with less than 5 million, which is hardly enough, Yi Chen lamented. He had initially intended to establish an entertainment company, featuring some internet celebrities for live broadcasts of singing and dancing, but now, with his meager funds, such ambitions seemed far-fetched. His dreams of a life surrounded by beauty and wealth now felt like a distant mirage, a life that seemed almost divine in its joy. The thought of internet fame? Now that piqued Chen Yang's interest. Interestingly enough, I recently acquired an entertainment company called Cat Coffee Entertainment. If you're interested, I could entrust its operations to you. What do you think? Chen Yang remarked, his face lighting up as he seemed to recall something. Is that true? Chen Xiao, you are truly like a benefactor to me. So incredibly generous. Yi Chen exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement. Come now, there's no need for such gratitude. You are my friend, and if I can assist, I won't stand idly by, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. To him, money was merely a sequence of numbers, a means to purchase joy, which was simply delightful. Boss Shun and Manager Guo exchanged glances, still astonished. Truly, a wealthy second-generation heir, 5 million seemed but a trifling sum to him. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Haha, the greatest fortune in life is to have a brother like Chen Xiao. As they chatted, the kitchen quickly prepared a sumptuous feast, bringing the dishes to the table. Long Han, please treat your subordinates as well. Consider it a celebration for myself on becoming the owner of this hotel. I propose a toast. Chen Yang differed greatly from other privileged heirs, treating his subordinates with utmost kindness. Thank you, young master, Long Han replied respectfully, bowing slightly. In the grand hall, at 2 dining tables, everyone savored their meal with gusto. After half an hour, Boss Shun, having matters to attend to, expressed his apologies to Chen Yang before departing. Long Han, you may return with your people. I can manage things here on my own, Chen Yang said, sensing a bit of discomfort among those around him. Of course. Young master, Long Han replied, departing swiftly. Manager Gua, here's my phone number. You are in charge of the hotel operations. Please report to me every half-month. If there are no major issues, handle it as you see fit. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Manager Gua's face brightened with delight. This indicated that Chen Yang intended to fully entrust the operations of Junyue Hotel to him. Thank you for your trust, Chen Xiao. I will not disappoint you. Not at all. I have confidence in you. Chen Yang responded with a gentle smile. Young Master Yi, let us go. I will take you to the company. Chen Yang, not one to dawdle, resolved to assist Yi Chen without delay, taking advantage of the moment. Absolutely, Yi Chen replied, a broad smile illuminating his face as he followed Chen Yang. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Magic City, Lu Ziki suffered severe knee injuries requiring immediate surgical intervention. Elder Lu and Lu Zhong anxiously awaited outside the emergency room, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Zhu Shan, ensure that our people exhaust every avenue to investigate the backgrounds of those who broke my son's legs. I wish to uncover who they are. Daring to humiliate the Lu family in such a manner, this debt will be repaid 100-fold by the Lu family. Chapter 45, Cat Coffee Entertainment Company. Chen Yang's actions had thoroughly humiliated the Lu family. Not only that, but he had also crippled Lu Ziki before the eyes of the public. Such a grave matter could not go unaddressed by the Lu family. First and foremost, they needed to ascertain the identities of Chen Yang and Yi Chen, who had audaciously committed such a brazen act. Understood. Zhu Shan nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Cat Coffee Entertainment Company, located within the Huanyu Building Commercial Complex, boasted an excellent geographical location with convenient transportation. The nearby cafes, tea houses, and specialty restaurants thrived with business. Chen Xiao, is this company location not a bit extravagant? Just the rent for this area must be no less than 300,000 a month. Yi Chen expressed his astonishment. He had initially thought Chen Yang's entertainment company would be a modest endeavor, but to his surprise, it was situated in such a lavish locale. Indeed. The annual rent is approximately 4 to 5 million, Chen Yang confirmed, noting that the actual rental price aligned closely with Yi Chen's expectations. What is the scale of your entertainment company? After just a year, are you still pouring money into it? The rent alone is a substantial sum, not to mention the salaries and benefits of the employees. If there isn't a profit of several million within a year, it would feel like throwing money down the drain. Although Yi Chen's family is affluent, he still feels a pang of concern. It's not that he would incur losses. He could earn millions in a year. This is purely for entertainment, and profitability is not a primary consideration. I never interfere with the company affairs. I have designated personnel to manage them. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Really? You can simply act as a hands-off manager, and the company generates this much revenue? Yi Chen was genuinely enlightened. Usually, he only seeks financial support from his family, accustomed to spending lavishly. Asking Yi Chen to earn 10 million is no small feat. With such vast resources behind him, he fails to utilize them effectively. Compared to Chen Yang, this rich second-generation heir feels utterly inadequate. The commercial office buildings nearby are all properties of my family. The savings from rent alone amount to several million a year. Earning this meager amount, especially when compared to other entertainment companies, is quite embarrassing. Chen Yang's statement holds merit. In the same industry, companies like Hupu generate an annual net profit in the tens of billions, making them leaders in the field. Chen Yang does not rely on the company for his livelihood, so his focus is not entirely on it. Otherwise, how could he refer to it as mere trifles? Goodness. Yi Chen was taken aback by Chen Yang's words. Several commercial office buildings in the heart of the Magic City, each valued in the billions, are indeed properties of Chen Yang's family. This is astounding. Chen Yang is even more affluent than Yi Chen's family. With such a status, why is he so diligent in making money? As a fellow rich second-generation heir, why are you so exceptional? Yi Xiao, you must understand that individuals like us, born into wealth, are destined to lead lives different from ordinary people. Having enjoyed a lifestyle unattainable by others, we naturally bear pressures that our peers cannot fathom. It is often said that starting a business is challenging, but inheriting a family business is even more daunting. In today's market, where there are both sharks and minnows, a slight misstep could lead to falling behind. We cannot allow the hard-earned legacy of our forebears to be squandered in our generation. Chen Yang's words were filled with reason and wisdom, provoking deep contemplation in Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen does not wish to inherit the family business, eventually, it will fall into his hands. Allowing himself to become inept and watch the vast family fortune dissipate would indeed make him a pariah of the Yi family. Chen Xiao, I have learned much from you. Yi Chen increasingly felt that the gap between him and Chen Yang was vast. Each word and phrase left a profound imprint on Yi Chen's heart. Despite Yi Chen's outwardly flamboyant reputation as a wealthy and carefree young man, it does not imply he is without merit. In the eyes of the discerning, there exists only desire and disinterest, never ability or inability. With Chen Yang's guidance, it was as if he had received a revelation. The substantial legacy left by the elder would surely not be easily acquired. Yi Chen could not help but express his sentiments. The Yi family has diversified interests, encompassing real estate, manufacturing, fashion, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare, among others. With assets exceeding 100 billion, the pressure Yi Chen would face upon inheriting the family business would undoubtedly be immense. The road ahead is long and winding. I shall seek knowledge and understanding, he mused. My father also wishes for me to join the group in a few years and then take over his position. Personally, I am somewhat reluctant. I do not desire to thrive under the halo of my forebears. I wish to earn my own accolades. With the resources at hand, carving out a name for myself is not an insurmountable task. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, while I am still young, I intend to enjoy myself to the fullest. In truth, Chen Yang was fully aware of all this and had long since devised a plan. He was not at all confused. His goals were clear. Chen Xiao, how splendid it would have been had I sought your guidance sooner. Yi Chen smiled warmly, his expression brimming with joy. It is not too late now. Speaking of which, my father has a good relationship with your elder. They can be considered partners. Should you ascend as the head of the Yi family, our collaboration would surely make the Magic City ours. Chen Yang grinned, his smile genuine. Among the circle of rich second-generation heirs, few are regarded as brothers by Chen Yang. The typical debauched youth, spending their days in indulgence, epitomizes foolishness. Yi Chen, however, is one of the rare exceptions, and his family background is not significantly inferior to Chen Yang's. Since Chen Xiao holds me in such regard, I cannot disappoint you. Rest assured, with our partnership, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Yi Chen declared robustly, draping an arm around Chen Yang's shoulder. Come, let me show you around the company. It has been quite a while since I last visited, and I would like to conduct a brief inspection. With that, Chen Yang led Yi Chen into the office building. On the 12th floor, covering an area of 500 square meters, The office environment was exceptionally spacious. President Chen, what brings you here? The receptionist, upon seeing Chen Yang, was instantly enveloped in astonishment. He was the company's big boss, the most legendary and enigmatic owner. Today, he had actually made an appearance. Your words are peculiar. As the owner of this company, what is unusual about my presence here? Chen Yang replied with a calm smile. No, President Chen, please don't misunderstand. I was merely rambling. I just didn't expect you to arrive amidst your busy schedule and was caught off guard. I will notify President Mu immediately. The receptionist stumbled over her words, repeatedly apologizing. Relax, there's no need to be anxious. I want to deduct your salary. I'm bringing a friend in first. Please inform President Mu to find me. Chapter 46. The Workplace Goddess, Mu Fei. Why must this young lady be so flustered? I am clearly quite handsome. Why make me appear so intimidating? Chen Yang shook his head with a wry smile. Let us go. I'll take you around. Yi Chen nodded. Following closely behind Chen Yang, the office area was spacious, divided into several departments. Yi Chen observed keenly and noted that the entertainment company was indeed different. The majority of the staff were women, each possessing commendable figures and meticulously groomed, making for a striking sight. Chen Xiao, your company certainly has an abundance of beautiful women. Indeed, your eyes are quite discerning. To be honest, this company holds considerable potential. Once you take charge, integrate the resources, and invest a bit more, it should be quite feasible to see revenues multiply several times over. Chen Yang chuckled. Beautiful women are often the objects of men's pursuit. Yi Chen's interests remain unchanged. I shall eagerly await that day. Yi Chen had not anticipated Chen Yang to hold such optimism regarding the company's prospects. President Chen, welcome. Just as the two were conversing, the office door swung open. A professional beauty walked in, her long legs accentuated by high heels, exuding the unique charm of a career woman. Her glossy black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her shoulders elegantly. Her eyes, glistening like dew, and her delicate willow-like brows create an allure that is simply enchanting. However, it is her elegantly sculpted nose that truly captivates. Her lips, lightly adorned with a coat of lipstick, resemble the vibrant petals of a rose. Her porcelain skin is as smooth and tender as that of a newborn, complemented by her snow-white neck. Mu Fei's arms, gracefully exposed, are as pure as lotus stems, embodying an ethereal beauty. The entrance of such a stunning woman ensnared Yi Chen's gaze, rendering him utterly motionless. Upon spotting Mu Fei, Chen Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed her. Long time no see, the magnificent Mu. Indeed, it is rare for you, Mr. Chen, to remember the existence of this company. It has been a full 3 months since your last visit. You truly excel in the role of a hands-off manager. Mu Fei replied, unable to mask her frustration, as the weight of responsibilities rested heavily upon her shoulders, despite Chen Yang being the actual owner of the company. Oh, that is only because of your remarkable talent and unparalleled capabilities, Director Mu. Even in my absence, you manage the affairs of the company with such precision. It appears I must consider increasing your salary to prevent you from seeking opportunities elsewhere. Chen Yang expressed his full appreciation for Mu Fei's work ethic. Allow me to introduce someone. This is Yi Chen, my good friend. I intend for him to assist in managing the company's various affairs, thereby alleviating some of your burdens. I hope you both can collaborate effectively to foster the company's growth. He gestured to Mu Fei, stating, she is Mu Fei, the vice president of the company. When I am not around, the company operates under her guidance. As Chen Yang concluded the introductions, Yi Chen felt Mu Fei's penetrating gaze scrutinizing him intently. While he himself was taken aback by her striking beauty, he had encountered countless campus beauties and sophisticated women, yet Mu Fei, as a professional, evoked a profound response within him. Nice to meet you. I am Yi Chen. He extended his hand, offering a confident smile. Greetings, Director Yi. I am Mu Fei. She replied, extending her delicate hand to shake his. In that brief moment, Mu Fei discerned the deep bond shared between Chen Yang and Yi Chen, as he stepped into his new role as her superior. After a lingering handshake, Yi Chen discreetly rubbed his hand behind his back, still sensing the lingering fragrance of her touch. To him, Mu Fei was indeed an extraordinarily charismatic woman. The once carefree Yi Chen now found himself experiencing an unexpected flutter of emotions. Observing their interaction, Chen Yang wore a knowing smile, choosing not to intervene. Yi Chen, from now on, the management of this company will rest in your hands. I trust you both will work harmoniously together. This allows me to enjoy a more leisurely role as the boss, a win-win situation. Chen Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. Let us not be too hasty. I have much to learn from you, Yi Chen acknowledged, realizing the vast gap in experience between him and Chen Yang, and recognizing the need for humility. All right then, let us head downstairs for a cup of coffee. Mu Fei, I'd like to discuss our company's future development plans with you, Chen Yang suggested. Previously, He had contemplated venturing into the realm of online influencers and live streaming, but had hesitated due to concerns about overextending himself. Now, with Yi Chen's involvement, that plan could be expedited. In recent years, the rise of the internet era has seen television dramas, novels, and live streaming become immensely popular among the youth, concealing a vast market within. Certain leading enterprises have indeed captured a significant share of this market, their achievements undeniable. Entering the fray at this juncture is not too late. Provided there is resource investment and talent acquisition, seizing opportunities is not an insurmountable challenge. The more formidable the task, the more Chen Yang relished the prospect. At the Peninsula Cafe downstairs, adorned with lavish decor and an elegant ambience, the trio settled in for their discussion. Each ordered a coffee, and the conversation commenced. Yi Chen, why don't you share your thoughts on how you would approach company reform if it were entrusted to you? Chen Yang inquired, keen to assess Yi Chen's capabilities. As the scion of the Yi family, he possessed not just charm but also a wealth of knowledge, having grown up immersed in business acumen. If it were up to me, I would integrate our existing resources and select a group of promising talents to elevate their visibility online, garnering the attention of netizens and amassing a substantial following. Subsequently, I would provide targeted resources based on their individual strengths, ensuring that we establish a recognizable brand for our company. Additionally, I would propose the establishment of a dedicated influencer and live streaming division to fully exploit the value of our talents. With the plethora of online dramas available, we could encourage them to engage in diverse pathways for development. Yi Chen articulated, his thoughts flowing seamlessly as he addressed both Chen Yang and Mu Fei with confidence. Chen Yang nodded silently, clearly impressed by Yi Chen's insights and the depth of his preparation. His remarks, while not astonishing, demonstrated a commendable understanding of the industry. Very well articulated. Your vision aligns perfectly with the prevailing trends in the industry. Our company must indeed embrace change, Chen Yang affirmed, casting an approving glance at Yi Chen. Mu Fei, what are your thoughts on this? Having worked in the entertainment industry for many years and possessing a wealth of experience, Mu Fei was initially recruited by Chen Yang for her exceptional capabilities. She had not disappointed him, but rather validated his keen judgment. I believe Director Yi's analysis is astute. Should we proceed with this plan, I will fully support the execution, she responded, a hint of admiration for Yi Chen's youthful insight evident in her expression. Given this, I will completely delegate the company's affairs to both of you. Yi Chen, consider this reform as an opportunity for you to hone your skills. Do not hold back. If funds are insufficient, come to me. If personnel are lacking, let Mu Fei assist you in assembling a team. Just focus on executing your vision and showcasing your abilities, Chen Yang declared, clearly intent on providing Yi Chen with a platform to flourish. Rest assured, I will take charge, Yi Chen responded with unwavering confidence. Although he was reluctant to seek assistance from his father or leverage the Yi family name, he could not deny the advantages of being the heir to such a prominent lineage. Once Yi Chen embarked on this venture, many would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with him, and collaboration would be a breeze. At the very least, he had Chen Yang, a true mogul, backing him. This endeavor would surely yield results that would affirm his worth. Chen Yang smiled serenely, unperturbed by Yi Chen's capabilities. He then turned his attention to Mu Fei, saying, Mr. Mu, in the future, it would be beneficial for both of you to engage in more communication at work. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach young Master Yi directly. His capabilities are no less than mine, wouldn't you agree? Mu Fei smiled gracefully. This smile captivated Yi Chen, making his heart flutter with delight. In the Northern Realm, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and independent. A single glance could sway a city, and a second could enthrall a nation. At that moment, Yi Chen found himself utterly spellbound, teetering on the brink of love at first sight. In terms of beauty, Mu Fei undoubtedly scored a remarkable 95. Yet, what was most alluring was the professional charm she emanated during work, a quality that likely drew Yi Chen in the most. Ahem. That should suffice. Try not to display such infatuation. It's rather laughable, Chen Yang interjected. Just as Mu Fei sensed Yi Chen's fervent gaze upon her and began to feel somewhat uncomfortable, she gently stepped forward and leaned in to whisper to Yi Chen. At her words, Yi Chen snapped back to reality, his expression drifting into awkwardness. I hope young Master Yi will look after me in the future. After all, Yi Chen was technically Mu Fei's superior, so he responded with polite decorum. Not at all. I must learn more from Mr. Mu. A rare blush crept onto Yi Chen's cheeks as he replied. Subsequently, the trio engaged in light conversation, reaching resolutions on various matters. Mu Fei had other pressing tasks to attend to, so she excused herself to return to the company. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, a flicker of longing in his eyes. All right, stop staring. She's already far away, Chen Yang teased, clapping a hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. Young Master Chen, you truly are a hidden gem. to have someone like Mu Fei at your side. Her allure surpassing even that of the hottest stars in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze brimmed with envy. Do not misunderstand. There is no romantic entanglement between Mu Fei and me. When I hired her, it was solely out of admiration for her professional capabilities. While Mu Fei is indeed beautiful, radiating the charm of a career woman, she is not my type. I regard her merely as a good friend. On the contrary, you were clearly smitten just now. Surely you have developed feelings for her? Chen Yang's keen perception quickly detected Yi Chen's burgeoning affection for Mu Fei. A graceful lady is a gentleman's treasure. Besides, I am not married. Why shouldn't I be allowed to fancy her? Yi Chen retorted, curiosity piqued. But has Mu Fei mentioned a boyfriend? At that moment, Yi Chen turned to Chen Yang, intrigued. Not that I have heard. To this day, I have not seen her with any male companion in a close manner. However, she does have quite a few admirers, probably as many as the beauties surrounding you. Chen Yang pondered before responding. Then that implies I still have a chance, right? Yi Chen mused, revealing a glimmer of hope. Frankly speaking, he had dated many women, yet only Mu Fei stirred something within him. From her external beauty to the unique allure she exuded, she was exceptional. Of course, I have been diligently creating opportunities for you to spend time with Mu Fei. Proximity favors the bold. Your chances of success are significantly higher than others. Given your understanding of women's hearts, it should not be too difficult for you. However, allow me to advise you. If your intentions are not sincere, do not pursue her. There is nothing wrong with openly courting someone. But I detest those who engage with women for mere carnal desires, Chen Yang cautioned. I understand your point. Rest assured, this time will be entirely different. Yi Chen nodded, fully grasping Chen Yang's sentiments. This was the first time, after encountering countless beauties, that he felt a genuine, heart-fluttering connection. It was unbelievable that he felt bashful and anxious upon meeting Mu Fei for the first time. As a friend, I wish you all the best. In Chen Yang's eyes, Mu Fei was an exemplary career goddess, and if Yi Chen could truly center his affections and end up with her, it would indeed be a fortunate outcome. Indeed, it shall be so. The two raised their coffee cups in a toast and drank. All right, you should attend to your matters, and this evening, perhaps find a reason to invite Mu Fei out for dinner to deepen your relationship. Young Master Chen, your emotional intelligence is commendable. You are clearly on the same wavelength as me, Yi Chen chuckled. After some light banter, Chen Yang's phone suddenly rang. It seems young Master Chen has other matters to address. I shall return to the company to find Mr. Mu. We can discuss further later. Yi Chen began to rise, intending to head back to the office in search of Mu Fei. Chen Yang chuckled, secretly chiding his friend for prioritizing romance over friendship. However, when he saw the name and cursor flashing on his phone, any irritation promptly vanished. Hurry up and leave. He playfully scolded Yi Chen before answering the call. Cursor. He spoke in a voice that was unexpectedly gentle, causing Yi Chen, who had been about to depart, to halt in his tracks. Chen Yang, are you free right now? Could you possibly come to my house? And Cursor's voice came through the line, tinged with urgency. What has happened? Don't worry, I'm on my way. Chen Yang replied hastily. Okay, I'll be waiting. Chapter 48, The Treasure Girl and Cursor. Hee, who is young Master Chen talking to on the phone, looking so anxious? It wouldn't be a call from some beauty, would it? Yi Chen returned, curiosity evident in his expression. Enough. I have no time for banter. Handle the company's matters yourself. I have things to attend to, Chen Yang stated as he made his way towards the cafe exit. Yi Chen smiled lightly, nodding. Yet his mind couldn't help but wonder who had called to elicit such a strong reaction from Chen Yang. Arriving at Curson's residential complex took Chen Yang a full 20 minutes, as he hurried, fearing she might be in some trouble. Curson, I'm at the entrance of your complex. Which building is yours? Shall I come up? Just as Chen Yang prepared to exit his vehicle to visit Curson, he suddenly realized he had no idea of her exact address, prompting him to call her again. 5th floor, 504. And Curson replied, a smile gracing her lips. Surprised by Chen Yang's swift arrival. All right, I'll be there shortly. Chen Yang dashed up the stairs. The building appeared somewhat aged, but was reasonably well kept. After overcoming a few hurdles, he finally reached her door and pressed the doorbell. I'm coming. And Curson's voice rang out from within, and Chen Yang instantly recognized it. As she opened the door, he found her clad in casual attire, a chef's apron draped over her. Confused by the urgency of her request, he inquired, what is the rush? Is something wrong? Come inside, and I'll explain, she replied, pulling him into the cozy space. Though not spacious, it was tidy and clean. Chen Yang noticed a delightful aroma wafting through the air, making his mouth water. Are you cooking? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Yang could not help but inquire. Indeed, you must have caught a whiff of the aroma, haven't you? Just wait a moment longer, my dishes will be ready shortly. With that, Ku Xian gracefully retreated into the kitchen, gesturing for Chen Yang to make himself comfortable. In that instant, Chen Yang comprehended that Nku Xian's invitation was not due to any pressing matter, but rather a simple desire to share a meal with him. As he surveyed the modest surroundings of her home, it became evident that Nku Xian led a rather unassuming life, devoid of even a television. This delightful girl had endured numerous hardships, yet continued to embrace life with a smile, stirring an inexplicable pang of sympathy within Chen Yang's heart. In the kitchen, Nku Xian moved with remarkable finesse, clearly a seasoned cook. "It smells divine. Did you prepare all this?" Chen Yang exclaimed, his voice filled with anticipation. "Not quite. I procured fresh vegetables, prime cuts of meat, and large fish from the market, spending several hours in preparation. Luckily, you were available, otherwise you would have missed this opportunity to savor my culinary skills." Nku Xian felt a wave of relief. She could only express her gratitude to Chen Yang through this gesture. Little did she know, her efforts had deeply touched him. "Well, it seems my luck is rather splendid," Chen Yang remarked, his spirits lifted by Nku Xian's joyous demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Please, take a seat in the living room for a moment and help clear the table. I just need to finish one more dish," she instructed. Confident in her culinary prowess inherited from her mother, she believed Chen Yang would appreciate it. "Sure, no problem," he replied, nodding, before returning to the living room to assist in tidying up. At that moment, Chen Yang's thoughts began to swirl. Aside from his mother, Li Lan, and Aunt Wang at home, this was the first time someone had cooked for him. A warm current flowed through him, nourishing his heart. Nku Xian did not keep him waiting long. Within 10 minutes, she emerged from the kitchen, presenting a spread of 4 dishes and a soup before him. Though the fare was simple home cooking, each dish was a feast for the senses. Chen Yang could not help but swallow hard, his appetite awakened. "With such enticing aromas and presentation, I would award it a score of 90 even before tasting," he declared, eyeing Nku Xian with a playful grin. "You're exaggerating. They're merely ordinary home dishes. They taste good, but they certainly can't compare to the delicacies you'd find in a 5-star restaurant," Nku Xian replied, unable to suppress a smile. Despite knowing Chen Yang might be teasing her, his praise ignited a thrill within her. "You should try it," she urged, presenting him with a pair of chopsticks, her heart filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, Chen Yang accepted the chopsticks, gazing at the array of delectable dishes. "Wait, I must take a photo to commemorate this moment. Your first time cooking for me," he exclaimed, retracting his chopsticks to retrieve his phone. Capturing a photo before a meal. Was that not a pastime favored by girls? "How adorably quirky you are." Nku Xian chuckled, amused by his antics. With a click, the camera flashed, immortalizing not only the sumptuous spread, but also capturing Nku Xian's radiant smile. Little did she realize, Chen Yang had taken a close-up of her as well. As the photo materialized, Chen Yang found himself momentarily entranced, caught off guard by her beauty. "All right, enough with the photos. Let us see how it tastes," he urged, though internally, Nku Xian felt uncertain about whether her cooking would please him. After all, given Chen Yang's status, he likely dined on extravagant dishes daily, leaving her apprehensive about his refined palate. Gathering his courage, Chen Yang lifted his chopsticks once more, and under Nku Xian's watchful gaze, he selected a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. He chewed slowly, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "It's delicious. It has the comforting taste of home," he finally proclaimed, grinning at Nku Xian, who was brimming with anticipation. "Really? If you like it, then eat more," she replied, feeling a sigh of relief wash over her. Her efforts had not gone in vain. At that moment, Chen Yang found himself increasingly enamored with Nku Xian. He silently vowed to win her heart. A treasure such as her was truly a rare find, and passing her by would be a grave misfortune. Chapter 49. A girl should not be kept. It must be acknowledged that amongst the many beauties Chen Yang had encountered, Nku Xian imparted a distinct sensation. She was candid and genuine. The fact that they were of similar ages allowed for endless conversation. Nku Xian's lips curled into a smile at Chen Yang's affirmation, her hard work finally yielding fruit. "Thank you for your efforts, Nku Xian. You should eat as well. I wouldn't want you to go hungry," Chen Yang said, picking up his chopsticks to serve her a piece of meat, his gaze softening with tenderness. "Not at all. I'm not hungry. You've assisted me so much. I've always wanted to find a way to express my gratitude. This meal was specially prepared for you, and seeing you enjoy it brings me great satisfaction," Nku Xian revealed, her eyes reflecting warmth. "Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift," Chen Yang responded, his heart swelling with emotion. This meal could be considered the most delightful Chen Yang had enjoyed outside his home. It also provided him an opportunity to discover Nku Xian's remarkable culinary talents. A girl who was beautiful, had a lovely figure, and excelled both in the kitchen and in social settings was undoubtedly Chen Yang's ideal partner. "My mother is scheduled for surgery next week, so I plan to take a leave of absence from school," Nku Xian mentioned, as if she had already made her decision. After a brief moment of hesitation, she met Chen Yang's gaze. It's all right. Your mother's health is of utmost importance. Do you need any assistance with your leave? Chen Yang inquired, genuinely concerned. No need. I've already spoken to my homeroom teacher, and he granted me a week off. So, you might not see me at school next week, she added, a hint of melancholy lacing her words. Foolish girl, why would you worry? I'm not particularly concerned about school attendance. Chen Yang chuckled, amused at her worries. You may not have heard my nickname as the master of skipping classes. Regarding the matter of your mother's surgery, I shall have a word with Elder Zhong later. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Upon hearing this, Kerson's worries gradually dissipated. The two enjoyed their meal immensely, leaving the dining table completely devoid of dishes. Consequently, Chen Yang took the initiative to carry the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen for cleaning. Observing this gesture, Kerson felt a warmth swell within her heart. In the evening, at Kerson's behest, Chen Yang drove her to the hospital where her mother was situated, with Kerson carrying a small pot of nourishing black-bone chicken soup. Inside the upscale hospital room, Mu, upon hearing some commotion outside, glanced toward the door and saw Chen Yang and her daughter appearing at the entrance. Mother, are you feeling any better? Kerson hurriedly approached the bedside. Noticing her mother's complexion had improved slightly. There's nothing serious. You needn't worry too much, Mu reassured her, aware of her daughter's concerns. Although she felt a bit fatigued, there was no discomfort to speak of. Chen Yang, you've gone to great lengths once again. Without a doubt, it was Chen Yang who had personally brought Kerson over. Gratitude flickered in Mu's eyes. It's no trouble at all. This afternoon, Kerson personally cooked a feast for me. I should certainly lend a hand, Chen Yang replied, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Kerson, it appears you haven't forgotten what I've taught you, Mu remarked with a smile, having already discerned that the relationship between Kerson and Chen Yang was indeed special. It was hard for her to believe that her daughter would cook for him without harboring any feelings. Mother, this black-bone chicken is something I bought from the market this afternoon, specially to nourish you, Kerson said, her face turning crimson as she sensed her mother's scrutinizing gaze. Quickly, she diverted the topic. Let us set it down for now. I'll have it later. Kerson, please find a nurse and inform them that my four has finished. Mu instructed her. All right, I'll do that right away, Kerson replied, trusting her mother and stepping out of the room. Within the room, only Chen Yang and Mu remained. Auntie, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Chen Yang, perceptive as ever, understood that Mu had intentionally sent Kerson away. Indeed, you are quite astute. Yes, Annie has something to say, she responded. Please, go ahead. I see your dedication to Kerson, and I recognize your feelings for her. My daughter has faced many hardships while growing up under my care. If your love for her is sincere, I hope you will not cause her any pain, all right? As a mother, she felt it was her duty to protect her daughter. Yet, as Kerson matured, she would naturally form her own opinions and make her own choices, which Mu could only advise on. Moreover, it was evident that Chen Yang was not a frivolous young man, but rather a commendable individual. Auntie, Kerson is not only beautiful but also possesses a kind heart. I cherish her deeply and would never wish her harm. I assure you, I will not let her suffer even the slightest grievance, Chen Yang stated firmly, his gaze steady upon Mu. Auntie believes in you. In a brief moment, Chen Yang and Mu engaged in a profound conversation. Shortly thereafter, Kerson returned, accompanied by a nurse who assisted in switching the four bag before leaving. It was then that Kerson noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere between Chen Yang and her mother. Their gazes upon her had transformed. Seizing a moment of privacy, Kerson pulled Chen Yang aside, their bodies nearly touching as she whispered, what exactly transpired? Did my mother say something to you? You are quite perceptive. To have guessed so swiftly, Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Your mother believes I am a worthy man and is aware of your feelings for me. Thus, she openly confided in me and granted us permission to pursue a normal relationship. My mother would never say such things behind my back. I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me, Kerson exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Having never been in a romantic relationship or shared intimacy with any man, she found herself unprepared for such topics. I speak only the truth. Feel free to ask your mother for confirmation. She trusts me. It is only natural for her to express such sentiments if she appreciates me. Do you think I am unworthy of you? Or perhaps you harbor no affection for me? Chen Yang inquired playfully, a hint of mischief in his tone. Chapter 50, The Chun Family Banquet. I never said that. It's just that your sudden question caught me off guard, and I was unprepared to respond, Kerson stammered, her face a deep shade of red, her demeanor tense. Having never experienced romance, she was at a loss. Yet, if she were to speak her truth, she certainly held feelings for Chen Yang. However, being a girl, she felt too shy to voice such thoughts. With a light laugh, Chen Yang continued, since you don't dislike me, it indicates that there is potential for our relationship to develop. Rest assured, I will grant you ample time to adjust. There is no rush for a reply. For a kind-hearted girl like you, who is still naive to the ways of the world, I would never impose any pressure. As he had previously stated regarding his views on love, it begins with attraction, deepens through talent, and remains steadfast due to character. Chen Yang was confident in his allure. He believed in Carson would inevitably be captivated by his talents and intriguing spirit, ultimately liking him for who he was rather than for his wealth. Given the current dynamics between them, he was certain that after some time, they would find themselves together. This unexpected turn of events left Carson somewhat flustered, her gaze drifting as she dared not meet Chen Yang's eyes, appearing shy and bashful. Meanwhile, Anmu observed the scene with a gentle smile, filled with warmth and pride, appreciating that her daughter seemed to have found her happiness. Mother, the soup will get cold. If you don't drink it soon, it will go to waste. Let me feed you. Carson quickly sought an excuse to escape from Chen Yang's side and approached her mother's bedside. Chen Yang, not feeling disheartened, smiled warmly. He found Carson utterly adorable. Regardless of her internal thoughts, in his eyes, she had already become the woman he had chosen, a fact that no one could alter. The atmosphere in the room grew slightly awkward. Fortunately, Chen Yang was unfazed. He shrugged and, feeling a bit bored, picked up a fruit from the basket, washed it at the sink by the window, and began to eat. At that moment, Carson cautiously cast her gaze towards Chen Yang, anxious that he might be upset over the recent events. However, this small gesture did not escape Chen Yang's keen observation. He subtly raised the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of delight dancing in his eyes, which startled Carson into a shiver, prompting her to hastily turn her head away. Oh, how could I ever believe that you remain unmoved by me? Chen Yang reveled in his inner satisfaction, convinced that Carson would soon succumb to his allure. Unable to extricate herself, in the blink of an eye, the night had quietly descended. A shroud of dark clouds enveloped the sky, leaving not a trace of moonlight. Chen Yang, it's getting late. You should head back now. I'll stay here with my mother tonight. Though the costs of the premium hospital room were steep, it was undeniably worth the expense. The adjacent patient bed appeared exceptionally plush, clearly indicating that Carson intended to remain there for the night. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Chen Yang glanced at his watch, noting that it was already past 10 in the evening. If anything arises, do remember to call me. All right. I understand. Please be careful on your way. Carson replied, her gaze filled with concern as she watched him depart the hospital entrance. The following morning, as the sun rose in the east, Chen Yang found himself returning home late, missing the school-esque curfew. Instead of heading back to his dormitory, he opted to return to his villa. It was only when the gentle sunlight streamed through his bedroom window that Chen Yang finally stirred from his slumber. After rummaging through his bedside table, he managed to retrieve his phone, only to discover it was already past 9 o'clock, and there were several missed calls. All from his mother, Li Lan. Chen Yang, your father is having lunch at home today. Make sure you come back. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang recalled his earlier agreement with his father, surprised that he was already following through. All right, I got it. I will definitely return for lunch. He then composed a text message to his mother before stretching lazily and preparing to wash up. Chen Yang's room was spacious, and after a considerable walk, he finally entered the bathroom. It took him 10 minutes to complete his morning routine. Upon entering the dressing room and opening the wardrobe, he was greeted by an array of exquisite clothing, suits, casual wear, athletic attire, each piece a renowned international brand. Versace, Armani, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, each item priced in the tens of thousands, with the custom pieces valued at over $1 million. The phrase high-end, elegant, and understated luxury could not be more apt in describing Chen Yang at this moment. Moreover, beside the wardrobe stood a massive shoe cabinet housing dozens of pairs of shoes, featuring various limited edition sneakers and upscale dress shoes for formal occasions. Most astonishingly, a series of boxes were arranged outside the shoe cabinet, containing an assortment of prestigious watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Piaget, almost every globally recognized luxury brand was represented. The value of the watches alone exceeded 10 million. Chen Yang was already accustomed to this opulence, and he turned to the mirror to refine his appearance. He donned a crisp white shirt paired with a rust-colored tie, and matched it with tailored trousers and designer shoes. After a brief assessment, he deemed himself quite satisfactory, with only one accessory missing, a watch. His gaze casually swept over the boxes until he selected a new model from Patek Philippe, which he slowly secured onto his wrist. While the poor flaunt brands, the wealthy indulge in luxury cars and timepieces. Once he was fully attired, Chen Yang felt quite pleased with his ensemble. Excluding the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, his outfit was valued at no less than 200,000. As he approached the villa's garage, he was greeted by a selection of no fewer than 10 limited edition sports cars: Lamborghini Veneno, Mercedes GT, Bugatti Veyron, Pagani Huayra, Koenigsegg. Faced with a difficult decision on which car to take, he ultimately chose the Bugatti Veyron after much deliberation. The engine roared to life, akin to a beast growling softly, as Chen Yang pressed the accelerator, unleashing the car's full potential as he sped away. At Yulong Manor, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The Chen family had prepared a family banquet, setting the venue on the lush lawn of the backyard, where the servants had already arranged an array of tableware and beverages. Fresh, top-quality lamb chops, air-freighted shrimp, and delectable Dallas steaks. All the ingredients were the freshest and most extravagant. In any ordinary household, this would constitute a lavish feast. Chapter 51. The Song Family Mother and Daughter. Today's family banquet was prearranged by Chen Zhong. Having agreed to Chen Yang's terms, as a father, he was naturally obliged to fulfill his commitment. Following Li Lan's instructions, the servants had prepared the dining area in the backyard. A pristine white tablecloth adorned the tables, laden with plates of fresh, mouth-watering dishes, and a nearby grill for a delightful barbecue experience, complemented by culinary creations from the chef. It was nothing short of a grand feast. As noon approached, Chen Yang, driving the Bugatti Veyron, arrived at the manor just in time to notice a somewhat familiar vehicle. Stirring his curiosity, how peculiar. This car doesn't belong to our family. Could there be guests today? Stepping out of the car, Chen Yang walked towards the manor with a hint of confusion. Mom, I'm back. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Li Lan and greeted her affectionately. Perfect timing. Your father is home for lunch and has invited Aunt Song and Xiao Xiao. You should go and chat with them for a bit. I'll personally prepare one of your favorite dishes in the kitchen. Li Lan's face lit up with joy as she beheld Chen Yang, her gaze filled with affection. What? Aunt Song and Xiao Xiao are here too? I thought today was strictly a family affair. Chen Yang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. The car outside had indeed belonged to Aunt Song and her daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Aunt Song is a close friend of mine. How can she be considered an outsider? It's just a meal at our home. Is that so unreasonable? Li Lan responded, visibly displeased, her eyes widening as she spoke. Mom, I'm sorry. That is not what I meant. Why didn't you inform me in advance so I could mentally prepare? Chen Yang offered a wry smile, feeling quite awkward about the situation. Humph. If I had told you, would you have even come back? Li Lan chuckled, fully aware of her son's tendencies. Chen Yang felt utterly outwitted by his own mother, his expression a mixture of incredulity and despair. Chen Yang, it's been ages. Come over and let Aunt Song take a look at you. A glamorous lady exuding an air of maturity and sophistication drew near. Her skin, meticulously maintained, belied her 40 years. This was none other than Song Xiao Xiao's mother, Song Yume. Oh no, could Aunt Song be trying to matchmake me with Song Xiao Xiao again? I truly suspect this is a conspiracy orchestrated by my own mother, selling me out to outsiders. Chen Yang touched his head, feeling an involuntary sense of trepidation within. Why do you not wish to see me? Are you afraid I might devour you? Song Yume gazed at Chen Yang, noticing the hint of trepidation in his eyes, which inexplicably stirred a sense of displeasure within her. Aunt Song, I assure you, that is not my intention. At this moment, Chen Yang felt a silent anguish. Song Xiao Xiao was remarkably beautiful, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. In the bustling metropolis, she was renowned as one of the 4 great beauties, with suitors aplenty. Logically speaking, she and Chen Yang would make a suitable pair. Aunt Song held a fondness for Chen Yang, having long wished to match him with her daughter, Song Xiao Xiao, even persuading Chen Yang's mother, Li Lan, to support the idea. Yet, Chen Yang harbored no interest in Song Xiao Xiao. The reason was simple. He was acutely aware that he could not possibly match her caliber. Although they were of similar age, Song Xiao Xiao had already obtained a diploma from an overseas business school, having accelerated her studies since high school. By the tender age of 22, she had amassed multiple honors, and after merely a year in the family business, she exhibited extraordinary commercial acumen, increasing the company's annual profit by 30%. A veritable domineering beauty and CEO, Chen Yang believed he wanted to live a few more years. If he were to enter a relationship with Song Xiao Xiao, he would either become henpecked or live in a relentless turmoil. Xiao Xiao, greet Chen Yang. It has been over half a year since you last met. Today, I heard your father mention a gathering at home, so we thought to join in the festivities. You wouldn't mind, would you? At that moment, Aunt Song's gaze towards Chen Yang resembled that of a mother-in-law sizing up her son-in-law, growing increasingly satisfied. Personally, she wholeheartedly supported the idea of a romance between Chen Yang and Song Xiao Xiao. Alas, love may blossom, but feelings do not always reciprocate. Both families were amenable. But the most crucial factor, Chen Yang himself, had no such inclinations. Of course not. I am genuinely pleased that Aunt Song could come. Chen Yang dared not voice his true thoughts, fearing they would be too hurtful. Meanwhile, he noticed that Song Xiao Xiao's eyes were fixed upon him, lingering for an unusually long time. Unavoidably, a sense of panic welled up within Chen Yang. What could this mean? Could it be that she genuinely harbors feelings for him? Surely not, Chen Yang mused. Though he considered himself quite handsome, he and Song Xiaoxiao rarely communicated and did not know each other well enough for her to be swayed solely by his looks. Chen Yang, it has been a long time. Song Xiaoxiao finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. Indeed, it has been a while. Chen Yang replied with a faint smile. You two catch up. I shall find your father to discuss some matters. Sensing the situation, Aunt Song adeptly introduced a topic to excuse herself, allowing Chen Yang and Song Xiaoxiao to have some time alone, perhaps to cultivate their feelings. Very well. Chen Yang, well aware of Aunt Song's intentions, chose not to expose her plan. He led Song Xiaoxiao to the spacious lawn in the backyard. Not far ahead was a round tea table, perfect for a leisurely chat. Chen Yang, do you detest me? Before he could gather his thoughts, Song Xiaoxiao suddenly directed her words toward him. Instantly, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Chen Yang's face. Not at all. How could I possibly dislike you? He hastily dismissed the notion, waving his hands. I heard from my mother that you rejected the idea of us dating. Give me a reason. Song Xiaoxiao was a proud woman, possessing remarkable qualities and high standards. To date, she had never had a boyfriend. Previously, she had heard her mother suggest she try dating Chen Yang, as they were quite compatible in terms of family background and other factors. Chen Yang did not strike her as a frivolous playboy, by all accounts. He had many commendable qualities. Song Xiaoxiao, busy with work, had mostly interacted with male colleagues, either established family men or those of considerable age. After much effort, she had finally found someone who seemed appealing, only to discover his circumstances were woefully inadequate. As she reached the age suitable for romance, suitable candidates remained elusive. Suddenly, she found her mother's suggestion worth considering. However, news arrived that Chen Yang was unwilling to pursue a relationship with her, which was simply unacceptable for Song Xiaoxiao. The urgency in her questioning stemmed from a desire to uncover the true reason. Wait, you knew about that? Chen Yang smacked his lips, feeling a wave of awkwardness. This matter seemed to have been shared only between him and his mother. How could it have reached Song Xiaoxiao's ears in such a short time? Oh, women and their loose lips. Even my own mother enjoys putting me in a bind. What a predicament. Chen Yang silently cursed. Faced with the current scenario, it appeared he had no choice but to concoct a plausible explanation. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Xiao, we simply do not suit each other. Why not? Chen Yang had barely uttered a word when Song Xiaoxiao immediately pressed for clarification. I must admit, you are indeed beautiful, and your figure is splendid. Every man would be drawn to your type. However, your personality is overly assertive, while I prefer gentle women. The purpose of dating is to eventually marry and have children. If our personalities clash, feelings cannot blossom, and we will likely encounter numerous conflicts, diminishing our quality of life. Your attributes are exceptional. Why must you insist on dating me? Chen Yang cherished his freedom and disliked forceful women with an overpowering possessiveness. Such dynamics would be exhausting. For a long time, Chen Yang had envisioned a clear picture of his future partner. Song Xiaoxiao was best suited as a friend. Pursuing a romantic relationship would be overly burdensome. Is my personality really that domineering? Have I instilled such fear in you? Song Xiaoxiao shook her head in resignation, finding Chen Yang's reasoning difficult to accept. Perhaps you are oblivious, but I have experienced it firsthand. Ironically, a few years prior, Chen Yang had indeed been infatuated with Song Xiaoxiao. However, after spending some time together, he gained a profound understanding of her character, leading to his withdrawal. Song Xiaoxiao was a perfectionist. She demanded excellence in many aspects, which fostered a somewhat obsessive personality. Coupled with her work environment, she gradually developed the persona of a domineering CEO, strong-willed and unyielding. Chen Yang genuinely feared that their relationship would lead to discord, ultimately jeopardizing their friendship. After all, their families were closely intertwined, and they had known each other since childhood. Humph, Chen Yang, you are such a coward. Other men relish conquering stunningly beautiful CEOs, yet you take the opposite approach. I find that somewhat contemptible. Song Xiaoxiao could no longer suppress a hint of disdain for Chen Yang. He exhibited no semblance of masculine courage. I do not possess such peculiar tastes. I merely seek someone compatible with me, a shared home, 2 individuals, 3 meals, and 4 seasons. If she is naive, I would show her the wonders of the world. If she bears the weight of experience, I would take her for a ride on a carousel. Xiao, trust me. You shall undoubtedly encounter the man you admire in due course. For a captivating beauty such as yourself, a charming CEO has never been lacking in admirers. Chen Yang's rejection of Song Xiaoxiao, in his view, was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. It spared both individuals the burden of unfulfilled desires while preserving their close friendship, an arrangement most beneficial. One should not fall into the depths of love, only to discover an insurmountable disparity in character, leading to an inevitable and unsatisfactory conclusion. For both families, such a scenario bears no advantage. I shan't waste my breath on you. Grand principles are merely a set of platitudes, and yet you tremble at the thought of romance. I find your cowardice rather contemptible. Chen Yang. Song Xiaoxiao was genuinely incensed by Chen Yang's dismissal. Despite her numerous commendable qualities and their apparent compatibility, he simply did not harbor an affection for her. In time, you shall understand that my words are not frivolous. Each one is a nugget of wisdom. I am no cat. I would never trifle with a young lady's feelings, especially not with you, my childhood companion. Chen Yang grinned, baring his teeth in a smile. Humph, regardless. My mother and your mother both hold high hopes for our union. Should they inquire in earnest, I shall undoubtedly shift the blame onto you. Deep down, Song Xiaoxiao remained the dutiful daughter, obedient to Aunt Song's opinions. Given Aunt Song's belief in their compatibility, coupled with Song Xiaoxiao's mild affection for Chen Yang, she had anticipated a modest attempt at romance, only to be met with his stark refusal. This budding relationship had scarcely begun before it was abruptly halted. This was Song Xiaoxiao's inaugural venture into romance, and to face such a merciless rejection left her heart stricken. No worries, my parents will never meddle in my romantic affairs. As for Aunt Song, I shall seek an opportunity to converse with her properly. There are plenty of good men in this world. I am but one among many. Xiao. We are far better suited as friends. Chen Yang nodded, yet inwardly began to devise a strategy. Approximately half an hour later, the Chen family's banquet was set to commence. The fresh ingredients, prepared with exquisite techniques, promised an exquisite feast. Chen Yang, not one to be idle, possessed a unique flair for grilling. Approaching the barbecue, he took it upon himself to showcase his culinary skills, grilling squid, lamb chops, and beef with precision. He seasoned them with cumin and slathered them with sauce, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Mom, Dad, Aunt Song, and Xiao, do sample my creations and let me know your thoughts. Soon, Chen Yang presented his meticulously grilled delicacies to the dining table. The presentation appeared promising, but the taste remained to be seen. A smile graced Chen Zhong's face. It was his first time tasting the grilled offerings prepared by his son. Humph, if you dislike what our son has made, feel free not to partake. We shall enjoy it all. Chen Yang's culinary prowess had only been savored by Li Lan before. Chen Zhong, busy with work, scarcely saw his family throughout the week, let alone share a meal together. Witnessing this moment, Li Lan felt a profound sense of joy. The father-son duo had mended their differences, and the home felt increasingly warm. I did not say that. Do not slander me. Chen Zhong shook his head, his expression suddenly flustered. Fearing that Li Lan might snatch away the delicacies, he swiftly speared a piece of fresh steak with his fork and placed it upon his plate. The cutlery met the steak, and he slowly chewed a morsel. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yang's culinary skills were indeed impressive. The flavor rivaled that of their household chef. I assure you, Chen Yang's talents exceed your expectations. As his mother, I seldom get to taste his creations throughout the year. You are fortunate indeed. Li Lan teased her husband with a smile. Home-cooked meals are always the best. It seems essential to dine in more often. Once the current business affairs are settled, I shall treat myself to a proper vacation and some relaxation. A smile adorned Chen Zhong's face, and he could not help but reflect. Chapter 53, The Astute Song Xiao. Chen Zhong's gaze radiated satisfaction. He felt fortunate for having realized the importance of mending his relationship with Chen Yang. Otherwise, he would not have savored such delightful cuisine today. After a lifetime of toil for the company's expansion, it would be rather lamentable to receive resentment from his son in the end. Now, the Chen family's wealth was sufficient for a lifetime. The vast estate would eventually be entrusted to Chen Yang. Thus, nurturing and caring for Chen Yang remained paramount, an insight that Chen Zhong had only recently comprehended. It should have been this way all along. Tell me, after so many years of marriage, when have you ever accompanied me to shop or vacation? The mere mention of this matter brought a tinge of bitterness to Li Lan's heart. To the outside world, she appeared as a prosperous lady of high society, devoid of worries, yet her husband was perpetually absent, leaving her emotionally unfulfilled. Fortuitously, she had Aunt Song as a companion, and Chen Yang was dutiful, causing her no significant trouble while often accompanying her on outings to ease her mind. You have toiled for many years. I will certainly make it up to you. This sentiment had long weighed heavily on Chen Zhong's conscience. At last, an opportunity had arisen to make amends. In this moment, the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. Shortly after dinner, Song Xiao suddenly received a phone call. Upon returning, her expression bore a hint of regret. She informed them that there was a matter at the company requiring her immediate attention and promptly decided to leave. Chen Yang, feeling bored, found it fortuitous that their paths coincided. Indeed, let Chen Yang drive you. The car can be left for Mom. Aunt Song looked at Chen Yang with a smile and said, Then I shall trouble you. Chen Yang. Song Xiaoxiao's expression revealed surprise. She had not anticipated Chen Yang would willingly offer his assistance. After some contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Be careful on the road. Li Lan called out as she watched Chen Yang and Song Xiaoxiao depart together. Chen Yang turned, waving his hand in acknowledgement. At the entrance of the estate, Chen Yang and Song Xiaoxiao locked eyes. What troubles you? You seem rather unwell. Is there anything I may assist you with? Chen Yang, perceptive as he was, noticed a subtle change in Song Xiaoxiao's demeanor, despite her efforts to conceal it. Stepping closer, he addressed her directly. I manage a cosmetics company, primarily catering to professional white-collar workers, fashion enthusiasts, beauty bloggers, and entertainment celebrities. Just moments ago, my secretary informed me that one of our latest products has caused an allergic reaction in an artist, and the situation is quite severe. I must attend to it immediately. Song Xiaoxiao spoke calmly to Chen Yang. It seems the circumstances are rather dire. However, do not fret. Step into the car. I shall drive you to the company. Acknowledging the urgency of the matter, Chen Yang understood that every moment was precious. In the industry, regardless of the cause, such an incident could tarnish the company's reputation. Yet, this predicament was not insurmountable. As the Bugatti Veyron roared to life, Chen Yang pressed the accelerator, and the steering wheel began to turn with an elegant fluidity. His movements seamless and composed. Seated in the passenger seat, Song Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. In light of this situation, has your company's crisis management team taken immediate action? Chen Yang inquired while deftly maneuvering the vehicle. Crisis management team? It seems we don't have such a department. Song Xiaoxiao responded, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yang's question. It was no wonder she appeared flustered in the face of such an event. Fortunately, she had encountered him. Perhaps he could lend a hand. A knowing smile crossed Chen Yang's face. In large corporations, to safeguard their interests, it is customary to establish partnerships with legal firms annually. When conflicts regarding business interests arise, it is the legal advisors who step into the fray. The same applies to public relations firms. Should anything detrimental to the company's reputation occur, be it hitting the headlines or becoming a societal focal point, PR professionals are the first to intervene, striving to quell the situation with utmost diligence. Presently, Song Xiaoxiao's company faced such a predicament, desperately in need of an adept PR team. Can you assist me? She asked, her expression tinged with curiosity. What? Do you underestimate my abilities? Chen Yang's demeanor shifted, revealing his displeasure. What sort of look is that? Are you mocking me? He thought bitterly. I would never. After all, you are the illustrious heir of the Chen Group, destined to inherit immense wealth. What am I to you? Song Xiaoxiao retorted with a dismissive smirk. Humph. You'd best adjust your attitude. Otherwise, I'll be reluctant to assist you. You'll have to deal with your own troubles, and I assure you, you won't manage. Chen Yang scoffed, a smirk of derision on his face. This situation could escalate or be easily contained, if not addressed promptly, and if public opinion begins to fester. Coupled with opportunistic competitors, it would spell disaster for your company. My apologies. It was wrong of me to question your capabilities, Song Xiaoxiao conceded, her demeanor softening as she displayed a pleading expression. Please, be magnanimous and help me. If you resolve this issue for me, I shall overlook your earlier rejection. If you refuse, I shall inform my mother that I intend to date you, and that I will not settle for anyone else. Let us see who prevails then. Song Xiaoxiao declared, her determination evident. At her words, Chen Yang's expression soured. Dear lady, please don't act recklessly. This was originally a simple matter. Don't complicate it unnecessarily. If it will appease you, I shall assist you with this. Chen Yang genuinely feared the repercussions of Song Xiaoxiao's impulsiveness, particularly concerning his mother, Aunt Chen. Humph. Who invited you to provoke me? Those are your own words. I am not threatening you. She countered. If you fail to manage this situation properly, I will place the entire responsibility on you, and any losses incurred shall rest solely on your shoulders. After all, with the vast resources of the Chen family, a loss of several million would hardly faze you. Song Xiaoxiao deftly distanced herself from any accountability. Ah, what a shrewd woman. A master of strategy. Chen Yang mused. Should I assist you, you must also persuade your mother on my behalf. Our relationship must remain strictly platonic. We are merely childhood friends. Do not renege on this agreement. Chen Yang's eyes twinkled as a smile graced his lips. Chapter 54, The Importance of Connections. Deal. Song Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Given the current delicate situation, she recognized that handling it herself would likely lead to complications. If Chen Yang could intervene, she would relish the respite. After all, he was disinterested in pursuing a relationship with her. Thus, it was sensible to allocate resources wisely and assign him the burdensome task. However, you must resolve this matter satisfactorily. Otherwise, your assistance will not be valid. Song Xiaoxiao, ever astute, was wary of Chen Yang's potential tricks. Rest assured, I have my methods for resolving this issue. Chen Yang confidently assured her, turning to face her. Song Xiaoxiao cared little for the process. Her focus was solely on the outcome. She eagerly anticipated a satisfactory resolution from Chen Yang. The car sped steadily towards Song Xiaoxiao's company. Observing Chen Yang's unwavering confidence, she felt reassured. Suddenly, Chen Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket, scrolling through his contacts as if searching for someone. Found him. Chen Yang's lips curled into a smile. Lu Yu. I recall this fellow has an exceptional PR team. They handled numerous scandals for him last year. Lu Yu, a friend of Chen Yang's, boasted an impressive background, with girlfriends often hailing from the upper echelons of the entertainment industry, frequently gracing the headlines. Expertise in managing public perception and crisis resolution should be entrusted to a professional PR team. This situation underscores the significance of connections. Chen Yang was confident that if he reached out, Lu Yu would be more than willing to assist. Are you planning to call for reinforcements? Song Xiaoxiao observed, recognizing that having Chen Yang resolve the issue personally was likely impractical. However, given Chen Yang's status, enlisting help would not prove difficult. What else would you suggest? Should I seek an artist and attempt to negotiate privately? Setting aside financial matters, what authority does she possess to warrant such elaborate measures? Chen Yang chuckled lightly, addressing Song Xiaoxiao. I knew it. Regardless, I insist you expedite the resolution of this matter, Song Xiaoxiao warned, shooting him a fierce glance. Without hesitation, Chen Yang dialed Lu Yu's number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Chen Xiao, it's quite rare to receive a call from you. It seems we've not seen each other in ages. We should grab a drink soon. Lu Yu's cheerful voice resonated on the line. Absolutely, drinks can be arranged anytime. However, the reason for my call is to seek your assistance with a particular matter, Chen Yang stated directly, getting straight to the point. Given our rapport, just speak freely. I, Lu Yu, will not shy away from helping you. At this, Song Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered toward Chen Yang, silently acknowledging, this friend of his seems quite loyal. Didn't you mention that your company has an impressive PR team? A childhood friend of mine is facing some issues and requires assistance from your team. If you could share the contact details, I would greatly appreciate it. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang replied, I assumed it was something significant. But it turns out to be a mere triviality. Why not simply tell me the name of your friend's company? I can have my people handle everything else. It would be far more efficient. Lu Yu did not immediately acquiesce, but instead proposed a suggestion of his own. Suddenly, Chen Yang slapped his thigh in astonishment. Wow. Is this kind of maneuver even possible? Is the public relations team truly that capable? In the realm of public relations, the individuals under my command are all top-tier elites. They are acutely aware of any subtle shifts in the environment. Just provide me with the company name, and the rest will be deftly managed. Otherwise, why would I spend a fortune every year to sustain their employment? Lu Yu's words resonated with profound logic. Xiao, perhaps you should converse with my friend here. Chen Yang was entirely unaware of how many companies the female president, Song Xiaoxiao, managed or their names. Subsequently, he handed his phone to Song Xiaoxiao. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, she ultimately accepted it, leading to an extensive discussion with Lu Yu. 10 minutes later, the phone returned to Chen Yang's possession. For them, this was hardly a daunting task. Chen Xiao, rest assured, await my good news. Thank you, Lu Xiao. No need to postpone. I shall come find you shortly. Chen Yang was also eager for a face-to-face conversation with Lu Yu. All right, I will send you the address. You may come directly. With that, the call was concluded. Chen Yang, I never expected your acquaintances to be so reliable. They can lend a hand at a critical moment. Though this statement seemed complimentary, it bore an undertone of sarcasm. Haha, indeed. My friends are not mere wastrels. How could they lack any capability? It is no exaggeration to say that we, this group, are destined to inherit our family legacies and become the pillars of the future in the metropolis, supporting a vast expanse. Underestimating us might lead to dire consequences. Whether it be Yi Chun or Lu Yu, each possesses extraordinary backgrounds and noble identities. From birth, they stand atop peaks unreachable by ordinary individuals, youthful and brimming with vigor. Once they have indulged in their youthful escapades, they will eventually return to inherit their family businesses, transforming into domineering CEOs. Such trifles are easily resolved by Lu Yu. At last, the Bugatti Veyron pulled up at the entrance of Song Xiaoxiao's company. As Chen Yang alighted, he instinctively opened the passenger door, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. The limited edition sports car, coupled with this striking pair of handsome and beautiful individuals, became the focal point of the gathering. I will handle matters on Lu Xiao's side. You need not worry excessively. For now, focus on managing your company's affairs. Chen Yang glanced at Song Xiaoxiao and spoke with calm assurance. Understood. I appreciate your assistance. Song Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Chen Yang, surprised to see him so filled with confidence. What can I say? I owe you a debt, so it's only fitting that I help you out a bit. At least it makes me feel more at ease. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and returned to his vehicle. With a press of the accelerator, the Bugatti Veyron swiftly disappeared from Song Xiaoxiao's view. Tianxian Pavilion. This is a private club frequented by the elite. Those who gain entry here possess either immense wealth or noble status. A silver card requires an annual fee of 200,000. A gold card demands 500,000. While a diamond card costs 1 million. The type of card held by a guest speaks volumes about their societal standing. It is rumored that the enigmatic owner behind this establishment is a colossal figure, known only to a handful of individuals in the metropolis, of whom Chen Yang is one. Chapter 55. The flamboyant young master Lu Yu. Sir, please present your membership card. Upon arriving at the club entrance, a strikingly graceful woman stood to the side, her demeanor respectful and polite. I almost forgot, here you go. Chen Yang retrieved a uniquely crafted card from his wallet. It was evidently no ordinary membership card. Its surface was adorned with a layer of gold, embellished with an exquisitely detailed rose. A Supreme card? The woman gasped in astonishment as she examined the card. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. The Supreme card is an even rarer entity than the Diamond card, with fewer than 3 issued in the entire Tianxian pavilion. This dashing man before her possessed such a prestigious status. Sir, you are our esteemed VIP. We are grateful for your presence. Should you have any requests, we shall strive to fulfill them. Regaining her composure, the elegant woman spoke with an even more respectful tone. I am merely here to meet a friend. You need not concern yourselves with me. Please continue with your duties, and I will call for you if necessary. Chen Yang gestured for the woman to remain unperturbed. Understood. The woman, not daring to overstep, slightly bowed, her demeanor exceedingly humble. The interior of the club exuded opulence, radiating an air of high-end luxury. Should an ordinary person enter and inadvertently break a bottle, they might face ruin, unable to compensate for the damages. Chen Yang moved with familiarity through the lavish surroundings. Having arranged to meet Lu Yu here, after several minutes of navigating turns, he finally spotted his target. Not far ahead, on a lavish sofa, sat a man with wine-red hair, adorned with golden-tinted sunglasses. He was dressed in high-end international brands, and beside him was a stunning woman. The two were engaged in playful banter, creating an amusing scene. This was Lu Yu and his female companion. Lu Xiao, such elegance. Chen Yang approached, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Chen Xiao, you arrive quite swiftly. Come, take a seat. It's been a while since we VE gathered for drinks. Lu Yu's face broke into a grin upon seeing Chen Yang, and he spoke leisurely. Why are you still standing there? Quickly pour some wine for Chen Xiao. The female companion beside Lu Yu, displaying her keen intellect, instinctively took action. She deftly filled an empty wine glass with red wine and presented it to Chen Yang as he settled into his seat. Lu Xiao, you know I came to see you today primarily regarding the matter we discussed over the phone. Chen Yang smiled calmly, reclining comfortably on the sofa and adopting a relaxed posture as he addressed Lu Yu. Chen Xiao, do you truly doubt my ability to handle matters? I've already made the call, and the response I received was that it would be resolved within 24 hours. Their team operates with remarkable efficiency and never undertakes tasks without certainty. I believe they have already begun their work. You can rest assured and sleep soundly. For by the time you awaken, this issue may very well be resolved. Lu Yu lifted his glass, a smile illuminating his face, brimming with confidence in his public relations team. I see. Since Lu Xiao has expressed such confidence, it seems I was overly concerned. However, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Allow me to toast to you. Chen Yang quickly raised his glass of red wine in a gesture of appreciation. The two clinked their glasses, sharing a drink. Do not say that. It is my honor to assist you, Chen Xiao. Lu Yu chuckled, unwilling to take all the credit for this favor. He understood within himself that, given Chen Yang's capabilities, even if he refrained from intervening, there would be a multitude of others eager to take on such tasks. Beside him, Lu Yu's female companion, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, displayed a look of astonishment. She was acutely aware of Lu Yu's noble status, yet she never anticipated that he would exhibit such deference towards the man before them. It seemed that Chen Yang's background was even more enigmatic than his own. What has young Master Lu been preoccupied with lately? Chen Yang's purpose for coming here was to obtain a definitive answer from Lu Yu. Since the other party had expressed it thus, it was evident that the matter at hand was truly trivial in his eyes. Consequently, Chen Yang's heart gradually eased. They then transitioned to conversing about various topics. What else could one be engaged in, if not indulging in revelry, pursuing romantic interests, and passing the days in leisure? However, the yacht I ordered a couple of days ago has finally arrived. When you have some free time, let us gather a group of friends and host a party on it. What do you think, young Master Chen? Lu Yu's tastes were undeniably extravagant. While other wealthy heirs typically invested in luxury watches and limited edition sports cars, he had purchased a yacht worth several hundred million. Such a display of wealth was truly impressive. Not a problem, since I have nothing pressing on my agenda either. Just a call from you, and I will promptly rally a group of brothers to support you. Chen Yang swirled the red wine in his glass, a charming smile gracing his lips before he downed it in one gulp. The rich flavor of the wine danced on his palate before flowing down his throat. Such exquisite wine was indeed a pleasure to savor. This wine is truly delightful, Chen Yang remarked. Indeed, it is a fine vintage from my family's vineyard, carefully aged over many years. Knowing that young Master Chen was coming, how could I possibly serve you inferior wine? Lu Yu replied. This is the masterpiece of a master vintner with 30 years of experience. Although our stock is limited, if you enjoy it, I would be more than happy to gift you a couple of bottles. Lu Yu's eyes brightened slightly, surprised that Chen Yang had a taste for this red wine, and he continued, I am grateful for your generosity, young Master Lu, and I shall not be too modest. Chen Yang did not feign reluctance. He understood the weight of this favor. Given our long-standing friendship, there is no need for such formality, he said, shaking his head with a feigned expression of displeasure. It is I who have been inconsiderate. Allow me to drink to that. As Lu Yu's companion poured more wine into Chen Yang's glass, he promptly raised it and drank it down in one go. You, young Master Chen, seem to be rather quiet of late. What have you been up to? What else could it be? I am simply actively seeking a girlfriend. Bidding farewell to the single life. Chen Yang's mind suddenly conjured the image of a captivating figure, a smile unwittingly spreading across his face. Oh, I wonder which fortunate woman has caught young Master Chen's eye. In their circle, nearly everyone was aware of Chen Yang's discerning taste. Those chosen by him sparked considerable curiosity among the masses. After all, in the high society of the bustling metropolis, Chen Yang represented a refreshing exception among the second-generation wealthy elite. No rush. Once I successfully win her over, I shall certainly introduce you. Chen Yang responded with a smile to Lu Yu's curiosity. Chapter 56. A typical case of prioritizing romance over friendship. Do not jest, young Master Chen, with your capabilities. Is there truly a woman you cannot pursue? Lu Yu shook his head, clearly skeptical of Chen Yang's assertion. Chen Yang's stature was such that countless women would vie for the chance to be with him. It would be no exaggeration to say that his popularity far surpassed Lu Yu's. I am not joking. It may take some time, but when the opportunity is ripe, I will surely win her heart. She is unlike any ordinary woman. My standards are not the same as yours. Chen Yang thought of Incurson's enchanting visage and couldn't help but smile. Now you have piqued my curiosity even further. I must meet her at the earliest opportunity. Lu Yu replied with a calm smile. Rest assured, when the time comes, you shall be pleasantly surprised. As the two continued their light-hearted banter, the sky outside darkened unnoticed. Before long, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Young Master Chen, it seems you have had quite a bit to drink. Shall I arrange for someone to drive you home? Lu Yu inquired with a hint of concern as he observed Chen Yang's slightly flushed complexion, indicating he might have had a bit too much to drink. However, he appeared to be managing well, his awareness still intact. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can return on my own. You should head out first. Since you insist, I shall take my leave. If you require anything, feel free to call me at any time. Noticing that Chen Yang's mind was still relatively clear, Lu Yu refrained from insisting further and smiled before departing. The night air was quite refreshing, a gentle breeze brushing against Chen Yang's face, helping to clear his mind somewhat. It seems I must practice my drinking more. I've only had a few glasses and already find myself in this state, he thought, letting out a wry chuckle before shaking his head. Ultimately, he called for a designated driver to take him back to his villa. The following morning, as the sun rose in the east, Chen Yang awoke to the sound of his phone ringing. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Song Xiaoxiao. Chen Yang, I never expected your friend as public relations team to be so efficient. In just one night, they managed to resolve the public relations crisis. The situation is now under control and poses no threat to the company's image. Early in the morning, Song Xiaoxiao realized that the unfolding events had been completely contained. It was evident that these accomplishments were due to Chen Yang's efforts. I had no idea that young Master Lu's public relations team possessed such skill. No wonder he is so confident. Now that your company's issues have been resolved, you must fulfill our agreement and persuade your mother, Chen Yang reminded her promptly. Not forgetting their arrangement. Rest assured, I will not forget. With that, Song Xiaoxiao hung up, muttering under her breath. This Chen Yang has no sense of romance whatsoever. How could he be so critical of someone as exceptional as me? Truly blind. Chen Yang turned over, rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit heavy-headed, perhaps a lingering effect from last night's indulgence. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 11 in the morning. After freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen and poured himself some fresh milk for breakfast. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Chen Yang, you scoundrel. Confess honestly, what methods did you employ to make Teacher Mu overlook your absence? It turned out to be Li Mu, who had noticed Chen Yang's absence from class that day. Rather than marking Chen Yang as absent, Teacher Mu had openly shielded him. This unusual behavior instantly sparked feelings of envy and jealousy in Li Mu. The Buddha says one must not speak of it. Today was Monday, and there were classes at school. At this moment, Chen Yang had just risen, and it was clear that arriving at school now would be too late. They were likely preparing to dismiss students. Do we have class this afternoon? Chen Yang inquired curiously. No, we don't. Why do you ask? Li Mu replied, perplexed. Nothing. I just drank too much last night and just woke up. I'm having breakfast now. So I won't be able to make it in time. Oh my goodness, what kind of celestial life are you living? No need to attend classes. I truly envy you. Well, there's nothing to complain about. I'll treat you to lunch. After class, just meet me at the entrance. Half an hour later, Chen Yang drove his Mercedes and arrived at the school gate. Get in. Today, I'm taking you out for a nice meal. Li Mu and Zhao Tian's eyes sparkled, their faces brimming with excitement. Wait, can we bring a few more people? Li Mu suddenly inquired. Who to bring? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Of course, our future girlfriends. Li Mu exclaimed. After some effort, the path to success for these two friends no longer seemed so arduous. With just a little more push, they were confident they could win them over. It turned out that Li Mu and Zhao Tian had been quite busy lately, frequently socializing with Chu Shui and Mu Qing. Gradually, feelings had begun to blossom. They had initially planned to have lunch together, and with Chen Yang treating, they certainly couldn't miss such a splendid opportunity. Not bad. You two are quite efficient. Chen Yang chuckled. All right, as a friend, I'll show some goodwill and support your romantic endeavors. Let us invite them along. No need. They're already here. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, a striking trio appeared before them. Zhao Qianqian, Chu Shui, and Mu Qing walked together. I seriously suspect you two have been bribed by Zhao Qianqian. Chen Yang glared at Li Mu and Zhao Tian, gritting his teeth. He never expected Zhao Qianqian would go this far and still not give up. Chen, we truly had no other choice. Without Zhao Qianqian's help, how could we possibly get them to join us? Li Mu and Zhao Tian exchanged glances, their synergy evident. This was a classic case of prioritizing romance over friendship. All right, so you two have grown wings and dare to scheme behind my back. Chen Yang sighed, realizing that this matter was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Calm down. It's not as serious as you think. Just like last time, you can find an excuse to slip away midway. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, without Zhao Qianqian's matchmaking, Li Mu and Zhao Tian's progress would have been impossible. For the sake of love, what was a little sacrifice? Chen, I beg you. Li Mu and Zhao Tian pleaded earnestly. If you don't succeed in the end, just wait and see how I'll deal with you two. Hearing this, Chen Yang clearly chose to compromise. After all, Li Mu and Zhao Tian were his good friends. Chapter 57, A Woman of Contradictions. Chen, rest assured. We are determined to succeed this time. We will not return empty-handed. Chen Yang could see that Li Mu and Zhao Tian were filled with confidence, though he was unsure where their audacity stemmed from. Let us hope so. If my sacrifice can bring you happiness, then it is worth it. To be honest, Chen Yang genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with Zhao Qianqian. If his unintended actions rekindled her feelings for him, it would become quite troublesome. You don't like her, but still provoke her every day. In Chen Yang's view, this behavior reeked of a scoundrel. Yet, for the sake of Li Mu and Zhao Tian's happiness, he felt utterly helpless. Hey, Chen Yang is treating us to a grand feast at noon. You should all come. Li Mu waved at Zhao Qianqian and the other two girls. Once they drew closer, he continued, is that so? If Chen is treating, we must go. With such a wealthy host, it would be a crime not to indulge. Mu Qing exclaimed, tugging at Chu Shui's arm. Coincidentally, both Mu Qing and Chu Shui were single. Having spent time with Li Mu and Zhao Tian, they had developed a good rapport, and if things progressed, it could lead to a lovely story. However, the key point was that they aimed to facilitate a connection between Zhao Qianqian and Chen Yang, living in the same dormitory. They couldn't understand why Zhao Qianqian was so infatuated with Chen Yang, constantly mentioning his name. With this opportunity at hand, they certainly couldn't let it slip by. Thus, the three pairs of young people, each with their own intentions, harmoniously prepared to set off. The car is quite spacious, why not squeeze in together? Li Mu, seated in the front passenger seat, glanced at the empty space behind him. Forget it, our beauty Qianqian has a car, we can just follow you. Mu Qing replied with a smirk. The three girls then made their way to a cafe at the school gate, only to find themselves directly in front of an Audi. Li Mu and Zhao Tian were momentarily taken aback, realizing Zhao Qianqian's family was quite affluent. A quintessential rich beauty. Surprised, aren't you? Chen Yang chuckled at Li Mu's astonished expression. Damn, Zhao Qianqian is actually a rich beauty. Her family seems quite well off. Chen Yang, you must possess an extraordinary charm. Why does this good fortune not fall upon me, Zhao Tian? Zhao Tian gazed enviously at Chen Yang, his heart seething with frustration. In this day and age, do you really think that mere looks can win a woman's affection? Young man, such good fortune is beyond your reach. Just dream about it. Chen Yang laughed heartily. Already aware of Zhao Qianqian's background, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Moreover, in Chen Yang's eyes, as long as a girlfriend suited him, family background was irrelevant. Though Zhao Qianqian was undeniably beautiful and had commendable qualities, the crux was that Chen Yang felt no spark with her. A fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet. Li Mu and Zhao Tian gazed at Chen Yang, wishing they could tear him apart. Handsome, wealthy, and surrounded by admirers, yet he remained picky, not choosing a single one. Chen Yang, I wonder if you've set your sights on the campus beauty, and Li Mu's eyes glinted with mischief. Instantly, this topic garnered Zhao Tian's agreement. There's a good chance. If you don't fancy a beauty like Zhao Qianqian, you must have even better options. How do you know? Chen Yang shot Li Mu an irritated glance. See, I knew I was right. Seeing Chen Yang so animated, Li Mu and Zhao Tian nodded vigorously in agreement. As the car drove along, with his two roommates chattering incessantly, Chen Yang nearly considered tossing them out. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. I'm a man too, and having someone I fancy is not unusual. Keep this under wraps, or you'll cause me trouble. Having learned from past experiences, Chen Yang couldn't help but worry about these two, hastily reminding them. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret. However, Li Mu's words were not without merit, but the campus beauty, is no ordinary woman. If you want her to be your girlfriend, you'll likely have to endure some hardships. However, neither Li Mu nor Zhao Tian are aware that the relationship between Chen Yang and Incursion has been progressing at an astonishing pace. In fact, Incursion's mother has tacitly approved of her daughter's relationship with Chen Yang, with even the future mother-in-law not opposing their union. What challenges could possibly remain for Chen Yang and Incursion to be together? How dare you look down upon me? You two should focus on your own life matters. Chen Yang is disinterested in further idle chatter with them. Currently, the development of his relationship with Incursion is firmly within his grasp. Once the time is ripe, they will naturally find themselves together. At the Junhua Hotel. Indeed, this is the very hotel that Chen Yang acquired just yesterday. It boasts high standards and delightful cuisine, making it an excellent venue for dining and gatherings. Following closely behind in a Mercedes is Zhao Qianqian, who is driving her two roommates. Qianqian, this is a rare opportunity. You must seize it, Mu Qing said, glancing at her dear friend with a look of concern. I want to, but Chen Yang simply won't give me the chance. What can I do if he keeps rejecting me? Zhao Qianqian confesses, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After all, this is not the first time she has expressed her feelings to Chen Yang. Today, had it not been for her two friends' intervention, threatening Li Mu and Zhao Tian to assist her, Chen Yang would likely be indifferent to her presence. Either he has someone he adores, or he simply does not fancy her type. Qianqian, when it comes to matters of the heart, it often hinges more on feelings than on force. You need not push yourself, Chu Shue interjects, offering some sound advice. And what about you two? Do you harbor any feelings for Li Mu and Zhao Tian? Following this line of inquiry, Zhao Qianqian quickly retorts. In an instant, her close friend's cheeks flush with a hint of embarrassment, revealing their shyness. There is a slight feeling, but compared to Chen Yang, they still fall short. If it weren't for you, we might not have even bothered to accompany you. Zhao Qianqian rolls her eyes. The expressions on her friends' faces almost seem to scream infatuation, yet they still attempt to argue rationally while entangled in their own sentiments. How contradictory. Inside the car, a delightful scene unfolds, reminiscent of a palace intrigue. Chapter 58, The True Big Shot. At the Junhua Hotel, Chen Yang, the newly appointed owner, personally calls to instruct manager Gua to arrange a private room and prepare a sumptuous feast, as he is bringing his friends over. Manager Gua immediately springs into action, personally notifying the kitchen to use only the freshest ingredients, ensuring that not a single detail is overlooked. In Gua Hao's eyes, Chen Yang represents a new dawn of opportunity. With his directives in hand, Gua naturally treats them with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, Manager Gua, there will be no issues in the kitchen, an employee assures, having witnessed Chen Yang's prowess firsthand. All right, you hurry up and get that room ready. Young Master Chen will be arriving shortly. Instantly, the hotel staff, from top to bottom, are invigorated and focused. Half an hour later, as Chen Yang's Mercedes and Zhao Qianqian's Audi pull up at the hotel entrance, the appearance of such handsome and beautiful figures turns heads, creating a striking scene. Wow, this is a five-star hotel. Young Master Chen must be spending a fortune this time. Li Mu exclaims, gazing at the hotel's sign and opulent interior, astonished by Chen Yang's lavishness. Zhao Tian, Chu Shue, and Mu Qing also share in his amazement. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? I heard that dining here can start at tens of thousands, with some meals reaching six figures. Just hearing that price burdens everyone's hearts. Don't worry, since I dare to bring you here, it means I can afford this meal. Chen Yang shrugs off, unfazed. For him, the cost of a meal is merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, they remain unaware that this five-star hotel was fully acquired by Chen Yang just yesterday. Dining in his own establishment? Why should he fret over the cost? If that were the case, he would be quite inept as a proprietor. Young Master Chen, so generous. The group strides confidently through the entrance. Young Master. The security guards at the door stand tall, respectfully greeting Chen Yang. At this moment, the way the group looks at Chen Yang shifts significantly. Chen Yang, you must be hiding something from us, right? What does your family do? A hotel for dining that starts at 5 stars? I now realize that the disparity between people can truly be infuriating. From the guard's demeanor, it is clear that Chen Yang is a regular here. Otherwise, why would they hold him in such high regard? Li Mu Zhaotian. And even the three ladies cast curious glances at Chen Yang. What is there to hide? My family just has a bit of money, enough for me to live comfortably. He replies nonchalantly. Since some of you have never been here, you should enjoy yourselves. Don't be shy. Order whatever you like, it's on me. Chen Yang had anticipated their reactions, yet he refrains from revealing his identity, fearing it may burden them. Seeing Chen Yang unwilling to disclose further details, they refrain from pressing him, but it is clear that Chen Yang is undoubtedly a bona fide rich heir, living a life of considerable luxury. Thanks to him, they are fortunate enough to experience dining at a 5-star hotel. Come, I've reserved a private room for us. Chen Yang then leads them upstairs in the hotel. Young Master Chen, just in time, the private room is ready. Manager Gua, upon seeing Chen Yang, hastens over with utmost respect. This is the hotel manager. Feel free to ask him for anything you need. You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Suddenly, Chen Yang apologizes to the group and turns toward the restroom. Please, right this way. Manager Gua warmly ushers the group into the private room. Excuse me for being bold, but is Chen Yang a regular at your hotel? Li Mu cannot contain his curiosity and asks. Not at all. Young Master Chen was here for the first time yesterday. Manager Gua shakes his head in response. Then why do you have such a profound impression of him? Because yesterday, he dined with us and casually bought the hotel. Manager Gua explains. In other words, young Master Chen is now my superior, my boss. How could I not have a deep impression of him? His revelation sends shockwaves through the group. What? This 5-star hotel actually belongs to Chen Yang. This is the kind of thing only a true tycoon could accomplish. Dining at a 5-star hotel, one casually acquires the entire establishment. Truly, Chen Yang is remarkable. Such audaciousness is indeed characteristic of him. Li Mu and Zhao Tian gasped, utterly astonished by Chen Yang's extravagant display, unable to restrain their exclamations. Qian Xian, I finally comprehend why you hold Chen Yang in such high esteem. A youthful, affluent gentleman. The epitome of a high-class, handsome figure, coupled with an amiable disposition. Were I to have such a boyfriend, I would never contemplate a breakup. My anger would only lead me to chastise myself. At that moment, Chu Shui and Mu Qing finally grasped the situation. It was Zhao Qian who had been the most astute all along. Alas, Zhao Qian had no inkling of Chen Yang's extravagant means. Her affection lay with the essence of Chen Yang, not his wealth, as her family was not wanting for money, with no tears left to shed. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained oblivious to the fact that his true circumstances had been inadvertently revealed by Manager Gua, causing his companions emotional turmoil. After spending several minutes in the restroom, he returned to the private room, only to find the gazes of his friends increasingly peculiar. Unconsciously, he touched his face, finding no marks upon it. Big shot. Do you require any trinkets? I wish to associate with you. Chen Yang, previously unaware of the depth of his friend's admiration, was now met with profound humility from Li Mu and Zhao Tian, who put on an impressive performance. What on earth is happening? I merely stepped out for a moment. Why this fervor upon my return? Chen Yang regarded his two amusing roommates with confusion, a smile creeping onto his lips. Chen Xiao, cease the pretense. Do you not find it taxing to keep such secrets from us? In truth, you are the genuine offspring of a wealthy family with billions awaiting your inheritance. You are simply opting for a low-profile existence among us. Li Mu gazed at Chen Yang, visibly moved. Such a considerate roommate is indeed a rarity. From Chen Yang, he finally understood the meaning of understated luxury. Chapter 59. No more pretense. Time to reveal. Confronted with the actions of Li Mu and Zhao Tian, Chen Yang was utterly bewildered. What is going on with you two? I just went to the restroom. Why the excitement upon my return? Chen Xiao, your discretion is remarkable. Had Manager Gwen not disclosed your background, we might still be in the dark, they explained. Hearing this, Chen Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. What does this have to do with Manager Gua? At that moment, Manager Gua, standing in the corner, felt a chill run down his spine. His expression awkward as he glanced at Chen Yang. He realized he had inadvertently committed a grave error by revealing Chen Yang's identity without permission. Chen Xiao, I apologize. Your friend asked me about you, and I accidentally let your status slip. Suddenly, Chen Yang began to understand. It was Li Mu and Zhao Tian who had uncovered his identity as the owner of the Junhua Hotel. No wonder their attitudes had undergone an astonishing transformation. It's all right, Manager Gua. You may return to your duties, Chen Yang gestured, indicating that Manager Gua could leave. With that, Manager Gua's previously frantic heart rate began to stabilize. Observing that Chen Yang bore no intention of pursuing the matter, he hastily exited the private room. Turning to his friends, Chen Yang declared, since you are all aware, I shall no longer conceal the truth. No more pretense, I reveal my hand. Indeed, I am the heir to a vast fortune, destined to inherit billions upon graduation. At that moment, Chen Yang exuded an air of immense confidence. You concealed your true self from us so well, Li Mu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After all, having shared a dorm with Chen Yang, they should have long suspected that he was no ordinary rich heir. What typical wealthy individual possesses a wardrobe filled with high-end designer garments, each worth tens of thousands? Driving luxury vehicles and dining exclusively at five-star establishments, one could hardly maintain such a lifestyle without a solid financial foundation. However, they never anticipated the profound depth of Chen Yang's background. To think he could purchase an entire five-star hotel with such ease, the expenditure must surely exceed 100 million. Shouldn't he consider the feelings of his friends? Chen Yang valued companionship over financial status. Had he not feared burdening Li Mu and Zhao Tian, he would have revealed his true identity long ago. Nonetheless, it was not too late to share the truth. Big shot, we shall follow your lead from now on. With your protection, we will savor the finest luxuries. Li Mu and Zhao Tian's spirits soared at the prospect of befriending such an affluent individual. A tale to boast of in the future. Enough of the formalities. Let us interact as we always have, without pretenses. I have no fondness for such displays. Chen Yang waved his hand. Deep down, he regarded Li Mu and Zhao Tian as true friends. Otherwise, he would not have invited them to dine in such an upscale venue. Now that Chen Xiao was the proprietor of the hotel, dining here would be without any sense of obligation. Mu Qing, a genuine foodie, was overjoyed upon learning Chen Yang's true identity. Soon, the kitchen presented an array of exquisite dishes, each a signature offering of the hotel, authentic in flavor and visually appealing. Dine freely. Feel free to order more if needed. Chen Yang smiled, encouraging everyone to indulge. Having endured a morning of classes, their appetites were keen. As they beheld the table laden with gourmet delicacies, involuntary salivation ensued, and they eagerly began to feast. The fresh meats and savory broths were incomparable to the fare of ordinary eateries. Indeed, the wealthy know how to relish life. At that moment, everyone reveled in the pleasure bestowed upon them by Chen Yang. The happiness of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of the common man. Although the prices were steep, the flavors were exquisite. One could hardly resist the urge to savor every bite, even to the point of nearly biting their own tongue in delight, Li Mu mused. Meanwhile, a knock reverberated at the door of the private room. Manager Gui entered, carefully holding a decanter filled with exquisite red wine, presenting it to Chen Yang. Chen Xiao, this is the hotel's finest vintage, perfectly suited for entertaining your friends. In an effort to atone for his earlier mistake, Manager Gui proceeded with utmost caution. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Enough, let it go. I shall not hold previous matters against you, but I sincerely hope there will be no next time. Chen Yang's demeanor was gentle. Had it not been for a grievous mistake that warranted no forgiveness, he would not have reprimanded his subordinate so lightly. Merely issuing a warning to Manager Gui, he chose to move past the incident. Grateful for Chen Xiao's leniency, the subordinate vowed never to commit such an error again. Manager Gui, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, and a smile illuminated his face in an instant, prompting stifled laughter among the onlookers. At that moment, Chen Yang exuded an aura that was indeed quite impressive. Come, indulge yourselves. This is a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000 yuan, a luxury in the eyes of ordinary people, where just one glass might equate to half a year's living expenses. With that, Chen Yang placed the decanter in the center of the dining table, signaling everyone to feel free to pour themselves a glass. The ostentation of a wealthy heir was unmistakable. Then I must savor it thoroughly and discern its flavor, Li Mu exclaimed with excitement, rising to pour a glass for Chen Yang before serving the others. As he lifted the wine glass, even before tasting, the rich aroma enveloped him, promising a delightful experience. Following Chen Yang's example, he gently swirled the wine and brought the glass to his lips for a small sip. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the wine was rich and smooth, with a delicate texture. A tingling sensation danced on his tongue. It was truly exquisite. What a fine wine, worthy of its hefty price tag. Is the lifestyle of the affluent always this extravagant? Chen Yang, may I continue to enjoy such splendid wines with you in the future? Such a lifestyle truly enamored Zhao Tian. Such a statement for merely a meal. Do you think I, Chen Yang, cannot afford to treat you? Chen Yang replied, chuckling as he glanced at Zhao Tian. Chapter 60. The Importance of a Competent Wingman. The joy of the wealthy is a realm incomprehensible to the average person. Were it not for Chen Yang's generosity, Li Mu and Zhao Tian would never have savored such culinary delights and fine wine. Unbeknownst to them, they felt overwhelmingly fortunate to befriend such a wealthy magnate's heir, indulging in a lifestyle unattainable for most, lifting their spirits to new heights. This meal was filled with merriment, to the extent that Li Mu and Zhao Tian momentarily forgot their original purpose for attending. surrounded by delectable dishes. Mu Qing and Chu Shui had completely cast aside their intentions. In this scenario, Chen Yang grew anxious for the two women. Under the table, he gently kicked Li Mu's leg. The latter snapped back to reality, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Yang. Have you two gluttons forgotten what you promised before coming here? You swore to pursue a deeper connection, yet look at how joyfully you dine. You've likely forgotten all about it. Realization dawned on Li Mu, who sheepishly rubbed his head, nearly oblivious to the main objective. Ahem. He swiftly leaned closer to Zhao Tian, keen to remind him. However, Zhao Tian appeared utterly entranced by the culinary temptations, unable to extricate himself from their allure. Frustrated, Li Mu nudged Zhao Tian's foot. Zhao Tian, have you forgotten our original purpose? The dinner is almost over, and our life-altering endeavors remain unresolved. At Li Mu's insistence, Zhao Tian suddenly thumped his thigh. Oh no, I completely forgot about this crucial matter. All this exquisite food has distracted me. What do you suggest we do now, Chen Yang? In this situation, how can we possibly deepen our connections? The three of them turned their gazes toward the three women across the table, who were fully engrossed in their meals and relishing every bite. Faced with such a dilemma, Chen Yang, for the sake of his friend's happiness, had to devise another plan. Honestly, with your intellect, chasing after women seems a daunting task. Very well, I shall assist you. Once the meal concludes, I will invite them to the seaside world, and you two can find an opportunity to be alone with those you fancy. I will discreetly divert Zhao Qianqian's attention. Chen Yang felt a sense of resignation. In this scenario, if he did not take matters into his own hands, it would be exceedingly difficult for Li Mu and Zhao Tian to achieve their goals. I knew you wouldn't leave us in the lurch. Once I succeed, I promise to wash your clothes for a month in gratitude. Though I cannot repay you with my body, I will express my appreciation in another manner. I too shall offer my assistance without hesitation. Zhao Tian chimed in, expressing his eagerness to help. Witnessing the determination of his friends warmed Chen Yang's heart. Let us discuss this after your success. Chen Yang genuinely wished not to dampen their spirits. Both Chu Shui and Mu Qing were strikingly beautiful, and it was likely that women of such caliber held high standards. Given Li Mu and Zhao Tian's current capabilities, success was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, as a loyal friend, Chen Yang maintained a positive and encouraging demeanor, resolutely refraining from casting doubt. Who knows, perhaps fate might align favorably for them. After all, not all women are that materialistic. Finally, after half an hour, the group had thoroughly enjoyed their meal, leaning back in their chairs, reluctant to move. Chen Xiao, please remember to invite us sisters to future gatherings. The lobster and crispy chicken were simply divine. I am utterly stuffed. Mu Qing, a dedicated foodie, found no fault with the exquisite banquet spread before them, beaming at Chen Yang. Absolutely. Whenever there is an opportunity, I shall gladly indulge in such feasts. Chen Yang thought to himself, if you were to become my brother's girlfriend, such gatherings would become a regular occurrence. However, he refrained from articulating this thought aloud, as matters of the heart were best left to those involved to navigate. At least from Chen Yang's perspective, Li Mu and Zhao Tian were quite commendable. They were relatively handsome, possessed good character, and had bright personalities, embodying the essence of warm-hearted young men, albeit occasionally exhibiting a touch of naivety. Aside from a slightly modest financial standing, they bore no significant flaws. Time seemed to fly, and after another 20 minutes, the group had rested sufficiently. Chen Yang proposed an outing to the undersea world. Chu Shui and Mu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as they exchanged glances and whispered to one another. Let us each take one of them aside, and in the end, it will just be Chen Yang and Qianqian alone together. Perhaps their relationship will take a step forward. Thus, the decision was made with great enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yang had precisely the same intention in mind. Soon enough, the trio of men and women reached a consensus and drove towards the undersea world. The journey proceeded smoothly, with everything unfolding according to their respective plans. Ultimately, Chen Yang ended up with Zhao Qianqian, while Chu Shui paired with Zhao Tian, and Li Mu found himself alone with Mu Qing. Chen Yang silently cheered for his brothers, wishing them all the best in their endeavors. At this moment, Zhao Qianqian inexplicably realized that her dear friends had gradually vanished, one by one, alongside Chen Yang's companions, as if an unspoken understanding had formed amongst them, leaving only her and Chen Yang together. As they walked along the path, an unaccountable tension gripped Zhao Qianqian, her complexion betraying a faint blush. Chen Yang, look quickly. These fish are so beautiful. Through the expansive glass window, she beheld a vibrant school of fish, her eyes sparkling with delight. Without thinking, she instinctively tugged at Chen Yang's arm, exclaiming in wonder. Indeed, he glanced over and shared in her astonishment, a smile gracing his lips. After a moment, Zhao Qianqian realized that her actions might have conveyed a hint of intimacy between them. I'm sorry, suddenly feeling a rush of excitement, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, rendering her irresistibly charming. It's all right, I don't mind, Chen Yang replied gently. Chen Yang, I understand your feelings, but I must apologize. I do not share the same sentiment. If we were to pursue a relationship, I fear it could lead to heartache for you. Thus, it's best we remain friends. Should you encounter difficulties, I will always be here to help, without hesitation. Seizing the moment, Chen Yang felt compelled to clarify the situation, ensuring Zhao Qianqian did not misinterpret his intentions, sparing her emotions from reigniting. As the saying goes, a swift blade cuts through tangled threads. It is wiser to clarify such matters sooner rather than later. Chapter 61, Li Mu's Fury. You already have someone you like, don't you? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Qianqian lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yang's eyes and asked earnestly. I suppose so, Chen Yang admitted with a nod. Is she more beautiful than I am? Zhao Qianqian bit her lip, her fingers involuntarily clenching, nearly drawing blood. Was it resentment? Or jealousy? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Otherwise, why would she inquire about Chen Yang's feelings? To be honest, both of you are quite beautiful, each in your own right. However, my affection for her goes beyond mere appearance. It is the feelings she evokes in me that truly matter. The time spent together brings about a thrilling sensation, akin to falling in love. Perhaps this is the essence of love itself. When you meet someone genuine, you will comprehend the emotions I wish to convey. Chen Yang continued. Qianqian, it's not that you are inadequate or unremarkable. It's simply that the person most suited for you is not me. I am grateful for your affection and hope you find someone even more exceptional in the future. At that moment, Chen Yang's thoughts unwittingly drifted to Incurson's radiant smile. She is luckier than I am, to have won your heart so completely. Zhao Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a single droplet threatening to spill over. She fought to hold back her emotions, refusing to let the tears fall. Love knows no sequence. Genuine affection leads one to act recklessly. Stop crying, wipe away your tears. Otherwise, your carefully applied makeup will be ruined. As he spoke, Chen Yang gently produced a tissue from his pocket and offered it to Zhao Qianqian, his manner tender. In that moment, she felt a flicker of comfort. Perhaps it was as Chen Yang had said. Her feelings for him were merely fondness, not love. Introduce me to your girlfriend sometime. I would like to see what makes her superior to me, Zhao Qianqian stubbornly insisted, eager to understand the differences between herself and the other woman. That might take some time. After all, I am not yet with her. But I assure you, she will not escape my grasp, Chen Yang replied confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. Don't be overly confident, or you may end up with nothing. I'm curious to see how you handle that, Zhao Qianqian teased, unable to resist the urge to mock Chen Yang's bravado. Such a scenario could never happen to me. Chen Yang chuckled, never truly believing such a fate would befall him. It seemed only a rare few could withstand the pursuit of an exceptional man like him. At least, Zhao Qianqian thought she could not. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian and Li Mu were making considerable progress in their own pursuits. To shed their single status, the duo employed every trick in the book. Finally, their relationship began to evolve. While they had not yet established a formal partnership, they were at least embarking on the path of courtship. Time flew by, and before long, over half an hour had passed. Chen Yang and Zhao Qianqian had strolled about, serendipitously encountering Li Mu and Mu Qing, only to find them in a predicament. Let go. I said let go. A man clad in a jacket, exuding an air of arrogance, found his wrist firmly grasped by Li Mu. The man's eyes glinted with malice as he shouted at Li Mu. Who gave you the audacity to touch my girlfriend's backside? Earlier, amidst a crowded throng, Mu Qing had brushed against the man, prompting her startled exclamation upon realizing someone had dared to touch her inappropriately. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared indignantly at the man. Li Mu was no pushover. While he avoided trouble, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. After all, Mu Qing had only just agreed to date him, and he had yet to take advantage of the situation, only to have this interloper steal the moment. His anger was palpable as he glared at the man. Do you have any evidence? Why should you accuse me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? The man retorted with a derisive laugh, dismissing Li Mu's indignation. Apologize. I want you to apologize to my girlfriend. Li Mu's eyes flashed with cold fury. He could not abide such arrogance. Get lost. Why should I apologize to her? Let me warn you, if you don't release your grip, I won't hold back. The man laughed mockingly, a smirk tugging at his lips, flanked by two companions who watched with keen interest. Li Mu, forget it. Don't stir up trouble, Mu Qing interjected, surprised by how escalated the situation had become. If this continued, it could spiral out of control. Did you hear that, kid? Your own girlfriend doesn't mind, so why are you so angry? The man's laughter grew louder at Mu Qing's words, inciting Li Mu's ire. You bastard. With that, he swung a punch, landing squarely on the man's nose. The sound of the blow echoed, and the man staggered back, clearly hurt. You little punk, are you tired of living? How dare you hit my brother? The two companions glared at Li Mu, their expressions filled with menace. What of it? Just then, Chen Yang and Zhao Qianqian appeared beside Li Mu. Chen Yang's expression was one of disdain as he offered a mocking retort. Zhao Qianqian swiftly embraced Mu Qing, providing comfort. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Li Mu's initial concerns evaporated. With his brother by his side, these few men posed no threat. Humph, for the sake of a mere woman, you dare to offend our young Master Lin? You truly are courting death. One of the companions cast a cold glance, then spoke with an arrogant tone. Not everyone has the right to flaunt their bravado in my presence. If you are wise, you should order him to kneel and apologize immediately. Perhaps I might show you some leniency. Otherwise, I fear you will not be able to bear the brunt of my wrath. Chen Yang's words were far from jest. In the bustling metropolis, few would dare to speak to him in such a condescending manner. Certainly, only those oblivious to their impending doom. Clearly, these individuals were a prime example. What audacity! I wish to see what abilities you possess to treat us with such disrespect. The companion of the man in the jacket was evidently of considerable standing, radiating an oppressive aura like a sharp sword. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Qianqian, Li Mu, and Mu Qing couldn't help but feel their expressions tense. Yet, Chen Yang's gaze flickered, the corners of his mouth curling into a hint of a devilish smile. Since you seek death, allow me to grant your wish. Chen Yang shrugged, his bones cracking audibly. He shook his wrist, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to strike right before the three. Chapter 62. The flood sweeps through the Dragon King's temple. What? Do you wish to fight us? I advise you to weigh the consequences. I have just sent a message, and within 10 minutes, my men will arrive. Indeed. It is you, the one who struck my brother. You should slap yourself and bow to my brother in apology. Perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will remain unscathed standing here speaking with me. The companion of the man in the jacket, dressed opulently, suddenly assumed a domineering posture. It was evident he was of significant status, brimming with confidence in his background. He pointed at Li Mu and spoke with audacious bravado. Is that so? However, you seem to have misunderstood a crucial matter. Chen Yang raised his head, his eyes suddenly locking onto the man, revealing a glint of ferocity. What matter? Bang! Almost as soon as the words left the man's lips, Chen Yang's fist crashed into his nose. Thus, based solely on your current capabilities, you are only worthy of receiving a beating in my presence. In 10 minutes, I could leave you unrecognizable to your parents. Grabbing the man by the collar, he followed up with a knee strike. In that instant, the man felt a surge of excruciating pain in his chest, his insides churning violently. You're seeking death, aren't you? The man in the jacket scrambled to his feet, clutching his bleeding nose, his eyes filled with malevolence as he glared at Chen Yang and Li Mu. Who's seeking death is still uncertain. With Chen Yang present, Li Mu felt utterly unrestrained. How dare this brat demean his woman? Li Mu wished he could break his hand. Bang! 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 Chen Yang showed no mercy, landing several punches directly into the man's abdomen, surely enough to leave him reeling for a while. The other two had finally reacted, realizing these individuals were completely deranged. They disregarded the consequences and dared to engage in violence against them. I'll tell you this, if you do not kneel and apologize to my girlfriend today, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Li Mu's eyes glinted with menace as he addressed the man in the jacket. Such hostility inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation in the man. Seventh brother, are you all right? The man in the jacket helped his brother up, quickly expressing concern. Damn it. I'm practically disfigured, and you ask if I'm fine? The man cursed angrily, lamenting his plight. Where are those guys? Why are they taking so long? If they don't arrive soon, we'll be beaten to a pulp. Offer them double the price. Just make them hurry over here. At that moment, outside the undersea world, a group of individuals appeared, advancing with intimidating force. Bystanders quickly steered clear, fearing they might be caught in the fray. In less than a minute, this group stood before the three men in the jacket. Brother Leopard, having received payment, one must naturally fulfill the task, yet your efficiency leaves much to be desired. Seventh brother's face was filled with anger, the wounds on his body throbbing painfully. If these fellows had come sooner, he wouldn't have had to endure such physical suffering. Seventh young master, as soon as I received your message, my brothers and I rushed over immediately. Brother Leopard's expression was somewhat displeased. Although he was also a man of business, he had arrived promptly and wasted no time. Yet this fellow remained unsatisfied. If you infuriate me, I'll simply forego the payment. Who would tolerate your young master's temper? Humph, enough of your nonsense. Let us get to work. I want these two to pay a painful price for their audacity in laying hands on me. They must be tired of living. Suddenly, seventh brother pointed at Chen Yang and Li Mu, cursing angrily. Chen Yang, there are so many of them. We would be at a disadvantage if a fight breaks out. Moreover, Qianqian and Mu Qing are here. What if they get caught in the crossfire? Li Mu expressed his concerns. Rest assured, I will handle this. I guarantee you won't suffer the slightest harm. Just then, Chen Yang surveyed the unfolding scene, displaying no hint of fear. Rather, his smile grew more pronounced. Brother Leopard, isn't that the fellow we encountered at Chaoshan Bar? I never imagined you'd take on such work, acting as an enforcer. One can only assume your clientele consists of those foolishly wealthy young scions. Since that's the case, this should be easy. No problem. Let it be as seventh young master wishes. Brother Leopard nodded, turning his gaze forward, only to be met with a look of shock in the next moment. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? The sight of Chen Yang's face caused Brother Leopard to recognize him instantly. Brother Leopard, what a grand display of authority. What? Are you the hired muscle they summoned to deal with me? Chen Yang's gaze sharpened, and a pleasing smile curved his lips. Instantly, Brother Leopard's expression shifted dramatically. Young Master Chen, please don't joke. Even if you grant me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Given Chen Yang's close ties to Qiao Shan, to provoke him would be tantamount to offending Qiao Shan himself. Only a fool would fail to grasp the gravity of such a situation. In the blink of an eye, Brother Leopard was sweating profusely, casting a furious glare at the men in the jacket, wishing to throttle them. On one side were a few spoiled rich kids, and on the other was young Master Chen, whom even the likes of old Master Qiao would seek to curry favor with. One need not be a genius to discern which side held more weight. What's the matter? Why aren't you taking action? Observing Brother Leopard's reaction, seventh brother and the man in the jacket wore expressions of displeasure. I'll take action against you. Brother Leopard retaliated with a slap, landing it squarely on the faces of both the man in the jacket and seventh brother. Were these two seeking death? Why provoke someone like young Master Chen? These so-called rich kids must be completely devoid of sense. Last time it was Peng Lei, and now it's these two blind fools. Brother Leopard felt an inexplicable connection with Chen Yang. Are you mad? I brought you here to deal with him. Why are you attacking us? Seventh brother shouted angrily at Brother Leopard. Shut your mouth. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I swear I'll have someone stuff you into a sack and toss you into the river to feed the fish. With a cold shout, Leopard brother exuded a palpable aura of menace. The two young masters, unaccustomed to such intimidation, found themselves momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Young Master Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. The flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple, they stammered. We merely pooled our resources to summon you. Had I known it would offend you, I would never have brought my brothers along. Please, don't take it to heart. At that moment, Leopard brother was acutely aware of the need to prevent Chen Yang from harboring any lingering resentment that might lead him to inform Qiao Shan, which would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. All right, I understand that you're being compensated for your services. In that case, whatever they paid you, I will double it. Whatever they instruct you to do, I will match it in kind. It's as simple as that, is it not? A cold smile played at the corners of Chen Yang's lips. Was it merely about money? As the esteemed heir of the Chen Group, did he truly lack such trifles? Chapter 63. Good things come in pairs. You mustn't, exclaimed Leopard brother. This situation is entirely my fault. How could I let you incur such expenses? It is my honor to serve you. He was far too intimidated to accept any money from Chen Yang, whose status was so elevated that even Qiao Shan sought to curry favor with him. If Leopard brother could forge even a slight connection, it would undoubtedly yield unimaginable benefits for his future. Such a golden opportunity was not one to be missed. Take them away and break one of their arms and one of their legs. Be sure to control your strength. We don't want any fatalities. Leopard brother commanded his subordinates as he turned away. Understood. After this beating, there was a good chance they would suffer long-term injuries, if not end up in the hospital for at least half a year. What are you doing, Leopard brother? I hired you to deal with these punks. Yet you're sending your men to attack us? The man in the jacket glared fiercely at Leopard brother, his anger palpable. Should I call you foolish or naive? Do you think you possess the audacity to offend young Master Chen? If it weren't for his mercy, I doubt you would survive the night. It's merely a matter of enduring some pain. You should count yourselves lucky to keep your lives, Leopard brother sneered disdainfully. He genuinely could not fathom why this group had chosen to provoke Chen Yang. Moreover, Leopard brother was well aware of Chen Yang's formidable background. If this matter escalated, it would surely be they who would suffer the consequences. The man in the jacket and his two companions were unceremoniously dragged away by Leopard brother and his men. Chen Yang was certain the outcome would satisfy him. Well done. Consider this payment a treat for my brothers, Chen Yang remarked, thoroughly pleased with Leopard brother's handling of the situation. He then withdrew a stack of cash from his wallet and presented it to Leopard brother. Thank you, young Master Chen. Given Chen Yang's words, Leopard brother had no choice but to accept, lest he provoke Chen Yang's ire, which would be detrimental to him. Thus, he naturally took the money. Upon grasping it, though he did not count it, the thickness of the stack of 100 yuan bills suggested it was approximately 10,000. Young Master Chen, as expected, even tea costs thousands, Leopard brother thought to himself, fully aware of the underlying significance of this exchange. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you and your friends. Allow me to handle the remaining matters, he continued. Very well, Chen Yang nodded, regarding Leopard Brother with newfound respect. This man was quite astute. He would keep an eye on him for future opportunities to assist. Throughout this ordeal, Li Mu, Mu Qing, and Zhao Chanqian observed Chen Yang's composed demeanor in the face of adversity. Chen Yang, I'm grateful for your timely arrival. I feared this situation might escalate. Li Mu admitted, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. Fear not. With me, Chen Yang, no harm shall befall you. Chen Yang assured as his gaze swept over the group. However, those young masters truly overstepped. How dare they act so brazenly in broad daylight? Thankfully, Li Mu was there to stand up for Mu Qing. That was quite commendable. Mu Qing, why not consider dating Li Mu? Chen Yang suggested, prompting an exchange of glances between Mu Qing and Li Mu. In a bold display, they took each other's hands right before Chen Yang. Bro, I'm now officially Mu Qing's boyfriend. It's only natural I protect her, Li Mu exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Chen Yang blinked in surprise. Wow, you two got together in just a few days? This is moving rather quickly. Quick, I don't think so. It's only natural for lovers to unite. Li Mu responded, his mood buoyant as he reveled in Chen Yang's astonishment. His prior bravado was finally being realized. Although Mu Qing had only just agreed to date him, Li Mu was confident that with effort, he could nurture their relationship. You two are set. Which means Zhao Tian is likely not far behind, Chen Yang mused silently. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, when everyone saw Zhao Tian again, he was holding hands with Chu Shui, both wearing blissful smiles. This left Zhao Chanqian feeling quite wronged, as one by one, her good friends had entered relationships. Here I was trying to create an opportunity for myself and Chen Yang, yet in the blink of an eye, they both secretly paired off. How ridiculous, she thought, vowing to deal with both of them later. This excursion to the underwater world had indeed provided Zhao Tian and Li Mu with the perfect opportunity. Fortunately, neither had let Chen Yang down, both returning with their newfound loves. On the way back, Chen Yang observed the two of them grinning from ear to ear. This is all thanks to your brave sacrifice, Chen Yang. You created a chance for us. Our success is undoubtedly partly yours, they acknowledged, their spirits soaring. All right, upon returning. You both must wash my clothes from the wardrobe, Chen Yang declared, not one to mince words. Of course, it's just a few garments. I have a laundry room. I can handle it in no time, Li Mu replied nonchalantly, clearly prepared. Just so you know, my clothes are quite expensive and made of special materials. If they get ruined in the washing machine, you'll have to compensate me, Chen Yang added, suddenly dousing their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Young Master Chen, please don't do that. Your clothes are so costly that selling us wouldn't cover the price. They protested in despair. Then you'll just have to wash them by hand. Who was so confident just a moment ago about handling it? How is it that a mere few pieces of clothing can provoke such resistance from you? Should you encounter any issues in the future, do not expect my assistance. Really? Do you think I cannot handle you? Chen Yang wore a mischievous grin, expertly controlling the tempo of the situation. Li Mu and Zhao Tian found themselves utterly at a loss. Wash them by hand. I assure you they will be spotless, he added, resigned. Such is the power of wealth. They would have to continue relying on Chen Yang for a taste of the finer things in life. Ultimately, Li Mu and Zhao Tian could not escape Chen Yang's manipulation. Chapter 64. Fated rivals at 4 in the afternoon. Chen Yang drove his Mercedes to the hospital in the magical city, carrying some nutritional supplements he had specifically purchased for Inkersen's mother. After parking the car, he grabbed the items and headed into the hospital. Inside, he entered the elevator, only to be met with a pair of searing eyes fixed upon him, radiating an unfriendly chill. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a familiar face. Chen Yang, is it really you? Yang Ming exclaimed, his voice laced with unbridled hatred, his expression darkening further. What a coincidence! Is this not our esteemed young Master Yang? What a transformation you have undergone. How does it feel to be in a wheelchair, with someone attending to your every need? I imagine life is rather pleasant for you now, Chen Yang remarked, unable to suppress a smile as he observed Yang Ming, whose legs were encased in plaster. Seated in a wheelchair. You scoundrel! You dare to cripple my legs. I will make you pay tenfold for this. Yang Ming seethed, wishing he could rise and tear Chen Yang to shreds. Yet, given the current circumstances, that was nothing but a foolish fantasy. All he could do was utter threats. And nothing more. Is that so? I am trembling in fear. Do you truly believe you possess such power? You were no match for me when you were perfectly fine, let alone now that you sit in a wheelchair. I advise you to focus on your recovery and refrain from bothering me. I assure you, I will not be polite. Throughout their exchange, Chen Yang regarded Yang Ming with utter disdain. From the outset, they had never been on the same level. The disparity in their personal strengths was monumental. In terms of background and power, Yang Ming was utterly outmatched. Given such a scenario, what could Yang Ming possibly use to contend with Chen Yang? Unexpectedly, Yang Ming found himself in the same hospital as Kerson's mother. It seemed that fate had conspired to bring them together. Indeed, Yang Ming appeared to be a magnet for misfortune, crossing paths with Chen Yang. Yang Ming's face contorted with rage, ready to explode. However, upon considering his current predicament, he refrained from provoking Chen Yang further. Engaging in a confrontation would only lead to his own downfall. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Ignoring Yang Ming entirely, Chen Yang stepped out, leaving Yang Ming with a frosty expression. He promptly returned to the hospital's director's office, determined to consult his uncle. Director Yang. Uncle, I just encountered Chen Yang at the elevator. What is he doing here? In matters concerning the hospital, it was a simple task for Director Yang to uncover information due to his privileges. He is undoubtedly here to visit Kerson's mother. You may not be aware, but she is scheduled for surgery in the coming days, which is why Kerson has been absent from school, staying by her mother's side. I suspect Chen Yang is here to see her, and their relationship appears rather intricate. They may even be romantically involved. Director Yang, understanding Yang Ming's intentions, did not withhold information. What? He is actually dating Kerson? Impossible. There has never been a whisper of scandal regarding her at our school. How could she choose to be with him after knowing him for such a short time? Yang Ming's disbelief was palpable. The woman he coveted with all his heart had been snatched away by Chen Yang. The mounting resentment towards Chen Yang fused with his previous grievances, intensifying his hatred. I assure you, I am not fabricating this. According to the head nurse at the station, Chen Yang has been covering all of Kerson's mother's medical expenses and even arranged for her to stay in a premium ward. Most importantly, he is acquainted with our hospital's director, Old Zhong. I was present when Chen Yang and the director discussed Kerson's mother's treatment. My dear nephew, I advise you against crossing paths with Chen Yang. It is not worth it over a mere woman. Clearly, Chen Yang was not one to be trifled with. Yang Ming risked inciting a disaster that could jeopardize not only himself, but also his family's considerable fortune. What? Such a thing exists? Yang Ming's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his uncle's words. Old Zhong was a figure of immense stature, someone even his father sought to please. The fact that Chen Yang had such close ties with him left Yang Ming astonished. Could it be that Chen Yang truly had a significant background? His mind raced with thoughts, yet he dared not delve deeper. He quickly pulled out his phone and called his father. Dad, have you found any information on Chen Yang since I asked you to investigate him? Son, I'm afraid I cannot assist you this time. Despite my inquiries, I have been unable to uncover anything about Chen Yang. Many of my old acquaintances have warned me repeatedly not to provoke him. His background is beyond our comprehension. Upon hearing his father's words, Yang Ming's expression froze. Even his father feared crossing Chen Yang? This individual truly possessed considerable power. Frustration and anger surged within Yang Ming, erupting in a tempest of emotions. Fine, I understand. I will not provoke Chen Yang. Though he had a penchant for arrogance, he was not devoid of intelligence. Should this matter entangle his father and lead to the downfall of the Yang family, it would be a far greater loss for him. Chen Yang. After hanging up, Yang Ming clenched his fists, a tempest of bitterness brewing within him. Yet, in the next moment, he felt utterly powerless. Chen Yang clearly harbored a profound confidence. Dismissing him entirely, Yang Ming, who had long reveled in his arrogance and bullied numerous classmates, found himself on the receiving end of humiliation, rendered voiceless. Oblivious to the turmoil unfolding, Chen Yang clutched the nutritional supplements and swiftly approached Kerson's mother's hospital room. He knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock. Soon, there was movement within the room. Kerson opened the door and, upon seeing Chen Yang, a smile involuntarily graced her features. Kerson, I brought some nutritional supplements for your mother. Please come in. Subsequently, Kerson reached out to take the nutritional supplements from Chen Yang's hands, inviting him into the hospital room. On the hospital bed, Auntie's complexion had noticeably improved since Kerson began caring for her, a stark contrast to the previous days. Chapter 65. How many flirtations I rejected for you. Chen Yang, you truly have worked hard, running to the hospital every few days, Annie remarked warmly upon seeing Chen Yang. Her eyes soft with gratitude. It's not a burden at all, Chen Yang replied, smiling as he looked at Auntie lying in bed. Auntie, I've specially brought you some nutritional supplements. You're scheduled for surgery in a few days, so you must replenish your strength. Thank you. Auntie beamed, her face lighting up at the sight of the large box of supplements Chen Yang had brought. Did you skip school today? Kerson suddenly inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze toward Chen Yang. I overslept. By the time I woke up, it was already 11 o'clock, and when I arrived at school, the students were all leaving. Chen Yang shrugged, treating it as a commonplace occurrence in his life. Kerson felt somewhat speechless. Chen Yang's nonchalance was rather too carefree. However, upon reflection, she found it somewhat justifiable. After all, Chen Yang need not worry about employment in the future, given that his family owned a business, and he was likely to inherit it. How could he possibly be like an ordinary person? Curson, you've been cooped up with me in this hospital room all day. You must be feeling stifled. Go out with Chen Yang for a stroll and get some fresh air, Auntie suddenly suggested, glancing at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a surge of delight within, silently giving Auntie a thumbs up. What a considerate future mother-in-law. Just this one sentence provided Chen Yang with substantial encouragement, creating a private space for him and Curson. And Curson, on the other hand, displayed a hint of surprise mixed with shyness at her mother's unexpected remark. What could her mother's intentions be? Could it be that she had tacitly approved of her relationship with Chen Yang, just as he had previously suggested? And Curson's mind raced with thoughts, and the atmosphere around them became distinctly nuanced. Let us go for a walk, allowing Auntie some time to rest, Chen Yang suggested, his eyes glancing toward Curson as he followed Auntie's lead. He then took her delicate hand in his own. It wasn't until they exited the hospital room that Curson realized what had just transpired. With her head lowered and her cheeks flushed, she appeared adorably shy. What are you doing? Holding my hand in front of my mother. Are you trying to make her misunderstand? And Curson suddenly looked up, casting a slightly annoyed glance at Chen Yang. Yet, in Chen Yang's eyes, her expression was genuine, devoid of any pretense. How could this possibly be a misunderstanding? Auntie has told me that you have endured too many grievances over the years, but now that you've met me, I will help you with any difficulties you face in the future, Chen Yang said, gently placing Curson's soft hand against his chest, his gaze filled with affection. In that moment, Curson felt her entire body heat up. Chen Yang's unexpected words sent a jolt through her heart. What do you want? Curson's expression grew increasingly tense. I want to have a relationship with you that doesn't end. I want you to be my girlfriend, Chen Yang boldly confessed, revealing his true feelings without reservation. Chen Yang, don't say such things lightly. Who wants to date you? Curson retorted, though a blush crept onto her cheeks, making her all the more enchanting. Don't be ridiculous. Auntie's attitude just now clearly indicated everything. She has given her approval for us to be together. Aligning with your mother's wishes, Chen Yang shrugged, a relaxed smile on his face. My mother only needed to rest and used that as an excuse to send us out. Don't overthink it. Curson countered, bemused. The suddenness of the situation had caught her unprepared. How could she possibly agree to Chen Yang? Although Curson harbored fond feelings for Chen Yang, it was not to the extent of immediately entering a romantic relationship. Their bond was somewhat beyond mere friendship, yet not quite romantic. Friends who shared a deeper connection. Chen Yang seemed to be rushing things a bit. You're twisting things. And he didn't mean that at all. You're the one adding drama. Curson argued back, though Chen Yang's confidence was unwavering. Besides, your mother has already given her consent. What are you still worried about? Chen Yang's smile was self-assured. You promised to let me think it over. Why are you pressuring me now? Curson questioned, perplexed by the rapid shift in Chen Yang's demeanor over just a day or two. I can't wait any longer. In our dormitory of 3, everyone except for me is now in a relationship. Today at lunch, I ate with them, then went to the underwater world for sightseeing, and before I knew it, they were out with their girlfriends, flaunting their affection. How can I possibly endure this? Chen Yang expressed his frustration. In terms of looks and talent, he had far surpassed Li Mu and Zhao Tian, yet here he was, still a solitary figure. This realization only heightened his urgency to pursue Curson. Fortuitously, Auntie's timely suggestion had provided Chen Yang with an extraordinary opportunity. Timing, location, and circumstances were all in his favor. If he did not seize this moment to advance, it would be a grave misstep. Suddenly, Curson found herself unable to contain her laughter upon realizing Chen Yang's motivations. How can you compare love to a competition? Relationships are not a game. They deserve sincere attention. If everyone were to approach it as you do, what sanctity would love hold? Curson huffed, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Yang. What do you mean I'm not serious? Do you have any idea how many women have shown interest in me? I can't even count them on both hands. Yet, I have never been moved, until I met you, Curson. You possess a breathtaking charm that captivates me. As I got to know you, I realized you are unlike any other woman. You are genuine, innocent, strong, and filled with zest for life. Every single facet of you draws me in. So why do you think I treat you so well? It's not just because I like you. It's because I want you to be my girlfriend. Chen Yang poured out his heart, his tone sincere and heartfelt, resonating deeply. Am I really as wonderful as you say? How come I never noticed it myself? Curson touched her cheek, her mind momentarily blank as she stared at Chen Yang. Astonished. You are extraordinary, and I am fully aware of it. You are the other half I have long sought. Do you know how many flirtations I have rejected to preserve my integrity, waiting for you to appear? Chen Yang reflected, feeling that his journey had not been in vain. After searching tirelessly, I turned around only to find you standing there amidst the dim lights. Chen Yang's patience had finally paid off. Chapter 66, A Feast for the Eyes. Oh, come now, who can discern the truth in your words? At this moment, Curson felt as though she had consumed honey. savoring a sweetness within. Chen Yang's demeanor indeed moved her, yet she was taken aback by the rapid pace of their acquaintance. Though there was mutual affection, it still felt too swift for incursion. Every word I just uttered springs from the depths of my heart. I, Chen Yang, am never one for flattery. Nor do I indulge in sweet nothings. Yet upon encountering you, I yearn to utter the most melodious phrases the world has to offer. Incursion, do you now comprehend the extent of your allure? Incurson's cheeks flushed crimson, her right hand nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Clearly caught in a whirlwind of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze to Chen Yang and replied, "Let us discuss our relationship further after my mother's surgery. Besides, you have only just begun to pursue me. Establishing a relationship now would be rather peculiar, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing Incurson's words, Chen Yang could not help but smile. It was evident that she did not wholly reject his affections, making the prospect of their union quite promising. "Very well, I shall not pressure you. Once your mother's surgery is complete and you return to school, I will formally pursue you. At that time, do not concoct further excuses to refuse me. I shall be keen to observe your response." Incurson responded with a radiant smile, refraining from a direct answer. Witnessing this, Chen Yang's spirits lifted considerably. "You must be hungry. Allow me to treat you to something delicious, and I shall bring some congee back for your mother as well." With that, he took Incurson's hand and led her outside the hospital. Surrounding the hospital were numerous restaurants and supermarkets, a common sight due to the high foot traffic and the influx of potential customers among the hospitalized. Chen Yang guided Incurson to a sushi restaurant nearby. "Feel free to order whatever you wish, it's my treat." The sushi restaurant boasted a thriving business, likely due to its exquisite decor and delightful flavors. Incurson perused the menu and was taken aback by the prices. "Isn't it a bit extravagant to dine here?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Incurson would exhibit such adorability, and chuckled. "Have you begun to save me money even before we've entered? Should you continue to jest?" "I shall ignore you," she retorted. This seemingly serious individual had a way of speaking that was rather irksome. Incurson found herself perplexed by her growing fondness for such a man. Could it be that her affections were merely superficial, drawn solely to Chen Yang's handsome visage? Yet, a sense of joy filled her heart. "I speak only the truth. I can easily afford the tens of thousands in hospital fees. Do you think I would fret over a meal? As long as you enjoy it, I can procure anything you desire." Chen Yang was not jesting. With his current financial standing, it would require little effort to fulfill such desires. Incurson shook her head. Discussing costs with a wealthy individual like Chen Yang was simply exasperating. "All right, I acknowledge your affluence. You may order according to your taste." Having little knowledge of the flavors, Incurson figured that anything pleasing to Chen Yang, a wealthy young man, would surely be delectable. Chen Yang, unreserved, ordered 3 or 4 varieties. Sensing he was about to continue, Incurson quickly intervened. "There are only 2 of us. We cannot possibly consume so much. Fear not. We can pack any leftovers for your mother, or you can have it as a midnight snack," he replied, assuring her that sushi could be stored without waste. As they settled at their table, Chen Yang propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Incurson, making her feel notably uneasy. "Why do you keep staring at me?" she inquired, puzzled by his behavior. "Your smile is truly captivating, akin to the blossoms of spring. Until now, I never understood the phrase, a feast for the eyes, but today, I have finally witnessed its meaning," he exclaimed, grinning foolishly. "Chen Yang, I implore you to act normally. Do you not realize you seem like a different person today, showering me with such mawkish words?" Incurson was taken aback by his unusual demeanor. "This is merely a sign of being smitten. I am drawn to your formidable charm, and you ought to feel pleased by it," he declared. Incurson pressed her forehead, feeling an inexplicable sense of exasperation. "If you continue this way, I shall take my leave." What should be a pleasant interaction has turned into a couple's routine. At that moment, Incurson could genuinely sense Chen Yang's fervor, yet her heart struggled to acclimate to the intensity. "All right, I shall temper myself," Chen Yang chuckled lightly, realizing that one must not overindulge in jest, lest it backfire. Acknowledging this, he moderated his behavior, and their interaction returned to a semblance of normalcy, allowing a smile to grace Incurson's lips. In turn, Chen Yang's affection for her deepened. On their return, Chen Yang also purchased some food for Incurson's mother. In the hospital room, he reassured her, "Auntie, please maintain a positive mindset. There is no need to worry about the surgery. I will ensure everything is arranged. All you need to do is focus on your recovery." "I understand, but if you have matters to attend to, do not hesitate to go," Incurson's mother replied. Watching Chen Yang prepare to depart, "Please take care of yourself. I will visit again when I have the time," he said as Incurson escorted him to the door. Upon returning, she found her mother gazing at her with a warm smile. "Mom, have you been discussing something with Chen Yang behind my back?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Incurson fixed her determined gaze on her mother. "Given your intelligence, you should have guessed by now." Indeed, I conversed with Chen Yang that day. I primarily feel that you have grown up, blossoming into a striking beauty. Surely, there are no shortages of young men vying for your attention. Of course, I do not oppose your choice in relationships, as long as you find happiness, her mother said, placing a comforting hand on Enkerson's shoulder. However, the men outside are diverse and complex. I fear you might be deceived, and naturally, I want to ensure your safety. After getting to know him, I believe Chen Yang is a fine young man. It is clear he harbors genuine affection for you. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths for you? Tell me, do you feel anything for him? I am uncertain. He is so handsome and wealthy, surrounded by admirers. I cannot be sure if he would continue to like me if we were to be together. Ultimately, Enkerson's lack of confidence stemmed from the considerable disparity between them, leading her to harbor feelings of inadequacy. Chapter 67, A Campus Fright. Foolish child, why do you lack such confidence? You have inherited your mother's remarkable genes and are the belle of the university, embodying both talent and beauty. No man of significant stature would dare to consider himself worthy of you unless he possesses extraordinary qualities. Her mother shook her head, realizing just how insecure her daughter had become. Mom, am I truly as exceptional as you say? And Kuxian felt a bit shy from her mother's praise. After a smile graced her face, she remarked, You, my child, lack confidence even in yourself. How do you expect those girls with lesser qualities to live? Trust in your mother's discernment. Chen Yang is indeed a remarkable young man, and it would be worthwhile to explore a relationship with him. Mother advised her daughter, Let us defer these matters until after your surgery. At present, I have no inclination to consider anything else. And Kuxian shook her head and gazed at her mother, saying, All right, it's not like I am in a rush. However, you must contemplate your feelings carefully. I can only offer you my guidance. She added, But I must tell you, although Chen Yang comes from wealth, do not view him through the lens of a typical affluent heir. He is quite unlike those reckless young scions. After conversing with Chen Yang, Mother was left with a wholly positive impression of him. There was nothing about Chen Yang that she found off-putting. He exhibited respect for his elders, demonstrated patience, and was willing to do much for Kuxian. Furthermore, he possessed his own opinions and thoughts, clearly not resembling the stereotypical spoiled rich kid. Mom, you've only met him once. How is it that you seem to know Chen Yang so well? And Kuxian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at her mother. During my youth, I was quite popular among men and had a discerning eye. Mother chuckled. Though I cannot see into one's heart, I can ascertain what kind of person Chen Yang is at a glance. If you do not believe me, spend time with him, and you will see whether or not I have deceived you. Mother smiled, reflecting that her daughter was still quite young and did not yet comprehend many things. Without life experience, it was challenging to make such judgments easily. I can't shake the feeling that you are like a mother-in-law who grows fonder of her son-in-law the more she observes him, always speaking highly of Chen Yang. Eager to see me married off. This was the most unusual occurrence in Kuxian's memory from childhood to now. What nonsense are you speaking? I am doing this for your own good. The greatest success for a woman in her lifetime is not in achieving fame or establishing a grand career, but in finding a man who cherishes her. The happiest moment of my life was marrying your father and having you as my obedient and intelligent daughter. I merely wish to share my experiences to help you avoid unnecessary detours. Mother spoke earnestly, trying to convey her heartfelt intentions to her daughter. Thank you, Mom. And Kuxian leaned against her mother, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, after he departed, a conversation ensued between Mother and Kuxian. Upon driving back to school and parking in the garage, Chen Yang intended to return to his dormitory. However, as he passed the back mountain, he noticed a man stealthily following a beautiful woman. In broad daylight on campus, it seemed unlikely that the man would engage in any disreputable actions. Chen Yang muttered under his breath but did not halt his steps. Instead, he followed discreetly. They walked for approximately 5 minutes, with few passers-by and no surveillance cameras in sight. Suddenly, the man rushed forward and tackled the woman to the ground. The woman let out a piercing scream. But in an instant, the man clamped his hand over her mouth, silencing her. Goodness, how audacious. This man cannot possibly be a student at our school. The scene unfolding before Chen Yang was so shocking that he momentarily failed to react. Fortunately, he had followed closely. Otherwise, in such a secluded spot, the man could have assaulted the woman without anyone noticing. With determination, Chen Yang rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling. The force of the impact made him roll helplessly on the ground. How dare you, to brazenly attempt to assault a female classmate in broad daylight? Chen Yang glared at the man, his eyes ablaze with fury. You dare to ruin my good deed? You are courting death. The man, taken aback by the interruption of his nefarious intentions, revealed a glint of coldness in his eyes. He swiftly drew a sharp knife from his waistband, exuding an aura of menace. How could he be armed? Chen Yang steadied himself, maintaining composure while casting a wary gaze at the man. I have already informed the school security. Help will arrive shortly, and you will not escape. Surrender your weapon peacefully, or face charges of armed assault and attempted rape, which could land you in prison for at least a decade. You insolent brat. You dare to meddle in my affairs? I will kill you. The man was enraged, not only for his plans being thwarted, but also for the prospect of being apprehended. He lunged at Chen Yang with a knife aimed at his chest. With agility, Chen Yang sidestepped the attack and swiftly executed a maneuver that seized the man's wrist. The pressure he applied caused the man to cry out in pain as the knife clattered to the ground, diffusing the immediate threat. Who gave you the audacity to invade our school and commit crimes? Had I not intervened, a virtuous young woman would have been defiled by you. Chen Yang, in a fit of anger, tightened his grip, eliciting another cry from the man. Spare me. I beg you for another chance. The man's voice was filled with desperation. Are you all right, miss? Chen Yang turned to check on the female student, concerned for her well-being. However, the next moment left him utterly stunned. To his astonishment, the woman before him was none other than Lu Fei, his beautiful class monitor. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lu Fei, how could it be you? Chen Yang's expression was a mix of surprise and disbelief, never expecting that the person he had just rescued was Lu Fei. Chen Yang, upon recognizing her savior, Lu Fei's expression mirrored his shock, but more importantly, she felt a wave of relief. Had it not been for Chen Yang's timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. Do not panic. This man has been subdued, Chen Yang reassured Lu Fei, noticing her pale complexion. He then turned his fierce gaze back to the assailant, tightening his grip further, provoking another cry of pain from him. How dare you be so brazen as to commit such acts on our campus? He exclaimed with righteous indignation. Chen Yang decisively escorted the assailant to the school's security office, recounting the events that transpired and opting to alert the authorities. Before long, the police arrived promptly and apprehended the miscreant. Chen Yang and Lu Fei subsequently made their way to the police station to provide their statements. Finally, after the ordeal had concluded, they emerged from the precinct. Lu Fei, are you all right? Chen Yang approached her, noticing that her complexion had improved significantly since the incident. I'm fine. The occurrence was so sudden that I was utterly unprepared. Fortunately, you intervened just in time to save me. Thank you, Chen Yang. A faint smile graced Lu Fei's face, indicating that she was gradually emerging from the gloom of earlier events. I was merely passing by and noticed that fellow lurking behind you. Thankfully, nothing serious transpired. Otherwise, it could have become quite troublesome. Come, allow me to escort you back to school. As they drove, Lu Fei occupied the passenger seat, her peripheral gaze continuously fixed on Chen Yang. This seemed to be their first occasion alone together, and the proximity stirred an inexplicable excitement within her. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Chen Yang halted. You should go upstairs and rest now. Do not dwell on it. The incident is behind us. Observing Lu Fei's demeanor, he felt compelled to offer her reassurance. I understand. Thank you, Chen Yang. Lu Fei nodded in response to his concern. Despite the apprehension stemming from the incident, the warmth of Chen Yang's attentiveness filled her with a sense of joy. Chen Yang was already a figure of renown within the school, and the fact that he personally escorted Lu Fei to her dormitory quickly became a topic of gossip, spreading like wildfire across the campus forum. Wait, isn't that our department's goddess Lu Fei? Could she and Chen Yang be dating? Their closeness is evident, especially since he brought her to the girls' dormitory. My goddess is dating. My youth is over. My only adored idol. And now this scandal? Someone tell me it isn't true. I actually think they seem quite compatible. I support their union. Given Chen Yang's prominence and Lu Fei's admirers, within mere hours, the post garnered tens of thousands of likes and shares, rapidly becoming a trending topic on the campus forum. Back in his dorm, Chen Yang relished a hot shower. He then lay on his bed, intending to watch a live stream to pass the time, when he noticed Li Mu and Zhao Tian approaching his bed with mischievous grins. Chen Yang, confess. Are you and our beautiful class president Lu Fei actually dating? And what about in person? Isn't she the one you like? How did you end up with rumors about Lu Fei? The barrage of questions left Chen Yang utterly bewildered. What is going on? What are you talking about? He sat up and pressed for clarification. Don't you know? Your thread on the school forum has gone viral. Someone posted intimate photos of you and Lu Fei right outside the girls' dormitory, evidence and all. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang swiftly retrieved his tablet and opened the campus forum. He was nearly enraged upon reading the content. What is this nonsense? Fabricating rumors about me is utterly outrageous. This cannot be allowed to escalate. When Curson returns to school, how will I explain such a colossal misunderstanding? These people must have lost their minds, wasting time on trivial gossip while distorting facts to create sensationalism. Chen Yang's irritation was palpable, his expression a testament to his displeasure. Do you really have no connection with Lu Fei? Li Mu asked, unable to quell his curiosity. What are you thinking? We are merely classmates. Chen Yang shot Li Mu a disdainful glance, his tone irritable. Most of these threads are just media hype. People are merely indulging in the spectacle. Don't take it to heart, Chen Yang. After all, someone like you, a figure of renown, will attract attention regardless of what is written. Zhao Tian, insightful as ever, pinpointed the crux of the matter, exploiting the buzz generated by Lu Fei and Chen Yang's influence at school to create a stir. Just ignore it. It's merely a rumor. And you being in the headlines is nothing unusual. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yang would not have given this much thought. However, at this critical juncture, as he planned to pursue in Curson, any whispers about him would be detrimental. Fortunately, Curson would not be present at school for the week, allowing him some time to quell the uproar. Do you know who manages the school forum? I want the administrator to take that post down. Chen Yang inquired of Li Mu and Zhao Tian. I recall it being someone from the student council, but I can't quite remember who. I'm not saying it's a big deal for you, Chen Yang. Why make such a fuss? Li Mu dismissed the issue as trivial. You don't understand. I don't want others to perceive me as a scoundrel. Today, rumors link me to Lu Fei, and tomorrow, I pursue in Curson. If someone distorts my character, it would be like slapping my own face. More importantly, I cannot let Curson think of me as a fickle man. Chen Yang's expression was serious, revealing that he was not joking. Chapter 69, The Student Council and Its Beauties. University courses are not particularly demanding. During the week, aside from the weekend, there are 1 or 2 days with little to no classes. Of course, for someone like Chen Yang, a wealthy heir, academics are of little consequence, and he hardly pays them any mind. In the morning, Chen Yang made a special trip to the student council office, room 505 of the teaching building. Upon his arrival, he scanned the room and noticed a few individuals present. His gaze was immediately drawn to a strikingly attractive young woman, standing just a few meters away. Chen Yang approached her directly. Hello, beautiful. I would like to inquire who currently manages the school forum. He wasted no time, avoiding any hint of flirtation. Su Ming looked up to find a tall, handsome young man standing before her. His features were refined, with eyebrows like stars. From the side, his attractiveness radiated an exceptional charm. For a moment, Su Ming was utterly captivated. Ahem. Chen Yang smiled, aware that his appearance had a significant impact on those of the opposite sex. But he felt compelled to remind her of the conversation. After a moment, Su Ming regained her composure, covering her blushing face with one hand, appearing adorably shy. Handsome, could you please repeat your question? Chen Yang smiled gently, and then inquired, could you kindly inform me who is currently managing the school forum? There are malicious rumors circulating that are tarnishing my reputation, and I would like assistance in having those posts removed. So, that's the situation. Please hold on for a moment. I will inquire on your behalf. Su Ming nodded and promptly made her way towards her companion. Shaoli, do you know who oversees the school forum? This student mentioned that someone is spreading malicious rumors on the forum, damaging his reputation, and we need the student council to intervene. Upon hearing this, Lin Shaoli lifted her head and followed Su Ming's gaze towards Chen Yang. Just one glance transformed her expression drastically, igniting an overwhelming excitement within her. Chen Yang. It's actually him. Oh, how fortunate I am to see him up close. Shaoli, what's with the sudden enthusiasm? Why are you so worked up? Su Ming exclaimed, startled by Lin Shaoli's reaction. My dream idol is standing right in front of me. How could I not be excited? Lin Shaoli exclaimed, turning her head with an expression brimming with exhilaration. What? He is your idol, Chen Yang? Su Ming, being Lin Shaoli's close friend and roommate, was well aware of her admiration for him. However, she never anticipated that he would appear at the student council entrance at this very moment. Indeed, standing at over 6 feet tall, possessing striking looks, a privileged background, and an array of impressive talents. Most importantly, throughout his university years, he has remained free of scandal. It is rumored he is still single, and the number of girls who admire him could fill an entire basketball court. Lin Shaoli's expression radiated pure joy. By the way, you just mentioned that someone is spreading malicious rumors that tarnish my idol's image, right? Chen Yang just told me that. She exclaimed. You should check the forum to see what's going on. Upon hearing this, Lin Shaoli immediately set her phone aside, expertly navigating to the forum, where she stumbled upon a sensational post. It had garnered tens of thousands of likes and comments exceeding a multitude. Shocking. The campus heartthrob of Magic City University, Chen Yang, was spotted with the department's flower, Lu Fei, appearing together beneath the girls' dormitory, suggesting a secret relationship. This is unbelievable. My idol is actually in a relationship. Lin Shaoli shrieked, her emotions completely engulfed by despair. Hey, didn't you hear what Chen Yang said earlier? This is clearly a malicious rumor. Look at the post. It was evidently published yesterday afternoon. Just one night later, your idol Chen Yang rushed to the student council this morning to ask for help in removing it. It's undoubtedly a slanderous fabrication meant to damage his reputation. Su Ming gently patted Lin Shaoli's head, exasperated. Internally chastising her, she doesn't seem dim-witted. So why doesn't she use her brain to think things through? Right, it must be unfounded, a malicious rumor. Otherwise, my idol wouldn't have gone through all this trouble to ask us for help in deleting the post. Su Ming, you're so clever. After hearing her friend's explanation, Lin Xiaoli's mood brightened instantly. Could you assist me with this matter? Just then, Chen Yang approached Lin Xiaoli and Su Ming with a sincere expression. My idol, this trivial matter is in my hands. Please wait a moment. I will delete this post right away. Lin Xiaoli was more than willing to help. She showed no mercy when it came to dealing with slanderous posts, especially when it concerned her idol Chen Yang. Confirm deletion of this post? Lin Xiaoli clicked confirm without hesitation. Deletion successful. With a few simple operations, she removed the hot post from the forum. Chen Yang's face brightened upon seeing that the post had been deleted. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. I have prepared some pastries for you. Please give them a try and let me know if they are to your liking. Chen Yang, clearly well prepared, produced an exquisitely packaged gift box from behind him and placed it on the table. Wow, my idol, you are incredibly thoughtful. The two girls were pleasantly surprised. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Chen Yang had a favorable impression of Lin Xiaoli and Su Ming. Never expecting such beautiful girls to be part of the student council. No wonder Li Mu and Zhao Tian were so eager to join. It seems they had ulterior motives. May I ask, my idol, are you still single? Lin Xiaoli, thrilled to converse with Chen Yang at such a close distance, was eager to hear his response. Yes, but that may change soon, Chen Yang replied with a smile. How can that be? Who do you like? Lin Xiaoli, having followed Chen Yang for quite some time, attended every basketball game she could. Her admiration for him had been long-standing, akin to that of a devoted fan. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaoli's question. Don't worry, you will find out soon enough. I suspect that when I am openly holding her hand while strolling through campus, it will certainly cause quite a stir. With this thought, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile charmingly. Chapter 70. Never underestimate your opponent. One is a campus sensation adored by numerous girls, while the other is hailed as the campus flower of Magic City University, surrounded by countless suitors. If Chen Yang and Nku Xian were to walk hand in hand in public, the entire school would surely be abuzz. That image is simply too beautiful to fathom. Amidst a sea of admirers, the one who ultimately becomes Chen Yang's girlfriend would indeed be incredibly fortunate. At that moment, Lin Xiaoli felt a twinge of envy. After resolving the forum rumor issue, Chen Yang did not linger long and soon departed. Just as he was crossing the playground, preparing to drive out of the school gate, a group of individuals obstructed his path. Chen Yang, you certainly have some nerve, daring to set your sights on my woman. The leader of the group spoke with evident displeasure, jealousy flickering in his gaze as he glared at Chen Yang. Chen Yang furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals did not appear to bear good intentions. Lu Fei was indeed stunning, with an impressive figure, her title as the campus flower well-deserved. She had no shortage of admirers, a fact Chen Yang was well aware of. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would confront him so soon. And who might you be? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? In the face of this situation, Chen Yang displayed no signs of panic. He remained composed, a hint of amusement playing on his lips, clearly unperturbed by their presence. Presumptuous. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of our young Master Jean? The sycophants surrounding him began to hurl insults at Chen Yang. Jean Li's attitude towards Chen Yang was decidedly unfriendly. Chen Yang's reputation was not unfamiliar to him. Coming from a family of modest means, he traversed the campus in a Mercedes, garnering the admiration of a bevy of infatuated girls. Handsome in appearance, he had carved out a niche of popularity within the school. However, to Jean Li, such trivialities were mere childish play. Within the prestigious confines of Magic City University, the elite were innumerable, with signs of affluent families beyond counting. All maintained a commendable level of discretion, unlike Jean Li, who flaunted his wealth with ostentation, merely because he had a little money. Jean Li's vehicle was a golden limited edition Maserati, of which fewer than 5 existed in the entire metropolis, valued at over 10 million. This served as a testament to his illustrious lineage. He had long harbored feelings for Lu Fei, designating her as his intended. Yet, before he could initiate his courtship, news broke on the school forum that Lu Fei and Chen Yang appeared to be in a romantic relationship. Upon learning this news, Jean Li was instantly consumed by rage. The very next morning, he summoned his associates to confront Chen Yang, and it seemed his efforts were not in vain, as they caught Chen Yang red-handed. Who is this Jin Xiao? I've never heard of him. I'll say it once more, step aside. Chen Yang's tone was somewhat brusque, evidently growing impatient. Chen Yang, you are exceedingly arrogant. Don't think that having a bit of capital grants you the right to look down upon others. In Magic City University, there are countless individuals of far greater stature than you. If I desire, I could easily bring you to ruin, Jean Li retorted with a cold snort. Prior to this encounter, he had inquired within his circles and discovered that virtually no one knew of Chen Yang. Since he was not part of their elite circle, Jean Li concluded that his background must be ordinary. In Jean Li's eyes, Chen Yang was merely a wealthy second-generation heir, lacking any comparability to their aristocratic kin. Destroying him would be as easy as pie. Are you looking for trouble? Chen Yang interjected, his words laced with a hint of coldness. The defamatory post that had been troubling him had just been deleted, and his mood was somewhat buoyant. Yet now, Jean Li and his entourage were intent on spoiling that. Lu Fei was Jean Li's designated partner. Anyone daring to covet her would face his wrath. I've seen the posts on the forum. I care not for your relationship with Lu Fei. Since you're so close to her, you shall pay the price. Jean Li epitomized arrogance and tyranny, embodying those two terms in their fullest sense. Anyone who approached Lu Fei was bound to attract his ire. Chen Yang, unfamiliar with Jean Li's identity, surmised that he was likely of some significance. This seems rather interesting, Chen Yang shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips as if he had stumbled upon an amusing toy. I am eager to see what means you possess. When it came to family background, Chen Yang had yet to fear anyone. Charge! Jean Li commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand, followed by a sharp command. His followers, eager for action, revealed predatory glints in their eyes. Such scenarios were familiar to them, and they seemed to anticipate Chen Yang's impending downfall. A throng surrounded Chen Yang, and in the next moment, they sprang into action, ready to apprehend him. With a resounding thud, Chen Yang shifted backward, grounding himself, and then executed a sweeping kick, toppling two adversaries. His movements were decisive, exemplifying the essential attributes of swiftness, precision, and brutality. With the first blow, he felled two of his opponents, and with each subsequent strike, his vigor only intensified, radiating an aura of invincibility. In less than a minute, all 7 or 8 of Jean Li's men lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Chen Yang showed no mercy. Many likely sustained broken ribs, and any thought of retaliating against him was utterly futile. How is this possible? Jean Li lamented, consumed by indulgence. His physique had long been depleted. In stark contrast, Chen Yang's physical prowess outstripped him by leagues. Within that brief span, every one of Jean Li's subordinates had been incapacitated by Chen Yang's hand. The scene before them resembled a live-action martial arts spectacle, utterly breathtaking. There's nothing impossible. Unlike you, I am not a debauched wastrel, frail as a reed. I do not rely on others for protection. Without it, I remain as formidable as an ant. Chen Yang scoffed, his gaze toward Jean Li filled with disdain. Do not presume that I share any bond with Lu Fei. Even if I did, what could you possibly do about it? At that moment, Chen Yang exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, while Jean Li could barely muster a breath. They have fallen. Next. It is your turn. Chen Yang's eyes glinted with mischief, eliciting a shiver of fear down Jean Li's spine. Wait, don't lay a finger on me. I am the young master of the Jean family, and my status is esteemed. If you dare to harm me, my family will not let you off easily. Jean Li had never anticipated that his initial intention to confront Chen Yang would lead to such dire consequences for himself. Even now, you still rely on your status to intimidate me? Have you not considered that if I feared your family, I would not have engaged you in combat? Chen Yang retorted. Initially, he had thought Jean Li a worthy adversary, but it was clear now that he was nothing more than a fool. Here's a piece of advice. Never underestimate your opponent, even if they seem utterly insignificant. From start to finish, the situation remained firmly within Chen Yang's control. What did he have to fear from the Jean family? Chapter 71. The most beautiful woman in Magic City, Shen Xingyi. Jean Li found himself in a lamentable position. Not only had he failed to uncover Chen Yang's true background, but he had also grossly overestimated the abilities of his own subordinates, attempting to resolve matters through brute force. He remained oblivious to Chen Yang's extraordinary capabilities. To think that he could intimidate Chen Yang with such a motley crew was sheer folly. Chen Yang, even if you possess exceptional skills, the Jean family can always summon far more formidable forces. Should you dare to harm me today, you will pay 100-fold in the future. Moreover, I will leverage the Jean family's influence to undermine your family's business, rendering you as a lost dog. Kneeling before me in repentance. Jean Li seethed, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Chen Yang. Huh, do you believe that threats will intimidate me? Conceal your aristocratic airs. Do not assume that your family's name grants you carte blanche. The Jean family holds no significance in my eyes, Chen Yang replied, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. In Magic City, it was no exaggeration to state that there was no one Chen Yang feared to offend. How dare you, insolent wretch? Do you truly think you can speak so brazenly? My family is among the elite of Magic City, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Influential figures in politics and business, even those in the underworld, afford us a modicum of respect. Who do you think you are, dismissing the Jean family so easily? Jean Li's incredulity was palpable. He could not fathom how Chen Yang could be so audacious. Today, no matter what you say, I will not allow you to leave here unscathed. I, Chen Yang, act with integrity. I respect those who respect me. Since you have come to provoke me, if I do not teach you a lesson, will you truly think of me, Chen Yang, as a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed? With a cold snort, Chen Yang's aura suddenly erupted, akin to a sovereign surveying his dominion, his presence overwhelming. At that moment, Jin Li met Chen Yang's gaze and felt an icy chill run down his spine. Step by step, Chen Yang advanced slowly. Yet each movement struck fear into Jin Li's heart. With a resounding crack, Chen Yang delivered a swift slap across Jin Li's pale face, leaving a clear imprint and echoing sharply in the air. The fiery sting radiated instantly from Jin Li's cheek. At that moment, flames of rage surged within him. His eyes filled with hatred as they bore into Chen Yang. This singular slap shattered Jin Li's lofty demeanor in an instant. You actually dared to strike me. I will kill you for this. From a young age, Jin Li had been the pampered heir of his family, accustomed to luxury and deference. But today he found himself subjected to such a humiliating disgrace before Chen Yang. The torrent of his anger transformed into a murderous intent, wishing for nothing more than to eliminate Chen Yang on the spot. Without a hint of mercy, Chen Yang followed up with another slap, this time with greater force. In an instant, blood trickled from the corner of Jin Li's mouth, leaving him in a thoroughly disheveled state. Jin Li, you must understand your current predicament. You are still in my grasp. Uttering such words will only incite my fury further, leading to a more tragic fate for you. Chen Yang's smile was radiant, relishing in the act of striking down such an arrogant young master, whose conceit was nearly palpable. If Jin Li were to ascend as the family head, the Jin family would surely be on the brink of ruin. Chen Yang, if you have the capability, then kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay 100-fold in return. Jin Li spat blood, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang as he spoke. I am a law-abiding citizen, not a crazed murderer. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Consider this a lesson. Should you cross me again, I assure you, you will regret ever provoking me. Seizing Jin Li's wrist, Chen Yang exerted a sudden force. A sharp crack echoed as bones snapped. A scream escaped Jin Li's lips, piercing the air. Death may be evaded, but the pain of the living cannot. If Chen Yang did not impart a profound lesson to Jin Li this time, he would likely return to harass him again in the future. With a clatter, Chen Yang released his grip, and Jin Li collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, enduring a dual torment of mind and body. Chen Yang, I will surely settle this score with you in due time. Jin Li seethed internally. However, Chen Yang remained unfazed. Regardless of the chaos left in his wake, he nonchalantly brushed himself off and departed with an air of elegance. Arriving at the garage, he entered his Mercedes, pressing the accelerator and swiftly departing. At the Gaddis auction house, a frequent haunt of Chen Yang, items auctioned here are subjected to rigorous verification, rendering the chances of encountering counterfeit goods nearly non-existent. This afternoon at 4 o'clock, a grand auction was set to take place. Chen Yang had received an invitation card from the organizers the previous night, fortunate for him to arrive on time, lest he miss this splendid gathering. The servers present were all highly educated and strikingly attractive. Most attendees at the auction were wealthy businessmen, alongside some leading entrepreneurs. It could be said that the elite of the magical metropolis were gathered here, underscoring the high caliber of the event. A beam of bright light illuminated the stage, drawing the attention of the crowd, all eyes directed towards it. Shen Qingyi, the chief auctioneer of Gaddis, stood poised on stage. At the tender age of 18, her figure was enchanting, a beauty that rivaled the finest. She was hailed as one of the 4 great beauties of the magical metropolis, reigning supreme above Song Xiaoxiao. Many influential figures present had not only come to participate in the auction, but also to catch a glimpse of her ethereal presence. It was only within the auction house that one might catch a fleeting sight of her. At all other times, her whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. Thank you, esteemed guests, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to grace us with your presence at Gaddis Auction House. I now declare the Gaddis auction officially open. Shen Qingyi's voice was soft and melodious, akin to a delicate flower blooming in a serene valley. Her words resonated in the ears of the audience, sending a shiver of excitement through them. Every smile and frown from Shen Qingyi seemed to possess an enchanting charm, captivating the assembly. The seats were filled to capacity, with many gazing at her in a trance-like state, appealing to both the young and the old alike. In the northern lands, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and independent. With a single glance, she could captivate a city, and with another, a nation. Shen Qingyi embodied such allure. Merely seeing her once would etch her image into memory forever. Even Chen Yang could not help but marvel at the existence of such exquisite beauty in the world, akin to a lotus flower, emerging pristine from muddy waters. Pure and noble, sacred and untouchable. With a resounding thud, Shen Qingyi struck the gavel upon the auction table. Thus, the Gaddis auction was officially declared in session. Gradually, many attendees shook off their reverie, redirecting their focus towards the items up for bid. According to the announcement, this auction featured a myriad of rare treasures, each possessing immense collectible value. The first item was the 72nd, a jade cup shaped like a beast's head. Chen Yang's invitation card bore no mention of this item, but a brief description hinted at the presence of exceptional pieces not to be missed, which piqued his curiosity. Soon, under Chen Qingyi's guidance, the auction commenced. Now, we shall begin with our first item for auction. As her voice echoed, staff members donned in white gloves carefully placed the item at the center of the stage. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the display. This was a blue and white porcelain vase adorned with dragon motifs, characterized by its robust body, narrow mouth, and short neck. The elongated vase featured 8 sides, with 6 raised dragons decorating the midsection, complemented by blue and white waves and flame patterns. The shoulder and lower abdomen were embellished with cloud patterns, and within, a design of phoenixes amidst peonies. This piece, a large wine vessel from the Yuan dynasty, boasted a delicate white body and a glossy, luminous glaze, with vibrant blue hues. The starting bid was set at 5 million. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with excitement, murmuring amongst themselves. They had not anticipated that the items at this auction would be so remarkable. The Fong family, Fong Zhong, appeared deep in thought, stroking his chin with a faint smile. "Since you are interested, let the bidding commence," replied Lei Ting from the Lei family. The Fong and Lei families were both considered top-tier clans in the magical metropolis, making their presence at such an event quite understandable. 6 million. Upon hearing this, Fong Zhong raised his bidding paddle, declaring his offer. Bidder number 9 offers 6 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Chen Qingyi's face lit up with a smile as her gaze swept across the audience, inquiring. That is Fong Zhong, the head of the Fong family. Since he has shown interest, who would dare to challenge his bid? Many recognized Fong Zhang's identity and, knowing the unspoken rules of social etiquette, refrained from raising their bids. In this business, it was not merely the highest bidder who won. There were underlying intricacies of personal relationships at play. No one would dare offend the formidable Fong family over a mere antique collection. Some individuals, lacking any genuine interest in the item, merely view it as a means to grant Fong Zhong a favor. Moreover, this is merely the first auction item. The treasures to follow are far more exquisite. 6 million for the first time. 6 million for the second time. Congratulations, Boss Fong, for securing item number 1 at the price of 6 million, Chen Qingyi declared, a look of delight gracing her face. In truth, this amount exceeds the intrinsic value of the item. Thus, regardless of the auction's outcome, Jades would not incur a loss. For these affluent individuals, personal preference reigns supreme, while price is of secondary importance. What may appear worthless to some may be deemed invaluable by others. It is a matter of perspective. To those present, wealth is merely a distinction of quantity. The auction proceeded with fervor, yet Chen Yang, seated in a relatively prominent position, found himself utterly disinterested in the array of items. Succumbing to boredom and propping his head on his hand, dozing off. This scene initially went unnoticed. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Yang began to snore. Seated beside him was Du Lingkong, a member of one of the 8 prestigious families of Modu. Young man, do you realize where you are? This is Jade's auction house. And you dare to sleep and snore in such an important setting? Is this how your family raises you? Du Lingkong's gaze was sharp, exuding authority as he scrutinized Chen Yang, subsequently questioning him. Am I disturbing you? Why do you meddle so? Chen Yang retorted, feeling irked by Du Lingkong's condescending tone. How my family raises me is none of your business, he replied, maintaining a semblance of decorum. Had he not suffered from insomnia the previous night and found nothing of interest at the auction, he would not have dozed off. The crucial factor was that Chen Qingyi's voice was simply too enchanting, possessing an almost soporific quality. How audacious! Do you know who I am? How dare you show such disrespect? Du Lingkong was taken aback by Chen Yang's lack of remorse and his audacity to be impudent. I am Du Lingkong, the current head of the Du family. Where is your father? I must inquire how he raised you to be so unruly, he asserted. Chen Yang chuckled softly, nearly amused by Du Lingkong's reaction. This individual was making a fuss over a trivial matter, displaying an astonishing narrow-mindedness. Forget it, my father isn't here. He rarely attends such trivial events. I usually represent him. Chen Yang shrugged indifferently. What are the 8 great families of Modu? You still do not qualify to meet my father. Humph, what an insolent fellow. Noticing that Chen Yang's elder was absent, Du Lingkong's expression darkened. It seemed unbecoming for an elder to bicker with a junior. He then turned his head away, dismissing Chen Yang. However, this matter would not be so easily forgotten. Due to Du Lingkong's interruption, Chen Yang's drowsiness dissipated, and he felt invigorated. He recalled that the Du family, Fong family, and Lei family were all among the 8 illustrious families of Modu. The presence of 3 of the 8 families at this auction suggested it must feature some extraordinary treasures to pique their interest. Of course, it could also be mere coincidence. Contemplating this, Chen Yang felt a spark of curiosity. Next up for auction was the Golden Beast Head Agate Cup, a Tang Dynasty wine vessel. Recognized as the sole exquisite jade carving from that era, this cup was crafted from the exceedingly rare red agate, shaped into a beast's head with horns serving as handles, and adorned with a golden cap on its snout, with intricate details carved into its eyes, ears, and nostrils, making it a highly collectible item. The starting bid was set at 60 million, with each increment no less than 1 million. Shen Qingyi's words left the crowd in astonishment. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. He finally understood why these individuals had gathered here. This was a truly rare treasure. No wonder 3 of the 8 great families had come. They were undoubtedly vying for such a gem. The starting price of 60 million was merely the beginning. Competing for such a coveted item was no simple feat. Shen Qingyi truly possessed a degree of acumen. Logically, this treasure should have commenced bidding at 100 million. Setting such a low price would only incite a frenzy of bids. Chen Yang's gaze lingered on Shen Qingyi for a moment. Just as her eyes met his, each conveying distinct thoughts. This is intriguing. Chen Yang smiled broadly, his expression growing ever more radiant. Below the stage, the eyes of all present sparkled with interest in this treasure. The 60 million base price had only discouraged a few bidders. Naturally, some shrewd individuals recognized that such a treasure would likely elude their grasp, opting instead to sit back and observe the unfolding drama. Chapter 73, Just 1 billion. This item, with its unique appearance, not only held collectible value but also practical utility. Displaying it in one's home as a wine vessel would undoubtedly exude an air of luxury. Finally, a treasure had captured Chen Yang's interest. His gaze shifted to the Golden Beast Head Agate Cup, and upon merely glancing at it, he felt a surge of desire. He had not anticipated encountering such a rare gem at the Jade's auction house today. It was indeed a rewarding visit. Beside him, Du Linkong's eyes glimmered with excitement, an expression of eagerness gracing his features. Chen Yang had not forgotten that this very Du Linkong had disturbed his pleasant dreams earlier. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to issue a warning. If you cause me discomfort, how could I allow you to enjoy yourself? Internally, Chen Yang chuckled. You think you can snatch this treasure from me? How laughable. Not only Du Linkong, but also Fang Zheng and Lei Ting, all from the 8 great families of Modu, were captivated by the Golden Beast Head Agate Cup. 65 million. The first bid came from an unknown wealthy merchant, likely attempting to vie for the cup. This act could also be seen as a mere opening gambit. The atmosphere instantly electrified the crowd below the stage. Number 23 bids 65 million. Shen Qingyi smiled gracefully, addressing the audience below. 70 million. In the face of such a lofty bid, Lei Ting of the Lei family displayed no sign of trepidation, raising his paddle to declare his offer. In an instant, all eyes were upon him as he reveled in the attention, a broad smile adorning his face. 75 million. With Lei Ting making his move, Fang Zheng refused to be outdone. This treasure was not only visually stunning, but also possessed considerable collectible value. For Fang Zheng, acquiring it and later inviting friends to admire it at home would certainly be a delightful affair. The competition between the Fang and Lei families, 2 of the 8 prestigious families in the magical city, has become the focal point of attention. Both families possess remarkable legacies and are now auctioning the exquisite Gold Beast Head Agate Cup, leading one to anticipate an astronomical final bid. Indeed, such grand gestures are far beyond the reach of mere mortals. It is better to simply witness this splendid spectacle. Du Linkong listened to the murmurs of the crowd, his brow furrowing in concern. Who dares to suggest that only the Fang and Lei families are worthy of bidding, as if my Du family is beneath their notice? In the next moment, Du Linkong raised his bidding paddle and declared 80 million. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Given Du Linkong's position at the edge of the room, only a few noticed him. The majority's eyes were solely fixed on the 2 titans from the Lei and Fang families. To their surprise, 3 of the 8 major families had indeed arrived. This heralded the onset of an intense battle for supremacy. Du brother, I did not expect your interest in this treasure, Fang Zheng remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he gazed at Du Linkong, a smile gracing his lips. Naturally, my greatest passion is fine wine, and such a delicate vessel is truly to my taste. I intend to secure it today, so please feel free to bid if you desire, Du Linkong replied, his words laced with subtle implications. Both Lei Ting and Fang Zheng chuckled lightly, as if witnessing a celestial duel. The atmosphere was electric. It is important to note that this was a contest among the leaders of the 8 illustrious families. No one else dared to intervene. I bid 100 million. A languid voice pierced the air. Gasps of shock rippled through the audience. Who had the audacity to openly challenge the 8 prestigious families? Following the sound, The crowd's gaze fell upon Chen Yang, seated beside Du Linkong. He appeared to be just over 20, resembling a student, yet dared to make such a bold move. "Is that you, young man?" Du Linkong exclaimed, recognizing the familiar voice and turning to see Chen Yang making his audacious bid, raising the price by a staggering 20 million. Although the Du, Fong, and Lei families were all powerful clans in the magical city, 100 million was no trifling sum. Acquiring the gold beast head agate cup at a lower price would be advantageous. Chen Yang's brazen increase meant they would have to outbid him by an additional 20 million. However, the majority of those present were acutely aware that this was merely a contest among the Fong, Lei, and Du families. Who was Chen Yang to audaciously intervene? Was he disregarding their status entirely? This was an implicit provocation. Why is everyone looking at me like that? 100 million for this treasure is not excessive. Chen Yang feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders and speaking nonchalantly. Is this young man truly oblivious or merely pretending? To bid at such a moment is undeniably to meddle in the contest between the three families. Does he not realize he is openly challenging them? To consider 100 million a trivial amount is an audacious boast. In the audience, some looked at Chen Yang with shock, while others wore expressions of schadenfreude. Regardless, everyone sighed at his youthful impetuousness. Young man, do you understand what you are doing? Du Linkong's face darkened with anger. Icy disdain radiating from his gaze as he confronted Chen Yang. Is it forbidden for me to participate in this auction and make a bid? Chen Yang retorted. Or do you think I, Chen Yang, cannot afford 100 million? Chen Yang smiled, feeling a sense of amusement at being so openly scorned. Du brother, there is no need for anger. The younger generation can be naive, their ambitions lofty. If he wishes to bid, let him. It will be interesting to see just how capable he truly is. Lei Ting observed with a hint of amusement, sizing up Chen Yang. Very well. Fang Zheng nodded in agreement, trying to soothe Du Linkong. Upon hearing their words, Du Linkong recognized he must grant them a measure of respect. Since you seek this treasure, feel free to bid. He then cast a look of disdain at Chen Yang. You need not remind me. I, Chen Yang, have never desired something I could not attain. Chen Yang declared, his tone brimming with arrogance. Du Linkong, as a leader of one of the 8 prestigious families, found it hard to swallow being addressed in such a manner by a younger generation. The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for the inevitable consequences that awaited Chen Yang for his audacity. Chapter 74, Shockwaves in the Room. Everyone anticipated that Chen Yang was destined for misfortune. This young master has opened the bidding at 100 million. Does anyone else wish to outbid him? Shin Qingyi inquired, surveying the audience below. At that moment, Du Linkong raised his bidding paddle, 110 million. It was unsurprising that a prestigious family would not falter at the 100 million mark and would immediately raise the stakes. Following Du Linkong's bid, Lei Ting and Fang Zheng exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with smiles. All eyes turned to Chen Yang. 130 million. He shrugged, maintaining his impassive expression. Before calling out his bid, 140 million. Du Linkong, clearly engaged in a rivalry with Chen Yang, did not back down, while Lei Ting and Fang Zheng opted to observe how far Chen Yang would push the limits. 180 million. Chen Yang raised the stakes by a staggering 40 million. The audience collectively gasped at the audacity. While the antique was indeed valuable, this price had likely surpassed the intrinsic worth of the gold beast head agate cup itself. Young man, do you intend to oppose me? Du Linkong, now less than a meter away from Chen Yang, glared at him, fury radiating from his countenance. How amusing. This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. Surely, you are not unfamiliar with the rules. The amount I wish to bid is my prerogative. If you desire to outbid me, feel free to do so. I will not obstruct you. If you lack the means, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from wasting my time and simply concede. What of the 8 prestigious families? No matter their immense power, they held no sway over Chen Yang. If you have the capability, then raise your bid. Impudent. My Du family would never lack the means to procure a mere couple 100 million. Since you wish to contest me, I shall oblige. Du Linkong was incensed. 200 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. It was unexpected that the gold beast head agate cup, with an opening bid of merely 60 million, had swiftly escalated to 200 million in such a short span. One must admit, the Du family was indeed affluent and formidable, truly deserving of their status among the 8 prestigious families. Intriguingly, since you wish to engage in a contest with me, I shall observe the extent of the Du family's ambitions. Although the current bidding price has far exceeded the value of the golden beast head agate cup, Chen Yang exhibits no inclination to relent. To him, money is merely a numerical representation. Just the other day, he casually spent 5 billion to acquire the Junhua Hotel from Shun Luo, purely to embarrass the Lu family. Today, why should he hesitate to spend a few billion to strip the Du family of their dignity? The 8 prestigious families of Modu are regarded as untouchable by outsiders. incapable of being offended in the slightest. Yet, Chen Yang has never regarded them with the slightest reverence. A prime example is the Jin family. Despite being one of the 8 esteemed families, they ultimately faced a devastating defeat at Chen Yang's hands. If one were to avoid provoking Chen Yang, that would suffice. However, should they choose to entangle themselves with him, he harbors no fear whatsoever. No matter how formidable these families may be, they will never ascend to the level of the Chen family. It is no exaggeration to proclaim that Chen Yang's influence in Modu is unparalleled. Even among his peers within the same circle, Yi Chen of the Yi family, Lu Yu of the Lu family, and Chu He of the Chu family, they cannot be compared to Chen Yang. The title of Modu's first young master is not merely a phrase tossed about lightly. 3 billion. In the next moment, Chen Yang promptly announced his bid. The crowd gasped, eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded him. Who is this young man, exuding such audacity? 3 billion, a sum that surpasses everyone's expectations. At this moment, not only was Du Linkang's expression grim, but even Lei Ting and Fang Zheng appeared less than pleased. I offer 3 billion. If you possess the capability, feel free to raise the bid. Suddenly, a playful smile graced Chen Yang's lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief. That gaze alone ignited a surge of anger within Du Linkang. What an arrogant fellow. Today, I shall witness the extent of your audacity in daring to contend with me. Du Linkang, when has the esteemed helmsman of the Du family ever been subjected to such humiliation by a mere youth? With a cold snort, he raised his paddle once more. 3 billion, 100 million. At that moment, Lei Ting regarded Chen Yang thoughtfully before speaking. Brother Fang, have you ever heard of this young man, Chen Yang? He can easily produce such a substantial sum. His background must be extraordinary. Fang Zheng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have never heard of the Chen family's name. This Chen Yang, with his reckless nature, likely presumes himself above us due to his financial standing. It is high time he learns a lesson. Fang Zheng was also displeased by Chen Yang's demeanor. Among the crowd, none were without status or reputation, adept at gauging situations and maintaining decorum. None behaved as casually as Chen Yang did. In their eyes, Chen Yang was simply in need of discipline, excessively arrogant. Chen Yang chuckled lightly, initially uninterested in contesting with Du Linkang. Yet, this fellow took it too far, not only speaking disrespectfully, but now regarding him with open hostility. The tiger's silence does not equate to weakness. Does he truly believe Chen Yang to be a mere sickly cat? 5 billion. Today, I firmly declare that I, Chen Yang, shall acquire the golden beast head agate cup. Whoever dares to contest me, please feel free to bid. His tone dripped with audacity. Instantly, the room erupted in astonishment. Shock evident on every face. With the 3 prominent families, Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkang, glaring at Chen Yang, their eyes brimming with fury. His words were an implicit challenge to all present. Young and reckless, utterly unaware of the gravity of his words. This young man is undoubtedly courting public indignation. To speak thus in front of 3 esteemed families, he must be deranged. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Yang's audacity. Did he intend to openly provoke the assembly single-handedly? Outrageous. What is your status to utter such words in our presence? Reveal your family's name. I am curious to know what power you possess that allows you to disregard us. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Du Linkang slammed his hand down, spilling tea everywhere. This attitude of his is truly laughable. What a farce. The so-called 8 prestigious families of Modu cannot even muster 5 billion for an auction, rendering your status utterly ridiculous. Witnessing Du Linkang's furious and humiliated demeanor, Chen Yang displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, he shrugged nonchalantly, offering a mocking retort. Chapter 75, a staggering bid of 10 billion. Preposterous. Chen Yang's words not only mocked Du Linkang, but also implicated Fang Zheng and Lei Ting. Instantly, the trio's expressions darkened. 5 billion, 500 million. Fang Zheng was not one to be trifled with. Known for his fiery temperament, he could not let Chen Yang's mockery go unanswered, and promptly sought to demonstrate the depth of the Fang family's resources. A mere 5 billion is insignificant when considering the vast wealth of the Fang family, hardly worth mentioning. What audacity! The crowd regarded Fang Zheng with newfound respect. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the attendees. This gathering was filled with the elite of Modu's upper crust, well-connected and discerning. Yet, despite their extensive networks, none knew about Chen Yang's origins. What gave this man the audacity to provoke Modu's affluent families? It is not merely a matter of wealth. Consider the influence that the combined might of the Fang, Lei, and Du families wield. To offend them without adequate power in Modu is tantamount to self-destruction. In contrast, Chen Yang maintained an air of calm, seemingly dismissing the 3 families entirely. If one were to assert that Chen Yang lacked any background, they would be met with disbelief. 6 billion. Chen Yang flashed a cheeky smile before boldly declaring, it is merely a few billion. In my eyes, it is just pocket change. Rarely encountering a treasure that piqued his interest, How could he simply relinquish it? Furthermore, Chen Yang harbored a deep disdain for the ostentatious attitudes of these noble families, who rely on their influence to intimidate others. It is one thing to bully others, but to provoke him, Chen Yang would never tolerate it. As the host of the auction, Shen Qingyi possessed exceptional control over the proceedings. However, she never anticipated that the entire auction would be thrust into a heated frenzy due to Chen Yang alone. Initially, the auction house believed that reaching 3 billion would be the pinnacle of success for the Golden Beast head agate cup. Yet, they were taken aback when Chen Yang announced a staggering bid of 6 billion. Who is this man who dares to disregard the 8 prestigious families of Modu? Shen Qingyi recognized Chen Yang's face. Every time the Guardi's auction house held an event, her employer would send an invitation card specifically to Chen Yang, who never failed to attend. Through these interactions, Shen Qingyi had come to remember him vividly. This man is truly remarkable. The atmosphere in the room had grown increasingly chaotic. Observing this, Shen Qingyi couldn't help but reflect. This young master has placed the highest bid of 6 billion. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Shen Qingyi's voice was gentle, yet the majority of the gazes were fixated on Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkong. A price of 600 million might appear to be a staggering sum for an ordinary wealthy merchant. However, for the 3 prominent aristocratic families, it was merely a trifling amount. Undoubtedly, this figure had already surpassed the intrinsic value of the Golden Beast head agate cup, should they successfully bid for it. Beyond its collectible worth, they would incur a significant loss. Although they possessed ample wealth, it was not as if it had been blown in by the wind. At that moment, Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkong found themselves hesitating. Brother Fang, this matter concerns our standing in the eyes of the public. I fear there may be no retreat now. Lei Ting gazed at Fang Zheng, his expression somewhat grim. Having not anticipated that Chen Yang would possess such capability to produce such a considerable sum. After all, the Fang, Lei, and Du families were among the 8 great families of Modu, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions. In comparison, this mere 600 million was hardly worth mentioning. Nonetheless, in business, they could not afford a loss. The Golden Beast head agate cup, at most valued at 300 million, had now escalated to a staggering 600 million due to Chen Yang's interference. Judging by his demeanor, if they continued to raise the bid, Chen Yang would undoubtedly follow suit without hesitation. Regardless of the outcome, this was not a favorable situation for them. Let it go. This Chen Yang is merely a petty person who, emboldened by his limited resources, seeks to provoke us. He is nothing but a buffoon, unworthy of our attention. After some contemplation, Fang Zheng decided against continuing the bidding. Lei Ting was momentarily taken aback by Fang Zheng's attitude. Such a crucial matter regarding the dignity of their families. How could Fang Zheng so easily concede? Lei Ting felt perplexed, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged the reasoning behind Fang Zheng's decision. Should they persist in this contest, even a bid of 1 billion might not be the limit. Du Linkong, however, was oblivious to their line of thinking. At that moment, he was thoroughly incensed by Chen Yang's mocking expression. 700 million. He gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating an intense ferocity, wishing he could strip Chen Yang of his skin. Originally, a treasure that could have been acquired for 200 or 300 million was now inflated to such exorbitant heights due to Chen Yang's meddling. Moreover, as it pertained to the honor of the aristocratic families, Du Linkong could not afford to back down. 1 billion. After all, the Du family was also one of the 8 great families of Modu. It was beneath them to be so miserly. An increase of a mere 100 million was lacking in flair. They needed to display the grandeur befitting their status. If they upped the ante significantly, perhaps they could intimidate me into conceding. Chen Yang chuckled lightly, his words dripping with sarcasm. The onlookers felt a wave of trepidation. This Chen Yang was indeed treading on dangerous ground, displaying youthful arrogance. Did he truly not consider the consequences of his actions? Du Linkong nearly spat blood in frustration at Chen Yang's taunts. Despite their vast wealth, 100 million was still substantial cash. Did he think it came easy? Furthermore, this was already a losing endeavor. Their persistence stemmed merely from a desire to save face. To pay several billion for pride was indeed a costly affair. Yet, Chen Yang had already bid 1 billion, a sum that was no trifling matter for Du Linkong. Boy, I am determined to see whether you can indeed produce 1 billion. Ultimately, Du Linkong chose not to raise his bid. Shen Qingyi wore a smile, her heart brimming with delight. The Golden Beast head agate cup had remarkably fetched a staggering 10 billion at Chen Yang's hands, a true testament to its rarity. 10 billion, going once. 10 billion, going twice. Congratulations to young Master Chen for acquiring the Golden Beast head agate cup at the astonishing price of 10 billion. In the end, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Yang successfully secured the Golden Beast head agate cup from the 3 great families at the exorbitant price of 10 billion. Everyone understood that Chen Yang's provocation had stripped the 3 families of their dignity, and a dramatic spectacle was surely about to unfold. Brother Du, let us not be enraged. Engaging with such a young upstart will only degrade our status. A price of 10 billion was indeed a curiosity. I am eager to witness whether this fellow can truly present such wealth. Fang Zheng had quietly approached Du Linkong's side, casting a glance at Chen Yang that suggested he was eager for the unfolding drama. Brother Fang, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. This Chen Yang truly seems to regard 10 billion as trifling. Today, I am keen to see if he can indeed procure this sum. While Du Linkong could easily afford 10 billion, spending it on such trivial rivalry felt utterly absurd. A person like Chen Yang, who disrespected his elders and was audacious by nature, could easily be dealt with in various ways. Thus, Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkong turned their gazes towards Chen Yang, each wearing a mocking expression. Yet, Chen Yang appeared unfazed. Miss Shun, I harbor doubts regarding this young man's financial capacities. I do not believe he can summon such a vast sum. Would it be possible for him to demonstrate publicly whether he possesses the financial capability to purchase the Golden Beast Head Agate Cup? Otherwise, it would be a pity if this auction item fails to find its rightful owner. As expected, the challenge had arrived. The three great families openly targeted Chen Yang, and their first move was to compel him to prove his financial standing. Naturally, if it were publicly revealed that Chen Yang was merely making hollow bids, the auction house might take it upon themselves to eject him and blacklist him from future events. Young Master Chen, their suspicions are not unfounded. Would you be willing to provide proof? Shen Qingyi internally chuckled, fully aware of Chen Yang's financial prowess. She knew he possessed the means to cover 10 billion. Yet now, facing the scrutiny, her actions provided Chen Yang with an opportunity for a powerful rebuttal. Proof? Is it truly necessary? It is merely 10 billion. Do they genuinely believe I cannot furnish it? Observing the scene before him, Chen Yang involuntarily smiled, his lips curving upward as he regarded the so-called aristocrats with a look of derision. In the next moment, he pulled out his wallet and began to rummage through it. Finally, he pinched a black bank card between his thumb and forefinger. Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkong, who were closest to Chen Yang, were now within 2 to 3 meters of him. Their gazes were drawn to the black bank card in his hand, and as they focused on it, expressions of shock filled their faces, followed by a collective intake of breath. Given their status and perspective, they instantly recognized the provenance of the card in Chen Yang's possession. It was a Centurion Black card from Citibank. It represented not only wealth, but also prestige and status. Only super clients with deposits exceeding 100 billion would receive such a uniquely numbered card, each one being a singular entity in the world. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this Centurion Supreme card allows for an unconditional overdraft of 1 billion. In other words, even if Chen Yang possesses not a single cent within this Centurion Supreme card, he is entirely capable of covering the sum of 1 billion at the auction. This is simply inconceivable. Du Linkong gazed at the Centurion Supreme card in Chen Yang's hand, shaking his head repeatedly, his face a mask of astonishment. It is indeed rare to witness. How could the Du family, one of the 8 prominent families of Magic City, fail to recognize the significance of the card in my possession? A mere 10 billion. Do you truly believe you can confound me with such a sum? This must surely be the most laughable jest I have encountered this year. Chen Yang, showing no regard for Du Linkong's dignity, smirked derisively, his expression dripping with sarcasm. The unspoken slap landed squarely on the faces of Du Linkong, Fang Zheng, and Lei Ting. They had evidently underestimated Chen Yang's background. To procure 10 billion so effortlessly suggests that this fellow's lineage is nothing short of extraordinary. Young man, do not presume that a bit of wealth grants you the right to be disdainful. In Magic City, the 3 great families hold considerable sway. Should you dare to utter further insolence, be prepared to face dire consequences for your actions. Lei Ting could no longer contain his frustration. He had never encountered someone as arrogant as Chen Yang. This statement holds true. In Magic City, the combined forces of the Fang, Du, and Lei families could easily suppress any adversary. Alas, they were up against Chen Yang. The Chen family's enterprises are not merely confined to Magic City. There are numerous holdings in other affluent cities such as the capital, Shenzhen, and the provincial capitals. Chen Yang had never sought to delve into specifics. In truth, for Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkong to contend with the family behind Chen Yang is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, foolhardy and presumptuous. This conflict resembles a ferocious tiger confronting a mere kitten. While both may be termed noble families, their disparities are vast. Such threats may work to intimidate others. But in my presence, I advise you to conserve your efforts. A hint of disdain flickered in Chen Yang's gaze as he shrugged and smiled. This card is yours. The password is 6 zeros. Feel free to swipe it for the billion. The scene before them conveyed an overwhelming amount of information. No one was privy to Chen Yang's origins. Witnessing him brazenly challenge the 3 great families with such nonchalance was astonishing. This individual radiates an extraordinary presence. Chen Qingyi gestured, and staff members brought forth a POS machine. In front of the crowd, she took the Centurion Supreme card from Chen Yang and began the transaction. Beep, beep, beep. After entering the correct password, a payment receipt was promptly printed. The crowd's perception of Chen Yang shifted dramatically. The earlier condescension evaporated. It became evident that Chen Yang's audacity stemmed from his substantial resources, rendering the three great families insignificant in his eyes, and his background was shrouded in mystery and grandeur. All present understood that Chen Yang was now the one who should not be trifled with. Is it successful? Fang Jing's complexion turned ashen. This confirmed their earlier suspicions. The black card in Chen Yang's possession was the Centurion Supreme card, exclusively available to super VIP clients of Citibank. This type of card, given their status, should indeed meet the qualification criteria. Yet, a deposit exceeding 1 billion is a treasure that they could never afford to keep in a bank. In other words, the leaders of the Fang, Lei, and Du families had never possessed such a card. How formidable is Chen Yang's background? Initially, they sought to embarrass Chen Yang at this moment, only to deliver a resounding slap to their own faces. The embarrassment was palpable. Chapter 77. If I refuse, what can you do? I trust everyone has observed that young Master Chen possesses formidable financial resources, making 10 billion a trivial matter. Is there any further doubt among you? With the payment receipt now in Chen Qingyi's possession, the crowd hastily shook their heads, incapable of harboring even a shred of skepticism. Internally, they marveled. Indeed, one cannot exhibit such audacity without possessing substantial backing. Chen Yang, you may be capable, yet your earlier disrespectful words will not be easily dismissed. Du Linkong gritted his teeth, recalling how Chen Yang had strutted with an air of superiority, completely disregarding them. Reflecting upon it now ignited their ire. What now? You cannot outbid me, yet you wish to stir trouble? Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. The pettiness of these old men was astonishing. Unable to compete with real capital, they resorted to underhanded tactics, as though the influence of their families was a matter of pride. I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply bow and apologize before everyone, and we shall let this matter rest. How does that sound? Ultimately, they sought to salvage some semblance of dignity in front of the crowd. A prominent family in Magic City, humiliated by an unknown junior, if they did not retaliate. How could they ever hold their heads high again? Thus, the importance of this situation escalated. The crowd exchanged glances of delight. Their predictions had proven accurate. The three great families would not easily let Chen Yang off the hook, even considering the formidable background he had displayed. However, this was Magic City, where the Fang, Du, and Lei families were recognized as noble houses. Could they truly not handle a mere Chen Yang? At once, the trio turned their focus to Chen Yang. To this, Chen Yang responded with a derisive smile, his gaze playful. What if I refuse? What can you do to me? Clearly, Chen Yang had no intention of seeking mercy. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back and head held high, he exuded the image of an ancient noble, his status untouchable. One could not help but wonder what remarkable background Chen Yang possessed, daring to disregard the three great families. It seems he is not to be underestimated. The ability to effortlessly produce 10 billion and spend such a lavish sum on the golden beast head agate cup is not merely extravagant. It borders on reckless indulgence. If my son were to exhibit such behavior, I would certainly discipline him. Such opulence, coupled with astonishing financial resources, indicates that Chen Yang's family is not to be taken lightly. Perhaps they are not even a local noble family of Magic City? Observers speculated, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Yang, we have extended an opportunity to you. If you fail to appreciate it, do not blame us older adults for teaching you a lesson. Du Linkong had long harbored resentment towards Chen Yang, and with the perfect opportunity at hand, he was determined to deliver a thorough reprimand to assuage his own indignation. What? You three old geezers wish to confront me? It was not mere bravado. Chen Yang, with his prowess, could easily overpower the trio with a single hand. It would be tantamount to bullying. Thus, Chen Yang remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm indifference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the venue for the auction, and it is inappropriate to engage in quarrels. I kindly ask you to exercise some patience and resolve your disputes after the auction concludes. How does that sound? Observing the escalating conflict between Chen Yang and the three prominent families, Chen Qingyi hastily interjected. Upon hearing her words, Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Linkong turned their attention to Chen Qingyi, their faces adorned with smiles. Since Miss Shun has spoken, we shall settle this matter after the auction concludes. The three elderly men gazed at Chen Qingyi, their hearts likely harboring a hint of ulterior motives, which Chen Yang could perceive at a glance. At their advanced age, they still entertained such base thoughts, truly a disgrace. Chen Yang silently chastised them. I extend my gratitude to the three of you. Chen Qingyi smiled sweetly at Fang Zheng and the others, her demeanor remarkably gentle. This smile made Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Lingkong feel as if their very bones were melting. Were it not for Shun Qingyi's enigmatic background, which instilled a degree of caution in them, they might have already extended their greedy hands towards her. Chen Yang also returned Shun Qingyi's smile. Although he did not require her assistance, he acknowledged her goodwill and felt it necessary to show appreciation. The auction continued with fervor. Throughout the proceedings, whenever the three families sought to acquire coveted items, Chen Yang would strategically compete, driving up the prices, only to abruptly halt at the most crucial moments, leaving them to squander considerable sums of money unnecessarily. One could say that Chen Yang's interference had unexpectedly enriched the Gaidy's auction house. This could be seen as Chen Yang repaying Shun Qingyi for her earlier kindness. Consequently, Fang Zheng, Lei Ting, and Du Lingkong cast venomous glances towards Chen Yang, their eyes brimming with animosity. It was evident that a vendetta had been forged. Without making Chen Yang pay the price he deserved, this animosity would remain unresolved. Of course, Chen Yang remained unfazed. Earlier, he had already dispatched messages for assistance. To thwart any schemes from Fang Zheng and the others, he had meticulously devised a complete escape plan. Finally, 10 minutes later, Chen Yang successfully bid 30 million for a jade Buddha, marking the conclusion of the auction. Some attendees had discreetly exited, while others lingered, eager to witness the resolution of Chen Yang's conflict with the three great families. As Chen Yang prepared to leave, a group of men in black suddenly blocked his path, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Chen Yang, do you truly believe we would allow you to depart so easily? The accounts from earlier remain unsettled, and you think to leave now? How naive of you. Du Lingkong regarded Chen Yang with a hint of disdain. Are you truly intent on confronting me? Do you not take into account my connections and influence? I advise you to reconsider. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Opportunities are fleeting, and it is up to you to seize them. Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, showing no fear of the situation at hand. His calm demeanor momentarily stunned the onlookers. Something unusual is afoot. This Chen Yang must possess substantial backing. Perhaps he is truly someone one should not provoke. Brother Du, should we not reevaluate? We ought to investigate Chen Yang's background before proceeding, for if he truly wields considerable power, our actions may irrevocably offend the forces behind him. At that point, it may be too late to rectify our mistakes. Fang Zheng, ever cautious, turned to Du Lingkong, urging him to reconsider. There is no need for reconsideration. This brat has publicly humiliated us, showing utter disregard for our stature. Such arrogance from a mere junior is unprecedented. As an elder, it is my duty to teach him a lesson he will not soon forget. Du Lingkong's heart burned with rage, rendering him impervious to Fang Zheng's counsel. His pride swelled, convinced that Chen Yang was merely a plaything in his hands, to be manipulated at will. We should still exercise caution. This Chen Yang is undoubtedly formidable. Let us not act impulsively. Lei Ting now joined in with a word of caution. As heads of their respective families, their actions represented not only themselves, but also the legacies they carried. Thus, prudence was paramount. The auction had already revealed that Chen Yang's financial resources were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, having thoroughly outclassed many affluent merchants present. The golden beast had agate cup, while precious, was not worth a 10 billion price tag. Yet, Chen Yang had seemingly purchased it with ease, displaying an air of indifference, as if the expenditure of 10 billion were trivial. Such extravagance could not possibly be attributed to an inconspicuous family. Fang Zheng remained skeptical, and Lei Ting was even more doubtful. Thus, both urged Du Lingkong to reconsider. I must ask, have you two truly reached a point where you are now having second thoughts? This Chen Yang is utterly arrogant, showing us no respect whatsoever, regardless of his impressive background. I simply cannot swallow this affront. Today, I must teach Chen Yang a lesson to remind him of his place. How could the esteemed Du family allow such indignity? Du Lingkong waved his hand dismissively, his eyes glinting with animosity directed at Chen Yang. He felt displeased at Fang Zheng and Lei Ting for wavering at such a critical moment. If you were genuinely concerned, you would have considered this earlier. Now, at such a critical juncture, to hesitate is truly unfortunate. Fang Zheng and Lei Ting were left speechless by Du Lingkong's words. Indeed, the three great families of Mo City uniting would hardly fear an unknown junior. Should word of this spread, they would be the subject of ridicule. The impasse left both Fang Zheng and Lei Ting with expressions tinged with regret. Chen Yang, unless you provide us with an explanation today, you shall not leave this venue. Du Lingkong's voice dripped with coldness. The memory of Chen Yang's earlier disrespect and disdain ignited a fiery rage within him, and he glared with fury. Such audacity. Today, I shall see just how formidable the illustrious Du, Fang, and Lei families truly are. Chen Yang stood resolutely, unperturbed by the dire circumstances surrounding him. His demeanor exuded an air of disdain. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. How could Chen Yang possess such confidence, maintaining a calm expression in the face of such overwhelming adversity? Arrogant youth, courting death. Du Linkong snorted, his anger now fully exposed. Seize him. With a swift gesture, he commanded his men. The black-clad figures glared with cold intensity, prepared to surge forward and apprehend Chen Yang, awaiting Du Linkong's orders. I challenge anyone to lay a hand on my young master. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from outside the entrance. Long Han, flanked by his subordinates, arrived just in time. A dozen well-trained individuals, their movements swift and precise, exuded an overwhelming presence that inspired astonishment in all who beheld them. Long before Chen Yang had made his move, he had already sent word for Long Han to come at once to provide protection. Upon learning of Chen Yang's precarious situation, Long Han wasted no time, swiftly gathering his subordinates and rushing to his aid. Fortunately, he arrived just in the nick of time, and Chen Yang emerged unscathed. Initially, Du Linkong had presumed that Chen Yang was as good as captured, ripe for the taking at his leisure. Little did he anticipate such a dramatic turn of events. I wondered how you could remain so composed. It turns out you had already summoned reinforcements. Chen Yang, your naivety knows no bounds. Do you realize that our guards are masters of their craft, far superior to your ordinary security personnel? Moreover, you are but a mere handful, 10 or so, and it is doubtful they can truly safeguard you, Du Linkong remarked. A smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly dismissive of Chen Yang. In his eyes, Chen Yang's actions were merely futile struggles, a desperate grasp at survival. Is that so? Your confidence is remarkable. Perhaps you should put it to the test, Chen Yang replied, matching him with a brilliant smile. Upon catching sight of Long Han, Chen Yang felt an unwavering sense of security. With Long Han present, not a single hair on his head would be harmed. This was the profound trust he placed in Long Han's formidable prowess. What are you waiting for? Attack! Du Linkong commanded with an insidious grin, angrily directing his guards. At the sound of Du Linkong's orders, the assailants resumed their advance, stepping forward menacingly. In response, Long Han raised his hand, and his subordinates swiftly encircled Chen Yang. One individual stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, his gaze icy as it swept over the surrounding adversaries, instilling fear in their hearts. Very well, you dare show disrespect to my young master, and even contemplate laying hands on him? You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Long Han's gaze finally settled on Du Linkong, the true instigator of this conflict. How foolish, this old man, to dare strike at Chen Yang. He was clearly out of touch with the gravity of his actions. Charge! At that moment, the group of black-clad attackers let out a cold snort and accelerated their pace, surging toward Chen Yang. Observing this, Long Han's eyes turned steely. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward. In the blink of an eye, he moved with astonishing speed, darting directly into the fray. His punches and kicks were executed with precision and decisiveness, each movement infused with an overwhelming sense of lethality. Within mere exchanges, two assailants were sent flying by Long Han's powerful strikes, their bodies soaring through the air for 3 or 4 meters. The resounding crash of their bodies against the concrete floor echoed ominously, the sickening sound of bones shattering resonating in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chen Yang's ally, Long Han, possessed an astonishing level of strength. With just one individual, he had effectively thwarted the collective assault, embodying the regal might of a warrior capable of standing against 10. Impervious to defeat, Du Linkong's expression was one of sheer shock. His lips trembled in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene before him.